Gu Yaoyao stood at the edge of the rooftop, a hot wind sweeping over the verdant campus. Summers during one's student years are always beautiful and unforgettable. However, beautiful my ass. Gu Yaoyao's small hand trembled as she picked up the ID card, staring at the face bearing the same name as hers, a thousand curses surging in her mind. Dying in a climbing accident, yet being able to open her eyes again alive with all limbs intact. This was undoubtedly a joyous event. Actually, transmigrating was not a big deal, but she had ended up in an apocalyptic novel she once followed, becoming a terminally ill female cannon fodder who was abandoned in a zombie horde by her beloved at the very start. As the Gu family's eldest daughter who had a name and a tragic early death at the start, Gu Yaoyao possessed exceptional physical attributes. A slender waist, a voluptuous figure, and a pair of perpetually misty black eyes that gave her a constantly thrilling allure. Of course, such charm paled in comparison to the heroine Qi Yao's aura. If not for the original owner's overly naive and romantic obsession with the scumbag, at least, she wouldn't have died so miserably. Gu Yaoyao took a deep breath. Even if she wanted to survive in the apocalypse, she was already at the terminal stage of an incurable disease. Die early or die later, death was inevitable, so she might as well end it herself. Gu Yaoyao scrambled onto the rooftop railing. As soon as half of her body was over the edge, panicked screams from boys and girls rose from the ground below. From a height of 7 stories, humans below were so small they were negligible. But the square-shaped teaching building design made the screams echo continuously, sharply increasing the horror. Gu Yaoyao saw in the teaching building and around the ground flower beds countless students fleeing, biting each other, tearing off each other's flesh. Large swaths of blood spread, making the entire school look like a living hell. What an abrupt apocalypse. Gu Yaoyao trembled even more violently, retracting her half-exposed body. Her fair little hand formed a fist pressed against her lips, daring not to make a single sound. If she fell, and if by some chance she was still alive, watching herself being devoured by zombies, that would be truly miserable. Afraid of death. Gu Yaoyao wasn't otherwise in her previous life. She wouldn't have chosen the profession of adventurer. Afraid of zombies. That was a bit disgusting, but more than fear, she didn't want to die such a humiliating death. Gu Yaoyao's mind raced, thinking if there was a more dignified way to die. Just then the iron door at the entrance was slowly pushed open and several figures in white short-sleeved school uniforms squeezed in. Fortunately, no bloodstains, and no one seemed injured. Gu Yaoyao's dazed and bewildered look fell into the eyes of those students. The leading boy immediately made a gesture for silence, carefully closing the iron door. Classmate, did you also escape up here? Are you injured? A few students, pale-faced, still remembered to keep distance from Gu Yaoyao. Gu Yaoyao shook her head. She had only come up to kill herself. The others gradually relaxed, collapsing onto the floor momentarily, too drained to speak. Fleeing to the rooftop. Getting down would be a problem later. These people were also cannon fodder talents, weren't they? As Gu Yaoyao thought this, she inexplicably felt a sense of camaraderie with these fellow sufferers. She reached out her hand toward the short-haired girl nearest to her. Gu Yaoyao. What's your name? Since she was here anyway, making one more acquaintance before dying was a gain. With that thought, Gu Yaoyao forced a friendly smile at the girl. The girl gave her a strange look, as if not understanding what there was to smile about at a time like this. Qi Yao. Oh, so her name? Gu Yaoyao belatedly widened her eyes, covering her mouth with both hands to stifle a gasp. Soon her face. Why was the heroine here? She had thought everyone was from the cannon fodder camp, but unexpectedly a future big shot was mixed in. For a moment, Gu Yaoyao's mind went blank. What are you doing on the rooftop with your ID card? Qi Yao had a rather cold and elegant appearance, but not plain. Her delicate features, translucent snow-white skin, and her usual neat short hair added to her detached aloofness. Perfect temperament, perfect looks. Even casually sitting on the ground, she gave off an air of standing out from the crowd. If Qi Yao was the moon in the sky radiating cold light, then Gu Yaoyao was more like a delicate flower under the moonlight. I came to seek death. Knowing it was Qi Yao, Gu Yaoyao completely lost her bravado. She stammered out the words and her face flushed. This is Qi Yao, Qi Yao. As a hardcore fan of the original Qi Yao, if Gu Yaoyao felt regret for the cannon fodder who shared her name, then she absolutely adored Qi Yao. Her style and looks were exactly to her taste. Qi Yao looked at Gu Yaoyao for a while, then couldn't help but smile. So this girl brought her ID card to ensure others could identify her if she died. How interesting. What could be so insurmountable that you have to seek death? Meeting those pure and clear black eyes, Qi Yao inexplicably asked one more question. Gu Yaoyao's face fell. I have terminal cancer. In this apocalypse where everyone fought to survive, fate had never given her a way out from the start. Gu Yaoyao looked at Qi Yao, feeling that coming here had already been enough. She recalled the original plot. Qi Yao should leave school, sustain a minor injury, and survive a high fever to awaken her ability. Gu Yaoyao hoped to die with a bit of meaning. Her face turned serious. Qi Yao, I will lead you out of here. Qi Yao was 175 meters tall. Even sitting on the ground, her long legs were impossible to ignore. Hearing this, Qi Yao's gaze swept over Gu Yaoyao. She couldn't imagine how this seemingly delicate girl could accomplish that. Just as Qi Yao was about to decline, she saw Gu Yaoyao climb back to the rooftop edge. The screams from below seemed to have diminished. Except for zombies that hadn't been completely devoured and were getting back up, no survivors were visible. Gu Yaoyao knew that some people were just in hiding, but the school had already fallen. Hiding was only temporary safety. Sooner or later, everyone would turn into zombies. By then, there would be no chance of survival. Qi Yao, there aren't many people downstairs now. There's a fire axe in the stairwell. If we take that, and be careful we can get out. As soon as Gu Yaoyao finished speaking, several students began to retort in a flurry. Don't be ridiculous. Downstairs are man-eating monsters like zombies in movies. Going down now will only get us eaten. If we wait here, someone will come to rescue us. Exactly. Chi Yao, don't believe her. We don't even know what class she's in. She's not one of us. What if she leads you into— Who do you think you are? There are so many monsters. How could you break through? If you want to die, go ahead alone. Gu Yaoyao ignored them, slightly turning her head to look up at Chi Yao, who was half a head taller. In the sunlight, Chi Yao's fair skin became even more translucent, flawless enough to make one feel inferior. I'm not close with any of you anyway. Chi Yao swept a glance at the students, then turned and walked toward the iron door. Gu Yaoyao was so proud, she could almost wag her tail. She happily followed. Being able to fight alongside her favorite heroine before dying, Gu Yaoyao felt it was totally worth it. Chi Yao, you also believe we'll definitely escape, right? Walking in the stairwell, Gu Yaoyao asked softly. Without looking back, Chi Yao replied, I will definitely escape. The implication was that Gu Yaoyao happened to be going out too, so they simply traveled together. It stung. The female lead I admired was utterly aloof, showing me no regard at all. Gu Yaoyao choked and fell silent, obediently following Chi Yao as they groped their way down the stairs. The sound of heavy breathing grew louder. Chi Yao led Gu Yaoyao, with light steps peering toward the middle of the staircase. On the landing below, a zombie in a tattered school uniform stood motionless. Chi Yao made a gesture and Gu Yaoyao understood. She was being told to attack. Well, since Chi Yao trusted her so much, she would risk her life for it. Gu Yaoyao gave an okay sign, bent her knees, and crept down the stairs. Just as she turned her head to check the stairwell door, Chi Yao looked back and felt her heart tighten. Had Gu Yaoyao misunderstood her meaning? Chi Yao dared not speak, so she pointed at the zombie and quickly waved her hand toward Gu Yaoyao, who was halfway down the stairs. Gu Yaoyao's eyes gleamed even brighter. She understood. She was being told not to let that zombie escape. No. Filled with heroic determination, Gu Yaoyao flew toward the zombie at the foot of the stairs and kicked it down. As the zombie snarled and lunged again, she sidestepped, grabbed its head, and slammed it against the wall with all her strength, smashing half its skull flat. In just over 20 seconds, Chi Yao watched with a pounding heart. Was this person really just an ordinary female colleague? Chi Yao had underestimated Gu Yaoyao's combat ability. The original owner could never be this formidable, but Gu Yaoyao was a full-time adventurer, climbing mountains, diving into seas, and live streaming. How could she travel the world alone without some real skills? However, after the fight, Gu Yaoyao felt overwhelmed in this original body. Her small frame ached all over, every part of her screaming to give out. Chi Yao ran down just in time to catch her. Gu Yaoyao, exhausted and gasping, waved her hand and said, "We need to." Gu Yaoyao didn't know when Chi Yao had left the school, but the campus would soon fall. If they didn't leave now, they might never escape. Chi Yao nodded, never considering abandoning Gu Yaoyao. After a moment's thought, she still supported the girl, found a chair in a 5-person meeting room, and smashed open the fire exit. Gu Yaoyao followed behind. Passing the sports equipment room, she paused to grab a metal baseball bat for herself. The two worked in tacit coordination left and right, and made it out of the campus unscathed, just like in the original story. On the streets, there were still many zombies. Chi Yao did not relax for a second. She pulled Gu Yaoyao, who was panting heavily from her weak constitution, quickly dealt with a few zombies, and rushed into the supermarket across the street, pulling down the rolling shutter door. The light vanished completely. In the darkness, there was only Gu Yaoyao's heavy breathing. For now, this place was safe. The early survivors had only thought of fleeing, leaving supplies untouched. In the original story, the female lead awakened her powers in this small supermarket. Wait, Chi Yao didn't seem to be injured. Gu Yaoyao snapped back to reality. Chi Yao, are you hurt anywhere? Chi Yao had just stood up to find something to light the room when she heard the question. She paused mid-step. I'm fine. Don't worry. Gu Yaoyao's skills were impressive, but so were Chi Yao's. After being abducted as a child, she had grown stronger through constant bullying and beatings, street-trained, ruthless, and enough to protect herself. Gu Yaoyao wanted to cry, but had no tears. Of course, she wasn't worried. Chi Yao was the female lead. But if her power awakening was delayed, who knew how the plot might change? Gu Yaoyao curled up in a corner, recalling the beginning of the plot. According to the original story, Chi Yao should have awakened her power by now, then encountered Zhu Si and saved his life, thereby recruiting a future general. According to the original setting, when disaster strikes, some injured humans awaken special abilities known as supernatural: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, and lightning. These abilities are collectively called elemental powers, mostly used by combatants. Spiritual, space, light, and dark powers are known as special abilities, extremely rare. Later statistics showed that these 4 types have the potential to mutate, each variant being unique, making their wielders highly sought after by various battle teams and bases. Of course, among the already scarce special abilities, those that mutate are even rarer. Chi Yao would awaken dual abilities, space and ice. 2 attributes, offense and defense, would allow her to survive alone, even when isolated. Gu Yaoyao wasn't sure if she could awaken any powers. Awakening also required conditions. One had to be scratched or bitten by a zombie, but the wound must not be fatal. Upon discovering this, some humans even actively let zombies bite them, only to lose more survivors in the process. The original owner had been devoured completely, leaving nothing behind. Gu Yaoyao dared not gamble, even though she was already terminally ill. But after meeting Chi Yao, she still wanted to cling to life a little longer. She wasn't greedy about supernatural powers. In the time she spent pondering, Gu Yao had already brought 2 flashlights. The dimmest setting cast just enough light to see by. Drink some water. Gu Yao handed her a bottle. Gu Yaoyao didn't stand on ceremony taking it and gulping down half. She hadn't felt this exhausted even after rock climbing. Xiao, what are your plans from here? Gu Yaoyao tested the waters holding the bottle. Gu Yao answered without hesitation, there's food and drink here. Let's stay a few days to get through the transition. Even if they wanted to leave, there was no better place to go. Gu Yaoyao knew this was the best option. After all, at the dawn of the apocalypse, no one believed it was the end of the world, still hoping for rescue troops to arrive. But soon the military would dispatch helicopters to scatter flyers everywhere. By then, survivors would learn the locations of the 4 bases in the cardinal directions. To survive, they would have to travel on their own. The military couldn't cover every corner. They did their best to gradually expand their search range and gather survivors, but that was already their limit. Besides sheltering people, they also needed to expand territory, leaving no extra forces to rescue everyone in every city. Gu Yaoyao bit her finger. In the original plot, Qi Yao should be injured by now, which led to her meeting Zhu Si on the way to the pharmacy and forming a bond. But Qi Yao was perfectly healthy right now and didn't even want to go out. What if Zhu Si died out there? Gu Yaoyao looked utterly dispirited. How could she salvage this broken plot? Gu Yaoyao's gaze swept across the room, and a flash of inspiration struck. This was a supermarket. Surely there was some kind of weapon here. Gu Yaoyao got up using hunger as an excuse to walk deeper inside. Qi Yao didn't overthink it. She went to the small door and started tidying the break room, looking like she intended to settle down here. Perseverance paid off. Gu Yaoyao's palms were sweaty with nervousness. From the scattered goods on the floor, she fished out a fruit knife. It seemed that fleeing survivors had also thought of grabbing weapons from the supermarket. She didn't dare, and wouldn't, stab Qi Yao. Trembling, she held the small knife, her eyes darting between her own legs. Should I cut my arm or my thigh? A horizontal slice, or a vertical one? The arm has less flesh and hurts more if the wound is small. Qi Yao might just grab a towel and press on it without thinking of going to the pharmacy. If it's a large wound, she'd probably have to chop off the whole arm. Gu Yaoyao pressed the blade against her thigh, stealing her heart. She was sacrificing herself for the plot, striving to save the members of Qi Yao's faction. With a single slash, blood gushed out relentlessly. A fleeting icy sensation was followed by pain so intense, she nearly screamed. Zhu Si, you damned bastard, you owe me for this. Gu Yaoyao, nearly losing her mind from the agony, hastily grabbed a packaged towel nearby, tore it open, and pressed it against her thigh. The sound of the plastic tearing startled Qi Yao, who emerged from the lounge and swiftly approached. Gu Yaoyao, what are you doing? Qi Yao asked, alarmed, as she quickly supported her. Gu Yaoyao's face was pale. I was just trying to open a can. Qi Yao didn't believe the excuse for a second. Recalling the scene on the rooftop where the girl with the unparalleled beautiful face had sorrowfully revealed her terminal illness, her eyes darkened. Indeed, Gu Yaoyao still wanted to die. Qi Yao was displeased. The outside world was chaotic now. Being alive was a stroke of luck. Even without a terminal illness, healthy people could become zombies in the next moment and might not live as long as Gu Yaoyao. Life was so precious. How could Gu Yaoyao so easily seek death? Frowning deeply, Qi Yao helped Gu Yaoyao hobble into the lounge and sit down. Let me see the wound. Her voice, usually cool and distant, now carried a hint of anger, and her tone involuntarily sharpened. Gu Yaoyao trembled, unsure of what she had done to provoke her, and obediently let go. The school uniform trousers weren't particularly tough, but one side of the towel was already soaked. Qi Yao gently pulled the towel away, revealing a wound that was still bleeding. Neither deep nor shallow, but a gash longer than the palm of a hand. They'll get you some alcohol and gauze. She couldn't stitch it up, or for now all she could do was disinfect and bandage it, hoping it would. Gu Yaoyao nodded, her face pale. Then go quickly. She was worried that if Qi Yao delayed, she would only find Zhu Si's corpse. Qi Yao, however, interpreted it as an attempt to send her away and try to die again, and her face darkened. You're coming with me. The pharmacy was just down the street, 50 meters away. If they took the back door and walked along the river, there wouldn't be many zombies. Gu Yaoyao's eyes widened in disbelief. After holding back for a long time, her face nearly flushed, she fought for her right. Wasn't this wound so deep it almost touched the bone, enough to earn her a moment's rest? Qi Yao's expression was impassive. You look lively enough. Making it to the pharmacy shouldn't be too hard. Gu Yaoyao. When she read the story, Qi Yao's cold, confrontational demeanor had thrilled her, but now that it was directed at her, she felt a suffocating urge to cry. Daughter, if you keep this up, my love for you will wane. Qi Yao stood still, unmoved, as if she wouldn't go out to find gauze and alcohol unless Gu Yaoyao came along. Gritting her teeth, Gu Yaoyao stood up, enduring the stabbing pain in her thigh, and limped after Qi Yao. There were indeed few zombies by the back door. After Qi Yao dispatched the 3 scattered ones with precise axe blows to the head, Gu Yaoyao couldn't find any excuse to back out and had to steel herself and follow. But just as they neared the pharmacy, a childish cry for help came from across the river. Both turned to look at a little girl on the second-floor window of the opposite bank who seemed about 7 or 8, sobbing pitifully. Gu Yaoyao knew it was hopeless before she even spoke. Qi Yao was cold-hearted but not yet callous. At the dawn of the apocalypse, especially with a little girl crying non-stop, it would only increase their danger. Hide in the pharmacy first. They'll be back soon. Qi Yao hesitated a moment, then made a decision. Gu Yaoyao almost stretched out a hand to stop her, but couldn't halt Qi Yao's determined steps. Damn it. Can't you save Zhu Si first before rescuing others? Gu Yaoyao, desperately trying to steer the plot back on track, limped into the pharmacy, worrying endlessly. The front door was already locked, and the back door required pulling outward to open. Zombies couldn't get in. Once inside, following the plot, she dragged her injured leg to the dispensing room. Through the glass partition, she saw a man huddled on a small bed in the inner room. Even unconscious, his face was contorted in pain, as if he might die at any moment. This was Zhu Si, the man who was supposed to have Qi Yao as the light of his life, rescuing him from dire straits. Before the apocalypse, Zhu Si was already a renowned genius at the National Research Institute, with a cold, aloof demeanor like a noble prince. He only respected Qi Yao, his savior, and cared for no one else. Most notably, he wasn't in love with Qi Yao. Their bond was that of comrades through life and death. Master Zhu, hang in there a little longer. Your life and death comrade is a bit busy right now. Gu Yaoyao sighed sympathetically and turned to find gauze and iodine to bandage herself. After hastily dressing her wound, Gu Yaoyao stood up again, frowning. She felt she had forgotten something important. As it turned out, Gu Yaoyao had indeed forgotten a crucial detail: the order in which Zhu Si and Qi Yao awakened their abilities after Zhu Si's fever from being rescued. At this point, Qi Yao should have been burning with fever herself, then, after waking, forced herself to use her ice ability to cool Zhu Si down, helping him resist the virus-induced fever, which gave him the chance to awaken his ability. A heavy thud came from the dispensing room. Gu Yaoyao flinched and limped over to find Zhu Si on the floor, the veins on his neck blackening and creeping toward his brain, his body twitching uncontrollably. He was about to mutate. Gu Yaoyao saw it clearly, her heart tightening. What to do? If Zhu Si mutated, Qi Yao's faction would lose a key member. Right, alcohol. Gu Yaoyao limped back and forth, fetching 2 bottles of alcohol, but she couldn't hold Zhu Si down to gritting her teeth, knowing he was unconscious, she struck him hard on the back of the neck. Zhu Si finally stilled. Struggling to remove his clothes, she poured alcohol over them and repeatedly wiped his armpits, groin, and palms. Normally one should also wipe the gluteal cleft, but Gu Yaoyao decided to spare him some dignity. After repeating the process several times, Gu Yaoyao was exhausted and her leg had gone numb. She struggled to stand and stretch when the iron door creaked open. Upon seeing Qi Yao's return, Gu Yaoyao's heart finally settled. You're back at last. The little girl behind Qi Yao let out a low cry and covered her eyes, while Qi Yao's expression was equally complicated. Am I interrupting something? What does that mean? Gu Yaoyao followed their gaze and looked behind her, only to find Zhu Si with a flushed face, his bare upper body revealing an exceptionally superior physique, chest muscles and abdominal muscles all visible, while his disheveled clothes lay discarded nearby. The entire scene was rather indescribable. As for Gu Yaoyao herself, after being busy for most of the day, her hair was tousled and her face was flushed. What are you imagining? I was just saving someone. Gu Yaoyao was both embarrassed and annoyed. Qi Yao gave her a knowing look tinged with a rare hint of teasing. Being able to make such an expression showed that Qi Yao had already accepted Gu Yaoyao in her heart. Gu Yaoyao couldn't be bothered to argue. Shifting her gaze, she noticed the faint red scratches on the back of Qi Yao's hand and immediately pounced over. Did a zombie scratch you? Gu Yaoyao's voice trembled slightly, purely from excitement. Qi Yao let her hold her hand. No, I scratched it on an iron rack while saving someone. Gu Yaoyao felt a pang of disappointment. After thinking for a moment, she limped over on her injured leg, found a band-aid, and applied two to Qi Yao's hand. Qi Yao's gaze softened. She glanced subtly at the band-aid on her hand, and the corners of her lips lifted slightly. In truth, she had never had any friends of the same gender, and naturally even fewer of the opposite gender. Qi Yao wasn't inherently cold, it was just her nature. From childhood to adulthood, she was never good with words, and over time, she found it even harder to make friends. This vicious cycle of withdrawal created the aloof image others perceived. In reality, as she climbed the ranks in the apocalypse step by step, it was clear she was merely cold on the outside, but warm within. At this moment, Gu Yaoyao was unaware of Qi Yao's inner thoughts. With the immediate danger temporarily resolved, she turned her attention to the little girl Qi Yao had brought back. Was this child alone at home? Gu Yaoyao asked rather tactfully. If the girl had witnessed her parents being infected and mutating, it could leave a significant psychological shadow. Sister, I live with my grandparents. My parents work far away. Today my grandparents went out to buy groceries and I stayed home watching TV to rest because I was sick. Though the little girl was young, she spoke clearly and without any hint of shyness. Gu Yaoyao understood and asked in a childlike tone, "You can call me Yaoyao Jia. What's your name?" The little girl paused for a moment. "Yaoyao Jia, my name is Ye Liuru. Adults talking like kids isn't cute at all." "I think you're the one who isn't cute at all." Gu Yaoyao straightened up in frustration. Seeing Qi Yao's amused expression, she couldn't help but pause, inwardly screaming, "My girl is so beautiful." Qi Yao turned her face away. Why did she always feel that Gu Yaoyao's gaze on her was so intense? Qi Jia, will my grandparents turn into those man-eating monsters too? Ye Liuru, though seemingly young, appeared unusually mature, perhaps due to growing up without her parents by her side. As she asked this question, her voice trembled and tears glistened in her eyes, but she still held back her tears bravely. Qi Yao fell silent, and Gu Yaoyao lowered her head as well. For two elderly people in a crowded place like a market, there was almost no chance of survival. Neither of them had the heart to say it. Gu Yaoyao felt heavy-hearted. To her, this was just a novel's world. Though she was immersed in it, knowing too much gave her a sense of unreality. Just like herself, because the original host had a terminal illness, she lived more fearlessly doing whatever made her happy. Even when killing zombies with her own hands, she felt a surreal game-like detachment. But for Ye Liuru, this meant truly losing both her relatives. So young, she was already forced to grow up, not just in spirit, but in physical skill as well. This cruel world wouldn't give her any time or opportunity to be weak. In that moment, the sense of reality deepened. As they fell into silence, a man's gasp suddenly sounded from behind. When Zhu Si woke up, he first saw his bare upper body. After getting up, he found himself locked in a prolonged standoff with the two girls and the little girl across from him. Little Ruru, close your eyes. You're not old enough to see this yet. Gu Yaoyao broke the silence, deliberately lightening the somber mood by teasing Zhu Si. Zhu Si's face visibly reddened to the point of dripping blood. Flustered, he grabbed a t-shirt nearby and pulled it on, only to be choked by the smell of alcohol on the clothes, coughing and blushing furiously. Yet he still managed to suppress his coughs with a clear mind. It took him a long while to steady his breath. Zhu Si apologized with a red face. His sharp brows and starry eyes glistening with moisture only fueled more wild thoughts. Thank you for saving me. Despite his embarrassment, Zhu Si didn't forget to politely express his gratitude. Chi Yao discreetly assessed Zhu Si, then pushed Gu Yaoyao forward, saying, "It was she who saved you, not us." Hearing this, Gu Yaoyao turned in shock, her eyes wide. "Daughter, what are you doing? Have you forsaken your bond of life and death? Discarded your right hand and left arm?" Gu Yaoyao nearly choked on her breath. According to the original plot, Chi Yao was supposed to save Zhu Si, forging an untainted revolutionary friendship as they fought side by side on the run. Returning to reality, Chi Yao had fought alongside her from the campus through a sea of blood without being scratched by zombies, hadn't awakened any powers, and her combat prowess was yet unknown. To prevent Zhu Si from turning into a zombie, Gu Yaoyao had to cool him down when Chi Yao wasn't around. Luckily, Zhu Si had a resilient fate, and the plot didn't dictate that only Chi Yao could help him through his ordeal. Since that was the case, for the sake of her daughter's grand ambitions, she had to take a circuitous route to bind the two together. Forging a bond of life and death in the apocalypse. How hard could it be? Gu Yaoyao forced a smile and sidled up to Chi Yao. Who saved him doesn't matter. What matters is where we go next. Chi Yao looked down at Gu Yaoyao's leg, where blood had already seeped through the white bandages. She scanned the area. Their position was too exposed to linger. Let's head back to the supermarket to tend to the wound. Following Chi Yao's gaze to her own thigh, Gu Yaoyao nodded guiltily without objection. Zhu Si's high fever had only temporarily subsided, but the physical pain hadn't lessened. It was growing more intense. He pressed his temple hard, biting his tongue to stay conscious, and asked Gu Yaoyao hoarsely, "I haven't been bitten. Can you take me along?" Before Gu Yaoyao could answer, Chi Yao stepped in front to block Zhu Si's view, her expression icy. "Who are you?" In times like these, a little caution never hurt. Chi Yao could extend a hand to Ye Liuru because she was just a little girl posing no threat from any angle. But Zhu Si was different. He was a tall, strapping young man. Zhu Si's breathing grew heavier. He felt an invisible force surging inside him. He knew he couldn't hold out much longer and had to rely on them to survive. "My name is Zhu Si. I work at the Research Institute." As he finished, Gu Yaoyao pleaded softly with Chi Yao, "Take him along, or he'll die here alone." "If he dies, how will you?" Zhu Si realized Chi Yao was the core of this trio. He just wanted to leave quickly, not waste time on subtleties. Meeting Chi Yao's gaze with a calm expression, he said, "I can answer everything about the zombies." Chi Yao signaled Gu Yaoyao to let go, pondering for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons. She glanced at Zhu Si. Despite his pained expression, he maintained a composed demeanor. Meanwhile, Gu Yaoyao's leg wound needed urgent treatment to avoid infection. "Follow us." Zhu Si inexplicably felt a wave of relief. Before he could speak, a tearing pain surged through him like a tide, causing him to faint and collapse forward. The loud thud of his fall startled Gu Yaoyao. Chi Yao stood still, turning to look at Zhu Si lying motionless on the ground, her brows furrowed. Gu Yaoyao limped over. Zhu Si was about to awaken his powers. Her daughter was about to gain a formidable general. Overjoyed, her misty eyes brimming with laughter, she crouched down to check his breathing, then looked up at Chi Yao with a smile. "He's just unconscious." With that, she grabbed his collar and lifted him in one go. Beside her, Ye Liuru's eyes went wide. "Yao Yao Jie." Gu Yaoyao winked at Ye Liuru. "Maybe it's because I eat a lot. Being unconscious is more troublesome." Chi Yao, unfazed, walked over and took Zhu Si from Gu Yaoyao. The moment she touched him, she sensed something was off. His body temperature was far too high. Even if he woke up, he'd be burned into a fool. Chi Yao said nothing, but her gaze toward Gu Yaoyao shifted subtly. Gu Yaoyao's grin stretched nearly to her ears. She was overjoyed. No matter what, Chi Yao had still saved Zhu. Chi Yao hoisted Zhu Si and prepared to head out. "It's not safe here. We need to get back to the supermarket quickly and fortify it." Crunch, crunch. In the surrounding silence, the sound of gnawing rang out eerily and terrifyingly clear. Ye Liuru, still just a child, paled in fear as she looked at Chi Yao. "Chi Jie, are those the monsters?" Chi Yao nodded, then placed Zhu Si back on the bed. "Don't be scared. The zombies can't get in." Gu Yaoyao swallowed nervously. The plot had indeed been altered by her. According to the plot, before Zhu Si's powers awakened, the zombie horde had never appeared. Crunch, crunch. The sounds grew closer. Chaotic footsteps, the drag of an unknown object on the ground, and the violent banging of a metal door. It seemed the zombies had gathered and were lurking nearby. Qi Yao grabbed a nearby instrument as a weapon, silently watching the back door through the glass as it emitted a constant, thunderous clamor. Time ticked by, and the footsteps and roars from the main entrance grew denser. Gu Yaoyao dared not act rashly. She approached Qi Yao, her palms sweaty, feeling at a loss for the first time. You deliberately cut yourself because you knew Zhu Si was here, didn't you? Gu Yaoyao's mind went blank for a moment, then she quickly declared with righteous indignation, I don't know him. As she spoke, her expression was as resolute as a faithless lover, swearing an oath of love. Qi Yao's gaze sharpened further, her tone turning cold and hard. Gu Yaoyao, I don't care what you've encountered before, but a living dog is better than a dead lion. If you still want to seek death, we'll go our separate ways once we get out. Gu Yaoyao was stunned for a moment. Her daughter was actually concerned about her. Gu Yaoyao felt like laughing with joy, but fearing it would anger Qi Yao, she forced back her smile and nodded obediently. I understand. I won't do it again. Qi Yao merely glanced at her before turning her attention back to the main door. Bang! Gu Yaoyao and Qi Yao's faces instantly drained of color as they spun around to see Ye Liuru trembling nearby, a broken chair at her feet. Tears streamed down Ye Liuru's face as she explained anxiously, I'm sorry, I just wanted to use the chair as a weapon. In the surrounding silence, this noise was as good as clearly announcing their location to the zombies. Gu Yaoyao felt suffocated as she knew better than anyone that besides being slow, zombies had exceptionally keen hearing and smell. The zombies lurking outside the pharmacy heard the sound and surged toward the door, crashing against it wildly. The pounding echoed like the knock of death against their hearts. The nauseating stench of blood seeped through the cracks, and Qi Yao's face grew even colder. Gripping her instrument tightly, she quickly directed, Gu Yaoyao, check if there's another exit. Be careful not to touch your leg wound. After speaking, her gaze fell on the uneasy Ye Liuru, and her tone softened slightly. Ye Liuru, do you know any place nearby where we can take shelter temporarily? Ye Liuru roughly wiped her tears and stammered, my home. My parents were worried about leaving me and my grandparents alone, so they reinforced the doors. Just then the rolling door was on the verge of collapse from the zombies' assault. Worse still, a bloody hand had somehow slipped through the gap at the bottom. Qi Yao dashed over and slammed her instrument down with force, the stench of rot instantly filling the air as snarls rang out from outside. Gu Yaoyao's eyes nearly sparkled with stars. Unflinching in the face of danger. Truly the heroine she adored. Qi Yao, ignoring the blood on her face, furrowed her brow and kicked away the severed hand, urging Gu Yaoyao, find another exit quickly. Gu Yaoyao quickly set aside her fangirling and recalled the plot. She vaguely remembered that when Qi Yao rescued Zhu Si, they used the staff passage. I checked earlier. The pharmacy storeroom connects to the mall's staff passage, which leads to the underground garage. We can drive away from there. Without hesitation, Qi Yao swiftly hoisted Zhu Si onto her shoulders and asked Gu Yaoyao, can you drive? As an explorer, Gu Yaoyao's driving skills were top-notch. She proudly patted her chest. Of course. Following her memory, Gu Yaoyao led them quickly left and stopped before a locked door. Calmly, she rolled up her pant leg after resting. Her strength had mostly returned, and she figured one kick would be enough to break it open. Qi Yao's mouth twitched, and she reached out to stop Gu Yaoyao. Don't move. Let me handle it. One kick from her would likely attract too many zombies. Moreover, they had no idea what lay inside. Caution was warranted. Qi Yao supported Zhu Si with one hand, while holding the clip she had taken from Ye Liuru. She signaled Gu Yaoyao to hold Zhu Si steady, then straightened the clip and inserted it into the lock. After a few twists, she declared it done. Gu Yaoyao almost collapsed under Zhu Si's weight, straining with all her might to stay upright. Was this person or a dead pig? How could he be so heavy? The original owner's physique was as frail as Lin Daius. She used to be able to lift a full-grown man. Qi Yao raised a finger to her lips, signaling silence. She leaned slightly to listen for sounds inside. No chewing noises, no revolting stench of blood. She carefully pushed the door open and quickly scanned the area. Deeming it safe, she motioned for them to enter, then immediately locked the door and shoved several large cardboard boxes against it for reinforcement. After a brief search, Qi Yao handed Ye Liuru an iron rod, pulled Zhu Si over to steady him, and gestured for Gu Yaoyao to take a shovel. If you see a zombie, aim for the head and smash it without mercy. Ye Liuru was trembling all over, clutching the iron rod tightly. Sister Qi, are we going to die? Qi Yao remained remarkably calm, speaking as if she weren't the one in danger. I don't know. The rolling door can hold for at most 10 minutes. We need to move quickly. At this moment, no one could predict what would come first. For the pampered original owner, the shovel was both heavy and rough on the hands. Gu Yaoyao longed for her own tough, calloused body. Gritting her teeth, she wielded the shovel horizontally and took the lead. She was already on the brink of death. There was nothing left to fear. But Qi Yao, she absolutely couldn't fall here. Gu Yaoyao felt a vague unease. Perhaps it was because she had become Zhu Si's savior instead of Qi Yao, or because she was still alive. Either way, the shifting plot made her uncertain about the dangers Qi Yao would face in the future. Qi Yao walked beside Gu Yaoyao, taking in her subtle expressions. Her usually cold demeanor seemed to soften. The underground garage was eerily silent, punctuated by an occasional drip that could have been water or blood, sending chills down their spines. Bang! That was the sound of a heavy object hitting a car. Oh, stay away. Before Gu Yaoyao could react, a piercing scream rang out, followed by terrified wails that gradually faded into silence, leaving only the gruesome sound of chewing. Something's there. Instinctively, Gu Yaoyao stepped in front of Gu Yaoyao, raising her head to locate the source of. About 100 meters away, two zombies were hunched over, tearing into a twitching woman. Beside them, a white car stood with its door wide open. That was the car. Gu Yaoyao tightened her grip on the shovel, ready to charge and take them down. Gu Yaoyao grabbed her by the collar, her face pale. Gu Yaoyao, what do you think you're doing? Find a car and get us out of here, or the horde will come and none of us will escape. She had never seen anyone so eager to court death. As the words left her mouth, the zombies stopped their feast, their noses twitching as if searching for the scent of the living. Then with stiff movements, they turned to face the group. Half of one zombie's face had been eaten away, leaving only a skeletal structure with bloody shreds of flesh dangling from sticky strands. Its messy hair was matted with gore. Spotting Gu Yaoyao and the others, it grinned, revealing jagged teeth still clinging to bits of red and white tissue. Ugh! Ye Liuru couldn't take the sight and vomited. After all, she was just a child. Even if she was mature for her age, the terror of rotting, moving corpses was beyond comprehension. Gu Yaoyao thrust Zhu Si into Gu Yaoyao's arms, snatched the iron rod from Ye Liuru, and sprinted forward. With a running start, she leaped into a side kick, sending one zombie flying. She quickly flipped over the car roof and in one fluid motion drove the rod through the head of the other zombie. The entire sequence was smooth, ruthless, and efficient. Gu Yaoyao barely managed to catch Zhu Si, but the moment she touched his arm, a searing heat burned her skin, making her cry out. Damn, he was burning up. Would his brain still work when he woke up? Staying vigilant, Gu Yaoyao swiftly dragged the disfigured woman away, then pulled out the rod and drove it through her forehead. She crouched down to search the woman's pockets. Watch out. Hearing Gu Yaoyao's reminder, Gu Yaoyao nimbly flipped over the female corpse while drawing out an iron rod, and without hesitation threw it, directly pinning the zombie that had appeared behind her to the car door. Gu Yaoyao retreated to their side, vigilantly watching the 7 or 8 zombies approaching them, gathering her strength. Be careful, don't get caught or bitten. Zhu Si lay unconscious with baby teeth still unlost, and her difficulty in fleeing created a sense of no way. Just as Gu Yaoyao was lost in thought, a zombie nearby bared its teeth and charged at her, nearly biting her. Fortunately, Gu Yaoyao reacted promptly, grabbing her arm and pulling her back while kicking the zombie down with force. Gu Yaoyao looked at Gu Yaoyao, her gaze cold and furious. Do you want to become a zombie? Gu Yaoyao quickly shook her head. She didn't want that, as she only wanted to help her friend conquer the world. She quickly adjusted her demeanor, her smile turning sharp. Gu Yaoyao, I won't hold you back. Unbeknownst to her, this appearance looked to Gu Yaoyao like a desire for death. Gu Yaoyao directly snatched the shovel from Gu Yaoyao's hands, immediately rolling to avoid the zombie's attack, speaking rapidly, you all hurry up and drive, I can handle them myself. That woman probably wanted to escape by car, but before she could start the engine, she was pulled out by a zombie and bitten to death. Realizing this, Ye Liuru's small face turned even paler, her round big eyes filled with tears as she closely followed Gu Yaoyao, fearing being left behind. Gu Yaoyao did not notice Ye Liuru's psychological changes, tossing Zhu Si into the back seat and quickly shoving Ye Liuru inside before slamming the car door and starting the vehicle towards Gu Yaoyao. Gu Yaoyao grabbed the steering wheel with one hand and quickly opened the passenger door, shouting loudly, Gu Yaoyao, hurry up. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, accompanied by the sound of metal crashing and being trampled as countless hissing sounds approached. The zombie horde was about to arrive, and the employee passage door wouldn't hold for long. Gu Yaoyao naturally understood what this meant, as she had to make quick work of it and leave immediately. She absolutely could not die here. Gu Yaoyao's gaze grew colder as she swung her shovel and struck a zombie's eye, sending it flying. She pushed off the ground, forcefully leaping and crashing her knee into the zombie's jaw, sending it flying backward with great force. Gu Yaoyao raised her hand, using the shovel like a cleaver, directly severing the zombie's head, blood spraying everywhere and splattering onto herself. She coldly observed the 3 or 4 zombies that were slowly moving and trying to devour her using her fists, since she had no other weapons. Gu Yaoyao moved quickly and decisively, her punches taking sharp and unusual angles, landing all on the zombie's necks, knocking one down with a single blow. The remaining zombies were becoming a bit more challenging for Gu Yaoyao, and her evasive maneuvers increased. Fortunately, Gu Yaoyao's shouts temporarily halted the zombies' attacks. They did not think, only instinctively sought food. Gu Yaoyao did not want to continue dragging this out, as the horde of zombies was about to arrive. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, a zombie lunged out from behind Gu Yaoyao, one of its hands mangled and twisted, limping as it bared its teeth and lunged directly at her. Gu Yaoyao couldn't dodge in time, and her arm was bitten, tearing off a piece of flesh. Gu Yaoyao rushed out of the car, ignoring the severe pain in her leg, and kicked the zombie, pulling at the still healing wound and causing her to grimace in pain, tears nearly falling. Gu Yaoyao was injured. Gu Yaoyao's mind was filled with this thought, ignoring the pain shooting up her ankle. She reached for Gu Yaoyao and shoved her into the passenger seat, quickly climbing over to the other side and starting the car to leave the underground parking lot as the zombie horde approached. Gu Yaoyao's complexion was pale, fine beads of sweat breaking out on her forehead, her usually fair skin appearing slightly weaker than usual. I've been bitten, she knew. Gu Yaoyao bit her lip, glancing quickly at the injury on Gu Yaoyao's arm, where bone was faintly visible, her eyes filled with heartache as she trembled and comforted Gu Yaoyao, you will be fine. Damn, wasn't Gu Yaoyao just scratched? How did it turn into a chunk of flesh bitten off? Gu Yaoyao trembled with anger, unable to contain her anxiety about the plot's constant deviation. Qi Yao's lips curled slightly, the coldness in her eyes softening a bit. Gu Yaoyao, don't be foolish. Stop the car and let me out, or I've been infected. Gu Yaoyao's misty eyes filled with tears as she felt heartbroken for her friend enduring such suffering. How could the plot change from a scratch to a whole chunk of flesh being bitten off? You will be fine, you must believe me. She accelerated, making eye contact with Ye Liuru in the rearview mirror. Little Ruru. Though Ye Liuru was young, she was more mature than most children. Go straight ahead, turn right at the fork. This road is one I often take with my grandparents. It takes about an hour on foot. Walking would take over an hour, so by car it would take about 20 minutes. Gu Yaoyao estimated the distance, striving to maintain. If Qi Yao was bitten, her powers would awaken and cause a high fever, just like Zhu Si, who lay unconscious now. During this time, they needed enough food and medicine. Gu Yaoyao carefully noted the sounds around her, mentally marking the supermarkets and pharmacies they passed. They should have taken some fever-reducing medicine before leaving. She glanced in the rearview mirror. Though the sound of the car attracted many zombies, they moved slowly and awkwardly. As they chased the sound, the scent of living humans faded, and they would only roar in confusion for a moment before scattering in search of food. The virus had just broken out. Although there were many zombies, they moved slowly, scattered, and each feeding on their own, so a horde wouldn't form quickly, meaning they were somewhat safe. Gu Yaoyao remained silent throughout the journey. She glanced at Qi Yao, whose face was pale and forehead drenched in cold sweat. The virus was continuously invading Qi Yao's consciousness, reshaping her body. Gu Yaoyao furrowed her brows and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Qi Yao tore her clothing to bandage her wound, her cold expression reflecting confusion. Gu Yaoyao, why do you? She wasn't mistaken. Gu Yaoyao's actions in the passage and her reaction after being bitten expressed her feelings plain. For the first time in her life, Qi Yao felt the sensation of being protected, a bittersweet feeling she didn't know how to express. Gu Yaoyao did not notice Qi Yao's emotional gaze, her own attention scanning the surroundings with vigilance, as she instinctively answered the question, because I really like you. Ye Liuru suddenly exclaimed, and quickly covered her mouth to speak softly, fearful of attracting zombies. Sister, Yaoyao, this big brother feels very hot, and his face looks strange. Gu Yaoyao looked up at the rearview mirror, her pupils suddenly contracting. Zhu Si's face was flushed, his lips very pale, his expression pained, as if he were suffering from the agony of being skinned alive, breathing heavily and rapidly. Ye Liuru huddled in the corner, her voice tinged with a slight sob. Is he about to mutate? Qi Yao glanced at the small knife not far away and slowly reached out her hand. What on earth do you think you're doing? Gu Yaoyao's casual glance in alertness nearly got blinded by the cold gleam of the small knife in Qi Yao's hand. Qi Yao, calm down. Qi Yao looked up at Gu Yaoyao, feeling her breath grow heavy. She shook her head, forcing herself to cling to the last shreds of clarity. He's probably going to mutate. We can't take him with us. So you're going to kill Zhu Si. Taking advantage of Qi Yao's hazy consciousness, Gu Yaoyao snatched the knife at the right angle. No, you can't kill him. Qi Yao struggled to keep her eyes half open, her gasps growing heavier. Gu Yaoyao, even if you want kill him, you can't take him now. Open the door and let us off. Take Liuru and escape. What is all this nonsense? Time ticked by. Qi Yao's breathing grew rapid, the short hair on her forehead soaked with cold sweat. Her eyes were dark and unreadable as she watched the sluggish zombies ahead. Lips tightly pressed, she reached a hand toward Gu Yaoyao, her voice weak. Give me the knife. Qi Yao's complexion was deathly pale. Upon closer inspection, her body trembled slightly, and a ring of purple had appeared under her eyes. She looked less like someone awakening an ability and more like a zombie. These symptoms were completely different from Zhu Si. Gu Yaoyao's fingers tightened on the steering wheel, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Her hands began to tremble. She dared not turn her head to look at Qi Yao's already bluish face, her voice quivering. I won't give it to you. I know you want to stab yourself. Ye Liuru suddenly pointed at the residential building not far away, still remembering to keep her voice down. Yaoyao Jia, we're here. Parking the car at the entrance, Gu Yaoyao looked around. Aside from the residual bloodstains, there was nothing. Though this was the edge of the city, the eerie silence and absence of zombies were too strange. Logically, wherever there were people, there would be bluish-green zombies. Gu Yaoyao dared not let her guard down. She pressed herself cautiously against the car door, picked up a brick from the ground, its rough edges instantly scraping her tender palm. She paid it no mind, instead struggling to hold the brick with one hand while freeing the other to open the door and help Qi Yao. Qi Yao didn't wait for Gu Yaoyao's help. She opened the car door herself and, leaning heavily against the vehicle, stood up. Though surrounded by air, she felt as if she couldn't breathe. Gu Yaoyao saw it and felt a pang in her heart. If not for her, her daughter wouldn't have to suffer this. Wet bangs clung to her forehead. Her pale skin was covered in a thin layer of sweat. As if enduring immense pain, Qi Yao frowned and spoke weakly. I can still walk. You go help Zhu Si. Gu Yaoyao shook her head, looking at Qi Yao with a sorrowful yet stubborn expression. No one is more important than you. The blunt, unadorned words struck Qi Yao's defenses. Even she, usually so cold, couldn't help but part her lips slightly in astonishment. It was the first time anyone had said such a thing to her, and from a seemingly delicate girl she had known for less than a day. Beyond shock, Qi Yao felt a deep confusion. Ye Liuru trotted over and gripped Qi Yao's burning arm, interrupting her thoughts. Qi Jia, let me help you. The gesture made Qi Yao frown in discomfort. She had always been a loner, unaccustomed to such intimate contact. But seeing the worry on Gu Yaoyao's face, she silently acquiesced. Let's go. Qi Yao collected herself, her expression indifferent, as she pulled the brick from Gu Yaoyao's clenched hand. As she turned, she exhaled heavily, then bit her lower lip, hard to stay conscious. Ye Liuru noticed, but said nothing. Gu Yaoyao quickly got into the car. As soon as she dragged Zhu Si out, she felt her strength waning once again, sensing the disparity between herself and the original body. No, I must exercise more in the future, otherwise it'll only be a burden to my daughter in this apocalypse. Gu Yaoyao silently resolved. Ye Liuru's home was on the 4th floor. The hallway was a mess, splattered with blood, the stench suffocating. But along the way, Gu Yaoyao only heard her own panting. There was no other sound until Ye Liuru locked the door behind them. Even then, her heart still pounded with a sense of unreality. It was too smooth. Could it be that my daughter's protagonist halo has awakened? Before Gu Yaoyao could figure it out, Qi Yao, resting on the sofa, propped her head with one hand. Her fair face suddenly twitched slightly, then convulsed as if veins were being stripped. Qi Yao gasped in pain, her consciousness fading. Her gaze fell on Zhu Si lying beside her, her expression grave. Gritting her teeth, she gave a rapid order. Gu Yaoyao, find some rope and tie us up. Seeing Qi Yao's pale face, Gu Yaoyao's heart ached. She used a wet towel to wipe her sweat. Don't think nonsense. Neither you nor him will become zombies. Her tone was like coaxing a fussy child. Ye Liuru had been sitting quietly on a small stool since entering, her expression calm, as she watched Zhu Si carelessly placed on the sofa by Gu Yaoyao, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Whether due to the darkening sky or other reasons, Qi Yao's originally pale face suddenly flushed bright red. Her fingers trembled involuntarily, and her eyes were bloodshot, as if injected with blood. She looked at the panicked Gu Yaoyao and said in an extremely weak voice, "If I mutate, you must kill me." Then she lost consciousness and fell into a coma. Before Gu Yaoyao could react, Qi Yao's body suddenly jerked up. Her flushed face turned deathly pale, as if drained of blood. Her closed eyes snapped open, and her tea-brown pupils seemed covered by a grayish-white film. Blood trickled from her nose, a sight that made Gu Yaoyao's heart tremble with fear. Seeing this, Ye Liuru stood up abruptly, the chair legs scraping the floor with a harsh screech. Uncontrollable terror filled her eyes. She had seen the eyes of those bitten by monsters and mutated, eerie with a touch of grayish-white. Qi Jie, is she going to turn into a zombie? Gu Yaoyao's voice was stiff. No. What was happening? The original text never mentioned bleeding during ability. Before Gu Yaoyao could collect herself, she saw the veins bulging on Qi Yao's face, black lines spreading to her forehead. The exposed skin took on an abnormal flush, and beneath the bandaged area something seemed to writhe and pulse. Zhu Si, lying nearby, seemed affected by Qi Yao. His face, which had been gradually returning to normal, suddenly flushed crimson. Black lines also appeared on his arms. His closed eyes snapped open, revealing pitch-black pupils, completely opposite to a zombie's, but he soon closed them again. Gu Yaoyao didn't notice Zhu Si's change. Her mind was entirely on Qi Yao. She reached out to steady Qi Yao's arm to prevent her from falling off the sofa, but the moment she touched it, she yelped at the searing heat. Something was wrong. Qi Yao was supposed to awaken ice and space abilities. In the original story, her body temperature was near that of a corpse when she awakened. Why was it so hot now? Gu Yaoyao was dumbfounded. Will Sister Qi become a zombie? Ye Liuru's voice was so faint that Gu Yaoyao barely caught it. Her tone held no trace of fear, but rather a chilling calmness. Gu Yaoyao brushed aside the damp strands of hair clinging to Qi Yao's face, a flicker of wariness rising in her heart. She'll be fine. Ye Liuru gave a soft "oh" and obediently stood aside, falling silent. Qi Yao urgently needed hemostatic medicine and disinfectant. The longer the delay, the less certain Gu Yaoyao was of the outcome. Seeing the girl fall quiet, Gu Yaoyao shifted most of her focus back to Qi Yao, her agitation growing. She pressed her lips together, rose, and walked to the window to survey the scene below. 3 or 4 zombies were already lingering near their car. Yaoyao Jie, do you want to go out? As she scanned the surroundings, Ye Liuru picked up a baseball bat from the corner, her childish voice laced with a chilling edge. Through the glass, Gu Yaoyao clearly saw the eerie smile on the girl's face, like a little ghost from a horror film. If I were you, I wouldn't do anything rash right now. This kid was definitely off. Daughter, just what kind of monster did you Gu Yaoyao's heart clenched. She turned around with a heavy gaze. Ye Liuru tilted her head, seemingly puzzled by Gu Yaoyao's words. The zombies from the basketball court next door are all moving this way. The ones from the entire building should be gathering here too. Gu Yaoyao reminded her, kindly walking step by step toward Ye Liuru. Huh. Bang. Bang. As if in response to her words, a chaotic clamor of footsteps and overlapping roars erupted outside the door. The stench of decay mixed with the smell of blood seeped into the room. The sounds of the zombies were drawing closer. It wasn't that there were no zombies nearby, they were all inside the building. When the virus broke out, suddenly panicked people who rushed out faced certain death. Besides hiding at home, the only option was the rooftop. So the hallway had been quiet because the zombie horde was feeding on the rooftop. Now they were sweeping through this floor. Most of the people in this building had likely already turned into zombies. At this thought, Gu Yaoyao's composure nearly shattered. This wasn't a narrow escape from death, it was like a lamb walking into the tiger's den. This frail body. There was simply no way to fight her way out with her daughter. The door remained still, but it was only a matter of time before the zombies. Gu Yaoyao ran her fingers through her hair in frustration. Her gaze wandered and stopped at the kitchen door. She dashed in and grabbed a bottle of vinegar. As long as it masked the scent of humans, it might just defuse the crisis. Ye Liuru remained motionless throughout, silently watching Gu Yaoyao bustle about. Gu Yaoyao turned her head to look at Zhu Si, who was still unconscious. According to the original story, his awakening would take a day. If they could just survive tonight, they would be safe. Hang in there, bro. Wake up soon. But Gu Yaoyao had forgotten one thing: the plot had deviated, and the butterfly effect it triggered was unpredictable, including for Zhu Si. After pouring the entire bottle of pungent sour vinegar along the crack of the door, Gu Yaoyao continued wiping Qi Yao's burning body with disinfectant wipes. Her movements were gentle, as if the person beneath her hands was a fragile piece that would break with the slightest force. She only stopped when Qi Yao's temperature dropped slightly. She lifted Qi Yao's arm. The smell of blood hit her nose. Instead of recoiling, she became even more careful as she began to undo the bandages. But the blood from the wound had coagulated, acting like glue, sticking the bandage to the injury. Gu Yaoyao couldn't bear to put Qi Yao through more suffering. It took great effort to finally remove the bandages. Gasping at the wound, which was so deep the bone was visible, her hand trembled as she reached for the disinfectant. This wasn't fear, it was rage. Damn it, bitten so deep. Gu Yaoyao was fuming. The wound was so deep that she only dared to clean it with a cotton swab bit by bit. Gu Yaoyao's eyes were fixed on Qi Yao's hand, so she didn't notice that as she cleaned the wound, dark veins bulged on Qi Yao's face, and black lines crept up from her heart along her neck. By the time Gu Yaoyao noticed, Qi Yao's forehead was covered in a fine sheen of sweat, and her cheeks were slightly puffed. Clearly she was gritting her teeth to endure the pain. But Qi Yao was unconscious. How could she still be enduring it? Gu Yaoyao felt like her heart was about to give out. Just how many trials did Qi Yao have to go through to develop such a habit? Bang bang. Open up. Before the zombies could arrive, someone was pounding violently on the door, the sound sharp and piercing. Was it a resident of the building, or a survivor who had taken shelter here? Gu Yaoyao clenched her jaw and made a shushing gesture to the little girl nearby. Whoever was outside, they absolutely could not open the door. The people outside were relentless. If they didn't open up soon, they would surely attract the entire building's zombies. Yet the group seemed determined to break in, as if they would rather die than give up. What the hell? Was hers the only room? Did fleeing now require fighting for territory? Didn't they know that if a door wouldn't open, it was rude to keep knocking? The door was shaking precariously. Whether Ye Liuru's claim of it being sturdy was false, or the intruders were just too destructive, at that moment Ye Liuru suddenly ran toward the door with a thud. Without thinking, Gu Yaoyao's body moved faster than her mind. She sprinted forward and pinned the girl to the ground, her heart pounding wildly. Ye Liuru let out a muffled groan, her venomous gaze fixed on Gu Yaoyao like poison. You? Gu Yaoyao had just felt a pang of guilt for laying hands on a child, but the moment she saw that look, a chill ran down her spine. This little girl wanted to kill. She had never seen a child with such a sinister, resentful expression. Though the girl posed little threat, Gu Yaoyao still felt goosebumps rising all over her skin. Yaoyao Jia, I won't blame you. I just want you to wait for rescue with me. Don't worry, these people will be in soon, and we'll have more help. Ye Liuru's little face crumpled as she forced a smile. Listening to the relentless pounding on the door, those words were utterly unconvincing. Mom, help. This little psycho had truly lost her mind. There was nothing heavy in the room to block the door. In that instant, with a few metallic clangs of hacking, the once sturdy door was forced open from the outside. On the floor, Ye Liuru smiled with the eerie creepiness of a vengeful little ghost from a horror movie cover. The few young men and women who burst in quickly shut the door again, their faces pale as they warily surveyed the room. After all that defense, Gu Yaoyao never expected the door to betray her. Shaking off Ye Liuru, she stormed over to Qi Yao with a dark expression. Huh. A zombie sniffed the air and shuffled over, its expression confused as it neared the door. The smell of vinegar masked the scent inside. Unable to distinguish the scent of humans, it occasionally bumped against the door. Eventually, it wandered aimlessly down the hallway, dragging its mutilated body in search of food. A clean-cut young man who seemed to be the leader peered through the peephole and let out a huge sigh of relief. These zombies seemed to feel no pain, had strength greater than an ordinary person, and would never stop once they had a target. Why did you take so long to open the door? One of the girls demanded, tears pooling in her eyes as she clenched her teeth in accusation. I'm sorry, my sister wouldn't let me open it. Ye Liuru looked pitiful, like a child who had done wrong. Gu Yaoyao paused, then wore a sorrowful expression. I'm sorry, everyone. My sister, her mind. She's had paranoia since she was little and has violent tendencies. She kept stopping me from opening the door for you. I told her many times that in times like this we need to work together to survive. Gu Yaoyao's quick thinking caught even Ye Liuru off guard, leaving her staring wide-eyed in disbelief. The group of young men and women looked over, and upon seeing the lingering ferocity on the little girl's face and the baseball bat in her hand, they believed Gu Yaoyao's words. Violent tendencies. We should restrain her first, someone among the intruders suggested uneasily. Gu Yaoyao silently applauded the suggestion, but outwardly, she looked pained and sad. Ruru, these brothers and sisters mean well for you. You need to listen. Yaoyao, you liar. Ye Liuru screamed in fury, swinging her bat as she charged at her. Aunt. Gu Yaoyao let out a startled cry. Then, as expected, she watched Ye Liuru in her childlike state struggle against several adults before being tied up and thrown into a corner. Gu Yaoyao pretended not to see. Perverted. Had the art of the tea was what truly reigned supreme. Suddenly, the boy near the sofa let out a sharp gasp, stumbling backward as if had seen a ghost, his face twisted in terror as he stared at his companion. Was she bitten? Is this guy an idiot? In that instant, Gu Yaoyao wanted to throw him out to the zombies. She struggled to contain her rage, her voice dropping to a dangerously low whisper. If you want to live, keep your mouth shut. The boy's voice and movements ceased abruptly. The girl before him was short, her deliberately fierce voice carrying an innate coquettishness. The contrast between her angry expression and her exquisitely delicate features created an indescribable, endearing dissonance. The girl in the floral print dress stopped sobbing, stood up, and blocked the boy's view, her voice brimming with grievance and accusation. Su, why are you looking at her? Gu Yaoyao stared at the girl in disbelief, as if she were an imbecile. At a time like this, she was still worried about this. Su Ge's gaze slid past her, landing directly on Gu Yaoyao. He pointed to Qi Yao lying on the sofa, his voice noticeably subdued. She's been bitten. Gu Yaoyao's hand moved defensively, blocking Su Ge's view as she tightened her grip on the fruit knife, her tone growing harsher. What's it to you? Su Gu suddenly felt his ears burn. This girl was exquisitely beautiful, with skin so delicate it seemed it might break, a graceful figure, and those clear dark eyes. He unconsciously swallowed. The girl in the floral dress was furious. What kind of attitude is that? Ching ching. Su Gu shot her a warning glance, then kept his smile intact as he met Gu Yaoyao's eyes. We're students from T University. We had no choice but to break in. Su Gu paused, his gaze falling on Qi Yao. Seeing the dark veins clearly visible on her pale face, he spoke in a tone one might use to coax a child. She's been bitten. If we don't deal with her, she'll eat us all. The moment he finished speaking, Qi Yao's body on the sofa suddenly jolted upright. Her pale face had taken on a bluish tint, and her tightly shut eyes snapped open. Qi Yao's eyes were empty and lifeless, as if covered by a white film. Her limp hands unconsciously clawed at the sofa, and with a tearing sound, Gu Yaoyao watched as her blue-tipped fingers ripped a large gash in the couch. Oh! The sight terrified the girl named Ching Ching, who stumbled backward in panic, scrambling away while letting out a groan. The nearby zombies seemed to respond to the screams, letting out guttural roars one after another. The boy beside her quickly clamped his hand over her mouth. Gu Yaoyao wished desperately for a gun. Her face pale, she pointed the knife at Ching Ching, but spoke to Su Gu. Su Gu was the pillar of this group. Ching Ching shoved aside the boy, covering her mouth, her face twisted with vehemence as she pointed at Qi Yao. She's the one who should leave. Song Qing is right. She's been bitten, she shouldn't be in the room. She'll get us all killed. The others chimed in, as if they only needed Su Ge's nod to throw Qi Yao out to the zombies. Gu Yaoyao grew increasingly agitated, stepping firmly in front of Qi Yao without hesitation. Don't forget, you're the ones who barged in. If you're scared, you can leave right now. Bolstered by the group's support, Song Qing straightened up, her expression tinged with feigned grievance. How can you be so— Gu Yaoyao was about to explode. If not for the numerical disadvantage, she would have already pinned the woman to the ground and given her a thorough beating. Suddenly, a burning hot yet soft hand grasped her wrist. Her heart jolted. She looked down to see Qi Yao's brows furrowed in pain. Instinctively, Qi Yao rubbed her face against the back of Gu Yaoyao's hand, her voice laced with grievance and confusion. It hurt so much. Having lost consciousness, Qi Yao finally admitted she was in pain. The last thread of Gu Yaoyao's sanity snapped. It's all my fault. Qi Yao, I'm sorry. Gu Yaoyao felt her heart ache. Ignoring the crowd beside her, her entire being was focused solely on Qi Yao. Qi Yao's body temperature shifted from scorching hot to icy cold. Gu Yaoyao dared not relax. She wrapped a nearby blanket around Qi Yao, trying to stabilize her temperature. But the moment she tightened the blanket, Qi Yao's body began to burn again, turning a visible, terrifying red. It was clear her condition was worsening. Gu Yaoyao got up, pushed past Su Gu, who was blocking her way, and stumbled to get the disinfectant, carefully wiping every inch of Qi Yao's exposed skin. She distinctly remembered that in the original plot, although Qi Yao's awakening process was painful, it wasn't supposed to. Gu Yaoyao turned to look out the window. The sky was dark, and the lights from the basketball court downstairs spilled in. Using that faint light, she wiped Qi Yao's body with alcohol, her tears falling in large drops. That single cry of pain from Qi Yao had completely shattered Gu Yaoyao's confidence. Her resolve began to crumble, teetering on the edge of collapse. She wiped and sobbed, "Please don't die. I should have jumped off the rooftop from the start, or let a zombie bite my head off. None of this was supposed to happen. None of it." Before, when reading apocalyptic novels, she merely thought the protagonist's suffering was thrilling. But now, experiencing it firsthand and traveling together, she realized how incredibly difficult it was to survive. Zombies were not easy to deal with. Even with stiff movements after mutation, fighting them off while avoiding being scratched or bitten, especially in numbers, made every survival a stroke of immense luck. She admired Qi Yao's strength and unyielding spirit, and she had also felt sorrow for Qi Yao's pain and despair in the original story, when she had to sacrifice her loved ones for the greater good. The words in the book were pale and thin. The impact of this world was too overwhelming. Gu Yaoyao, who had been constantly forced to accept reality, finally reached her breaking point. If Qi Yao were to become a zombie, because of her, someone who should have died long ago, Gu Yaoyao dared not think further. It felt like a beloved fictional character she had admired for so long had died because of her own actions. The blow was immense. Gu Yaoyao couldn't accept this reality. She was the one who should have died. A heavy stone seemed to press upon her heart, crushing her until she could barely breathe. Gu Yaoyao was consumed by regret. She had finally met Qi Yao, yet her very existence had derailed the original storyline, subjecting Qi Yao to immense suffering. "I'm sorry. I never wanted things to turn out this way. I love you too much. I only wanted to protect you. Overwhelmed by emotion, she clutched Qi Yao's burning arm and pressed it against her cheek, sobbing quietly in anguish. You're like a daughter to me. How could you die? The people around her stood frozen in shock. What was all this nonsense? This girl looked no older than the infected one. She appeared barely of age, yet her words were utterly incomprehensible to them. Su Gu stepped forward, grabbing Gu Yaoyao's wrist to stop her frantic motions. His voice was soft and coaxing. Don't do this. You can't save her. It's better to let her go. Nonsense. Qi Yao will be fine. Gu Yaoyao glared at Su Gu, her eyes bloodshot. She wrenched her hand free as tears streamed down her face. If she dies, I'll slit my wrists and join her. She had caused the plot to deviate, indirectly weakening Qi Yao's protagonist aura. It was she who deserved to die. Drowning in sorrow, Gu Yaoyao failed to notice that Qi Yao's tightly shut eyes had fluttered open. The milky haze faded from her irises, restoring their original tea-brown hue. She tried to speak, but the searing pain throughout her body silenced her, and she slipped back into unconsciousness. From a corner, a childish voice piped up. Yayaji, why don't you just kill Qi Yaojia? Then everyone will be safe. She's right. Song Qing pointed excitedly at Qi Yao. This girl's been bitten. Keeping her alive is a danger to us. Ye Liuru smiled sweetly at Gu Yaoyao, looking like a little angel despite being bound. Qi Yaojia will turn into a monster that eats people. She has to die. Ye Liuru didn't want to die, didn't want the zombies to bite off her little head, and certainly didn't want to become one herself. Gu Yaoyao said nothing, merely gazing at her quietly. Suddenly she understood why Ye Liuru had repeatedly insisted that Qi Yao was bitten. She had been confirming it. A chilling realization struck Gu Yaoyao. She had overlooked a fatal detail. Ye Liuru was a character who didn't exist in the original novel, a variable, just like Su Gu and the others who had appeared out of nowhere. She had never imagined that the people Qi Yao saved could be so dangerous. Ye Liuru possessed a mind far more mature than her age. In a world without the apocalypse, she might have been a prodigy or a perfect criminal. Her voice was laced with temptation. Or Yayaji, you could go out and kill the monsters outside. Otherwise none of us will. Gu Yaoyao's earlier outburst had sparked an idea in Ye Liuru's mind. She didn't want to wait here to die. To get out, she couldn't rely on herself. She needed to use others' lives. The room fell silent, everyone stunned by Ye Liuru's words. Except Song Qing. She approached with a feigned gentleness, crouching down like a caring older sister. We support you. You actually believe the paranoid ramblings of my little sister. Gu Yaoyao gritted her teeth. Is your brain so clogged by your oversized chest that nothing gets through, eh? Song Qing leaped up in fury, her face twisted as she raised her hand to slap Gu Yaoyao. Gu Yaoyao caught her wrist and shoved her aside, the effort draining what little strength she had left. She leaned on the sofa, panting heavily, and locked eyes with Ye Liuru. The zombies keep gathering outside. If I go out, there'll be dead meat. Her own death was trivial. What mattered was Qi Yao. That little psychopath Ye Liuru couldn't be left alone with her. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps echoed from outside the door, accompanied by a thickening stench of rot. A faint moan escaped Qi Yao's lips as she frowned in her stupor. Ye Liuru remained unmoved, her eyes curving into a sweet smile. I believe Yayaji will find a way. Even I wouldn't be so confident. Gu Yaoyao's mind raced. Simple. I told you before, zombies rely on smell and sound. If we stay quiet and make no noise, we'll be safe. Ye Liuru watched her with an ambiguous smile, saying nothing. A chill ran down Gu Yaoyao's spine. Her gaze shifted past Ye Liuru to Zhu Si, silently begging him to wake up. With this frail body, she stood no chance against so many people. After a long hesitation, Su Gu stepped behind Ye Liuru, his allegiance clear. She can't stay here. She'll get us all killed. Hearing this, Song Qing smirked triumphantly. She gestured for the other two girls to pin Gu Yaoyao's shoulders, their eyes like those of a corpse, making Gu Yaoyao shudder. What the hell is wrong with this woman? Suppressing her rage, Gu Yaoyao whispered, Did I do something to offend you? Song Qing leaned close to Gu Yaoyao's ear, blew a puff of air, and hissed venomously. You shouldn't have seduced Su Gu. He's mine. Gu Yaoyao glanced at the passably handsome Su Gu and took a deep breath. Am I pretty? Song Qing's face twisted with fury. Gu Yaoyao had a slender waist and a voluptuous figure. Her long black hair was tied in a high ponytail, revealing a delicate pale neck. Her eyes held no fear, only an innocent childlike purity. Su Gu was mesmerized. Shameless. Song Qing's veins bulged with rage. Yet that face, doing nothing, not even smiling, made nearly every man present pause for a moment. Suddenly, all the men felt a flicker of resentment towards Song Qing, especially Su Gu. From the first moment he saw Gu Yaoyao, Su Gu had been consumed by possessiveness. He wanted nothing more than to rush over and slap Song Qing to stop her from saying anything that might hurt Gu Yaoyao. But he didn't. He simply stood aside, his face cold as he barked, Enough nonsense. Thump, thump. Heavy objects crashed against the door outside, accompanied by the zombies' intermittent roars as they rammed it. Remembering Ye Liuru's words, Song Qing's gaze turned calculating. If Gu Yaoyao went out, she would be torn apart and devoured by the zombies. Ye Liuru knew this perfectly well, yet she maintained her innocent facade. No one's getting out now, Su Gu said, scanning the room. Lin Wei, find some rope and tie them up. Gu Yaoyao shielded Qi Yao like a moth drawn to flame. Don't you dare touch her. Su Gu's gaze fell on her, filled with greed and infatuation. Gu Yaoyao, don't make a scene. His blatant stare made Gu Yaoyao deeply uncomfortable. She glanced back at Qi Yao, bit her lip, and lowered her head in submission. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'll endure for now. Once the protagonist wakes up, she'll crush you. Su Gu was pleased by her submission. He signaled the two girls to release her, a smile returning to his face. I won't hurt you. Don't be afraid. I know. Gu Yaoyao's face bore an obedient expression, but inwardly she was cursing. Seeing this, Su Gu nodded with satisfaction and reached out to ruffle her jet black hair, his demeanor as gentle as a neighborly older brother. Only I can protect you now. Song Qing's eyes blazed with fury at the sight. Su Gu, I'm your girlfriend. Su Gu instinctively glanced back at Gu Yaoyao. Noticing she hadn't paid attention to Song Qing, he quickly pulled Song Qing aside, lowering his voice. Song Qing, this isn't the time to discuss this. Song Qing was fuming and refused to listen. Do you like her? Su Gu felt a headache coming on. The reason he had gotten together with Song Qing was that she came from a wealthy family and was easy to control. But now money was useless, though it wasn't yet time to discard her. No. Given the current situation, I have to keep rallying people to have the strength to protect you. With that, he pulled her into an embrace, gently patting her back, his voice growing even softer. Be good. Don't distract. Song Qing's eyes reddened as she hugged him back and nodded, speaking in a coquettish tone. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have thrown a tantrum. A flicker of impatience crossed Su Gu's eyes, but he merely ruffled her hair affectionately. He then released Song Qing and gestured for the male students standing nearby to tie up Qi Yao. Gu Yaoyao lowered her gaze to conceal the murderous intent in her eyes. Outnumbered, she dared not act rashly. Her only hope now was for Zhu Si to wake up. Once he did, the two boys were far too rough. Qi Yao's fair arm was already marked with red scratches, causing Gu Yaoyao's heart to ache. She stepped forward and took Su Gu's hand, her face pleading. Su Gu, could you tell them to be gentler? Su Gu's ears grew hot. The hand holding his was soft and boneless. The person before him had skin as white as congealed fat, and her delicate voice carried a hint of supplication, greatly satisfying his vanity. He nodded and called out to Lin Wei, be gentle. Lin Wei said nothing, but his movements clearly softened. Gu Yaoyao released his hand and stepped back to stand beside Zhu Si. She discreetly reached behind her back and gently pinched his arm. His body temperature had returned to normal, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly her hand was gently grasped. A slightly calloused hand mimicked her earlier action, softly pinching her. Zhu Si was awake. A surge of joy filled Gu Yaoyao, and she immediately gripped his hand in return. Her daughter was saved. Fortunately, Zhu Si was in a dimly lit corner, shielded from the light. Only then did Gu Yaoyao dare to show her excitement. She turned around, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the newly awakened Zhu Si, speaking in a very low voice. Don't speak. Qi Yao is in their hands. We need to save her. Ye Liuru suddenly appeared. Yayaji, are you talking to brother? The childish voice sounded like a vengeful spirit in Gu Yaoyao's ears. She didn't turn around, but quickly masked the emotions in her eyes, forcing her tone to be as relaxed as possible. Xiaoruru, what are you talking about? Brother has a high fever and hasn't woken up. I'm just talking to myself. Ye Liuru burst into laughter, mercilessly exposing Gu Yaoyao. Yayaji, you're not good at lying. This little pervert really deserved a beating. Gu Yaoyao frowned in disgust. Though he didn't know what had happened, the child's words made Zhu Si frown in discomfort. He propped himself up and met Gu Yaoyao's gaze. Sensing her anxiety, he spoke to soothe her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Gu Yaoyao's unease instantly dissolved into nothing. No wonder he was her daughter's future general. Hearing the commotion, Su Gu immediately walked over, his tone hostile. What's going on? Zhu Si suppressed his physical discomfort and stood up, shielding Gu Yaoyao behind him. He swept his gaze across the room, taking in the situation. His eyes paused briefly on the bound Qi Yao, and he understood immediately. Was it them who tied up Qi Yao? Who the other party was didn't matter. Qi Yao and Gu Yaoyao had saved him. Zhu Si was no fool. The group before him clearly meant no good. Su Gu's gaze in particular lingered on Gu Yaoyao, most of the time, his intentions unmistakable. The current number of people was far from enough to form a team. Zhu Si's arrival was timely. Su Gu's eyes flickered, and he extended a friendly hand. My name is Su Gu. I'm Yaoyao's friend. Zhu Si glanced at Su Gu, his voice tinged with coldness. If you're a friend, why are you tying someone up? Su Gu didn't mind. He withdrew his hand and sighed, looking utterly helpless. She was bitten. I'm doing this, bitten. Zhu Si unconsciously rubbed his thumb against his index finger. Gu Yaoyao wasn't sure if Zhu Si had awakened his powers yet. The plot had deviated too much, as she didn't dare to gamble with Qi Yao's safety. She tugged at Zhu Si's sleeve and softly refuted Su Gu's words. Qi Yao won't become a zombie. Ye Liuru came closer, blinking her eyes. Her childish face was filled with terror and fear, and she looked at Gu Yaoyao with a hint of timidity. Brother Zhu Si, please talk some sense into Yayaji. If this continues, well, I'll die because of her. Gu Yaoyao. Was the little pervert putting on an act? Zhu Si's tone was flat and devoid of emotion. If I remember correctly, Qi Yao saved you. Ye Liuru lowered her gaze, her expression dark and sorrowful. Grandma said we must not harm others for our own selfish reasons. Suddenly Gu Yaoyao remembered that when they first met, Ye Liuru had said she was sick. She looked Ye Liuru over carefully. Aside from being a pervert, the child didn't seem unwell. Xiaoruru, didn't you say you were sick? Ye Liuru met Gu Yaoyao's gaze, her eyes clear and innocent. Yayaji, I don't know what you're talking about. Gu Yaoyao clicked her tongue. This little pervert was truly a good actress. From the moment Zhu Si spoke, Song Qing's eyes had been fixed on him. She seized the opportunity to sidle over, unable to hide her admiration. Her voice had lost its earlier aggressiveness and had become cloyingly sweet. Hello, I'm Songqing. What should I call you? Songqing's affected tone gave Gu Yaoyao goosebumps. Zhu Si's face remained impassive, still cold, and Gu Yaoyao didn't want to waste any more time. Her gaze followed Qi Yao until she saw the two boys holding her, their hands cruelly gripping her arms. Qi Yao's fair skin was bruised and purple. Unable to bear it any longer, she turned to Zhu Si for help. Zhu Si saved Qi Yao. She couldn't stand seeing Qi Yao treated so roughly for even a second longer. Save? Yayaji, that's not the right word. The previously inconspicuous Ye Liuru spoke again, her childish voice laced with mockery. We're the ones who saved you. How can you repay kindness with enmity? Stop acting, you little pervert. Gu Yaoyao didn't want to deal with Ye Liuru at all. A brat like this deserved a good beating. Hearing the words little pervert, Ye Liuru was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. Haha, that nickname really brings back memories. Zhu Si looked down at Gu Yaoyao, completely ignoring Ye Liuru's presence, his voice slightly hoarse. What do I need to do? As he spoke, his palm lifted slightly, as if condensing something. His movements brought joy to Gu Yaoyao's heart. Can you take us out of here? Songqing found Gu Yaoyao's naivety laughable, speaking with a contemptuous tone. Gu Yaoyao, don't harm yourself and others. You know very well what's going on outside. Zhu Si locked eyes with Gu Yaoyao, his gaze indifferent, devoid of any emotion, yet his pupils were dark and profound. Do you think I can? Gu Yaoyao nodded firmly, her naturally sweet voice tinged with excitement and anticipation. No one else can do it but you. As if responding to Gu Yaoyao's words, the zombies outside periodically slammed their bodies against the door. The stench of rot grew stronger, and the chaotic chewing sounds outside, mingled with various screams, were especially eerie in the night. Gu Yaoyao's gaze remained fixed on Qi Yao, whose expression grew increasingly pained, the bruises on her arms starkly visible. Gu Yaoyao's heart ached, and she wished she could rush over and punch those two people. Her eyes reddened slightly, her originally clear voice now choked with sobs. Let Qi Yao go, and we'll leave here. Ye Liuru held a fruit knife against Qi Yao's abdomen, a cruel and excited smile spreading across her face as she spoke coldly. You're not going anywhere. Su Gu stood aside, merely raising an eyebrow, without intervening, tacitly allowing Ye Liuru's actions. He gestured for Lin Wei and the other to release Qi Yao. The moment they let go, Qi Yao, lacking support, crashed heavily to the ground, her fair and smooth forehead instantly cut open and bleeding. Gu Yaoyao was furious, her eyes fixed on them as she ground her teeth. Do you want to die? Hearing this, Su Gu frowned, his expression displeased. Ye Liuru reversed the fruit knife, pressing it against Qi Yao's slender neck. The sharp blade quickly sliced through Qi Yao's delicate skin, blood dripping onto the blade. Who do you think is easier to kill? This little psychopath must die. Gu Yaoyao trembled with rage, feeling powerless for the first time. Zhu Si raised his hand to gently press down on Gu Yaoyao's shaking shoulder, interrupting Ye Liuru's words. Enough! Ye Liuru suddenly screamed, the knife that had been at Qi Yao's neck, now pointing at Gu Yaoyao, as if she wanted to bite Gu Yaoyao's flesh and devour her. Not enough. I hate seeing her fake self-sacrificing act. This kid is toxic. Gu Yaoyao was left speechless. During the standoff, the lights in the basketball court flickered and went out, leaving only the dim, flickering warm light inside the room. Songqing gasped and grabbed Su Ge's arm, but her gaze remained fixed on Zhu Si. At that moment, Zhu Si stepped forward to shield Gu Yaoyao. With a cold expression, he raised his hand, and a shadowy figure, as if brought to life, climbed up Ye Liuru's wrist. He asked Gu Yaoyao in a low voice, how do you want to deal with her? In the darkness, only Gu Yaoyao saw Zhu Si's movements. She struggled to suppress her excitement, reaching out to grab his arm, overjoyed. Save Qi Yao quickly. Zhu Si had awakened, they were saved. Ye Liuru's face twisted as she roared, don't you dare. Bang. Attracted by her voice, the zombies outside slammed violently against the door, their stiff hands scratching frantically, their wide, blood-stained mouths howling incessantly. Ye Liuru was so frightened her hand trembled. She turned to look at Gu Yaoyao, only to find Gu Yaoyao's attention was entirely on Qi Yao. A boundless hatred grew in her heart. She gripped the knife tightly, looking at Qi Yao, as if she were a dog she had abused. Aiming at Qi Yao's heart, Ye Liuru stabbed down fiercely. In that instant, her face flushed red, and the hand holding the knife froze in midair, as if paused. Gu Yaoyao stood calmly in place, raising her hand to gesture at Ye Liuru. Go on. Ye Liuru's face was full of terror, her voice breaking. What's happening? Why can't I move? At these words, Su Ge's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked towards Zhu Si, who was hidden in the darkness. Zhu Si let out a soft scoff. Standing under the light, his radiant phoenix eyes held no warmth as they looked at Ye Liuru. Want her dead? Gu Yaoyao suddenly remembered that in the original story, Zhu Si had awakened a rare dark element. In the later stages, his power was almost on par with Qi Yao's. However, he had his own ideas and was never one to enjoy managing a base, always remaining the second in command. Gu Yaoyao's eyes lit up, and she quickly pulled on Zhu Si to prevent him from losing control and crushing Ye Liuru's head. Saving Qi Yao is the priority. Zhu Si nodded. With a flick of his fingers, a massive shadow coalesced into a humanoid form, bent down to untie the ropes and lift Qi Yao, then turned and walked towards Gu Yaoyao and the others. Songqing screamed, stumbling backward. What kind of monster is that? Su Gu quickly covered her mouth, his expression almost twisted. Shut up. Ye Liuru snapped back to reality, gripping the knife tightly, her mind full of the image of Gu Yaoyao, insisting on taking Zhu Si away. She suddenly understood. You knew what was happening to him. Gu Yaoyao ignored her. Hearing this, a glint of cunning flashed in Su Ge's eyes. He pushed Song Qing away, suppressed his fear, and tried to block the shadow's path. No, she's been bitten. You can't take her. The shadow was not solid, like a dense, shapeless fog. It swiftly passed through Su Gu, standing beside Zhu Si like a most loyal general. Gu Yaoyao quickly checked on Qi Yao, seeing her snow-white skin covered in injuries. The wound on her neck made Gu Yaoyao wish she could bundle up Ye Liuru and throw her out to the zombies. If it weren't for Qi Yao risking herself to save her, she would have been devoured by the zombies long ago. This little psychopath not only turned on her, but also repaid kindness with enmity. She looked coldly at Ye Liuru, who hadn't yet recovered, her tone flat and devoid of emotion. Ye Liuru, this time I'll see if anyone is willing to risk their life to save you. Huff, huff. The sounds outside grew louder, and the door was already shaking, unable to hold much longer. Ye Liuru finally began to feel fear. She tried to run over, but the shadow under her feet kept extending, clinging to her ankles. She struggled to pull away, but to no avail, unable to move. Her childish voice turned sharp. Yaoyao Jia, don't leave me. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Seeing the door about to give way, Su Gu finally gave in. Yaoyao, you can't just abandon us. Gu Yaoyao lowered her eyes, unwilling to look at them any longer. Let's go. With that, a dark figure suddenly appeared before everyone. Zhu Si gestured for the shadow to pick up Gu Yaoyao, then walked. Seeing that they truly intended to leave them to die, Song Qing lunged at Zhu Si, wailing. How can you stand by and watch us die? Do you have any humanity? Zhu Si sidestepped to dodge, and Song Qing missed, crashing into the coffee table. The pain nearly made her faint. Under the flickering light, her bloodied head made her look like a vengeful spirit. Lin Wei, how much longer are you going to hide? With Su Ge's roar, a soft laugh echoed from the darkness. What can't handle them anymore? His voice was light, but to Su Gu it struck like a sledgehammer. You're still just watching the show. What do you mean? It sounded as if they had been targeted all along. Gu Yaoyao struggled to keep up. Under the flickering light, Lin Wei shrugged, his smile chilling. The proof is clear. You're nothing but a failure. And I have no use for a failure like you. This blunt truth turned the atmosphere in the room eerily tense. Su Ge's face soured instantly. He spun around, glaring viciously at Gu Yaoyao. His once handsome face twisted into a grotesque snarl, his eyes burning with cold fury. Clearly enraged by Lin Wei, he growled, you can't leave. Under these circumstances, who would dare stay? Who the hell are you people? Gu Yaoyao cowered in the darkness, wishing she could chop off the hand that had opened the door for them. In the original story, these people shouldn't be here. Had they triggered a new side quest by venturing into uncharted territory? I just want to travel together, Gu Yaoyao. Isn't our chance of survival greater if we stick together? Lin Wei pressed down on Su Ge's shoulder and stepped forward to persuade her himself. Gu Yaoyao ground her teeth. She'd have to be insane to join forces with those who wanted to kill Qi Yao. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't beat them, not a single person in this room would still be standing. Lin Wei fell silent for a moment, then said slowly, no room for negotiation. Instinct told Gu Yaoyao that Lin Wei was dangerous. She averted his gaze, looked around warily, and whispered, let's go. The moment she spoke, the fruit knife Ye Liuru had been clutching was yanked away by an invisible force. It flew before Gu Yaoyao, its tip aimed directly at her clear eyes. I don't want to be your enemy either. Don't make this hard for me. A thin strand of metal wire coiled around Lin Wei's fingertip. He stared at the expressionless Zhu Si, his tone unreadable. As it happens, I've awakened an ability too. The power to control metal. A metal-type ability. No, the second ability user Qi Yao encountered shouldn't have been Lin Wei, nor should it have happened here. The deviation in the plot unsettled Gu Yaoyao deeply. Metal-type abilities, while not rare, were notoriously troublesome. Clang. The fruit knife fell to the ground. The metal wire around Lin Wei's finger went haywire, piercing through his own finger before impaling the head of the man standing beside him. It happened so fast that the man didn't even have time to react before he collapsed. Gu Yaoyao was stunned. Was he sacrificing his own people just to make a point? Wait, no, Lin Wei hadn't done it on purpose. Gu Yaoyao suddenly remembered that the apocalypse had struck less than 24 hours ago. Lin Wei hadn't mastered his ability yet. Her fear of Lin Wei instantly halved. Lin Wei clicked, his tongue sucking on his bleeding finger, utterly indifferent to the man he had accidentally killed. Su Gu was terrified. He stumbled back, shrieking, Lin Wei, you said we wouldn't die? You misremembered. What a bastard. He couldn't even be bothered to make an excuse. Su Gu froze. The zombies' howls outside were right at the door, sending tremors through his body. You lied to me. Lin Wei sneered. So what if I did? No, I don't want to die here. Please take me with you. I'll do anything. Song Qing broke down. Faced with Lin Wei's intention to abandon them, she even forgot about Su Gu. Trembling, she crawled toward Lin Wei, hoping to appeal to his mercy. You think you're worthy? With that, he kicked Song Qing flying. She crashed heavily against the roof beam. Song Qing felt her organs shift. Her mouth filled with a metallic taste. She opened her mouth, but couldn't speak. Blood trickled from the corner of her lips before she passed out. Su Gu, watching nearby, glared with hatred, but clenched his fists, too afraid to move. Weren't they on the same side? This sudden turn left Gu Yaoyao bewildered. For some reason, she felt Lin Wei and Ye Liuru were eerily similar, both equally twisted. Meanwhile, Zhu Si pushed open the window. Down below, the zombies were multiplying, already forming a considerable horde. He glanced at his palm where wisps of black mist began to seep out. His voice low, he asked Gu Yaoyao, "Do you trust me?" The moment he spoke, the shadow that had been holding Gu Yaoyao vanished. Zhu Si caught her just before she hit the floor. "What do you think?" Gu Yaoyao shivered as she steadied herself against the wall. Zhu Si gently set Qi Yao down against the wall as well. Zhu Si coughed lightly into his fist. "Sorry, I still can't control my ability." Gu Yaoyao quickly replied, "I understand." In the dim light, Lin Wei stepped forward, his voice light. "Gu Yaoyao, have you made up your mind?" "Made up her mind about what?" Gu Yaoyao looked at him in confusion. Lin Wei raised an eyebrow, redirecting the metal wire at Gu Yaoyao. With confident implication, he said, "He can't beat me." "Bro, is this really the time to discuss this when zombies are about to break in?" Gu Yaoyao's composure was crumbling. She couldn't bring herself to stay as unflappable as Lin Wei in the face of death. As if reading her mind, Lin Wei snorted, then turned and raised his hand toward the door. His face paled. The metal wire aimed at Gu Yaoyao turned to ash, while the door shook violently as Lin Wei tried to rip the iron plating off its surface. Gu Yaoyao was about to lose it. She screamed, "Leave the innocent door alone." Just then the silent Su Gu spoke up. "Gu Yaoyao, I know you have a kind heart." Gu Yaoyao roared in fury, "I do not." What was this? Did being kind-hearted make her a target for exploitation? Enough was enough. But when she saw several hands reaching through the warped crack in the door, she swallowed her pride. On the verge of tears, she said, "We need to find a way out of here." Lin Wei nodded, his smile unwavering. "Fine, beat me first." This guy had some serious issues. Gu Yaoyao fell silent, realizing she shouldn't have expected to reason with a lunatic. Zhu Si stepped in front of Gu Yaoyao, staring at Lin Wei with a blank expression, a flicker of disgust in his eyes. Dozens of metal strands shot toward him. Zhu Si furrowed his brow, then waved his hand. A black barrier materialized out of thin air, slicing the metal wires in half. Was this really starting now? After making sure Qi Yao was out of harm's way, Gu Yaoyao, well aware of her own weakness, curled up in a corner wishing she could disappear into a crack in the floor. Both had just awakened their abilities and had no control over them, especially Lin Wei. The destructive power of the metal element was immense. Soon those around him were nearly all lacerated by the uncontrolled metal threads, filling the room with agonized cries. Outside the door echoed the roars of zombies, inside the screams of companions. Gu Yaoyao was overwhelmed with a headache. She took a deep breath, then closed her eyes and shouted, "Lin Wei, the zombies will only gather more. Even if you don't care about their lives, what about your own?" The chaotic metal threads abruptly halted. Lin Wei stood still, his hand still poised in an attacking gesture. Gu Yaoyao's voice softened as she patiently continued to persuade him, "Abilities aren't omnipotent, and you haven't even mastered them yet. More importantly, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you, you bastard." Lin Wei frowned, annoyed. So they said they just met. What deep grudge could there be? Gu Yaoyao was too exhausted to speak. In less than 24 hours of the apocalypse, Qi Yao had picked up a little freak, and she had let in an adult lunatic. Was there no one normal left in this world? Suddenly a weak voice spoke up, "Why don't you give it a try?" Qi Yao had awaked. Under the flickering light, her pale complexion made her appear even more aloof and proud. Qi Yao raised a hand to press against her cut wound, her gaze cold as she faced Lin Wei. Controlling metal? What if you were up against two ability users? As soon as Qi Yao finished speaking, Gu Yaoyao rushed over. Carefully avoiding Qi Yao's injured arm, she hugged her tightly and burst into tears as if she had found a lifeline, trembling with lingering fear. "Woo, I thought you were going to die." Warm tears fell onto Qi Yao's neck, and she flinched as if scalded. After a moment's hesitation, Qi Yao closed her eyes, hiding the turbulent emotions within, and reached out to hold Gu Yaoyao tightly, as if grasping the most precious thing, unwilling to let go. She had heard everything. How could there be someone so foolish and naive, willing to risk her life for her? Qi Yao deliberately softened her usually cold voice, giving it a bewitching charm. "I'm fine. Don't cry." Gu Yaoyao wept uncontrollably, the weight finally lifting from her heart. Qi Yao was not dead. She had not caused Qi Yao's death. Lin Wei slowly raised his head, his face dark enough to drip water, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes as he stared at the composed Qi Yao. "Two ability users?" he asked coldly. He paused, his smile unsettling Gu Yaoyao. "What? Did you awaken an ability too?" Ye Liuru's face was full of shock. She bit her finger hard, the taste of blood quickly spreading in her mouth. She truly regretted it. Qi Yao shielded Gu Yaoyao behind her. Black lines still writhed on her pale face, and her tea-brown eyes held a hint of grayish white. Lin Wei sneered upon seeing the marks on her face. "The black lines on your face haven't faded yet. How long do you think?" Qi Yao was remarkably calm. "Long enough to defeat you." Hearing this, Lin Wei laughed, as if it were the greatest joke, his whole body shaking with mirth. Then Lin Wei raised his hand and peeled the iron sheets from the door, shaping them into metal threads aimed at the three by the window. "Just behave and I won't hurt you." As if anyone would believe that. Suddenly a bone-chilling cold surged toward Lin Wei. Just as he tried to control the metal, the pervasive cold nearly froze the blood and flesh in his body. Before he could recover from the freeze, Zhu Si manipulated a mass of dark mist to surround him, clogging his mouth and nose and restraining his hands. No wonder they were the perfect future partners. Gu Yaoyao felt a vicarious sense of pride, as if witnessing Qi Yao's moment of glory. Bang! The heavy door collapsed, and the zombie roars were no longer blocked. Zombies surged in instantly. Gritting her teeth, Qi Yao forcibly activated her ability to erect a thick wall of ice, but the ensuing violent tearing sensation in her head made her vision go dark, and she nearly collapsed again. Gu Yaoyao broke out in a cold sweat. Ready, she grabbed Qi Yao's hand. Don't push yourself anymore. If you keep using your ability recklessly, you'll die. I know my limits. Qi Yao smiled weakly, allowing Gu Yaoyao to hold her hand. Ye Liuru was stunned by the sudden turn of events. She had only thought it was amusing and hadn't caused any real harm. She crawled frantically, her young face twisted with terror, her voice hoarse. Sister Qi, save me. Gu Yaoyao looked down at the weeping Ye Liuru, her heart utterly unmoved. Little freak, now you know to call for your sister. Qi Yao panted heavily, raising a hand to firmly shield Gu Yaoyao behind her. Ye Liuru, you're on your own. Ye Liuru's heart sank. Sister Qi, didn't you say you would protect me? You don't deserve it. Just then Lin Wei moved. The metal in the room began to float midair, layer by layer, encircling the group. Lin Wei's expression was manic, as if he had fallen into a berserk state. You all must die. Lin Wei, have you lost your mind? Su Gu was frantic, knowing full well that the madman Lin Wei was capable of anything. At a time like this, what are you doing? The zombies were only temporarily held back by the ice wall, but their unceasing roars terrified the remaining few, who collapsed to the ground in fright. Gu Yaoyao's gaze suddenly fell on the boy who had been killed by Lin Wei's metal thread, piercing his brain. She felt she had forgotten something important. Lin Wei activated his ability, but he hadn't mastered the technique. Dozens of metal tubes flew wildly in the confined space, some piercing through the ice wall, to pin the gnashing, flesh-tearing zombies firmly to the corridor. Through the holes in the ice wall, Ye Liuru saw zombies chewing on human flesh. Her face drained of all color, her body trembled, and she cried until her voice cracked. I don't want to die. Sister Qi, save me. Fearing Qi Yao wouldn't believe her, she quickly added, it was Sister Yaoyao who wanted to harm you, not me. Qi Yao completely ignored her, focusing all her energy on maintaining the ice wall to hold back the zombies. Do you still think Qi Yao will believe you at this point? Ye Liuru, don't think you're so clever that everyone else is a fool. No one is coming to save you this time. Gu Yaoyao's face turned completely cold, not even sparing Ye Liuru a kind look. You want to kill me too? You're just like the others who want to kill me. Gu Yaoyao, have you finally stopped pretending to be kind? What a wretched child. Should I just strangle her? Gu Yaoyao was fuming. Faced with Ye Liuru's tearful accusations, her breathing grew heavier. From start to finish, wasn't it Ye Liuru who wanted to kill her? Gu Yaoyao couldn't comprehend the mind of a psychopath. Haha. The characteristic gurgling sound of zombies suddenly arose. Gu Yaoyao suddenly remembered what important information she had forgotten. In the apocalypse, everyone was infected. Once you died, you became a zombie. Blood spurted out, splashing coldly across Gu Yaoyao's face. From such close proximity, she saw Su Ge's neck half torn and bitten off, as if someone were savagely devouring a duck neck. Su Ge's scream twisted into a different pitch, piercing and wretched, exploding in her ears. The blood was thick, staining the zombie's face with a glaring hue, making it look as ferocious as a ghost in the dim light. Gu Yaoyao could clearly hear the sound of teeth chewing on human flesh. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. The girl near Su Gu dumbly raised her hand to wipe her face, staring blankly at the warm blood on her palm, her lips trembling as she was too terrified to speak. She collapsed onto the floor and fainted. The zombie that had been tearing at Su Gu heard the noise, immediately looked up and locked eyes with another girl. The girl stared at the zombie, its mouth still chewing on flesh, her eyes wide as she stumbled backward. Ah! Gu Yaoyao knew they couldn't handle such a bloody and shocking scene, but she hadn't expected such a high-pitched scream. Zhu Si reacted extremely quickly. The moment he saw the zombie, he immediately activated his ability. But since he had just awakened and hadn't mastered the technique, the shadow flickered in and out of existence, unable to even form a solid entity, let alone attack the zombie. The smell of blood and the screams excited the zombies trapped outside the ice wall, making their attacks more violent. Gu Yaoyao quickly lunged over and covered the girl's mouth. Gu Yaoyao rolled with the girl to dodge the zombie, grabbed a nearby broom, and swung it with all her might. Despite her full strength, it only left a scratch on the zombie's forehead. Damn! Gu Yaoyao held back the urge to curse. Qi Yao, controlling the ice wall and unable to free her hands, immediately shouted, Zhu Si. Just as Zhu Si was about to assist, irregular metal shards surrounded him from all sides. Lin Wei's eyes turned vicious. Take one more step and he'll pierce you with 1,000 arrows. Piercing your grandma's woolen pants. Gu Yaoyao dodged, awkwardly gripping the wooden stick with both hands to jam the zombie's wide-open mouth, using every ounce of strength to pin it against the wall. Bang! In the chaos, a heavy object fell in the kitchen and the metal shards vanished. Lin Wei was startled. Before he could remanipulate the metal, the man before him raised his right hand. With a downward spread of his palm, an icy chill enveloped Lin Wei's lower body, freezing him in place. Master Zhu, I can't hold on. Gu Yaoyao's eyes filled with despair, her hands weakening, losing all strength. The suppressed zombie roared in fury, turned and lunged at Gu Yaoyao's neck with its stinking mouth wide open. Gu Yaoyao's pupils instantly shrank to pinpricks. Was she destined to be devoured by zombies? Zhu Si's face flushed crimson as he clenched his left hand into a fist, crushing the zombie's head with a mere gesture. Gu Yaoyao was once again drenched in blood, watching the zombie's head burst like a smashed watermelon with a dull thud. Without bothering to wipe her face, Gu Yaoyao suddenly remembered Su Gu, who had been bitten. She rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a cleaver, and swung it down at Su Ge's neck. Su Ge's head rolled to the side. Gu Yaoyao gasped for breath, the ringing in her ears, and the thunderous pounding of her heart reminding her that she was still alive. I don't want to die. I want to go home. Something had triggered the girl, and she completely broke down, screaming and crying to go home. The thick smell of blood and the piercing screams constantly agitated the zombies trapped outside the ice wall. This idiot was a death knell. Gu Yaoyao's eyes turned ruthless. She reversed the cleaver and struck the girl's nape with its spine. The girl's head lolled to the side as she leaned against the wall and fainted. The sticky feel of blood made Gu Yaoyao uncomfortable. She was about to discard the cleaver, but the zombies' howls outside the door interrupted the thought. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. Qi Yao felt the ice wall thinning, and the splitting headache from overusing her ability was driving her mad. Recovering, Gu Yaoyao instinctively looked at Qi Yao. Under the flickering light, she saw Qi Yao's hands trembling, sweat glistening on her forehead, and her tea-brown eyes turning back to a pale gray. Qi Yao had overused her ability. If she fainted again, would she start turning into a zombie? Gu Yaoyao panicked. Ignoring the soreness in her thighs, she gritted her teeth and hurried to Qi Yao. In the flickering light, the black veins on Qi Yao's face were terrifyingly visible. Anxiously, she grasped Qi Yao's hand, but flinched at its icy coldness. Seeing this, Gu Yaoyao tried to pull. Qi Yao, stop. If you keep using your ability, you'll die. But Gu Yaoyao's strength was useless. Qi Yao gritted her teeth, pressing her hand firmly against the ice wall, and snapped, Gu Yaoyao, don't move. The zombies were gathering. If she let go, everyone inside would die. Realizing this, Gu Yaoyao quickly withdrew her hand, desperately trying to stay calm and find another way out. Suddenly, she looked at Zhu Si, who had adapted to using his ability, and her eyes lit up. She tiptoed to the window to check the situation downstairs. There were only a few staggering zombies upstairs, but they seemed to be heading their way. Gu Yaoyao estimated the distance and nervously licked her lips, asking Zhu Si, can you gather shadows to catch people downstairs? The only door was impossible to breach. They couldn't outlast the zombies, and the only way out was the window. If Zhu Si couldn't catch them, their desperate escape would turn into a collective suicide. Zhu Si glanced at the fading shadow and gritted his teeth to reactivate his ability. I'm not sure. The dark element was an extremely rare ability, much harder to control than ordinary ones. Despite his complete lack of understanding, Zhu Si's operation and reactions surprised Gu Yaoyao. She turned her attention back to Lin Wei. Lin Wei, didn't you want to come along? Lin Wei shrugged, grinning annoyingly. Sorry, I've changed my mind. She hadn't expected to convince Lin Wei to cooperate. Gu Yaoyao studied Lin Wei, stroking her chin, then turned to Zhu Si. Do you think he'd die if he fell from the 4th floor? No, just paralyzed. Hearing Zhu Si's answer, Gu Yaoyao smiled meaningfully. I see. Lin Wei felt uneasy under her gaze, tensing all his muscles. What are you planning? This sturdy frame would be wasted if not used for testing. Preferably he'd die from the fall. Gu Yaoyao, how dare you? Gu Yaoyao thought his stance was too weak. Aren't you not afraid of death? Lin Wei's face twisted in rage. That doesn't mean he'll let you have it easy. If he goes first, we'll be in more danger. Zhu Si frowned, not daring to relax, controlling his ability to keep Lin Wei bound. Gu Yaoyao never gambled with Qi Yao's life. She turned and went into the kitchen to find a rope. Under Lin Wei's fierce glare, she tugged at the rope. Tie him up and throw him down. Lin Wei stared at the girl with an obedient smile, yet her words were terrifying. He lowered his head and fell silent for a moment. When he raised it again, his eyes were dark and resolute as he looked at Gu Yaoyao. I can cooperate with you, but after it's done, you have to come with me. Gu Yaoyao raised her hand to wipe her face, then smeared the blood on Lin Wei's clothes. She turned to look at Zhu Si. Throw him out to feed the zombies. Do you have a better choice? Lin Wei was not panicked at all, a hint of smugness in his tone. Qi Yao can't hold on much. As soon as the words left his mouth, his face was struck by a cold, hard object that nearly broke his nose and blood gushed out. Lin Wei's face was full of murderous intent as he glared fiercely at Qi Yao. You're asking for death. This is bad. Gu Yaoyao quickly grabbed a handful of tissues and forcefully stuffed them into Lin Wei's nose. The blood of an ability user attracts zombies 10 times more than that of an ordinary person. Seeing this, Zhu Si's eyes flickered with suspicion. Lin Wei shook his head to break free, his nose feeling as if it had been punched again. He trembled with rage and gritted his teeth at Gu Yaoyao. Touch me again, and I'll blow your head off. Gu Yaoyao directly wiped the blood on her hands onto Lin Wei's clothes. Huh. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies began to riot, their attacks becoming more intense. The ice wall suddenly trembled violently, accompanied by a cracking sound, dozens of fine cracks appearing on its surface. Qi Yao had reached her limit. Gu Yaoyao coldly asked Lin Wei, does your words still count? Lin Wei curled his lips, looking at Gu Yaoyao, who didn't hide her disgust, and laughed arrogantly. Of course. What if you go back on your word? Lin Wei grinned carelessly, saying, then you'll have to chalk it up to bad luck. He was certain Gu Yaoyao had no way to deal with it. Gu Yaoyao licked her lips. She had no time to think of a universal countermeasure. Qi Yao's wavering figure made her silently resolve herself. She would have to take a leap of faith. Gritting her teeth, she pulled a syringe from her pocket, and under Lin Wei's horrified gaze jabbed it into his arm, forcefully injecting the liquid inside. The discomfort from the sudden injection made Lin Wei uneasy. He wished he could tear Gu Yaoyao limb from limb and roared, what did you inject me with? A drug to make you impotent. Gu Yaoyao said while rubbing the needle mark on Lin Wei's arm to speed up absorption. Lin Wei. Zhu Si looked at Gu Yaoyao with a strange expression. Gu Yaoyao clapped her hands, her tone a bit light. Zhu Si, you can withdraw your ability. As soon as Zhu Si withdrew his power, Gu Yaoyao felt a chill at her neck. The knife she had dropped was pressed against her skin, sticky liquid flowing along the blade onto her neck. Behind her ear came Lin Wei's gnashing voice. What did you just inject me with? Gu Yaoyao lied without blinking. Poison. Don't you feel numbness and weakness in your arm? Hearing this, Lin Wei immediately felt his arm go numb. He pinched the injection site hard, but felt no pain. Gu Yaoyao continued to scare him, her tone firm and unwavering. If I die, you won't live either. Lin Wei was half convinced, but dared not act rashly. He looked as if he wanted to mince Gu Yaoyao. Gu Yaoyao, just you wait. He'll settle the score with you slowly. Settle your grandmother's leg. Gu Yaoyao turned to look at Lin Wei, whose nose was swollen, looking both pathetic and somehow pitiful. We can talk about it after we get out. As soon as she finished, Lin Wei let out a derisive snort, gave Gu Yaoyao a meaningful glance, and casually flicked the knife away from her neck. He took a deep breath, slowly raised his hands, and the metal objects around them floated into the air. But the next second, with a clatter, they all fell to the ground. Unfazed, he calmed his mind and reactivated his ability, slowly controlling the metal to aim at the zombies breaking through the door. With a wave of his hand, the metal objects inside shot out, piercing the heads of the leading zombies and pinning them to the floor. Somehow, Ye Liuru, cowering in the corner, felt that the metal shards were deliberately flying towards her, as if seeking the precise spot to finish her off. Ye Liuru had completely lost her earlier confidence. Her childish voice was full of fear as she begged, Brother Lin Wei, can you keep the metal shards away from me? I'm scared. Lin Wei curled his lips, his tone as casual as if he were discarding trash. No can do. That way I can't kill you all. As soon as he finished, everyone in the room except Gu Yaoyao and the other two had their throats slit by the metal shards, dying without even a chance to struggle. The girl near Gu Yaoyao had her neck severed directly. Blood spurted out, and her head fell to the ground with a thud, rolling to Gu Yaoyao's feet. Lin Wei withdrew his power with satisfaction, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Now it's quiet. Gu Yaoyao stepped back expressionlessly, her face serious as she re-evaluated Lin Wei. She had thought this guy was just not very bright, but she never expected him to be a murderous madman. Someone like that was more terrifying than zombies, but would survive much better. He would endanger Qi Yao's safety. Thinking this, Gu Yaoyao clenched her fists, hoping that the injection was poison. Not outside the window, the sky was growing pale. The apocalypse had broken out for 24 hours. Qi Yao coldly and quickly delegated tasks. Zhu Si, go down first to receive the others. They'll continue controlling the ice wall. Lin Wei, clear the zombies. Lin Wei waved his hands, sharp metal shards gathering on the ceiling. As he pressed his hands down, they flew down in unison, heading straight for the zombies. To Gu Yaoyao surprised, Lin Wei and Qi Yao coordinated exceptionally well. The zombie attacks slowed down considerably. Zhu Si leaned out the window, looked around, then gritted his teeth and pressed his palm downwards, slowly gathering the shadows below into one form. A massive shadow congealed into shape, opening its huge arms, waiting for him to jump. Gu Yaoyao glanced at Zhu Si, her tone worried. Be careful. Zhu Si easily swung his long legs over the window, still half his body already out. Hearing her words, he nodded calmly at her. Okay, thanks for the reminder. After speaking, Zhu Si let go without hesitation and jumped down. She quickly rushed to the window, staring downstairs, afraid of any unexpected trouble. Only when Zhu Si stood safely downstairs did Gu Yaoyao breathe a sigh of relief, urging, Qi Yao, you go down first. Lin Wei immediately became displeased. He withdrew his ability and said in a hostile tone, she leaves last, or our deal is off. As his movements stopped, the zombies surged forward again, continuously ramming the ice wall, the cracks growing larger. Gu Yaoyao blurted out, impossible. Qi Yao pressed her left hand against the ice wall, her right hand clenched into a fist. Ice suddenly formed on the ceiling, raining down on the zombies behind the ice wall. She seized the moment to turn and look at Gu Yaoyao, her expression slightly anxious. You go down first. After speaking, her body swayed, but quickly steadied itself. In the original story, Qi Yao's greatest strength was her endurance. Her ability to withstand pain was nearly numbing. Gu Yaoyao's heart ached, but she was helpless. Emotions churned in Qi Yao's eyes, veins bulging on her hands. Gu Yaoyao, don't waste time. Gu Yaoyao's face was stern, her tone serious and stubborn. If anything happens to you, I won't live either. If Qi Yao died, her own life would be meaningless. Hearing this, Lin Wei looked at Gu Yaoyao with fervent eyes. After saying this, Gu Yaoyao agilely climbed onto the windowsill, leaned out to signal Zhu Si downstairs, then closed her eyes and fell backward. Within seconds, her body was caught steadily by an invisible hand. She immediately opened her eyes, pointed upstairs, and lowered her voice. Can you set a net? I want to catch a turtle. Zhu Si raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. I can't. Gu Yaoyao caught a glimpse of 2 or 3 zombies on the road, tattered and torn, one with a twisted head and a limp, its belly already ripped open, intestines swaying with its movements, its face nearly clawed off, hanging in strips. Damn it. If she were to become like that in the future, she would rather be stabbed to death by Lin Wei. Gu Yaoyao's stamina was long exhausted. Taking on a zombie would be like offering herself as a meal. Gu Yaoyao shuddered and edged closer to Zhu Si, saying, brave warrior. Do you think we can take them down, eh? Zhu Si was not much better off, overusing his dark-type ability had left his mind throbbing with pain as if he had just fought an extremely mentally draining battle. More importantly, he was ravenously hungry as if he hadn't eaten in a week. Gu Yaoyao quickly scanned around, but found no decent weapon or anything that could serve as defense. Was there really no way out? Zhu Si frowned deeply. He noticed that since awakening his ability, his senses had become superhuman, and he could clearly see the chunks of meat hanging from the zombies' mouths. Gu Yaoyao kept shrinking back, completely unaware that she was practically clinging to Zhu Si. Zhu Si sighed, helplessly shifted his gaze to scan the distance, and finally spotted something useful. On the road, an iron rod was stuck in an abandoned vehicle 100 meters away. Let's go. Go where? Before Gu Yaoyao could react, Zhu Si grabbed her and started jogging. He approached the vehicle, swiftly pulled out the iron rod, glanced at his own hand in surprise, then quickly composed himself. Though it was only a short distance, Gu Yaoyao felt she could barely breathe. The original host's physique was unimaginably weak. Teacher Chaoshi was wrong. She had thought a constitution as delicate as Lin Dai's was impossible, at least not in her own experience of being as strong as an ox since childhood. Gu Yaoyao never imagined she would one day be this pathetically weak. Take this. Zhu Si shoved the iron rod into her hand, his eyes fixed on the zombies, slowly closing in. Before the zombies could attack, Zhu Si sidestepped to the right, clenched his fist, and smashed it into a zombie's head. The zombie staggered back, its furious roar cut short after just one syllable. Zhu Si rushed forward, swept the zombie off its feet with a leg whip, then hammered his fist into its face blow after blow, using the most primal method to take down one zombie. Holy crap. Zhu Si is amazing. Gu Yaoyao gripped the iron rod tightly, marveling at Zhu Si's skill, while gritting her teeth, lifting the rod with all her might, and smashing it heavily onto a zombie charging at her. With one strike, blood spurted from the zombie's head, but its body only swayed slightly before it lunged again. With startled, Gu Yaoyao raised the rod and swung again. The zombie, driven by greed, charged right into it, the rod piercing its chest. Though hindered, it still clawed its way closer inch by inch. For a moment, Gu Yaoyao didn't know whether to hold on to the rod or let go. The stench of blood and the zombie's hideous face assaulted her senses. The zombie stretched out its hand, trying to grab Gu Yaoyao. Its face, with skin peeled back, opened and closed its mouth with a hissing sound. As it moved, Gu Yaoyao could clearly see its blood-stained teeth mixed with flesh inching closer to her face. Fighting back nausea, Gu Yaoyao bent her knee and kicked it hard in the groin. The zombie felt no pain. The move only stunned it briefly before it lunged again with renewed ferocity, desperate to tear her apart. She couldn't die. Chi Yao still needed her. Gu Yaoyao's will to survive surged. She realized she couldn't do it alone. Sometimes she needed to rely on others like Zhu Si. Without hesitation, she turned her head and shouted, "Help." Zhu Si had just punched a zombie in the nose, his hand looking as if it had been soaked in blood. Zhu Si rolled to avoid a zombie lunging at him, then casually threw a blood-stained basketball with seemingly little effort. The impact of the basketball tilted the zombie's body, loosening its death grip on the iron rod. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yaoyao head-butted it with all her might. Ignoring the pain, she pulled out the rod and quickly stepped back, then thrust it into the zombie's mouth. At the same time, Zhu Si finished off the zombie that had been clinging to him. Without pausing to catch his breath, he turned, stomped on the zombie's head, ground it into the ground, and gripping the rod with both hands, pushed it down until it pierced through the skull. Surviving the ordeal, Gu Yaoyao's body trembled. She tried to suppress the weakness from the original host's body. She gave an awkward smile, trying to steady her breath as she explained, "I'm not scared, just exhausted." Zhu Si nodded knowingly, averted his gaze, and quickly wiped the blood off his face without saying a word. Gu Yaoyao felt that Lord Zhu's attitude was perfunctory, his face full of disbelief. The next second, Zhu Si's eyes sharpened. He looked up at the fourth floor and said, "He's coming down." Gu Yaoyao followed his gaze and saw Lin Wei sitting by the window, half his body leaning out, ready to jump at any moment. Gu Yaoyao felt like cursing. She didn't care if Lin Wei fell to his death, but he was blocking the window, and due to the distance, she couldn't tell what was happening to Chi Yao. The ice wall is melting fast. Zhu Si's expression remained unchanged. He subtly moved his hand, and a faint shadow appeared on the building wall. Just then, a metal shard flew down from the fourth floor, grazing Gu Yaoyao's neck. Zhu Si's face turned ashen. Gu Yaoyao raised her hand to signal Zhu Si to continue controlling the shadow. Lin Wei was vicious and suspicious. Why would he cooperate so easily? Gu Yaoyao had anticipated this. Even if she had to be a hostage to distract Lin Wei, she would play her part, well, buying time for Zhu Si to rescue Chi Yao. Zhu Si's lips pressed into a thin line as he stared at Gu Yaoyao. "You might die." Suffering from a terminal illness, death was inevitable either way. Oh, better to trade her life for Chi Yao's safety. Gu Yaoyao nodded firmly. Chi Yao is more important. As she spoke, the pale light of dawn grew brighter on the horizon, and the once dim basketball court gradually lit up. Inside the room, Chi Yao was trembling all over, while Lin Wei still dawdled, refusing to jump. She gritted her teeth, inching toward the window, and said coldly, "Jump now, or we all die." Lin Wei let out a snicker, his murderous intent barely concealed. "Only you will die." As he spoke, he flicked his fingers, and the metal shard embedded in the wall seemed to be pulled out by an invisible force. The force, carrying a gust of wind, was neutralized midair, and the shards clattered to the ground. Sensing his intent, Chi Yao's face turned cold. A metallic taste spread in her mouth as she bit her tongue to stay conscious. Lin Wei saw Qi Yao calmly closing her eyes in the face of death and was about to sneer at her weakness and surrender, but then he was startled by the bulging veins on her forehead, nearly falling off. Black lines on Qi Yao's face writhed as if alive. The temperature in the room dropped silently. When Lin Wei sensed something was wrong, Qi Yao opened her gray-white eyes, blood continuously seeping from the corners of her mouth, and the ice wall shattered instantly. Qi Yao dodged the zombie lunging at her, grabbed Lin Wei by the neck, and a misty white cold air rose and spread from her hand. Lin Wei felt the blood in his veins slow down. Qi Yao's eyes were filled with nothing but icy indifference as she dragged the frozen Lin Wei toward the window, and the two fell rapidly. Zhu Si panicked for a moment, but quickly focused his energy, pulling back the shadows stuck to the building wall. The surrounding shadows rose slowly, cushioning their fall to a safe speed. Suddenly, Zhu Si felt a metallic taste rise in his throat. He clutched his chest and uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. Puffed. The shadows that had been supporting Qi Yao and Lin Wei vanished. Qi Yao and Lin Wei crashed heavily to the ground. Qi Yao! Gu Yaoyao shouted loudly, jumping up and limping over, kneeling on one knee, but forgetting to control her strength, causing her knee to crash painfully against the floor. But she couldn't care less, quickly leaning down to help Qi Yao up, only regaining her composure upon hearing Qi Yao's breathing. Zhu Si had completely overdrawn his abilities, forcibly condensing the shadow, which resulted in severe backlash. Gu Yaoyao did not notice Zhu Si's change. After confirming that Qi Yao was still alive, she immediately bound Lin Wei to prevent him from causing trouble again. After dealing with him, she struggled to help the unconscious Qi Yao. Looking up, she saw Zhu Si's pale face, blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth, and asked anxiously, "Zhu Si, are you okay?" Zhu Si was unwilling to say much, replying, "I'm fine." "Then we should hurry and leave, otherwise it will be troublesome when the zombies come down." All three abilities users were spitting blood, and this immense temptation would soon attract the zombies. Zhu Si felt as if his whole body was about to be torn apart. He strained to hear Gu Yaoyao's words, slowly nodding and reaching out to take the unconscious Qi Yao. Noticing Gu Yaoyao's turning action, he weakly said, "Lin Wei, just try to kill her. Anyone who dares to kill Qi Yao must die." Gu Yaoyao stopped in her tracks, glaring fiercely at the still frozen Lin Wei, and said, "You broke the agreement, so pray for your own blessings." She had completely exhausted her strength, and the injury on her leg was tearing apart, causing her to shudder with every step. The zombies had already reached the ground floor. Killing Lin Wei would not only waste time, but also soil her hands. It was better to leave him for the zombies, buying them more time to escape. Zhu Si's face was extremely pale, and Gu Yaoyao noticed that with every step, he took his brow tightened. Before she could speak, Zhu Si said, "I'm fine, let's get in the car and leave this place." The backlash far exceeded Zhu Si's imagination. With every step he took, the tearing sensation within him intensified. He bit down hard on his lip, forcing himself to suppress the surging pain, and only when he sat in the passenger seat did he take a heavy breath. Gu Yaoyao quickly started the car. She glanced at Lin Wei, who was being torn apart by the zombies on the ground, lowering her eyelids to conceal her emotions. Zhu Si wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, then closed his eyes. His voice still trembled slightly. "People like him get what they deserve. You don't need to feel guilty." Gu Yaoyao nodded. She certainly understood that they were only lucky to have Lin Wei hold the zombies back, allowing them to get it. "Don't speak, you just rest well." Zhu Si nodded slowly, and then closed his eyes. Seeing this, Gu Yaoyao shifted her gaze forward and pressed the accelerator to the floor, the car instantly speeding away. Only after a certain distance did she let out a sigh of relief. It had only been one day since the apocalypse began, yet it was already so tense and thrilling. Thankfully, her endurance was strong, otherwise someone weaker might have gone crazy. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, a gurgling sound interrupted her thoughts. Gu Yaoyao turned to look at Zhu Si, whose ears were slightly red, and suddenly remembered that they hadn't eaten anything for almost a day. "We should find something to eat first. You and Qi Yao have exhausted too much energy and need high-calorie food." Only then did Gu Yaoyao relax completely. She scanned the surroundings while looking for stores, murmuring to herself, "We also need to stock up on food, otherwise it will be very difficult later." "You seem to know more about zombies than I do." Zhu Si, who had originally closed his eyes to avoid the awkwardness, slightly opened them, his tone flat and emotionless. Gu Yaoyao's hands trembled slightly at the question. Truly, he was a genius recruited by the research institute. She chuckled awkwardly and began to bluff, "Maybe I'm just smart." After a sharp turn, Gu Yaoyao confidently defended, "In this apocalypse I have no abilities, but I have my brain." Zhu Si couldn't be bothered to dismantle her clumsy lies. They were only temporarily teamed up, but there was one thing he couldn't understand. How did you know Qi Yao needed to replenish calories? Gu Yaoyao sighed and looked at Zhu Si earnestly, "Because we haven't eaten anything for almost a day." There was indeed no fault. Zhu Si fell silent and closed his eyes again. Gu Yaoyao let out a breath of relief. Aside from bluffing, she had no other way. What could she say? Tell Zhu Si that she came from another world, and this world would be restructured, and he would assist Qi Yao in saving the world. Goodness, she would either be treated as a lunatic or captured for research. During the journey, they saw very few people, only occasionally spotting a few zombies, but they moved sluggishly and couldn't catch up to the speed of the car. While Gu Yaoyao racked her brain, trying to recall the original plot, Zhu Si suddenly reminded her there's a small supermarket nearby that usually doesn't get many visitors. Gu Yaoyao widened her eyes in surprise. "How do you know?" Zhu Si pursed his lips, his expression somewhat sorrowful, even his tone carrying a hint of repression. My grandfather's small store. Gu Yaoyao didn't know how to comfort him. She tried her best to say clumsily, the virus just broke out, maybe he's fine. Zhu Si did not speak. He just opened his eyes to look at the zombies swaying along the road ahead. Both of them knew very well that an elderly person would surely be in trouble in this apocalypse. As Gu Yaoyao scanned the surroundings while driving, she carefully observed the road signs. Turn left ahead, and we'll go around a basketball court. Noticing Gu Yaoyao's actions, Zhu Si directed her, turn left here. Gu Yaoyao nodded, stealing a glance at Zhu Si. His face was still pale, without a trace of blood. I'll get out when we stop, you just rest well. Zhu Si shot her a sidelong glance, his tone slightly cold. You're too weak. This was a harsh truth. Gu Yaoyao opened her mouth, but ultimately swallowed her retort, beginning to hate this pampered body. This location was indeed very remote. Ordinary people wouldn't choose to shop here. And with the virus just having broken out, although zombies have sensitive smell and hearing, they were slow-moving and did not possess endless stamina to chase. Thus the journey was quite smooth. Less than 100 meters from the supermarket entrance, there was a zombie in a blue jersey, its delicate face chewed out, with a large hole drenched in blood. Gu Yaoyao also noticed that this zombie was firmly clutching a piece of bloody flesh in its hand. How could it still be carrying its food? Until she glanced at the wide-open glass doors behind the zombie, she fell silent. He'll go down, you stay in the car. Without waiting for Gu Yaoyao to say anything, Zhu Si pushed open the car door and walked straight towards the zombie. With each step he took, a shadow loomed behind him. Gu Yaoyao hurriedly locked the car doors, enduring the pain in her feet as she rushed down, not forgetting to grab a brick from the ground. The rough surface of the brick caused a slight sting to her delicate hands, and her small face flushed from the exertion, but she couldn't care less. You can't use your abilities anymore. What if he fainted? She wouldn't be able to carry him. Gu Yaoyao firmly pressed Zhu Si's shoulder, directly shoving the brick she was holding into his hands, pointing sternly at the approaching zombie. Use this to smash its head. Zhu Si stopped in his tracks, glancing at the brick forcefully shoved into his hands, his thin lips tightly pressed together. As a zombie was about to pounce, Gu Yaoyao pulled him back, saying urgently, warrior, heed my advice. If we can solve this with brute force, let's do so. If you faint from using your powers, I won't be able to drag you. After saying that, a bloodied hand was thrust in front of Gu Yaoyao. Banana, you big watermelon. She was nearly sickened to the point of vomiting. In the next moment, blood splattered across Gu Yaoyao's face. Numbly, she wiped her face, realizing that in this apocalyptic world, one had to be prepared for close contact with blood. You go find food. After saying that, Zhu Si tossed aside the brick and delivered a swift kick to the zombie's chin, knocking it off balance before his fists rained down mercilessly on the zombie's already mangled face. His gaze was fierce, and his hands never paused, fists landing relentlessly upon the zombie's bloodied face, as if he wouldn't be satisfied until he smashed its skull. Gu Yaoyao averted her gaze, letting out a sigh as she surveyed the area. Confirming that no zombies were around, she turned and approached the supermarket's glass door, peering inside to assess the situation. Shelves were toppled over, and on the floor beside scattered goods there was a puddle of blood that hadn't fully congealed, stretching towards the backyard. It was likely the people inside had turned into zombies as well. Gu Yaoyao glanced back at Zhu Si, who was still beating the zombie, hesitating for a moment before saying, Zhu Si, there's something going on in the backyard. Zhu Si paused in his actions, suppressing the stirrings of emotion within him. He closed his eyes to hide the turmoil in his heart, and when he opened them again, his expression was resolute. He stood up and pushed the door open, forcefully following the trail of blood towards the backyard. Gu Yaoyao hurried to follow, grabbing an ashtray from the counter as an improvised weapon. The backyard was eerily quiet, the spacious area littered with shattered flower pots and blood mixed with dirt leading into the kitchen, the air thick with the stench of blood. Gu Yaoyao instinctively looked at Zhu Si. His expression was calm, but his tightly clenched fists trembled slightly. Zhu Si pushed open the kitchen door, and with just one glance, Gu Yaoyao's eyes turned red. In the direction of the front door, a body slumped on the ground, its aged face lined with deep crevices, a knife almost entirely embedded in its forehead. She had guessed that the old man would turn into a zombie, but she hadn't expected him to take his own life. Zhu Si's body trembled slightly as he crouched down, gripping the knife deeply embedded in the old man's forehead. Blood dripped from the blade onto the floor, and in a hoarse voice, he said, you wait for me in the car. Gu Yaoyao replied in a choked voice, my condolences. Her departing footsteps were laden with profound sorrow, heavy, as if stepping on a heart. As the apocalypse descended, separation and death became the norm. She had understood this well while watching the story unfold, hadn't she? Gu Yaoyao took a deep breath. The stark contrast between the brief sentence and the horrific scene before her was overwhelming. She understood that Zhu Si needed solitude at this moment, not fleeting consolation. Moreover, Qi Yao was alone in the car, and she felt uneasy. Steadying her nerves, Gu Yaoyao began searching the supermarket for usable supplies. Before leaving, she picked several high-calorie foods and grabbed a few bottles of water. As she passed by a zombie lying on the roadside, she inadvertently saw its eyeball burst, the long white sphere detached from the socket, nearly the size of a ping-pong ball, with blood and white liquid oozing out from the back of its head. Its brain was splattered everywhere. Truly worthy of Zhu Dage. Gu Yaoyao glanced at her slender arms. Just carrying these few items made her feel sore and swollen. She sighed heavily, thinking this pampered body probably won't last even 10 episodes. Returning to the car, Gu Yaoyao locked the door and leaned back, discovering that the lines on Qi Yao's face had faded. She reached out to touch Qi Yao's forehead, but recoiled at the coldness. Why are you still so cold? Gu Yaoyao felt a pang of anxiety. If Qi Yao's temperature remained like this, her powers would collapse and turn into a deadly virus, ultimately making her a zombie. After thinking for a moment, she parked the car at the supermarket entrance, preparing to get out and find a blanket to wrap around Qi Yao, hoping to gradually restore her body temperature. Whether Qi Yao could completely escape danger, she truly had no confidence. Given the current situation, the plot was too influenced by her actions. Even Zhu Si had a grandfather now. With a loud clang, Gu Yaoyao was startled by the noise, instinctively kicking backward. "It's me," Zhu Si's hoarse voice replied, tinged with a hint of loneliness. Zhu Si had changed into clean clothes, pulling a small suitcase behind him. His eyes were redrimmed, and his face was even paler than before. Gu Yaoyao opened her mouth, but couldn't find her voice. "This place is no longer safe. You grab a shopping bag and pack some essentials, or we need to leave quickly." After saying that, Zhu Si pulled out a burlap sack labeled top-notch fertilizer from behind. "Is this what you call a shopping bag in your hometown? This bag could easily be used to snatch children on the street." As Gu Yaoyao reached out to take it, Zhu Si frowned and withdrew his hand, instead pushing the suitcase towards her. He changed the subject, saying, "You'll go collect supplies, you take the suitcase to the car." "Okay." Gu Yaoyao cheerfully accepted it. As she prepared to pull it out, she nearly toppled over from the suitcase's weight. What on earth was in there? Bricks from her hometown. She had already spoken boldly, so there was no backing down. Gu Yaoyao summoned the courage from your past life, when you devoured 5 bowls of rice in one sitting. Straining with all her might, her face reddening, she gradually pulled the suitcase outward, noticing Zhu Si's intent to help. Gu Yaoyao blushed and stopped him. "I'm fine." Looking at her struggle, Zhu Si felt a headache coming on. "I know you're fine, but the research equipment inside is now considered a rare item. Don't break it." His gaze fell on Gu Yaoyao's flushed face from exertion. With a resigned sigh, he bluntly said, "You can't do it. Put down the suitcase and wait for me in the car." "What kind of talk is this? What do you mean she can't do it?" The soft flesh of her palms was sore from the friction. Gu Yaoyao huffed and finally admitted, "I really can't." "Gu." Two voices sounded simultaneously. Gu Yaoyao scratched her head, whispering, "I haven't eaten anything since being transported here." She had only drunk a bottle of water and had been running for her life. She glanced back at the small grove not far behind. The zombie she had seen earlier was wearing a jersey, suggesting that it might still have companions around. Pausing, Gu Yaoyao licked her cracked lips, keeping her voice low. "But we need to leave quickly. It's too quiet here," reminiscent of last night's situation. Zhu Si had long sensed the strangeness of this place. The chaotic and desolate street had kept him on high alert from the beginning. He pulled out a kitchen knife from behind and handed it to Gu Yaoyao, saying, "Get in the car and don't move. I'll go get the supplies." Why does this conversation sound a bit familiar? Gu Yaoyao looked at Zhu Si's tall figure and instantly donned a mask of anguish. "Damn, isn't this just like when I went to buy a few oranges?" Gu Yaoyao quickly got in and leaned out of the window, lowering her voice to remind Zhu Si, who was bending down to grab supplies. "Zhu Dage, get more water. Water sources will soon become contaminated, so it's best to stock up, just in case." Gu Yaoyao didn't notice that after she said that and retracted her head, Zhu Si's gaze turned inquisitive. "Rustle." At that moment, sudden rustling emerged from the woods. Gu Yaoyao tightened her grip on the kitchen knife, staring intently at the greenbelt across the road. Is it an illusion? The rustling sound came again, startling Gu Yaoyao, who turned and shouted towards the supermarket, "Zhu Si, there's something going on, get in the car." Gu Yaoyao's reasoning was, something is hiding in the woods, danger. "Help me." What echoed back to Gu Yaoyao was a blood-curdling scream, like the last desperate plea of a person on the brink of death, urgent and painful. Gu Yaoyao pretended not to hear as Zhu Si got into the car. She started the engine instantly and locked the doors without a second thought. In the blink of an eye, a boy in a white jersey stumbled out of the small grove. The boy fled with exaggerated desperation, nearly resorting to all fours like some grotesque creature. His face was a bloody mess and half of his left arm had been torn away, exposing white bone and dangling tendons at the joint. Behind him trailed dozens of zombies. No saving him. She floored the accelerator without flinching, sending the boy crashing forward as he ran ahead. The car nearly skidded from the impact. Gu Yaoyao hastily leaned out to check the situation. Several zombies had emerged from nowhere around the vehicle, causing a jolt when they collided during a turn. Now a zombie knocked askew twisted its body like a pretzel and resumed pounding on the trunk. She spun the wheel, instantly pressing the accelerator firmly as the zombie lunged, her gaze steady ahead. Hold on tight. Her reputation as the Akina Mountain Road God was no joke. With that, the car shot forward like a rocket. Not far ahead, more zombies shambled from the greenery. Gu Yaoyao gritted her teeth, refusing to stop as she plowed through each threat, the wheels jolting over their remains like a cheap coin-operated ride at a supermarket entrance. The speed dropped as the car plowed through zombie bodies, and suddenly a ghastly face with green skin and fangs pressed against the driver's window. Such an ugly thing dared to show itself. Half of the zombie's face, including its ear, had been bitten off. Its bloody visage scraped against the glass with relentless growls, and when it pulled back slightly, an eyeball stuck to the window. The window can't hold much longer, Zhu Si warned urgently. Hearing this, Gu Yaoyao noticed the fine cracks spreading across the windshield. Even if it meant crashing, she had to try. Gu Yaoyao spun the wheel, wildly shaking off the zombies surrounding the car, then shifted gears and accelerated in one fluid motion, fleeing at breakneck speed. Once on the national highway, Gu Yaoyao finally relaxed and slowed down. Where to next? Zhu Si averted his gaze, watching the blurring scenery outside the window. I need to return to the research institute. We're headed the same way. For Qi Yao's sake, even if it wasn't shed, make it so. Gu Yaoyao was about to speak, but suddenly froze. A detail struck her. In the original story, this dialogue was between Qi Yao and Zhu Si, yet now she was the one speaking. Could it be that because it wasn't Qi Yao who saved him, the plot had shifted? No one could answer Gu Yaoyao's question. She sighed, forcing herself to think it didn't matter as long as Qi Yao was unaffected. This was just the plot getting back on track. Yet even she didn't believe her own words. What's wrong? Zhu Si turned to look at her. Gu Yaoyao forced a dry, nervous laugh. A bit hungry. Zhu Si looked away, his long lashes veiling a complex expression. This girl gave him an indescribable feeling. She likely knew more about zombies than he did. Gu Yaoyao glanced at Qi Yao in the rearview mirror. Still unconscious, her face deathly pale. Zhu Si, can you check if Qi Yao's temperature is normal? Gu Yaoyao asked, unable to spare a hand while driving. Zhu Si nodded, turning to feel Qi Yao's forehead. Her temperature's rising. Gu Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief, glad she'd guessed right. A few seconds later, she belatedly remembered that Zhu Si had also suffered a backlash, and quickly turned to look at him. The man beside her pressed his thin lips together, his ascetic face drained of color, a fine sheen of sweat on his straight nose. Guiltily, he said, you should eat something and rest. She kept one hand on the wheel, while grabbing a bread roll with the other, handing it to Zhu Si. The road ahead will be tough. You need to eat more to regain your strength. Zhu Si took the bread, his gaze falling on Gu Yaoyao's slender wrist, where dried blood clashed starkly against her pale. Frowning, he replayed her actions throughout the journey. Can I ask you something? Go ahead. Gu Yaoyao thought to herself that even if he asked, she wouldn't answer honestly. Are you sure you haven't awakened any powers? Gu Yaoyao was momentarily puzzled by the question. I'm sure. Zhu Si's gaze was calm. You know more about zombies than I do. Here it comes. Head finally brought it up. Gu Yaoyao let out a long sigh and spoke with gravity. Pay close attention and you'll notice the details. Zhu Si raised an eyebrow. And what about the theory that zombies have keen senses of smell and hearing? Indeed, the more she said, the more mistakes she made. Gu Yaoyao blustered, because I'm quick-witted. At that, Zhu Si fell into an eerie silence. Gu Yaoyao tightened her grip on the wheel. Have you ever read novels? No. Gu Yaoyao began to spin a tale, lying through her teeth with utter sincerity. I used to love post-apocalyptic novels and movies. The powers described there are exactly like yours, so I figured zombie symptoms would be similar. Zhu Si wasn't a fool to be so easily fooled. He took a sip of water, his voice no longer hoarse, and replied unhurriedly. Is that so? Which novel? They'll look into it when we get back to the institute. Why was this man so stubborn? Gu Yaoyao tried to change the subject, her voice feigning pitifulness. Can I have a bite of bread before we go to the institute? I'm really starving. Zhu Si didn't press further. He had all the time in the world. Tearing open the wrapper, he handed the bread to Gu Yaoyao, watching her wolf it down as he casually unscrewed a bottle cap. To get to the institute, we'll need a different car. Gu Yaoyao agreed. Something sturdier would be best. She knew what was coming but couldn't speak of it, nor could she explain. Setting aside the impact on the plot, she'd never be able to justify herself. Ugh! A faint groggy murmur came from the back seat. Gu Yaoyao slammed on the brakes, dropping the bread as she anxiously turned to look at Qi Yao in the back. Qi Yao felt a dull ache throughout her body, as if crushed by a heavy weight, with a splitting headache adding to her turmoil. She struggled to sit up, but the moment she raised her hand, a wave of intense soreness washed over her entire body. Gu Yaoyao scrambled excitedly from the driver's seat, carefully helping Qi Yao up and offering her water. Taking the bottle from Zhu Si, she brought it to Qi Yao's lips. Drink some water first. Qi Yao took a few sips to soothe the raw pain in her throat. Where are we going? Zhu Si unbuckled his seatbelt, slid into the driver's seat, and restarted the car. The research institute. Gu Yaoyao's heart ached. She tore open a wrapper and held the bread to Qi Yao's mouth, her voice as gentle as coaxing a child. Don't talk yet. Eat something to regain your strength. In the original novel, Qi Yao, having just awakened her powers, needed a massive amount of high-calorie food. But the chain of deviations from the plot had made Gu Yaoyao forget this detail. Her ravenous stomach left Qi Yao no room for politeness. She devoured the bread, licked her lips, and looked back at Gu Yaoyao. Is there more to eat? Hearing that Qi Yao wasn't full, Gu Yaoyao's eyes lit up. This line matched what Qi Yao had said to Zhu Si on the way to the institute in the original story. The plot was back on track. After eating until 80% full, Qi Yao looked up at Zhu Si, who was focused on driving, her voice still somewhat hoarse. Fulfill the promise you made earlier. Zhu Si glanced at Qi Yao through the rearview mirror, knowing she referred to what he said when revealing his identity. What do you want to know? Qi Yao was blunt. Everything you know. A few years ago, the Research Institute was commissioned to develop a drug that, if successful, would completely cure diseases with mutational properties like AIDS. Zhu Si paused, his expression grim, his fingers gripping the steering wheel turning white. But something went wrong at a certain stage, causing the research sample to mutate. Zhu Si steadied himself, taking a couple of deep breaths, his tone growing heavier. As for why it leaked, I need to return to the institute to find the cause. The incident caught him off guard. He wasn't at the institute. In truth, the catastrophe had grown incrementally, The original experiment wasn't even at the stage for human trials. Zhu Si recalled witnessing a former colleague, due to inadequate protective measures, inhale the mutated sample. Inside the decontamination chamber, everyone watched as he transformed into a monster. When the chamber door opened, the colleague, whose limbs had twisted into impossible angles, lunged at the living to tear and bite indistinguishable from the zombies in movies. After that experiment, it was halted. The team disbanded, and Zhu Si didn't know how the mutated sample was subsequently handled, but presumably it was destroyed. Now, seeing these zombies, Zhu Si instantly knew the cause, yet he couldn't fathom how it had come to this. Qi Yao's heart stirred slightly. Is there an antidote for this virus? Zhu Si seemed to falter for a moment, looking at the zombie staggering toward them. His voice carried unprecedented gravity. The virus replicates far faster than we comprehend. Currently, there is no cure. Gu Yaoyao lowered her head, her lips pressed tightly into a straight line, remaining silent. The virus was airborne and had already spread. Everyone was infected. A simple fever from an untreated wound could claim. Qi Yao was silent for a moment, then turned to look at Gu Yaoyao. Gu Yaoyao, what are your plans from here? I'm sticking with you. Gu Yaoyao's face was resolute. She wouldn't leave Qi Yao even if Zhu Si were killed. She still had to help Qi Yao conquer the world. Aren't you going to find your family? Qi Yao frowned deeply. I have no family left. If it weren't for you, I would have died at school. Gu Yaoyao's eyes glistened with tears as she began to spin a tale, crafting an identity of being alone with no ties to worry about. Zhu Si calmly punctured Gu Yaoyao's words. If I recall correctly, the eldest daughter of the Gu Corporation is also named Gu Yaoyao. There are many people with the same name in this world. Gu Yaoyao cursed inwardly. Yaoyao meaning premature death, an unlucky name. No one else in this city shares it. Zhu Si continued his verbal jab. You are the one who's premature. You repeatedly. Though there is a coincidence of names, I am indeed the eldest daughter of the Gu family. Gu Yaoyao lowered her gaze, emotions beginning to brew within. My parents died in a car accident a few years ago. My uncle has tried to kill me several times to inherit the company share. The original Gu Yaoyao was devastated by her parents' death and disillusioned by her uncle's ambition, which allowed a scumbag to get close to her. Zhu Si glanced thoughtfully at Gu Yaoyao. Qi Yao couldn't help recalling the first time she saw Gu Yaoyao on the school rooftop. Her pale, translucent face faint tear stains, as if she had despaired of the world. Then come with us. Qi Yao reached out and ruffled Gu Yaoyao's hair. If she hadn't truly experienced pain, why would she have wanted to die? Her head had been touched by her girl. She decided never to wash her hair again. Gu Yaoyao suppressed her urge to leap for joy, feigning vulnerability as she nodded. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. Gu Yaoyao's stomach growled in protest. Qi Yao smiled at her. Eat something first. She tentatively moved her arm and found the tearing sensation had lessened, even the dizziness had vanished. As Qi Yao looked up, she saw Zhu Si occasionally glancing at Gu Yaoyao through the rearview mirror. Noticing Qi Yao's gaze, he looked at her and then naturally looked away. These two. Qi Yao suddenly recalled what happened in the pharmacy when Gu Yaoyao kept making lame excuses to Gu Yaoyao didn't notice the subtle shift between them. She huddled in a corner with her box, forcing down her food as if wearing a mask of agony. The first thing she had eaten since transmigrating was her most hated mung bean cake. Even if she hated it, she had to. Now wasn't the time to be picky. Who knew what she'd be eating later? The journey was not smooth. The fork leading to the research institute was blocked by abandoned vehicles of all sizes. The road ahead resembled a desolate city after an exodus. Zombies gathered in clusters on the asphalt, gnawing on corpses, while dried blood snaked like streams among the wrecked cars. Gu Yaoyao gripped the front passenger seat, peering at the zombies trapped in the traffic jam, their arms outstretched and howling desperately, trying to break free at the sound of the car. Gu Yaoyao looked at Zhu Si and suggested seriously, take another route. Driving through was impossible, unless they wanted to go on foot through the gauntlet. Zhu Si stopped the car and shook his head. This is the only road to the institute. Qi Yao swung her arm, rolled down the window, and surveyed the surroundings, then said firmly, pack up. We're getting out. The institute was a must. She needed to confirm something with a certain person there. Suppressing the pain throughout her body, Qi Yao got out of the car and quickly gathered the scattered food. Bagging it, she realized it was all high-calorie filling items. Gu Yaoyao grabbed Qi Yao's hand and took the bag from her. Let me handle this. You just woke up, you need to rest. A zombie broke free, first a piece of intestine still hanging from its mouth, blood dripping steadily. Its gray-white eyes fixed on them, a blood-stained hand slowly raised as it staggered toward them. The unbearable stench of decay grew stronger as the zombie approached. Gu Yaoyao gripped her cleaver, fighting the urge to vomit, already in a combat stance. Qi Yao scanned the area, grabbed a railing, and with a slight effort snapped off a rusted iron bar. The awakening of an esper transformed the body, enhancing senses, strength, and speed beyond normal human limits. She weighed the iron bar, glanced at Gu Yaoyao, and after a moment's thought cautioned, supplies can always be found, but you only have one life. Protect yourself. With that, Qi Yao dashed forward in a single bound. Qi Yao dodged the hands of the zombie swinging toward her, bringing the iron rod down with a heavy strike. The zombie's skull cracked open like a melon and blood splattered all over Qi Yao. However, the severe blow to its head had little effect on the zombie. It merely swayed and lunged at Qi Yao with its mouth wide open. Qi Yao exerted force in her calves and kicked the zombie's round belly. The zombie fell backward, letting out hoarse growls. It arched its back, trying to get up, but Qi Yao stepped on its back, forcing it back down to the ground, raising the iron rod high and completely piercing through the zombie's head. Qi Yao pulled out the iron rod, blood dripping down to form a puddle. I wonder how many zombies are hiding here, be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, 5 or 6 zombies emerged from a dilapidated bus, all staring at the 3 of them. They resembled a group of starving ghosts who hadn't eaten in 800 years, rushing over with arms flailing and mouths wide open, as if they had caught sight of a pot of delicious meat. Gu Yaoyao gripped her kitchen knife, tightly watching the zombie at the forefront, its abdomen nearly hollowed out with strands of flesh hanging from its ribcage resembling a hollow frame. Just as Gu Yaoyao was about to charge forward, she was yanked back by Zhu Si. Zhu Si quickly circled around and delivered a kick to the zombie's chin, causing it to stumble, then pushed the box next to Gu Yaoyao. The box is here, and so are we. Without waiting for Gu Yaoyao to respond, Zhu Si casually broke the railing, gripping the iron rod and charging forward. In that instant, the shadow under Zhu Si's feet seemed to come alive, moving faster than its master. In the blink of an eye, it darted out, forming a dark barrier against the approaching zombies, the iron rod slashing at the half-eaten face of one zombie. As the shadow moved, Zhu Si was not to be outdone. As if a tacit understanding had formed after splitting from his ability, he sidestepped to avoid the zombie's hand, trying to grab his back, and kicked the zombie's chin. With a crunch, the zombie's jaw dropped, clearly having its bones shattered by the kick. It opened its mouth, seemingly momentarily stunned. The zombie was evidently enraged, frantically waving its arms as it lunged at Zhu Si once more. Gu Yaoyao forcefully pushed the box forward, dashing towards the zombie's head and striking down hard. Suddenly, dark red blood erupted, splattering all over Gu Yaoyao with the sticky liquid. With one hand holding the box, Gu Yaoyao turned her head, disapproving. Don't use your powers too much before fully healing. What if you collapse again? Hold the box steady. Zhu Si raised his hand, and the shadow integrated into his body with the movement. It was all for the box. The equipment inside the box couldn't withstand such rough treatment. Gu Yaoyao quickly gripped the box, sincerely apologizing. It's my fault. She knew that in the face of the rapidly mutating virus, those devices were useless. Zhu Si understood this better than anyone, but was unwilling to give up. Meanwhile, Qi Yao aimed at a female zombie's leg, swinging the iron rod, the sound of bones cracking sending chills down one's spine. Having lost the ability to stand and walk, the zombie felt no pain, crawling on the ground, desperately trying to reach Qi Yao to bite her. Killing zombies posed no psychological burden for Qi Yao. She coldly raised the iron rod and forcefully pierced through the zombie's head, nailing it to the ground, her movements clean and efficient. The approaching zombies were quickly dealt with by Qi Yao, and in the blink of an eye, only one remained. The zombie that staggered closer had its jaw torn apart, its skull below the nose a mix of muscle tissue, its mouth opening and closing with remnants of female long hair and flesh stuck in the gaps between its teeth. Zhu Si's mind suddenly flashed with the image of his grandfather's body being torn apart by zombies, with no intact flesh left in the chest cavity, exposing his white bones. He tightened his grip on the iron rod, anger rising in his eyes. Leave this last one to me. This sounded like a notification, and as soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Si dashed forward, charging toward the ugly-faced zombie. Gu Yaoyao held the box, tightly watching Zhu Si sprint toward the zombie, which was as big as a small mountain, her heart twisting with worry. She estimated the zombie's weight to be at least over 300 pounds. Its massive body pressed against the vehicle as it moved slightly, its left cheek torn and blood and flesh flying, an unbearable sight. Moreover, it was still chewing, its little hand gripping a piece of raw meat, tearing at it from time to time, as if enjoying a delicious fried chicken. The mountain-like zombie, seeing its prey right in front of it, quickly swallowed the meat in its hand and charged madly at Zhu Si. Gu Yaoyao felt the ground tremble as the zombie leaped forward. Zhu Si showed no fear, stepping onto a nearby abandoned vehicle and leaping out using the momentum. However, whether it was the fat saving its life or Zhu Si's power being insufficient in comparison, the zombie stumbled a few steps, crashing into the roadside railing, but not falling. Qi Yao shifted her gaze, realizing that Zhu Si would be entangled for a while longer. Let's go, we need to find a vehicle first. Gu Yaoyao always prioritized Qi Yao, and as soon as Qi Yao finished speaking, Gu Yaoyao's attention was easily diverted. She pulled the box and closely followed behind Qi Yao. They were lucky, and after trying the 5th vehicle, they successfully started a Land Rover. The Land Rover's off-road capability was unquestionable, and this vehicle was equipped with laminated glass capable of crashing through dozens of zombies without issue. After checking the exterior, Gu Yaoyao turned the round button on the light pole to check the remaining fuel gauge. To get to the research institute, this little bit of oil was far from enough. Gu Yaoyao opened the trunk, finding only a case of mineral water and a first aid kit inside. Did the owner not bring any oil when fleeing? Weren't they afraid of running out of fuel halfway? Gu Yaoyao sighed, picking up supplies with one hand and tossing them into the trunk, turning to Qi Yao, who was surveying the area by the railing. There's not enough gasoline. Oh, we need to collect some. Before Qi Yao could speak, Zhu Si's deep voice came from behind. There's a gas station just ahead to the right. Then let's go. The words were on the tip of Gu Yaoyao's tongue, but she held them back. Because she saw Zhu Si covered in blood, as if he had just swum in a pool of blood, even with remnants of some unknown white liquid clinging to him. Gu Yaoyao hurried over, anxiously asking, Are you injured? Her unmasked worry surprised Zhu Si. He nodded and let her check. I'm fine, where's the box? The box was Zhu Si's lifeline, and Gu Yaoyao understood. She handed the box to Zhu Si, quietly complaining about the sticky blood on him. Zhu Si, you are now a walking human blood bag. Qi Yao glanced at Zhu Si, and though she said nothing, her grip on the iron rod loosened. Let's go. Refueling is the priority. Gu Yaoyao nodded, pulled open the car door, and gestured for them to get in. He'll drive. You two rest. Catching sight of the dark circles under Gu Yaoyao's eyes, Qi Yao suddenly remembered that Gu Yaoyao hadn't rested for an entire day and night. Aren't you tired? Qi Yao couldn't fathom how Gu Yaoyao remained so energized. At a time like this, even if she was exhausted, Qi Yao's brows knit tightly. You haven't rested in a day. Gu Yaoyao was indeed exhausted, her nerves stretched taut all day, her physical strength nearly depleted. She could have collapsed into a deep, endless slumber. But now was not the time to sleep. Gu Yaoyao forced a light smile. I'm fine. The drowsiness has passed, and am full of energy. Let's refuel first, then find a safe place to catch some sleep tonight. Not long after they set off, the coppery scent of blood emanating from Zhu Si grew stronger in the cramped space, mingled with a faint foul odor, a true torment to the senses. Gu Yaoyao endured it again and again, silently reminding herself that this was only the beginning. Zhu Si couldn't help but notice the almost contorted expression on Gu Yaoyao's face, and it didn't take long for him to figure out why. This girl, who at first glance seemed so delicate and pampered, never failed to overturn his impressions. Her thorough understanding of the apocalypse, her vigilance in the face of danger, her decisiveness in killing zombies. Though often lacking in strength, that was something that could be honed in the future. More than raw physical prowess in this world where order was crumbling into chaos, Zhu Si valued a companion with a clear mind. You said you've read a lot of apocalypse novels and watched many films. What do you know about superpowers? Zhu Si asked, seemingly offhand. I know a fair bit. I can probably analyze it based on your symptoms and what I've learned. In front of Zhu Si, Gu Yaoyao began to shamelessly play the intellectual. Zhu Si assumed a posture of rapt attention. Go on. Gu Yaoyao cleared her throat, trying to steer the conversation. After your powers awakened, did you feel any discomfort? She needed to properly educate them on the basics of superpowers. The topic piqued Zhu Si's interest, and he answered earnestly, dizziness, a splitting headache, and a feeling like my body was being torn apart. In the back seat, Qi Yao silently opened her eyes. Gu Yaoyao quickly interjected, that's because you overused them and suffered backlash. Her voice was gentle, carrying a strangely soothing power. Based on my years of reading and watching, newly awakened powers are usually at the primary level. Through certain methods, you can cultivate to the first tier, and so on up to the highest. As she spoke, Gu Yaoyao looked up at the rearview mirror. Qi Yao was watching her through the mirror, as if trying to discern something. Gu Yaoyao knew that even though Qi Yao hadn't yet grown into her full potential, she was still a perceptive person. Gu Yaoyao's head ached, but she was also grateful that her original body had a pair of misty eyes and a delicate rabbit-like appearance. No matter how you looked at her, she seemed like a pitiful little thing. Zhu Si, with an air of eager learning, asked Gu Yaoyao, how do we cultivate? Gu Yaoyao straightened her back, her tone lifting slightly. It's simple. Just like the martial arts masters in Jin Yong's novels, you first absorb the superpower energy within your body, then absorb the superpower elements in the air to complete your advancement. She paused, tilted her head as if in thought, and then continued slowly, but for now what you need to do is rest well and quickly absorb the energy inside you. Otherwise, when you fight zombies, if you're not proficient with your powers and your energy depletes too fast, you might end up weak or unconscious. And that would be the end. Zhu Si nodded. I want to know a faster way to absorb superpower energy. Gu Yaoyao's mind raced, recalling descriptions of superpowers from the original story. If you can precisely control your powers, you'll achieve unexpected results and effects. The implication was clear: practice more in your spare time. Qi Yao, who had remained silent all along, suddenly asked, we can awaken superpowers. What about the zombies? The world is still fair. Gu Yaoyao's tone was heavy. Right now the zombies are slow-witted and sluggish, but later on things will probably change. Zhu Si's hand clenched almost imperceptibly, his voice tinged with hesitation. You mean, zombies can also evolve? Gu Yaoyao nodded, her expression growing even more serious. Not only that, but if a superpowered person is scratched, they can also turn into zombies. Moreover, when a superpowered person mutated into a zombie, their destructive power was twice that of a normal state. In the apocalypse, if you didn't grow stronger, you would die. Zhu Si turned his head to look at Gu Yaoyao for a long moment before slowly asking, how do you know about superpowered people mutating? Gu Yaoyao nearly choked. She feigned shock, staring at Zhu Si. I was just making it up. You didn't believe me, did you? Zhu Si. I believe you lied. Zhu Si had no choice but to give up and shut his mouth. The car fell into an eerie silence once more. After driving a little further in silence, Gu Yaoyao slowed down, watching a few zombies staggering ahead. She warned the two resting in the car, there are zombies. After observing for a moment, Gu Yaoyao frowned. They seemed to be heading somewhere. At the sound of the car, the zombies didn't even turn around to attack. Was there some divine meat ahead? Surprised, Gu Yaoyao also breathed a sigh of relief. Qi Yao and Zhu Si had expended too much energy. They couldn't afford to waste it here. Zhu Si leaned over to look. That's a gas station ahead. Should we still refuel? Gu Yaoyao turned uncertainly to look at Qi Yao. Qi Yao tried to channel the energy within her, and a violent tearing sensation washed over her. Clenching her slightly trembling hands, she took a deep breath. How far can the car go? Gu Yaoyao checked the fuel gauge. 10 kilometers. Qi Yao stared ahead, her gaze fixed. Avoid the zombies. Find a place to rest. Gu Yaoyao nodded, accelerated, and left the slow, stiff zombies behind. The closer they got to the gas station, the more zombies there were, from scattered individuals to clusters of 3 or 5. Faint roars came from the station, rising and falling in waves. It seemed there weren't just a few, but a whole horde. Gu Yaoyao floored the accelerator, the car speeding like the wind. As they brushed past the zombies, she felt as though the creatures didn't even register their presence. What could be inside that gas station drawing the zombies so strongly? Aside from the blood of superpowered individuals, Gu Yaoyao couldn't think of anything with such immense allure. Gu Yaoyao's gaze wandered around before settling on Zhu Si. Zhu Si, is there any place nearby where we can rest? Gu Yaoyao of course knew where to rest, but the chain of events triggered by the deviation from the original plot, from Qi going to rescue Ye Liuru to Zhu Si suddenly mentioning his grandfather, made her hesitant to act rashly, fearing that even the slightest misstep might cause some bizarre butterfly effect. Zhu Si pondered for a moment, then pointed in a direction. Turn left along this road, and after about a kilometer turn right. There's a villa used by the Research Institute for team-building activities. Its only drawback is its remote location. In the apocalypse, a remote location was actually an advantage. Fewer people meant fewer zombies after infection. Gu Yaoyao quickly spun the steering wheel to change direction. Perfect, it's suitable for resting. The villa next to the Research Institute. If she remembered correctly, it was here that Qi Yao rescued Yuzhua. They encountered no zombies along the way, nor any bloodstains. Gu Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief. Before Qi Yao met Yuzhua, they wouldn't run into a horde of zombies, just a few scattered ones at most. The plot was finally back on track. A dozen minutes later, the car stopped in front of a brand new high-end villa. Just by looking at the ornate and heavy gate, Gu Yaoyao knew it was worth a fortune. Before she could even marvel, the sound of a zombie's roar came from behind the gate. Gu Yaoyao felt like she could only. Zhu Si gripped his iron rod and got out of the car with Qi Yao following closely behind. Gu Yaoyao had just unbuckled her seatbelt when Qi Yao stopped her with a look, so she obediently stayed put in the car. If she didn't move, maybe the plot wouldn't go wrong, right? Gu Yaoyao pressed her face against the car window, watching the two standing on either side of the gate. She saw Qi Yao take the iron rod while Zhu Si somehow produced a key. As soon as he unlocked the gate, a zombie lunged straight at them. Zhu Si sidestepped to avoid it, and Qi Yao kicked the zombie back inside. Before it could get up again, she stomped on its head and drove the iron rod through its skull, pinning it to the ground. The zombie's blood was no longer a vibrant red, but a dark putrid shade. Qi Yao frowned slightly, pulled the iron rod out, and turned to wave at Gu Yaoyao in the car, signaling her to drive in. Seeing the two work together so seamlessly, Gu Yaoyao felt a wave of relief. After locking the gate, Zhu Si scanned the area and caught sight of a blood-stained hoe on the lawn. He pressed a finger to his lips and pointed at the coagulated blood near the entrance. Qi Yao nodded, gripped her iron rod tightly, and followed the trail of blood inside. Gu Yaoyao stayed close behind, remaining vigilant in case a zombie suddenly sprang out. Suddenly, a muffled bang came from upstairs. It was the sound of something heavy hitting a door, followed by the characteristic guttural growls of a zombie. Gu Yaoyao quickly glanced at Qi Yao, who looked serious, and turned to head upstairs. Zhu Si approached with the hoe in hand. "I'm familiar with this place, let me on." "No, Uncle Zhu, you can't." Gu Yaoyao immediately cut him off. "You're familiar? Then go check the other areas. We'll handle this." For some reason, Qi Yao felt that the expression on Gu Yaoyao's face was oddly familiar. It was the same look she had in the pharmacy when she wanted to bring Zhu Si along. Last time it was to save Zhu Si. What was it this time? Qi Yao rubbed her sore arm, a hint of deep thought flickering in her eyes. She gripped the iron rod, pressed herself against the wall, and approached the second floor step by step. As she reached the corner, she saw a zombie clawing at a door, trying to force its way in. Gu Yaoyao held her breath, her voice barely a whisper. "There's one." Her voice trembled slightly. Qi Yao turned to look at her, knowing that Gu Yaoyao's body was already exhausted, but she was just stubbornly holding on. "Stay here and don't move. He'll take care of it." With that, Qi Yao dashed forward in a single bound. Her enhanced body possessed strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. With a twist of her wrist, she drove the iron rod straight into the zombie's head. After dealing with the zombie, Qi Yao grabbed the doorknob and tried to turn it. The door was locked. She cast a sidelong glance at the visibly tense Gu Yaoyao, then raised her hand and pounded on the door. "The zombie's gone. You can come out now." A low, cold voice came from inside. "Who are you?" "A man." Qi Yao frowned, a flash of impatience in her eyes. "My name is Qi Yao." The moment the words left her mouth, Qi Yao heard the sound of something heavy hitting the floor. Without a second thought, she raised her foot and kicked the door with all her might. But something heavy was blocking it from the inside, making it impossible to break open. Gu Yaoyao stood rooted to the spot, staring nervously at the sealed door. She dared not get closer, terrified that the plot might deviate again and affect Qi Yao. Qi Yao stopped her efforts, took a deep breath, and turned to look at Gu Yaoyao. "Let him cool off in there. He won't die anyway." This wasn't the plot she wanted. Saving one life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. He's injured. We have to save him. She really had no choice but to save him. Although there were many future powerhouses, they were scattered far and wide. When distributed among the teams, the number of strong individuals was pitifully small. Gu Yaoyao would feel the loss deeply if Qi Yao's team lost even one member. Qi Yao let out a cold laugh. "This is the apocalypse. The Buddha won't show up here." Her calm words were like a bucket of ice water dousing the heat of Gu Yaoyao's passion. The Buddha might not show up, but Yuzhua could. He was destined to be her most loyal follower. More people mean more strength. Gu Yaoyao pleaded earnestly. What if he awakens an ability too? That would give us an extra layer of protection on the way to the research institute. Daughter, listen to your mother's advice. At the mention of the research institute, a flicker of emotion crossed Qi Yao's usually calm face. The doors blocked. Gu Yaoyao rolled up her sleeves, her earlier fatigue vanishing as if she was ready for a big fight. Let me handle it. Qi Yao said nothing, simply stepping aside. Gu Yaoyao was as good as her word. She knocked on the door, and when she was sure there was no movement inside, she raised her leg and kicked it repeatedly with all her might. Only when she heard the sound of something heavy falling and saw fine cracks appear on the door did she stop, her face flushed and panting heavily. I can't go on. Qi Yao, go check on him. With that, Gu Yaoyao collapsed onto the floor without a care, her energy completely spent. Qi Yao narrowed her eyes slightly, carefully observing this seemingly delicate and frail girl who possessed terrifying strength. She said sincerely, Gu Yaoyao, you never cease to amaze me. Before Gu Yaoyao could react, Qi Yao walked expressionlessly into the room. The young man on the floor was lying face down, blood seeping from his side. Qi Yao's frown deepened. She crouched down to examine the wound on his side. It was a bloody mess, making it impossible to tell if it was caused by a zombie or something else. Gu Yaoyao poked her head in and whispered a suggestion to Qi Yao. We could tie him up. If he turns into a zombie, well, just blow his head off. One less zombie in the world. If he's still alive, an extra person means extra strength. What do you think? Good idea. Qi Yao nodded, got up, and began searching for a rope. She didn't notice the guilty expression on Gu Yaoyao's face. Guiding Qi Yao to save Yuzhua had been no easy feat for her. After finding a rope, Qi Yao flipped the man over. Just as she was about to bind him, she caught a glimpse of his face, and the rope slipped from her hands. Qi Yao stood frozen, completely rigid. Seeing Qi Yao's unusual behavior, Gu Yaoyao urgently asked, Qi Yao, are you all right? Her first instinct was to inquire about her well-being, and the emotions surging in Qi Yao's eyes grew even more intense. She couldn't fathom Gu Yaoyao's thoughts, but Qi Yao was certain of one thing: Gu Yaoyao would never harm her. Qi Yao silently stepped aside, allowing Gu Yaoyao to see the young man's face clearly. With just one glance, Gu Yaoyao was so startled, she plopped onto the ground. Why had he appeared ahead of time? Where was Yuzhua? Where had that massive Yuzhua gone? Gu Yaoyao felt utterly unsettled, her fists nearly clenching in frustration. Her overly shocked expression was fully captured by Qi Yao, who slowly loosened her tightly gripped hands. It seemed Gu Yaoyao truly had no idea this person was here. Qi Yao's gaze fixed on the pure black earring on his left ear, her expression shifting unpredictably as she distanced herself. Gu Yaoyao peeked at the young man lying unconscious on the ground, swiftly scrambled up, and cautiously edged closer to Qi Yao, whispering, Qi Yao, do you know him? He looks so much like you. The fallen young man possessed a strikingly handsome face that could steal the breath of anyone, be it a woman or a man. His neat black hair and thin lips pressed tightly in pain made it hard to look away. Gu Yaoyao scrutinized him closely and noticed a tiny tear mole beneath his left eye. This face bore a striking 7 or 8 out of 10 resemblance to Qi Yao. I suppose I know him. Qi Yao bent down to pick up a rope, tugging it to test its strength, then roughly flipped the unconscious young man over and bound him tightly, without mercy. The wounds tore open, and the young man frowned unconsciously, his cheeks puffing slightly. He instinctively gritted his teeth to endure the pain, just as Qi Yao would. Indeed, they were family, sharing the same habits. Gu Yaoyao sighed, silently masking the fleeting sympathy in her eyes, and asked with feigned confusion, Who is he? Qi Yao paused slightly while tying a tight knot, her tone cold, as she said, Qi Shu. Her biological brother Qi Shu. Qi Yao's reaction was detached, and she offered no explanation of their relationship. Having been kidnapped as a child, raised amidst scolding and beatings, and estranged for years, Gu Yaoyao could understand. She took a deep breath, steadying her trembling hands and feet. Qi Shu, in the original storyline, Qi Yao's greatest nemesis. Of course, even at their worst, their conflict was merely mutual awkwardness. The reason they turned against each other was that Qi Shu was bitten and infected while saving Qi Yao, transforming into a mutant. Regardless of the cause, Qi Shu later became a high-level zombie, undeniably the original plot's ultimate antagonist, tormenting Qi Yao both physically and mentally. Gu Yaoyao still felt a hint of fear, even knowing he had lost his human memories after infection and committed those, but none of this could convince her to let her guard down around Qi Shu. What if the butterfly effect caused Qi Shu to be infected? Gu Yaoyao held no optimistic expectations about the butterfly effects. Fate had never been kind to her. Glancing at Qi Shu's still bleeding wound, Gu Yaoyao felt conflicted. If the bleeding wasn't stopped soon, he'd bleed dry. Qi Yao, he's losing a lot of blood. Despite her fear, she couldn't refuse to save him at such a moment. If she were to take Qi Shu's life in the name of justice, it would mean declaring war on Qi Yao. Moreover, Qi Shu was merely a pitiful soul, with both siblings' tragedies orchestrated by fate's cruel tricks. Qi Yao's cold demeanor softened slightly as she tore open Qi Shu's clothes, roughly bundled a bedsheet, and pressed it directly onto the wound. The unconscious Qi Shu let out a muffled groan. The force was evidently substantial. Gu Yaoyao couldn't bear to watch and silently averted her gaze. This was all your sister's doing. None of my business. When you wake up, don't come after me. After stopping the bleeding, Qi Yao swiftly bandaged Qi Shu's wound, wiping the blood from her hands expressionlessly with his clothes. As for the rest, we'll see if he can survive. Gu Yaoyao's mind raced. In the original novel, Qi Shu saved Qi Yao in City Z. But now Qi Shu had replaced Yuzhua here. Where had Yuzhua gone? Cough. Suddenly, a violent coughing fit came from the wardrobe. Qi Yao's eye sharpened as she scanned the area, spotting a trail of dark red blood from the door to the wardrobe. Qi Yao picked up an iron rod, tapped the wardrobe, and said coldly, "Come out." Could it be Yuzhua inside? At the thought, Gu Yaoyao's eyes lit up, straining her ears to catch any sound. If it was Yuzhua, the storyline wasn't completely derailed. There was still hope. The person inside spoke weakly but clearly. Hearing this, Gu Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief. This was exactly Yuzhua's first line in the original novel. He begged Qi Yao for help. The plot wasn't entirely broken, though she couldn't figure out why Qi Shu was here. Qi Yao pulled open the wardrobe, and a strong smell of blood hit her. She didn't even frown, glaring at the young man curled into a ball. His injuries were worse than Qi Shu's. Blood gushing from his abdomen, a chunk of flesh torn from his arm, revealing white bone, and a severed hand tightly gripping his ankle. Without a word, Qi Yao placed the iron rod beside his head. "Were you bitten?" If he nodded, she would crush his skull with it. But the young man seemed barely conscious, staring at her with blank eyes, his teeth chattering as he muttered, "I'm so cold. So much water. So much water." Qi Yao thoughtfully withdrew the rod. His reaction resembled what she felt when her ability awakened, a sensation of being trapped somewhere hard to escape. Her gaze fell on his neck, where a striking black pattern crept upward from the base. Gu Yaoyao leaned in, and upon seeing the writhing black marks on his face, her excitement surged. "Qi Yao, you and Zhu sure had these marks when you were unconscious. He's an ability user too." Yuzhua had appeared. Qi Yao didn't seem too concerned. "Tie him up first. We'll decide after they wake up." With that, Qi Yao grabbed Yuzhua by the collar, dragged him out, quickly bandaged his wounds with a sheet, and found a rope to tie in. After Yuzhua was rescued, Gu Yaoyao's intense tension suddenly released, leaving her aching all over, dizzy, and Qi Yao caught her, noticing the deepening dark circles under her eyes. "You look terrible." Gu Yaoyao was exhausted, her voice weak. "I'm fine, just need some rest." The villa was safe, and the now relaxed Gu Yaoyao just wanted to sleep endlessly. Even so, she didn't forget to remind Qi Yao to rest. "Qi Yao, you've expended too much energy. You need ample rest to recover." Qi Yao frowned, unable to comprehend how Gu Yaoyao, so utterly drained, could still be so concerned about her. "I know what I'm doing. Go rest." "What happened here?" Zhu Si ascended the stairs and saw two men lying motionless on the ground, bound like zongzi, their injuries appearing severe. Gu Yaoyao leaned against the wall, her forehead beaded with fine sweat. She opened her mouth to speak, but before any words could escape, her head lolled to the side as she fell into unconsciousness. Zhu Si reacted swiftly, catching her before her face hit the floor, pulling her back, and placing his hand on her forehead. He felt no fever or chill, and her breathing was steady. "Is she all right?" "She hasn't rested all day and simply fainted from exhaustion." Qi Yao paused her movements, glancing at the unconscious Qi Shu, and frowned at Zhu Si. "Will you carry her to rest?" Zhu Si nodded, setting down his hoe and lifting Gu Yaoyao horizontally. The white bandage on her leg, tinged with blood, made him pause. "This wound. Her will to survive is weak." Zhu Si looked at the unconscious Gu Yaoyao with incomprehension. "She inflicted it deliberately." Qi Yao's eyelids fluttered slightly, recalling the scene of Gu Yaoyao trying to jump with her ID card. Her tone was low. "You could say that." Zhu Si curiously studied the slumbering Gu Yaoyao. He felt this girl always gave him a different impression. While others fought to survive the apocalypse, she on the contrary sought death. Zhu Si swept a glance over the people on the floor, his gaze lingering on Qi Shu's face. He looked at Qi Yao with surprise, hesitating. "What do you plan to do with them?" Qi Yao turned her head, her expression cold and tone flat. "Let them be at the mercy of fate. We'll rest first." Sensing her impatience, Zhu Si said no more. "Feel free to use any room except the third floor." He then turned and went downstairs, gently placing Gu Yaoyao in a room on the first floor. His gaze was deep as he looked at her slightly pale face. When Gu Yaoyao was awake, her eyes always flickered with a light he couldn't fathom. Now lost in slumber, she curled up on the bed, half her face buried in the soft quilt. Her tied-up hair fell loose across her cheeks, the stark contrast of black tresses against her fair skin, making her appear exceptionally delicate. But Zhu Si knew very well that she was anything but fragile. Could a fragile person shatter a zombie's skull with a single punch? Obviously not. Beyond admiration, Zhu Si was filled with curiosity. "Gu Yaoyao, who exactly are you?" Groggily opening her eyes, Gu Yaoyao caught his words. Still dazed and sleepy, she replied instinctively, "I'm your father, Zhu Si." He turned and walked straight out. Meanwhile, Qi Yao stood with a cold expression, her eyes fixed on Qi. Though much time had passed and her memory was hazy, she still recalled that she had personally put that earring on Qi Shu. At this thought, Qi Yao pressed her thin lips together, gripping the iron bar tightly. Her voice was like biting frost. "If you become a zombie, I'll send you off myself." Before leaving, Qi Yao locked the rickety door and wedged the iron bar through the handle, cutting off any possibility of it opening. After a simple wash, she lay down on the bed, closed her eyes, and tried to circulate her inner ability. The apocalypse was fraught with dangers, and she had to face not only zombies. Only with strength could she earn the right to confront authority. But as a thin layer of ice formed on her hand, her body felt as if it was about to explode, pain nearly causing her to faint. The girl's hair on the bed gradually frosted over. Though still in the room, she looked as if she had fallen into an ice cave. A wave of biting cold coursed through her limbs and bones, her blood seeming to freeze with agonizing pain. Such meditation was nothing short of self-torture. Gu Yaoyao did not give up easily. Her previous battles had relied on instinct to figure out techniques, but she had never truly felt them, often resulting in a Pyrrhic victory. It was close. The feeling of unity was near. In the depths of her being, Gu Yaoyao let the icy cold flow naturally through her body. Time ticked by and layers of white frost formed on the girl, coating even her brows and lashes. Finally, Gu Yaoyao let out a muffled groan, sharply propping herself up by the bed as the icy chill in her blood gradually receded. No, it wasn't receding, it was more like her warm blood had adapted to the cold, achieving true unity. It worked. It had truly succeeded. Gu Yaoyao stared at the ceiling for a long while, her entire body as stiff as if it had just been dredged from a frozen state after ages. As weariness surged over her, she slowly closed her eyes, allowing herself to sink into sleep. Gu Yaoyao was woken by hunger. She stared wide-eyed in a daze, surrounded by pitch-black darkness. Was it night already? Gu Yaoyao remembered it was still noon before she fainted. Right. How had it turned dark in the blink of an eye? It was eerily quiet all around, and beneath her was a soft, large bed. Recognizing she was safe, Gu Yaoyao groggily recalled Qi Shu's appearance. She sat cross-legged and began to remember the original novel's plot. The original novel didn't describe the villa much, only briefly mentioning that after Gu Yaoyao rescued Yu, she rested for 3 or 4 days before continuing her drive to the research institute. But now Qi Shu had appeared ahead of schedule. He was Gu Yao's biological brother, yes, but he was also the greatest antagonist. Gu Yaoyao felt a pang of worry. Her mind was filled with the scene from the novel, Gu Yaoyao clad in white kneeling alone before Qi Shu's grave. With sorrowful eyes, she reached out to touch the stone tablet over and over. If I had known it would end like this, I would rather never have met you. Gu Yaoyao didn't know how long she had to live. The novel only mentioned that the original host suffered from a terminal illness, but never specified what it was. Frustrated, she grabbed her hair and lay back down, staring blankly into the darkness. Since Qi Shu would later become a high-level zombie, perhaps she should follow the novel's idea of Gu Yaoyao wishing she had never met him and keep Qi Shu away from her to prevent sibling conflict. Gu Yaoyao let out a long sigh. Achieving great things in a limited lifetime is truly too hard. Just then a knock came at the door, followed by Zhu Si's voice. Gu Yaoyao, are you awake? Gu Yaoyao got out of bed and opened the door. Seeing Zhu Si in clean clothes, she raised an eyebrow curiously. What's up? Zhu Si's expression was calm as he slowly raised his hand. Gu Yaoyao saw a dark misty energy churning in his palm, which in the blink of an eye materialized into a razor. Zhu Si gripped the handle and lightly sliced the door in front of Gu Yaoyao. The large gash jolted her fully awake. Gu Yaoyao asked, stunned, have you already fully absorbed the ability? That was way too fast. Zhu Si clenched his fist, and the sharp blade dissolved into a shadow, merging back into his body. Almost. Truly a genius. She had only slept, and Zhu Si could already materialize weapons with precision. Gu Yaoyao marveled. You're one of those naturally gifted prodigies. How do you absorb the elemental energy in the air? Zhu Si cut straight to the point. Gu Yaoyao tilted her head, pretending to think, while quickly recalling the novel. Have you ever read Xinxiao novels? Zhu Si pondered briefly. I suppose I have. The arrival of the apocalypse is like unblocking the Bodhis meridians with various elements permeating the air. You need to calm your mind and sense them, absorb the elements that match your ability, gradually fill your inner energy, and refine it for your use. That's how you can cultivate step by step. Gu Yaoyao paused, looking Zhu Si up and down. When did you finish absorbing the ability within you? Confused by her gaze, Zhu Si replied, 2 hours ago. That shouldn't be right. If Zhu Si had absorbed the ability and advanced, he should have been unconscious for at least half a day. Why was it only 2 hours? Perplexed, Gu Yaoyao studied Zhu Si, but saw nothing unusual. She probed, have you noticed any changes like your body temperature rising or falling? Zhu Si's hand tightened at his side, his expression unchanged. Body temperature is 42 degrees. Gu Yaoyao felt relieved. At that temperature, a normal person would have already had their brain fried. Is there something wrong? Zhu Si kept observing Gu Yaoyao's expression. Upon hearing about his body temperature, she visibly relaxed. It's fine. When an awakener advances, their body temperature is naturally higher than normal. She glanced at Zhu Si and quickly added, that's how all these post-apocalyptic novels describe it. You should read some. Gu Yaoyao's excuse was full of holes, but Zhu Si couldn't do anything about her. She was just playing around. After sending Zhu Si away, Gu Yaoyao turned and walked toward the second floor. She had to check if the villain had woken up. After a few steps, Qi Yao's cold voice came from behind. Where are you going? A smile lit up Gu Yaoyao's face. She turned to Qi Yao and said, I want to see how they're doing. They won't die. Qi Yao handed the bread to Gu Yaoyao. Eat something. Gu Yaoyao looked at the bread, then belatedly clutched her stomach and let out a few silly laughs. You eat first. I've already eaten. Just take it. Qi Yao frowned, annoyed by her hesitation. Seeing Qi Yao's frown, Gu Yaoyao dared not dawdle. She quickly took the bread, gave Qi Yao a glowing look, then tore open the wrapper and took a bite. This was the best bread she had ever eaten, bar none. The bread from her daughter was just different. After she finished the bread, Qi Yao handed her water. What were you saying earlier? Gu Yaoyao answered honestly, I want to see how they're doing. Qi Yao's gaze went past Gu Yaoyao and settled on the second floor. Her expression was cold, but her hands clenched and unclenched. They'll go with you. The stairs were wide and Gu Yaoyao trotted up to walk beside Qi Yao. As they reached the door, sounds came from inside. The door, damaged by Gu Yaoyao's kicks, couldn't close properly. The light in the room was on. Through the crack, Gu Yaoyao saw only Yu's figure on the floor. Qi Shu was nowhere to be seen, and even the ropes were gone. Gu Yaoyao frowned. Qi Shu's injuries were severe. There was no way he could have escaped through the window. Could the original novel have heard her thoughts and recalled Qi Shu? Qi Yao let out a cold laugh. Playing hide and seek. She had grown tired of that game as a child. Qi Yao pulled down an iron rod and kicked the door open. She didn't rush and her eyes were as calm as a frozen pond. The iron rod was coated in frost, and the biting cold threatened to engulf the entire room. Even Gu Yaoyao standing outside the door felt the chill. Qi Yao's voice was soft, but dripping with cold murder. Come out on your own, or shall I invite you? Gu Yaoyao felt that beyond the coldness there was a hint of anger on Qi Yao's face. It was the first time she had seen such an expression on Qi Yao since crossing over. As she spoke, Qi Shu appeared before them. He stared at Qi Yao for a long time without speaking. His gaze made Qi Yao uncomfortable. She asked coldly, were you bitten? Qi Shu didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked, your name is Qi Yao? Qi Yao just looked at him coldly, saying nothing. Qi Shu let out an almost imperceptible sigh and revealed the wound on his side. I wasn't bitten. I was injured by someone's scheme. Gu Yaoyao was stunned. In the original novel, Qi Shu had already awakened his ability when he appeared. Could it be that due to this wound infection he awakened his ability just as he was about to mutate? The original novel never described Qi Shu's state before awakening, so Gu Yaoyao couldn't be sure for the moment. Gu Yaoyao lowered her gaze to the floor, waiting for Qi Yao to speak. Qi Yao glanced at Qi Shu's wound and pointed the iron rod at him, signaling him to step back. So what? Any injury carries the risk of infection. Qi Shu seemed at a loss. Just then Yuzhua, who was behind him, shivered and said so cold. His consciousness was hazy and a tearing sensation throughout his body made him curl up. Around him water stains began to soak the dry floor. Gu Yaoyao knew that Yuzhua was about to awaken his water-based. With the apocalypse upon them, the water sources would soon be contaminated by the virus. Anyone who drank it would mutate into a zombie. From then on, water from water-type awakeners would be the only drinkable water. That was why Gu Yaoyao had been so fixated on Yuzhua. Qi Yao bypassed Qi Shu and gently poked Yuzhua's arm with the iron rod. Gu Yaoyao was my wound, also turning black back then. Gu Yaoyao carefully avoided Qi Shu and hurried to Qi Yao's side. She crouched down to examine Yuzhua's wound. The skin around the wound was already a dark red-black. Gu Yaoyao looked up at Qi Yao with utmost seriousness. Pretty much the same. He needs alcohol to clean the wound now. Qi Yao turned and walked out. The moment she left, Qi Shu's demeanor changed. He looked at Gu Yaoyao with a hint of murder in his eyes, as if he would strike if she so much as moved. This man changed his face faster than flipping a book. Gu Yaoyao had no fondness for the villain. She frowned at Qi Shu, her misty eyes filled with wariness. Suddenly Gu Yaoyao sensed something was wrong. When Qi Shu's wound was exposed to the air, the skin around it should have turned black-red. But when he had lifted his clothes to reveal the wound, just now she hadn't seen that. Qi Shu noticed the girl's wary look and how her gaze swept over his wound several times. Before he could speak, Qi Yao returned with a medical kit and handed it to Gu Yaoyao. Everything you need is inside. Gu Yaoyao was taken aback. She quickly waved her hands and stepped back, feigning a timid look. I don't dare. As an explorer, treating wounds was second nature to her. But she had been traumatized by the deviations from the plot. Yuzhua was saved by Qi Yao, so Qi Yao had to do it herself. She was so brave killing zombies but didn't dare handle a small wound. Qi Yao didn't believe it. Gu Yaoyao saw the suspicion in Qi Yao's eyes and quickly explained, he's not you. The implication was clear, I only care about you. Qi Yao's expression shifted. She opened the medical kit, put on gloves, picked up scissors, sprayed them with alcohol, and began cutting away the clothes around Yuzhua's wound. Qi Shu, standing nearby, watched Gu Yaoyao with a deep probing gaze. Qi Yao worked swiftly. She cleaned the blackened flesh around the wound and washed it again. Watching Qi Yao's efficient movements, and then looking at Yuzhua's increasingly pale face twisted in pain, Gu Yaoyao looked away, unable to bear the sight. After finishing, Qi Yao removed her gloves, wiped her hands with disinfectant, cast a sidelong glance at Qi Shu, then kicked the medical kit to his feet. Since you're awake, deal with it yourself. Qi Shu nodded obediently. All right. As he spoke, his gaze flickered over Gu Yaoyao. He felt this girl was wary of him for some reason. This is food. Qi Yao handed Qi Shu a bag of bread and milk, then expressionlessly bent down and lifted Yuzhua with one hand. The strong, tall boy was carried like a chick and tossed onto the bed. Seeing this, Qi Shu silently averted his gaze. Good thing he was awake. Yuzhua was tossed onto the bed with great indifference, his brow furrowing deeper. Gu Yaoyao winced inwardly at least his wound had been bandaged. Qi Yao leaned lazily against the wall, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Yaoyao, her mind consumed by what Gu had said in the car. If everything Gu Yaoyao had said was true, that zombies would evolve. Then she had to hasten the enhancement of her abilities to better face the coming trials. Having just advanced her power, Qi Yao felt a wave of fatigue. Noticing her weary expression, Gu Yaoyao suddenly recalled the original story's plot about Qi Yao's ability upgrade. Qi Yao forced herself awake from her slumber. Aside from tending to Yuzhua's wounds to prevent infection and zombification, the real reason was that the ability advancement had drained her energy. She had risen to replenish it. Thinking of this, Gu Yaoyao carefully shuffled closer to Qi Yao, her face etched with concern as she lowered her voice. Qi Yao, you've expended too much energy. You should go back and rest. Qi Yao remained silent. Gu Yaoyao shot a quick glance at her and added, besides, we don't know what we'll encounter on the way to the research institute. You need to rest well to absorb your ability faster. The words research institute struck a chord in Qi Yao. Her eyelids fluttered and the hand at her side clenched tightly. Go and tie that person up again so you won't be overwhelmed if he turns into a zombie. That person was clearly not Qi Shu, who had already regained consciousness. No sooner had she spoken than Qi Yao recalled the scene at the school escape, where someone had wielded an axe to smash zombie heads. After a moment's pause, Qi Yao handed over the iron rod. If they mutate, just smash their heads. Don't hold back. Even though Qi Shu was awake, he was not yet out of danger. All right. Gu Yaoyao gripped the iron rod tightly and instinctively glanced at Qi Shu, her eyes filled with undisguised wariness. Qi Shu completely ignored her. Once Qi Yao left, he lifted his clothes to treat his own wounds. After great effort, Gu Yaoyao finished tying up Yuzhua. She wiped her sweat and turned her gaze, pausing. Qi Shu was not dark-skinned. Due to blood loss from his injuries, his entire body exuded an almost translucent icy pallor. Even in the dim room, the blue veins beneath his skin were easily visible. Qi Shu was carefully tending to his own wound. Despite the cold sweat beading on his forehead, he did not utter a single groan of pain. Gu Yaoyao stroked her chin. The wound was large, spanning the length of a palm across his abdomen. If not properly treated, inflammation could easily lead to a high fever and ultimately zombification. Qi Shu was no fool. Though the injury looked alarming, it was not severe enough to break bones or cause infection. Perhaps Gu Yaoyao's gaze was too intense. Qi Shu frowned, casting a cold, disgusted glance at her before quickly finishing his bandaging and walking out with a stern face. Gu Yaoyao patted her stomach full and content. Yuzhua was still unconscious, and the long nights stretched ahead boring and endless. Rubbing her sore and swollen arms, the delicate texture of her skin reminded her of the legend of Tang Monk's flesh. A body so frail in the apocalypse. Wasn't it just the zombie equivalent of that coveted flesh? No, she had to start intensive training immediately. The escape ahead would only grow more perilous. As long as she lived, she must not become a burden to Qi Yao. Having made up her mind, Gu Yaoyao glanced at Yuzhua and reached out to touch his arm. His temperature hadn't changed much, but the bed beneath him was soaked with the water his body had exuded. Whether Yuzhua would turn into a zombie after Qi Yao's near transformation remained uncertain. Whether he could awaken successfully was now a matter of praying to the heavens. Gu Yaoyao casually set down the iron rod and began stretching her neck and limbs. Since Yuzhua wouldn't wake anytime soon, she might as well use the time to loosen up her muscles and silently pray for the man. Then the atmosphere in the room began to grow increasingly bizarre. Yuzhua felt his eyelids too heavy to lift. In his daze, a calm female voice murmured into his ears. Merciful Buddha, what? Was he in the Pure Land now? Could being bitten by a zombie lead to Buddhahood? Yuzhua tried to open his eyes, but they were far too heavy. In his hazy consciousness, Yuzhua struggled to open his eyes, but saw no light. He was truly dead. Hearing the commotion, Gu Yaoyao stopped and turned to see Yuzhua writhing on the bed. Was he awake? Just a few chants and Yuzhua's temperature is almost back to normal. Buddha really came through. Yuzhua bit his tongue hard, the sharp pain jolting him back to awareness. This time he finally saw light. Though dim, he clearly saw a face inches from his own, and his heart nearly stopped in front. Wow, what are you doing? Gu Yaoyao reached out to him in a friendly manner. Yuzhua then realized he was tied up like a dumpling. Why am I tied up? As he spoke, his parched throat produced a voice as hoarse and grating as an old bellows. He had no grievance with this woman. He didn't even know her. Who was she? You were bitten by a zombie. If I didn't tie you up, would I just let you have your way? Gu Yaoyao replied flippantly. Have your way. Yuzhua choked, unable to refute the girl's ambiguous words. When Gu Yaoyao finally untied him, Yuzhua tried to sit up, but a tearing pain shot through his body. He groaned, pressing his fingers hard against his throbbing temples. Once the pain subsided, he noticed that the wounds on his abdomen and arms had been bandaged. Did you treat my wounds? Gu Yaoyao spun around abruptly. Not me. Qi Yao saved you and bandaged you. I had nothing to do with it. I'm just here to make sure I can finish you off if you mutate. Who is Qi Yao? Your future big brother. Gu Yaoyao barely swallowed the words, clearing her throat instead. Your wound was exposed to the air too long. It could easily become infected and turn you into a flesh-eating zombie. Gu Yaoyao secretly studied Yuzhua's expression as she spun a half-truth. Qi Yao saved you and told me to stay here and pray for you. Pray, eh? Yuzhua's lips twitched. So she had been praying to the gods. Yuzhua glanced at the wet sheets and recalled Gu Yaoyao's bizarre behavior. His expression turned odd. During your prayers, did you pour water on me? What did this man take her for? A shamaness performing a ritual? Gu Yaoyao forced a pleasant smile. Don't you feel anything strange about yourself? Yuzhua lifted his damp hand, speaking with earnest sincerity. My hands are suddenly sweating. Does that count? There was something oddly naive about this person. Gu Yaoyao glanced at Yuzhua's hand, his slender fingers glistening with water stains. You've awakened a water-type ability. An ability? Yuzhua was utterly bewildered. Bang! Before he could ask further, a heavy thud echoed from downstairs, as if something massive had collapsed. Gu Yaoyao startled. What happened? Could the plot have shifted again, with zombies sneaking in? Without hesitation, she abandoned Yuzhua, grabbed an iron rod, and rushed downstairs. What's going on? Gu Yaoyao poised herself as if ready to leap into battle at any moment. Qi Yao looked at the girl who had instinctively shielded her without knowing the situation, a flicker of surprise passing through her eyes. It's nothing. Zhu Si suddenly fainted, Qi Yao said, rubbing her temples. The villa's staircase was a spiral design with railings. Zhu Si had collapsed gracefully beside the stairs, his expression betraying no sign of pain. Gu Yaoyao reached out to feel Zhu Si's forehead. As expected, it was scorching hot. It's not serious. He'll be fine after some rest. This was the comatose state of ability advancement. Knowing about abilities alone was already suspicious enough, but if she also understood the state of advancement, Gu Yaoyao feared that even Qi Yao might not be able to stop Zhu Si from wanting to study her. Glancing at the clock, Gu Yaoyao realized it was nearly midnight. She helped Zhu Si up and urged Qi Yao, get some good rest. Recharge your energy to better enhance your abilities. He'll take him to his room. Seeing Gu Yaoyao lift Zhu Si effortlessly without a flush or a gasp, Qi Yao turned and walked away without hesitation. On her way, Qi Yao cast a sidelong glance at Qi Shu, who was leaning against the wall with his head lowered. As they brushed past each other, Qi Shu seemed unable to contain himself, straightening abruptly. Can we talk? Qi Yao sidestepped him expressionlessly, not even turning her head. Not interested. Now was not the time to waste on Qi. Gu Yaoyao had mentioned that zombies would evolve too. In these coming days, Qi Yao had to elevate her abilities and rapidly strengthen herself. She had no time for Qi Shu. After settling Zhu Si, Gu Yaoyao stepped out of the room to find Yuzhua and Qi Shu standing by the corridor window staring outside. Hearing her approach, Yuzhua turned and froze for a moment upon seeing her, then lowered his head to whisper something to Qi Shu. As a result, Qi Shu's gaze toward Gu Yaoyao carried a hint of scrutiny. As she passed them, Yuzhua reached out and tugged at her. Where are you all planning to go? Gu Yaoyao halted, her eyes darting between the two of them. Sensing her confusion, Yuzhua let out a low chuckle. Don't be nervous, we mean no harm. Gu Yaoyao feigned timidity, biting her lips softly, and spoke in a gentle voice. If you mean no harm, then let me pass. I want to go rest. Yuzhua choked, not expecting Gu Yaoyao to take his words literally. He coughed to cover his embarrassment, pretending not to have heard her. I just wanted to ask if you consider taking us along. Before Gu Yaoyao could answer, Yuzhua continued. Since the virus has already ravaged this far, water contamination is inevitable. The government will soon cut off the supply. I think you'll need me. Gu Yaoyao stared at Yuzhua in astonishment. No wonder he was destined to become Qi Yao's second-in-command. He had already spotted this issue within days. Fearing the plot might deviate, Gu Yaoyao dared not say much. She remained silent, watching Yuzhua quietly. And you just said I've awakened a water-type ability. If we join, you'll not only solve the water problem, but also gain 2 more fighters. It's a win-win with no downsides. What do you think? Yuzhua coaxed persuasively. What else could Gu Yaoyao say? Her main purpose in coming to the villa was Yuzhua, rest was secondary. But Qi Shu's premature appearance caught her off guard. Still, Yuzhua's candid attitude surprised Gu Yaoyao. After a moment's thought, she replied with sincere honesty, this isn't for me to decide. You need to ask Qi Yao. With that, Gu Yaoyao glanced at Qi Shu standing to the side, noticing his furrowed brow as his gaze roamed over her. Yuzhua pointed at Qi Shu. You know Qi Shu's ability, Gu Yaoyao cut him off swiftly. I don't. Yuzhua. How was he supposed to respond to that? Qi Shu hadn't taught him. Gu Yaoyao swept her eyes over Yuzhua's abdomen, where the bandage showed faint traces of reddish dampness. Gu Yaoyao felt a twinge of exasperation. Why was he fixating on her instead of asking Qi Yao? You've just awakened your ability and your wounds haven't healed yet. I'd advise you to rest first and ask Qi Yao tomorrow. Yuzhua looked back at Qi Shu, and only after seeing him nod did he turn and push open the door to his room. Qi Shu stared intently at Gu Yaoyao, making her skin crawl. You're afraid of me. Qi Shu narrowed his eyes, looking down at the strikingly beautiful girl before him. Even if she was scared, she would never admit it. Gu Yaoyao gave an awkward smile. Great warrior, do you have any orders? Qi Shu crossed his arms, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. The way you look at Yuzhua is different from how you look at me. With him it's openness, with me it's fear and wariness. Qi Shu paused, his gaze sharp and unrelenting as he stared at Gu Yaoyao, repeating, You're afraid of me. Gu Yaoyao. The notion that Qi Shu would become Qi Yao's most formidable adversary in the later stages of the original story was deeply ingrained in Gu Yaoyao's mind. From the moment she first laid eyes on Qi Shu, Gu Yaoyao couldn't help but feel resistance and vigilance toward him, treating him as if he were already the later version. Qi Shu's words made her realize she might have overreacted. The current Qi Shu hadn't even awakened his ability yet. Steadying herself, Gu Yaoyao smiled lightly and met Qi Shu's gaze with calm composure. I'm not an ability user, so of course I'd be scared of formidable strangers like you. Having cleared her thoughts, Gu Yaoyao resolved to treat Qi Shu with the same openness she showed Yuzhua. Her half-truthful words delivered in an especially sincere tone made Qi Shu look away without responding. Gu Yaoyao kept her eyes discreetly fixed on Qi Shu, and upon noting his hesitation, she allowed a satisfied smile to surface. You're injured too. Why not get some rest? Whatever needs to be said can wait until tomorrow. Qi Shu gave Gu Yaoyao a meaningful look, then stepped aside without a word. Maintaining a friendly smile, Gu Yaoyao hurried away from the suffocating atmosphere. A few steps later, Qi Shu's cool voice came from behind. What ability did you awaken? Gu Yaoyao froze in her tracks. After all that, he was still suspicious of her. Gu Yaoyao turned back with a puzzled expression. I don't have any ability. Chishu leaned on the railing with one hand, his deep eyes carrying an emotion Gu Yaoyao couldn't decipher. Your knowledge of abilities far surpasses theirs. This woman was enigmatic from head to toe. Having someone like her by Qi Yao's side made Chishu deeply uneasy. But Qi Yao was not one to listen to advice now, and he had no way to drive Gu Yaoyao away. Gu Yaoyao put on a polite smile, tilting her head as she looked at him. Read more apocalyptic novels, and you'll learn a lot. Trying to pry information out of her. Dream on. These little survival tips for the apocalypse would eventually become known to Qi Yao and the others, but the journey to discover them would be fraught with detours, injuries, and even deaths. Since she could foresee the future, how could she stand by and watch Qi Yao stumble down those wrong paths? The plot might be in chaos, but she believed Qi Yao could still ascend to that pinnacle revered by all, simply because she was Qi Yao. The sky was barely light, and all around was silent. Gu Yaoyao sat cross-legged, beginning to check the remaining supplies. With the 3 ability users plus her, and Chishu, the leftover supplies would only last a day. This meant they had to set out by tomorrow at the latest. Gu Yaoyao, while planning the next route, opened the door and walked toward the hall. After a few steps, Gu Yaoyao halted. Qi Yao, who should have been resting in her room, was sitting on the sofa, her eyes shut, as if immersed in some state. Gu Yaoyao dared not wake Qi Yao recklessly. She crept quietly to Qi Yao's side, intending to guard her until she came to. But as soon as she approached within 3 meters, she saw Qi Yao's eyes snap open. Her eyes, clear with distinct black and white, were filled with nothing but coldness and vigilance. Qi Yao stared at her without emotion, as if the next moment she would directly reach out and snap her neck. Gu Yaoyao stood frozen, swallowing hard. This was the real Qi Yao. This was the Qi Yao who could make everyone submit. Though still somewhat immature now, she was destined to be extraordinary. Gu Yaoyao moved cautiously, her face full of gentle smiles. Why are you here? Upon realizing it was Gu Yaoyao, the vigilance in Qi Yao's eyes dissipated. Seeing this, Gu Yaoyao swiftly moved closer, speaking softly. It's very safe here. I just checked, there are no zombies inside or out. Qi Yao came to her senses, glanced at the delighted Gu Yaoyao, and said, I understand. Before Zhu Si fainted, Qi Yao had felt her ability being drawn by something, causing unprecedented pain in both body and spirit. Leaning on the sofa, Qi Yao regulated her breathing as much as possible, striving to ease the agony. Gu Yaoyao had been observing Qi Yao, and seeing no abnormality, she continued, Oh, and we're low on supplies. At most they'll last a day. Pushing aside those chaotic thoughts, Qi Yao closed her eyes to sense the energy surging within her, her voice calm. Well, leave once Zhu Si wakes up. Qi Yao took a deep breath, her stamina had recovered, and staying any longer was pointless. Suddenly a clear male voice came from upstairs, I'll go with you. Gu Yaoyao's heart skipped a beat. Looking up, she saw Chishu and Yuzhua descending the stairs. Qi Yao's gaze fell on Yuzhua's abdomen, where a faint smell of blood began to spread with his movements. His injuries are severe, he'll be a burden to us. Qi Yao's words were blunt. Hearing this, Gu Yaoyao looked at Yuzhua. In the original story, Yuzhua was only bitten on the arm. Now he was nothing but a walking blood bag, attracting zombies and risking reinfection if he came with them. Staying in the villa was the best choice for Yuzhua. Catching Qi Yao's implication, Yuzhua straightened his back, retreating to advance. A tactic Chishu had just taught him. He knew how to play this. He forced a bitter smile, sitting across from Gu Yaoyao along the edge of the sofa, his gaze frank. Don't worry, I won't. Suit yourselves. Qi Yao was unwilling to waste time here. She stood and headed out. I'll get the car. Gu Yaoyao, go call Zhu Si. Gu Yaoyao nodded and dashed upstairs. She didn't dare tell Qi Yao that someone unconscious from an ability breakthrough couldn't be woken up. After parking the car, Qi Yao leaned out the window to look. She saw Gu Yaoyao carrying the unconscious Zhu Si over her shoulder like a sack, moving slowly but effortlessly. Qi Yao, unfazed, opened the car door, watching Gu Yaoyao lower Zhu Si onto the back seat. Standing nearby, Yuzhua stared at Gu Yaoyao in disbelief. Was this girl a reincarnated bodybuilder? These are for you. Gu Yaoyao took some supplies from the trunk and handed them to Yuzhua, sighing silently at his pale face. The villa is remote, but safe for now. Yuzhua accepted without hesitation, then glanced at the indifferent Qi Yao and tentatively asked, Can you teach me how to absorb abilities? Qi Yao said nothing, instead looking at Gu Yaoyao standing nearby. Gu Yaoyao replied without thinking, Sorry, I don't know how either. I believe you can do it. Yuzhua. Chishu withdrew his gaze, placing a hand on the car roof. He'll drive. Hearing this, Gu Yaoyao shot him an appreciative look and slipped into the passenger seat. Once Gu Yaoyao was settled, Chishu glanced at Qi Yao, who was resting with eyes closed in the back, then started the car and left the villa. Gu Yaoyao pressed her face to the window, watching the rapidly passing scenery. After driving a distance, Chishu asked, Where are we going? Gu Yaoyao, who had been leaning on the window, turned back and gave him a strange look. The Research Institute. What a waste that this man wasn't an actor. He knew everything, yet played his part better than anyone. The journey was much smoother than 2 days ago. Scattered zombies wandered on the road, and upon hearing the car, they wobbled in pursuit before being left far behind. At the onset of the apocalypse, ordinary zombies weren't hard to kill, stiff limbs, staggering steps. Most survivors died, then due to their own inability to overcome fear. By the time they wanted to stand and fight, ability users had already pulled far ahead of ordinary survivors, and the zombies certainly weren't waiting around for these common people to level up on them. We can't take most of the supplies, they'll have to stay in the villa. Shouldn't we gather some food? What if everything inside is contaminated by the virus and those rations become inedible? Gu Yaoyao tried to maintain an innocent, naive smile as she suggested. Before Qi could respond, a weak cough came from the back seat. Zhu Si stirred awake, disoriented by the cramped space. Where are we going? Gu Yaoyao quickly turned around, surprised he had woken so soon. She opened her mouth, struggling to swallow her vast knowledge. Are you okay? Zhu Si pressed a hand to his temple, trying to exert force, but finding himself weak. Trembling, he propped himself up against the seat. I'm fine. As he spoke, Zhu Si's stomach growled loudly. Having just completed his breakthrough, he was desperately in need of food to replenish energy. He smiled awkwardly. Is there anything to eat? Gu Yaoyao glanced at his trembling hands, recalling from the original story that after an ability breakthrough, one urgently needed energy. She casually grabbed a loaf of bread from the door pocket and tossed it back. Zhu Si caught it steadily and thanked her. We only have bread. The rest of the supplies we left with Yuzhua. Since the supplies were in the villa and Yuzhua was guarding it, saying they were left for him wasn't wrong. Tearing open the wrapper, Zhu Si ate ravenously. After 4 pieces of bread, the burning pain in his stomach satisfied, he noticed the road looked familiar. Wiping his mouth, he asked, puzzled. Weren't we supposed to rest for a few? Qiao, while staying alert, replied casually. We've all mostly recovered. Staying longer is pointless. The car slowed and stopped on the road. Everyone stared at the haphazardly piled roadblocks ahead, exchanging bewildered glances. Let's change course. Qi frowned. Though he was driving, he still needed everyone's agreement. If the road was blocked, it meant there was an impassable. Gu Yaoyao held her breath, clutching her seatbelt nervously. In the original story, after changing course, Qi Yao and the others encountered a massive horde of zombies, and Qi Yao almost got bitten. Qi Yao sneered, rammed through it. Such petty tricks had long grown tiresome to her even before the apocalypse began. Gu Yaoyao hadn't anticipated that without any intervention on her part, Qi Yao would deviate from the original plot and make a different choice. Glancing at Qi beside her, Gu Yaoyao suddenly realized that someone's appearance might not be a bad thing. It seemed that Qi early arrival would also reverse the course of events. A faint smile curled at the corners of Qi lips, a hint of chill in his eyes as he looked at the roadblock ahead. Hold on tight. With that, he floored the accelerator, sending the barrier flying as they crashed through it. Gu Yaoyao clung desperately to the handle by the window, fearing she might be thrown out at any moment. The start was fierce and the stop was equally brutal. Qi eyes darkened as he spun the wheel wildly, executing a drifting halt that left black tire marks scorched on the asphalt. What's wrong? Gu Yaoyao slumped in the passenger seat, her face pale, her chest aching from the seatbelt's pressure. By the roadside, a medium-sized truck that had been stationary slowly pulled into the middle of the road, completely blocking their path. Zhu Si rolled down his window, his vantage point, giving him a clear view of the 2 men in the cab. With vision enhanced by his evolved abilities, he could even discern the greed etched on their faces. He'll go check it out. Qi Yao was about to step out when Qi stopped her. No, let Zhu Si and me handle this. Without giving Qi Yao a chance to refuse, Qi swiftly closed the car door, as if fearing she might descend if he delayed. As they stepped out, the 2 men jumped down from their truck. Burly with menacing glares that suggested they were anything but Gu Yaoyao found the sight rather unpleasant. These 2 would make even the neighborhood children cry for days. The man with a scar between his brows grinned. Folks, are you survivors from Jiang City? The other man's gaze slid past Zhu Si to the car beyond, landing on Gu Yaoyao in the passenger seat. His eyes lit up and he exchanged a knowing laugh with his companion. A flicker of ruthlessness passed through Qi eyes. They invited enthusiastically. There's a survivor shelter nearby with everything you need. Want to join? Zhu Si placed a steadying hand on Qi's shoulder and declined calmly. No thanks. Please move your vehicle. What are you afraid of, brother? The man's expression soured. I'm offering a sincere invitation and you're treating me like a villain. Qi let out a cold laugh. Aren't you? Perhaps taken aback by such bluntness, the man stood with his mouth agape for a long moment. Catching the mockery in Qi's eyes, he flew into a rage and swung a fist at him. But in the next instant, his arm was twisted behind his back, a sharp dagger pressed against his throat. Witnessing this, Gu Yaoyao guessed what Qi intended to do. She lowered her head to hide the pity in her eyes, then took a deep breath and forced herself to watch as Qi slowly slit the man's throat. In the apocalypse, murder and robbery were commonplace. The other man stood frozen, watching his companion collapse to the ground as blood gushed from his neck, quickly pooling into a dark stain. Qi's movements were fluid, and with a flick of his wrist, the dagger plunged into the man's chest. Qi Yao leaned against the car window, watching with keen interest as her brother dispatched the 2. Zhu Si stood still, a complex expression on his face as he looked at the still twitching corpse. Killing zombies didn't frighten him, but taking a human life, even knowing they were no saints, it left a bitter, unsettling feeling in his chest. He took a deep breath and said, his voice slightly hoarse, finish them off with a stab to the head, or they'll turn. Qi glanced at the bodies and let out a disdainful snort. Despite his contempt, he moved swiftly, delivering a precise blow to each corpse's skull. Afterward, he wiped the blood-stained dagger clean on the dead man's clothes. Seeing they were done, Gu Yaoyao unfastened her seatbelt, slid into the driver's seat, and started the engine. Zhu Si watched the car approach, then looked down at the bodies on the ground. He turned and walked toward the truck. He'll move that and see if there's anything useful inside. Disappointingly, the truck held nothing but coils of rope, likely intended for their ambushes. They had no use for such items. After parking the truck, Zhu Si climbed back into the Land Rover's back seat and shrugged at the others, indicating head found nothing. The minor incident hadn't cost them much time. Gu Yaoyao cast a surreptitious glance at Qi Shu beside her. She had always known he would become formidable in the later stages of the story, but the skill he had just displayed made her realize he was far stronger than she had imagined. This strength lay not only in his physical prowess, but also in his ability to swiftly adapt to the new rules of this brutal world even after only a few days of chaos. Like brother, like sister. How could such individuals possibly fail to succeed unless struck down by an untimely fate? The car had just started moving when Gu Yaoyao rolled up the window again. Let's scout the area first, gather some supplies, then move on. Zhu Si thought for a moment. I recall a farmer's market nearby, but it's usually crowded. He used to visit occasionally on it. Fortunately, the surrounding buildings hadn't suffered severe damage. Zhu Si took the wheel and drove cautiously toward their destination. Qi Shu, relegated to the back seat, sat rigidly, radiating discomfort like a man with a rash. The vast market was eerily silent, a sense of wrongness hanging in the air. Qi Yao pretended not to notice Gu Yaoyao's hand on the door handle. Stay in the car. We'll get the supplies. Before Gu Yaoyao could respond, Qi Yao had already jumped out and slipped into a nearby shop. She leaned over the steering wheel, her eyes fixed on a swaying wooden sign not far away. There were few zombies in the area. They had been cleared out by the people from the so-called survivor shelter the two men had mentioned. Yet an inexplicable unease gnawed at her heart. Just then a zombie shambled out from around a corner, staggering toward the car. Frowning, Gu Yaoyao gripped an iron rod and opened the door, ready to confront it. But as she stepped out, Qi Yao rushed back and grabbed her hand, her expression grave as she scanned their surroundings. Something's wrong. We need to leave. Now. As if in response, Zhu Si sprinted toward them, his face pale. Without looking back, he hurled the cleaver in his hand at the approaching zombie, striking it square in the forehead. Go. The supermarket's packed with zombies. Huh. With their characteristic guttural roars, a horde of zombies shuffled forward on stiff limbs, dragging their rigid bodies toward them, excited growls rumbling from their throats. There were at least 30 or 40 zombies in sight. The cacophony of their simultaneous snarls was utterly spine-chilling. It was as if a legion of demons crawling from the fiery abyss were howling, intent on dragging them into the depths, sending a tremor of terror through their hearts. Qi Shu darted out from nowhere, his dagger flying from his hand, hurtling straight toward the forehead of a zombie that lunged out from the left, heading for Zhu Si. The zombie seemed to charge too quickly. Its body lurched forward a few steps by inertia, its raised arms rigid as it toppled stiffly to the ground. Stepping forward swiftly to retrieve the dagger, Qi Shu spun around, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, gripping the blade tightly and plunging it deep into the skull of the next approaching zombie. Meanwhile, Zhu Si raised his hand, channeling the energy within him as the shadow beneath his feet surged like a tidal wave toward the zombie horde. Was the fight starting just like that? Gu Yaoyao clutched the iron rod, tightly shielding Qi Yao behind her, her eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, terrified that a zombie might spring out from some forgotten corner. Qi Yao yanked her backward. Protect yourself. With that, Qi Yao shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Though Qi Shu was no slouch in combat, he was outmatched by the sheer number of zombies. In the blink of an eye, a zombie opened its foul-reeking maw, about to sink its teeth into his arm, and Qi Shu had no time to dodge. The next second, the pain never came. The zombie caught a leg whip across its face, staggering a few steps before it could steady itself, only to have half its skull sliced off by a woman wielding an ice blade. Hearing the commotion, zombies from both sides lunged at Qi Yao simultaneously. She agilely bent backward to evade her gaze, sweeping over the zombies' ashen-gray faces. The human skin was torn open, revealing the stark, white bone beneath. She sprinted a few steps, launching herself into the air, her foot landing on the chest of the zombie, charging in front, then using the momentum to execute a rabbit kick, striking another zombie square on the forehead, sending it toppling backward. Qi Yao landed gracefully, and with a lift of her eyes, an ice blade flew forth. In a flash of silver light, the fallen zombie's forehead was pierced by an ice spike, leaving a puddle of icy slush on the ground. They'll help you. Seeing this, Gu Yaoyao's eyes seemed to blaze with fiery determination. She swung her iron rod, sidestepping a zombie's attack aimed at its head, and with no wasted motion, smashed its skull in one clean blow. Dark red blood mixed with tiny chunks of flesh splattered all over Gu Yaoyao. The stench of decay clung to her, wave after wave, assaulting her senses until her vision blurred. Qi Shu's gaze swept over the zombie Gu Yaoyao had decapitated, a flicker of darkness passing through his eyes. Gu Yaoyao, ever mindful of the plot, where Qi Yao almost got bitten, kept all her attention fixed on Qi Yao. Zombies dragged their rigid limbs, closing in relentlessly. Gu Yaoyao gritted her teeth, her palms aching from gripping the iron rod, and fought with all her might to take down each approaching zombie. Her movements were swift and efficient, with no superfluous actions. Averting his gaze, Qi Shu eyed the 4 or 5 zombies encircling him. The dagger in his hand moved like a living thing. It was impossible to see how he maneuvered it, but with a flash of cold light, a zombie's head tumbled to the ground. Hearing the sounds of battle, more zombies began to converge on their location. They couldn't drag this out any longer. Qi Yao glanced at Zhu Si, who was using his ability to reap zombie heads, and barked, "This is endless. Zhu Si, is there any way to block the zombies? The area is too vast. I'm not sure if it'll work." Zhu Si narrowly dodged a zombie's swiping claw, then clenched his palm, and the zombie's head was enveloped in viscous shadow, exploding instantly. Qi tightened his grip on his dagger. "They'll cover you." With that, he grabbed Zhu Si's hand and pulled him behind, then kicked a snarling zombie square in the chest as it lunged. The zombie he kicked flew backward, crashing into and toppling a cluster of others. Seizing the opening, Zhu Si took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and began channeling the energy within him. The shadows around them began to writhe, and in the blink of an eye, a 10-foot barrier shot up from the ground, sealing off all the passages around. "I can't hold this for long. Gu Yaoyao, go start the car." Zhu Si strained to control his ability. The massive barrier was draining his energy. Gu Yaoyao drove her iron rod through a zombie's head, yanked it out like a blade, kicked the corpse away, and hurriedly restarted the vehicle. Hearing the engine roar to life, Qi Yao glanced at Zhu Si, whose face was already paling. "You all go first." Qi refused without a second thought. "No. If you don't follow my orders, get out now." Qi Yao's eyes turned cold, her tone icy. "They'll count to 3. As she spoke, a chill potent enough to freeze blood seeped into every pore, radiating from Qi Yao. Her face grew visibly paler, almost translucent. Qi pressed his lips together, gripping his dagger tightly. Qi Yao's eyes were filled with glacial killing intent. Counting down, she wielded her ice blade, mercilessly severing the heads of zombies whose feet were frozen solid. As 3 rang out, the cold air laced with a subtle wind stung the exposed skin. The moment Zhu Si retracted his ability, Qi grabbed him and dragged him toward the car. Qi Yao's ice blade vanished and fine beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Countless two-finger-wide ice blades hung suspended in the air. After she kicked away a zombie that lunged too eagerly, all the blades shot forth. Seizing that moment, Qi Yao spun around and sprinted toward the car behind her. From all directions, zombies howled with hunger, chasing close on her heels. With the zombies closing in, Gu Yaoyao's palms were slick with sweat as she gradually pressed down on the accelerator. The car crept forward slowly. Qi stood by the open door, arm outstretched. "Grab my hand." Qi Yao was running out of steam, her physical strength and mental energy severely depleted. Hearing his shout, she shuddered, summoning a burst of strength from somewhere to grit her teeth and speed up. Qi grabbed Qi Yao's hand, yanking her back into the car. He slammed the door shut, finally feeling his heart settle back into place. "Qi Yao, do you have no regard for your own life?" His eyes darkened, barely containing his fury and anxiety. "Exactly." This time Gu Yaoyao was on Qi side. She glanced at Qi Yao's pale face in the rearview mirror and softened her tone, lacking any resolve. "Are you hurt?" Qi Yao shook her head. "I'm fine." Compared to Gu Yaoyao, wasn't she afraid enough for her life? A crowd of zombies was gathering in front of the car. Gu Yaoyao gripped the steering wheel. In breaking through. With that, the Land Rover rammed straight into the zombies ahead, ruthlessly crushing them under its wheels. Gu Yaoyao quickly shifted gears and turned the wheel, making the front of the car sway slightly. She accelerated through a relatively thinner spot, smashing the zombies aside, carving a path out of the horde. Zhu Si clutched his seatbelt tightly. "Gu Yaoyao, your seatbelt. Given the situation, if something dangerous happens, it's faster to escape without it." No, he meant the issue was her driving skills. Looking back at the zombie horde still chasing them, Qi expression grew grim. Qi Yao glanced at Qi and said coldly, "They can't keep up." After speaking, she closed her eyes and began to regulate her breathing. She quietly channeled the energy within her, and a tearing pain spread from her temples to the back of her head. She furrowed her brow, about to suppress it, when Gu Yaoyao slammed on the brakes. Staring at the truck blocking their path, Gu Yaoyao found this scene all too familiar. Gu Yaoyao slowed down, her expression serious. This must be from that survivor shelter. They had come seeking revenge. Qi pulled out the dagger from his waist. His face cold, he pushed open the car door. "He'll go deal with them." Bottled up rage simmering inside him, these people were just asking to be killed. As Qi just stepped out of the truck, a young man in his early 20s leaped down from the cargo bed. His high cheekbones and gaunt face gave him a menacing look. Gu Yaoyao clicked her tongue softly. Qi was even more formidable. These people had truly picked the wrong target. When the young man saw the dagger in Qi hand, his fierce expression froze momentarily. He sneered and waved dismissively to his companions, saying, "Just a little knife. Nothing to be afraid of." With that, several more figures jumped down from the truck, each wielding a weapon, charging forward with an air of righteousness. Before Qi could approach, the yellow-haired leader pointed a baseball bat at him and shouted, "Are you the bastard who killed Brother Wang and his men?" As if a single nod from Qi would make them rush over to finish him off. Qi halted, twirling the dagger deftly between his fingers, and smiled at the yellow-haired man. "Bastard calling who? Who are you cursing?" The yellow-haired man's face twisted with rage. "Brother Huang, he's calling you an idiot." One of the lackeys chimed in, as if afraid he wouldn't catch the insult. "Do you think I don't know I can speak?" The yellow-haired man slapped him, his eyes fierce. "Get him." He spat to the side, tightened his grip on the bat, and swung viciously at Qi head. Qi didn't move. Instead, he shot out his hand like lightning, grabbing the man's wrist and pressing the dagger against his throat. "How do you want to die?" Qi voice was icy. The undisguised murder in his eyes made those surrounding him tremble. The cold steel of the dagger seemed to seep into the yellow-haired man's skin. Shivering, he held his breath and bluffed, "Touch me, and the base won't let you go." "Is that so?" Qi raised an eyebrow. The dagger in his hand moved like lightning, slashing across the yellow-haired man's arm. A searing pain shot through him as a deep, bone-deep gash appeared. In the blink of an eye, blood gushed out. Ah! The yellow-haired man's scream was cut short. He clutched his throat in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at Qi Shu stumbling backward with both hands clamped over his neck. The sudden excruciating pain gave him no chance to speak. Blood seeped through his fingers. With a gurgling sound, he staggered a few steps and collapsed dead. Qi Shu casually stabbed him in the forehead as a finishing blow. The remaining men were frozen in fear. Qi Yao rolled down the car window, poking her head out impatiently. Don't waste time. Any more delay, and the zombies would catch up. Sensing Qi Yao's irritation, Qi Shu's gaze turned cold. The young man with the wrench snapped out of his stupor and swung it at Qi Shu. Qi Shu spun around and delivered a flying kick, landing precisely on the man's wrist. A crack of bone echoed as the wrench clattered to the ground, followed by increasingly shrill screams. With incredible speed, Qi Shu pivoted and kicked the man on his left squarely in the jaw, sending him sprawling. He followed up by plunging his dagger deep into the man's chest, ending his life swiftly. The burly man nearby finally realized Qi Shu's terror and turned to flee, but Qi Shu was faster. He hurled the dagger like a dart, striking the man's skull cleanly. The man's escape halted abruptly as he crashed face first to the ground. Qi Shu pulled out the dagger, warm blood spraying, and in an instant drove it into the nape of another man's neck. The remaining young man's legs gave way as he backed away, his face a mask of terror at his convulsing companion. He saw Qi Shu standing behind him, hand on the embedded dagger, grinning with blood on his palm. Don't kill me. Not kill. If they had been the ones defeated today, their fate would have been far from merciful, especially given how these men's gazes kept drifting toward the car. The car windows had no dark tint. What would happen to two attractive women in a world of chaos was all too clear. The thought extinguished any last shred of mercy Qi Shu might have had. In the young man's eyes, Qi Shu was now no less than the Grim Reaper. Before he could finish, a dagger appeared in his forehead. Qi Shu, expressionless, grabbed his collar, pulled out the blade, and wiped it clean on the fabric. He glanced back at the slowly approaching Land Rover, then vaulted into the truck to search. Their luck was good this time. Besides a case of water, there were several boxes of bread. Qi Shu unloaded the supplies and stacked them nearby. He looked at Zhu Si, who had just gotten out of the car. They'll take the truck. You move the supplies back. Having become a looter himself, Qi Shu felt no guilt. Zhu Si nodded without objection and carried the supplies. The thick smell of blood would attract zombies. If they didn't leave soon, they'd be caught in another bitter fight. Gu Yaoyao glanced in the rearview mirror, meeting Qi Yao's eyes in the back seat. She smiled. We have enough supplies for a few days now. Should we find a place to rest or keep going? Qi Yao tried to use her powers again, but the tearing pain in her head was still intense. She rubbed her temples vigorously. Let's find a place to rest first. Zhu Si lowered his head in thought. Should we check out the survivor shelter they mentioned? Before the apocalypse, crowded places meant plenty of zombies. The only relatively safe spot nearby was the shelter those men had pointed to. Gu Yaoyao's heart skipped a beat. Isn't that too risky? We just killed a bunch of their people. In the post-apocalyptic world, some would always take advantage of the chaos to loot. Those with a bit of strength and territory were eager to expand their power, magnifying humanity's darkest instincts. Compared to zombies, certain humans were far more ruthless in denying ordinary people a chance to survive. Gu Yaoyao wholeheartedly approved of Qi Shu's actions. Though Qi Shu wouldn't go out of his way to mete out justice, dealing with pests that came to him was a public service. Qi Yao closed her eyes wearily and said calmly, just find a place nearby. Gu Yaoyao acknowledged and checked the fuel gauge. We're low on oil. We need to find some. With that, she turned off the highway toward a cluster of residential buildings. Zhu Si stretched slightly and nodded. Leave that to Qi Shu and me. Gu Yaoyao stopped in front of a secluded 3-story house. She ventured, is this place okay? Let's check inside. Qi Yao opened the door and jumped out. She looked at the rusted iron gate and pushed it, but it didn't. It's locked. Qi Shu, who had followed her out, eyed the heavy gate. He'll go in and open it. He walked to the wall, planted his feet, and with a coordinated push of his arms vaulted over with practiced ease. The moment Qi Shu's feet hit the ground, a putrid stench hit him. Silence, a silence that was eerily profound. Something's wrong inside. Don't come in yet. Qi Shu pulled out the dagger from his waist and slowed his steps as he walked toward the house. After a few steps, a massive black shadow darted out, charging straight at his face. Qi Shu was quicker, having already sensed something amiss. He instantly retreated several paces to create distance. The black shadow missed its target, but upon landing it refused to give up. It sprang up again and lunged at Qi Shu. The shadow attacked first while Qi Shu continued to evade until he was cornered. The shadow without hesitation pounced once more. The man and the shadow became locked in an increasingly intense struggle, causing the 3 people outside the iron gate to grow tense as they watched. In the instant Qi Shu dodged sideways, he swung his dagger. A flash of blade light appeared, and no one saw what happened, only the pained howl of a beast as the shadow hastily fled. Qi Shu stood still, his gaze sharp as he stared at the creature circling him. It was less a monster and more a rotting ball of flesh with no fur or skin, only a translucent bloody membrane wrapping its purpler flesh. Roar! The monster was clearly enraged by Qi Shu's strike. It jerked its head, bared its sharp teeth, and let out a furious roar at him. Viscous liquid mixed with decayed flesh dripped continuously from between the creature's teeth. The monster took a few steps back, snarled in a low growl, then kicked off its hind legs and leaped at Qi Shu again. The monster's speed grew more astonishing with each attack. Qi Shu couldn't dodge in time and was pinned under its paws. The monster grinned, its mouth full of bloody saliva tearing open its already rotting lips as putrid blood dripped onto Qi Shu's face. Qi Shu held his dagger horizontally, blocking the monster's mouth. The creature's sharp teeth gnashed against the blade with a grating clack-clack sound. The monster's strength was far greater than expected. Qi Shu had already expended considerable energy, and now using all his might, he could barely keep the creature from biting him. Frustrated by the sight of its prey just out of reach, the monster angrily twisted its neck, trying to shake off the dagger lodged in its mouth, while pressing down bit by bit. At the critical moment, Qi Yao grabbed an iron rod, dashed to the courtyard wall, kicked off, and climbed up. Using her hands, she vaulted over and jumped down. Qi Yao kicked the monster, pinning Qi Shu, sending it flying. With one hand, she swung the iron rod and smashed it against the creature's head. Instantly, a loud clang rang out and rotten flesh splattered everywhere. Qi Yao's tiger's mouth ached from the impact. Though the monster had no fur or skin, the blow felt like striking reinforced concrete. Her hand trembled violently. Roar! The fallen monster let out a hoarse cry, then staggered to its feet again, as if Qi Yao's powerful strike. Qi Yao said, "Be careful. It's not easy to deal with." The creature's tenacity made Qi Shu press his lips together. Cursing inwardly, he didn't slacken his grip and assumed a fighting stance. Before the monster could recover, Qi Shu gripped his dagger and launched an attack. The creature swayed, its movements sluggish as it opened its already distorted mouth wide and lunged at him. Qi Shu sidestepped and delivered a solid kick to the monster's abdomen. Qi Yao, seizing the opportunity, didn't let the creature get up. She planted her foot, dashed forward in a single stride, stepped on the monster's head, and spread a layer of frost to freeze it. Biting her lip, she steadied her swaying body, aimed at the monster's head, and with a thud, plunged the rod in. The zombie dog let out a piercing wail and struggled violently for a few moments. Seeing the creature still writhing, Qi Yao, without changing her expression, twisted the iron rod inside. With a long howl, the monster went limp and lay still. Qi Yao pulled out the rod, leaned against the courtyard wall, and looked at the dead creature on the ground. She hesitated before speaking. "Is this a mutated wolf dog?" Since humans could mutate into man-eating monsters, animal mutations weren't too surprising. Qi Shu said, "Highly likely." Seeing Qi Yao's pale, bloodless face, he frowned and asked cautiously, "Are you?" Qi Yao nodded. "I want that." After speaking, she took a deep breath, stood up, and opened the gate, signaling Gu Yao. As soon as Gu Yaoyao parked the car, she saw Qi Shu walk out of the house and say to Qi Yao, "No bodies inside. Probably eaten clean by the zombie dog." A dog like a zombie. Qi Shu casually gave the creature a name. Zombie dog. Gu Yaoyao's heart skipped a beat at those words. She quickly turned to look at the bloody, mangled mass not far away. This had nothing to do with the zombie dogs described in the original story. Instead, it resembled monsters that appeared in the later stages. Was it because she was still alive? Or was it because Qi Shu had appeared early? Gu Yaoyao's heart chilled as she recalled the plot where Qi Shu would later transform into a high-level zombie. Zhu Si walked over, and upon seeing the zombie dog's appearance, frowned. "It seems animals have mutated too." Qi Yao said, "We'll set off at dawn." Gu Yaoyao composed herself and said in a deliberately light tone, "They'll take the night watch tonight. You all get some good rest." Her words made Qi Shu turn his head and glance at her several times, a mix of surprise and scrutiny in his eyes. When their eyes met, Qi Shu indifferently looked away. Qi Yao glanced at Gu Yaoyao and said flatly, "You've expended a lot of energy too." The implication was clear, don't overdo it. Hearing this, Gu Yaoyao shook her head. "I'm fine. You." Qi Shu interrupted Gu Yaoyao and walked over to Qi Yao. "You and Zhu Si go rest on the third floor. She and I will stay on the second." Gu Yaoyao was about to refuse when Qi Yao said, "All right. Zhu Si will drive tomorrow so you two can rest." Having used too much mental energy from her abilities, both she and Zhu Si needed enough time to recover. Gu Yaoyao swallowed the words of refusal. As they spoke, Zhu Si opened the trunk and pulled out a can of gasoline. This was siphoned from the car. It should last us a while. While gathering supplies, Zhu Si had been thorough. The fuel problem was temporarily solved. After a simple dinner on the first floor, Qi Shu glanced outside. The pitch darkness gave him an uneasy feeling. After a moment's thought, he got up and looked at Qi Yao, who had just finished drinking water. "I'm going to take a look around." The place was too quiet, and Qi Shu felt there was some hidden danger. Qi Yao nodded. "Be careful. Don't go too far." Zhu Si stood up, stretched, and placed a hand on Qi Shu's shoulder. "He'll go with you. Two people can look out for each other." What if the plot had derailed, and Qi Shu mutated and got infected early? Gu Yaoyao quickly pulled Zhu Si back. "He'll go. Zhu Si, rest well. Even though I don't have abilities, I'm strong enough," Gu Yaoyao added before Zhu Si could speak. "And if worst comes to worst, there." Qi Yao rubbed her temples forcefully, the violent, recurrent tearing pain in her head making her irritable. "At most 1 hour, no matter what you encounter, you must come back." As she spoke, Qi Yao closed her eyes and leaned back, exhaling a breath of turbid air. "If I don't see you in an hour, there's no need for you to show up ever again." Qi Shu. This younger sister of his was still as ill-tempered as ever. Qi Shu couldn't help recalling that Qi Yao had rarely smiled since childhood, showing little interest in people or matters, always preferring solitude. Meanwhile, Gu Yaoyao stood by with a perpetual smile, her eyes brimming with an eerie tenderness that seemed ready to overflow. Truly worthy of Qi Yao. Qi Shu cleared his throat twice. "Got it. Well, be back on time." The forced pivot in his words was painfully awkward. Zhu Si suddenly slapped his forehead. "Did any of you bring a The three of them stared at him in unison, then shook their heads in silent agreement. When fleeing for your life, you'd rather pack an extra ham sausage than a phone. Gu Yaoyao understood what Zhu Si intended, but unfortunately by the second day of the apocalypse, there was no network except at military bases. A phone without internet was less useful than a brick for fighting zombies. Gu Yaoyao said, I was too busy running for my life back, then I forgot about the phone. Qi Yao glanced at Gu Yaoyao, but didn't call her out. Gu Yaoyao hadn't been fleeing, she had initially wanted to jump off the building to end her life. Zhu Si frowned, deeply looking at the box beside him. I need a phone to contact Dr. Wang. He might know something. At the mention of Dr. Wang, Qi Yao's expression shifted instantly. You mean Wang Tao, eh? Zhu Si was taken aback. How do you know? Qi Yao brushed it off with a dismissive tone. Just a guess. Seeing she was unwilling to elaborate, Zhu Si didn't press, further rising to head upstairs and rest. Qi Yao's gaze darkened as she looked at the two standing aside. What are you dawdling for? We're leaving right now. In perfect sync, they vanished from her sight. Just outside the courtyard, Qi Shu shot Gu Yaoyao a profound look. Stay by the door and don't follow. I'm afraid you're too weak. Was he dismissing her? Gu Yaoyao was so furious she wanted to smack Qi Shu with a pole. Reining in her anger, she deliberately curled her lips into a sweet smile. How pitiful for you. But Qi Yao told us to look out for each other. With that, Gu Yaoyao glanced at Qi Shu's waist. Besides, you're wounded. That'll attract zombies. This was one reason she had come out with him. Zhu Si was too important to Qi Yao to risk any mishap, and she herself was terminally ill. Dying sooner or later was the same. Qi Shu's eyes flickered, but he said nothing. It was fine to have her along, and at least she wouldn't disturb Qi Yao's rest. Each harboring their own thoughts, they scouted the perimeter around the small building. As they passed a basketball court, Qi Shu's steps slowed, sensing a faint danger. Qi Shu reached out to stop Gu Yaoyao from moving forward, pressing a finger to his lips and shaking his head gently before she could speak. Then grabbing her hand, he ducked behind a stone pier. Following Qi Shu's gaze, Gu Yaoyao spotted a shadowy figure flickering under the trees. She caught her breath. Could there be ghosts in the apocalypse? Before she could react, she saw Qi Shu grip his dagger muscles in his arm, taut, his expression sharper than she had ever seen. Gu Yaoyao was pulled into Qi Shu's embrace, pressed tightly against the stone pier. For a moment, all she could hear was the pounding of his heart. Qi Shu's nerves were on edge as he fixed his gaze on the figure beneath the tree, neither fully human nor something else. Just then the figure stirred, stepping slowly into the light. It was a zombie. Gu Yaoyao struggled to turn her head, her pupils contracting. Under the street lamp, the zombie's cheek sagged, revealing a horrifying blackish-purple wound. A chill crawled up her spine. Qi Shu's grip on Gu Yaoyao tightened. His focus differed from hers. This zombie's movements were nothing like the stiff gait of others, though its limbs were twisted. Its speed seemed almost human. How was this possible? Could there be powerful beings among the zombies? And if so, could their strength surpass that of the super? At this thought, a flicker of fear crossed Qi Shu's eyes. Gu Yaoyao's head ached from being held so tightly, but she dared not move recklessly. She strained to look up at the first-tier zombie under the light, its imposing figure making her gulp nervously. This zombie feels different from the ones before. What do we do? It's dangerous. Qi Shu released her, glancing at her pale face. He whispered, when I say run, you run. Don't look back no matter what you hear. The wound on his waist throbbed painfully. During the fight with the zombie dog, Qi Shu had inadvertently aggravated it, but he gritted his teeth and hid his suffering. Zombies had keen senses of smell. The scent of blood from his wound and the presence of living humans was a dangerous mix. Qi Shu had already prepared for the worst. Gu Yaoyao ignored his instruction and asked instead, if we fight together, do you think we can kill it? Qi Shu shook his head. No. He had no idea of the zombie's true strength, but he knew his own stamina was too depleted. Killing it was out of the question, and even surviving was uncertain. Qi Shu didn't expect Gu Yaoyao to be of any help. He'd be grateful if she didn't make things worse. Unbeknownst to her, he considered her utterly useless. Gripping her iron rod tightly, Gu Yaoyao's voice was resolute. No matter what, we have to take it down. Otherwise, Qi Yao and the others will be in danger. At her words, Qi Shu's eyes blazed with ferocity as he stared at the shifting figure. Just then the zombie paused, it sniffing, its grayish-white pupils swiveling, a murderous gleam flashing. Gu Yaoyao's heart skipped a beat. It spotted us. As she spoke, the zombie lunged at them with savage claws, eager to taste fresh flesh. Qi Shu reacted swiftly, yanking Gu Yaoyao aside to roll away, narrowly dodging the zombie's swiping claws. Seeing them, the zombie let out an excited roar, its grayish-white eyes gleaming with fervor. Drops of saliva mixed with rotting flesh dripped from its twisted mouth. Go! With that, Qi Shu charged forward, blocking the zombie's path. Gu Yaoyao dared not flee. If Qi Shu got bitten and mutated into a high-tier zombie, wouldn't the whole story collapse? Besides, Qi Yao was in the small building nearby. She couldn't take the risk. Gu Yaoyao tightened her grip on the iron rod, a bead of cold sweat rolling down her temple as she watched the fight unfold. Qi Shu must not turn into a zombie. Not now. At this moment, Qi Shu was locked in a fierce struggle with a first-tier zombie. Within the blink of an eye, it was clear that Qi Shu was losing his ground. He attempted to counter by thrusting his blade toward the zombie's shoulder, but as he twisted his body, the wound on his waist tore open even more severely. Qi Shu's movement faltered, and the blade merely grazed the zombie's shoulder. The zombie viciously seized Qi Shu's right hand with a grip so powerful it threatened to crush the bones within. It bared its fangs with a leering grin and yanked with such force that it dragged Qi Shu's entire body forward. Startled, Qi Shu instinctively raised his arm and drove his left elbow into the creature with brutal impact. This blow, delivered with all his might and no restraint, sent the zombie staggering backward. In the same motion, he drove the dagger deep into its flesh with savage determination, twisting the blade relentlessly. The zombie howled in pain and fury. Qi Shu swiftly withdrew his hand and distanced himself with decisive speed, the terror in his eyes growing ever more pronounced. It was no illusion. Just moments ago, that zombie had perceived his intent. Every zombie he had encountered until now attacked purely on instinct, driven by a mindless hunger devoid of any pattern or strategy. Yet this one appeared to possess a flicker of intelligence, however limited. Qi Shu fixed his gaze on the creature, which seemed to be searching for a weakness in his defenses, aiming for a single fatal strike. It seemed that the earlier blow had instilled fear in this zombie. Otherwise, it would have lunged at him, recklessly biting and clawing without restraint rather than circling him warily like this. Perhaps then intelligence was not entirely a curse. Qi Shu felt a viscous liquid slide down his waist onto his skin, and his expression shifted subtly. Damn it! Blood would only drive the zombie into a greater frenzy. Lured by the scent of fresh blood, the fear in its pallid eyes vanished entirely, replaced by an insatiable, ravenous craving. It could no longer contain its eagerness to tear Qi Shu apart. The zombie opened its gaping maw and charged with terrifying speed, aiming directly for his injured flank. Qi Shu barely evaded the attack, catching a glimpse of Gu Yaoyao rushing toward him in his peripheral vision. Was this girl insane? A moment's distraction allowed the zombie to press forward, and Qi Shu lashed out with his blade, attempting to carve another hole in its shoulder. The zombie dodged with unsettling agility, twisting its body to avoid the strike, and lunged with its jaws wide toward Qi Shu's shoulder. Qi Shu crashed heavily to the ground, the wound on his waist wrenching painfully, draining the color from his face and forcing a trickle of blood from his lips. The zombie lunged directly, its jaws aimed at Qi Shu's head. Damn it, there was no escape. In that instant, Gu Yaoyao, charging forward with all her strength, grabbed the zombie's hair and yanked it backward with ferocious force. She wrenched the zombie clean off Qi Shu, slamming it hard onto the ground with a resounding thud. Seizing the opening, she swung the iron rod in her hands with every ounce of her strength. Her tender palm throbbed with searing pain from the impact. Gu Yaoyao let out a muffled grunt, her eyes locked on the zombie as it recoiled in agony. This zombie's speed was no different from an ordinary human's. It was likely only a first-tier creature. She took a deep breath, silently encouraging herself that she could do this. Even if she couldn't, she had to. Qi Yao was right. Qi Shu stared in astonishment at the scene before him. He had never expected Gu Yaoyao to be so fearless. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he tightened his grip on the dagger and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. Gu Yaoyao quickly assessed Qi Shu as he moved closer. "Are you alright?" Qi Shu replied, "I'm fine. We need to finish this quickly. Dragging it out will only lead to our deaths." As he spoke, Qi Shu's gaze inadvertently shifted and his expression gradually hardened. Gu Yaoyao responded with decisive resolve, maintaining her combat stance, yet her hands clutching the iron rod trembled uncontrollably. He understood instantly Gu Yaoyao was putting on a brave front. This woman, clearly terrified to the point of breaking with her palms scraped raw and bleeding, still insisted on continuing the fight. Gu Yaoyao was oblivious to the shift in Qi Shu's eyes. The force of her earlier blow had caved in a section of the zombie's skull, but the recoil had nearly numbed her hands to the point of splitting, making it a struggle just to hold onto the rod. That single strike, however, had successfully redirected the zombie's attention. It glared at her with fury, letting out a guttural roar. Qi Shu steadied his nerves. "You attack from the left, he'll take the right." With that, Qi Shu launched the assault. His dagger spun in a full arc before slashing horizontally, intercepting the zombie as it lunged toward Gu Yaoyao. Enraged at having its path blocked, the zombie whirled around, flailing its sharp claws at Qi Shu while snarling from its throat as if it wanted to tear him limb from limb. As the zombie charged, Qi Shu stepped forward instead of retreating, driving his dagger toward its eye socket. But he missed. The creature sidestepped with agility, and the blade merely grazed its skin before sliding off. With no point of resistance, the dagger felt as though it were striking empty air, pulling Qi Shu forward off balance. The zombie seized the opportunity, wrapping its arms around his and opening its maw wide to sink its teeth into his neck. Gu Yaoyao mustered every ounce of strength to keep pace with Qi Shu, her eyes sharpening as she aimed the iron rod at the back of the zombie's head. Suddenly, the zombie twisted its body at an unnatural angle, and Gu Yaoyao's arms, still gripping the rod, slid directly across its grotesque face. Its pallid eyes rolled in their sockets, and as it tightened its hold on Qi Shu, it lunged with its jaws wide toward Gu Yaoyao's arm. In a panic, she slid the rod backward, wedging it against the zombie's gaping mouth. Qi Shu struggled free, grabbing the zombie's head with one hand and yanking it back as his blade sank deep into its neck. Before he could land another strike, the zombie lashed out with its claws, barely missing his arm. An uncanny rhythm emerged between the two. Qi Shu, with his speed, intercepted the zombie's attacks before they could land, while Gu Yaoyao, with her raw strength, focused on battering the creature. After several exchanges, the zombie's head was riddled with deep dents. Gasping for breath, Gu Yaoyao said to Qi Shu, "We need to punch a hole through its skull, or this will never end." Qi Shu nodded, and together they charged at the zombie. By now the creature had begun to contemplate escape, but its greed for the two morsels of flesh kept it rooted in conflict, ultimately driving it to lunge forward once more. Chi-Shu locked the zombie in combat, delivering a leg sweep that struck its knee, causing it to stumble and crash to the ground. Gu Yaoyao did not hesitate, driving the iron rod into its head, but it only penetrated a couple of centimeters before her strength finally gave out. Damn it! Sweat dripped from Gu Yaoyao's brow as she fumbled, her entire body collapsing toward the zombie. Chi-Shu sensed the danger and grabbed her wrist just in time, using his other hand to shove the iron rod deeper with all his might. The dark rusted metal pierced through the back of the zombie's skull. Only when the zombie stopped moving did Chi-Shu release Gu Yaoyao. He yanked the rod back, and a gush of blackish red, putrid blood sprayed forth. Gu Yaoyao, still in shock, lifted her head and whispered, "Thank you." Chi-Shu tossed the rod back to her, frowning deeply. "What happened to you just now?" Gu Yaoyao shrank her neck slightly. "I suddenly ran out of strength." She had nearly lost control of the zombie. Without Chi-Shu, she might have lost her life right then and there. Chi-Shu cast a cold glance at her. Useless indeed. Gu Yaoyao paid it no mind. She leaned close to the lifeless zombie and began to fret. She couldn't spare a thought for Chi-Shu. Her gaze returned to the dead zombie. What a dilemma. She remembered that first-tier zombies had a crystal core in their heads. How could she make Chi-Shu discover it? Persuading someone to dig through a zombie's brains was nearly impossible. Before she could figure it out, a heavy thud echoed behind her. The earlier strike had drained Chi-Shu's strength. Coupled with the excruciating pain from the gash on his waist, he finally collapsed, crashing heavily to the ground and falling unconscious. Gu Yaoyao jolted with fright. She spun around, swinging her iron rod through the air. There was no imaginary enemy. It was Chi-Shu who had fallen. Staring at the unconscious Chi-Shu, his torn waist wound bleeding through his clothes, Gu Yaoyao felt a throbbing head. She quickly crouched down and lifted his shirt, seeing the bloody gash edged with dark spots, a sign of viral infected. If the story went as planned, this great villain would not only burden Chi Yao with years of infamy, but also become the enemy of all mankind. Such a perfect opportunity lay before her. Kill or not. The thought of Chi Yao made Gu Yaoyao hesitate. Turning to look at the dead first-tier zombie, Gu Yaoyao gritted her teeth, thrust the iron rod into its skull, stirred vigorously, and fished out a thing smeared with brain matter and blood. So this was the crystal core. Gu Yaoyao quickly picked it up, wiped it clean on the zombie's clothes, and revealed a grape-sized, crystal-clear round gem before her eyes. Gazing at the crystal core that glowed faintly under the light, Gu Yaoyao clenched her fist, her expression solemn as she sank into thought. She wasn't an ability user and had no use for it. As for the crystal core later becoming a currency, Gu Yaoyao dismissed it entirely. Ridiculous. She was terminally ill and wouldn't live that long. So how could she reasonably give this to Chi Yao? Gu Yaoyao lowered her eyes, fixing them on the wound at Chi-Shu's waist. Forget it, saving him came first. She pursed her lips, crouched down, and struggled to lift Chi-Shu. His wound needed immediate cleaning, or had truly turned into a zombie. But Gu Yaoyao hadn't rested well that day. After just a few steps, her legs gave way, and she toppled backward with Chi-Shu hitting the ground hard. Need help? A voice suddenly sounded around her as she was at her wit's end. The man's tone was gentle and polite. Gu Yaoyao whipped her head around, spotting a man and woman not far away. The woman shot her a hostile glance, then tugged the man's arm and whined, "The zombies are dead, can't we just leave them?" Her voice was a bit raspy, laced with a sickly sweet tone that grated on the nerves. Gu Yaoyao wanted to punch her in the face. Why couldn't she just speak normally instead of forcing that coy, monstrous voice? The man smiled warmly, speaking softly to soothe the woman. "We can help if we can. After all, if not for them, the zombie would have found us." So it was these two who had attracted that first-tier zombie. Gu Yaoyao understood instantly. She scrambled up, gripping her iron rod tightly, staring at them with wary eyes. The man quickly waved his hands in explanation. "We mean no harm, just wanted to help." Gu Yaoyao wanted to say no thanks, but forced a laugh instead. "No need. My friends are nearby. They'll be here soon." After all that commotion, as if answering her call, a familiar shout came from behind. Gu Yaoyao. Her tense nerves instantly relaxed. She turned and waved at Zhu Si and Chi Yao, who were running over. "I'm here." No sooner had she spoken than her eyelids grew heavy. Her body swayed uncontrollably, and she collapsed into unconsciousness. Before the two could reach her, Gu Yaoyao wobbled and pitched forward headfirst toward the ground. Chi Yao caught her wrist just before she hit the ground unconscious. Then she glanced at Chi-Shu lying motionless. A chill rose in Chi Yao's eyes as she fixed her gaze on the pair nearby. "Did you do this?" The woman, frightened by that look, shrank behind the man and pinched his waist hard. "Chen Jingchen, see what your meddling got us. Now we're being blamed." Chen Jingchen winced and offered an awkward smile. "They probably passed out from exhaustion." Zhu Si helped Chi-Shu up, eyeing the zombie with its head bashed in. His face turned cold. One zombie drained their stamina completely. He had witnessed Chi-Shu's strength. One zombie was nothing to him. Chen Jingchen tried to explain. Chen Jingchen had watched the two unconscious ones fight and kill this bizarre zombie. If the man and woman were this formidable, their companions must be equally strong. If he could join them, the journey ahead would be much safer. With that thought, Chen Jingchen's tone grew more sincere. "How about this? We'll go back with you. Everything will be clear when they wake up." Zhu Si's attention snagged on the different part. He recalled Gu Yaoyao mentioning that zombies might evolve. Had evolved zombies appeared so soon? Chi Yao picked up the iron rod Gu Yaoyao had dropped, raising it to point at the pair. Don't try any tricks, or I won't go easy on you. Chun Jingchen nodded repeatedly, calming the still annoyed woman, and followed as the others left. Qi Yao and Zhu Si each helped carry someone back, exchanging a glance that held mutual vigilance. When Gu Yaoyao woke, the sky was already light. As she propped herself up, waves of soreness spread through her limbs. Gu Yaoyao groaned in pain, struggling to shift her heavy body against the headboard to rest. Wait, headboard. The groggy Gu Yaoyao snapped awake. Gritting her teeth, she pushed herself up and inched toward the door. As soon as she opened it, she spotted Zhu Si in the hallway. Where's Qi Shu? Gu Yaoyao's face went pale. If his wound hadn't been treated in time, she dared not think. Don't worry, Qi Shu's wound has been cleaned. Zhu Si paused, his expression odd. Qi Yao also tied him up. Gu Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Hearing the noise, Qi Yao stepped out of her room on the second floor, looking down at Gu Yaoyao. Glad you're not dead. What happened last night? Gu Yaoyao. Thanks a lot. Now we'll definitely strive to survive. We encountered a very peculiar zombie. Gu Yaoyao began cautiously. It was unlike any we've faced before. It moved like a normal person, and even knew to take cover and evade. Pausing, Gu Yaoyao pulled a crystal core from her pocket. This fell out when we blew its head off. It's quite pretty. I've studied this before. Zhu Si leaned in for a closer look, puzzled. When plants reach a certain stage, they form crystal cores inside. But the human brain doesn't have the elements needed to form one. It's a zombie, not a human, Gu Yaoyao reminded him. Zhu Si looked perplexed. Then why didn't the previous zombies have crystal? I don't know. I just thought it looked interesting, so I brought it back. Gu Yaoyao set, her eyes darting around as she spun a lie so flimsy, even she almost believed it. Qi Yao descended the stairs and took the crystal-clear gem-like object from Gu Yaoyao's hand. Frowning, she examined it. Strangely, it seemed to exert an inexplicable pull on her. The moment Qi Yao closed her fist around the crystal core, a chill sensation seeped into her palm, as if something burrowed into her skin. Then a surge of mystical energy flowed from her hand, flooding her entire body. A flicker of emotion passed through Qi Yao's eyes. She slowly opened her hand to find the crystal core gone, leaving only residue. Huh, where's the crystal core? Gu Yaoyao feigned shock, leaning in to scrutinize Qi Yao's hand. Did you hide it? Qi Yao shook her head. I didn't hide it. The residue on the ground is what's left of the core. Gu Yaoyao looked incredulous. How did that happen? Qi Yao suddenly understood the nature of the power shed felt. It seems I unconsciously absorbed the energy within the crystal core. After killing the zombie dog yesterday, her ability had been completely drained. A full night's rest had only restored 30% of her strength. But after absorbing the energy from the crystal core, her depleted reserves were instantly replenished. Qi Yao clenched her fist, sensing a faint increase in her ability. The energy within the crystal cores can enhance abilities. The thought that these cores could empower her ignited an urgent desire within Qi Yao, a desperate need to grow stronger. Zhu Si lowered his head in thought. Was there anything unusual about that zombie last night? Gu Yaoyao quickly recalled the description of a first-tier zombie from the original text. It was fast and had a certain level of intelligence. Zhu Si looked at Gu Yaoyao, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. So only zombies with a degree of intelligence have crystal cores in their heads. Gu Yaoyao blinked innocently. I don't know. No, but won't tell you. That zombie had evolved, Qi Yao stated. Since zombies have now evolved to produce crystal cores, remember to check their heads when we kill them. Driven by her thirst for power, Qi Yao was determined not to miss a single core. A saccharine female voice suddenly interjected. You all have superpowers. In an instant, Qi Yao's expression shifted, revealing a chilling, undisguised murderous intent. Gu Yaoyao looked up at the stairwell to see a young woman standing not far away. She was tall and slender, her figure accentuated by a tight-fitting dress. What are you doing here? Gu Yaoyao asked, her eyes scanning the woman. Nice figure. There was a misunderstanding last night, so we followed you here. The woman said, her gaze fixed on Zhu Si, unable to hide her admiration. Her voice grew even sweeter. My name is Xie Tong. You can call me Tong Tong. Gu Yaoyao held no favorable impression of them. It was this pair who had lured that zombie over last night. Seeing no reaction from Zhu Si, Xie Tong felt aggrieved and turned to Gu Yaoyao with slight resentment. We're very capable. My boyfriend can control water to kill zombies. Water ability. A glint of amusement sparked in Gu Yaoyao's eyes. That impressive. Xie Tong puffed up with pride. Of course, Jingchun is a true top student. He can do anything. Gu Yaoyao glanced at the expressionless prodigy beside her and chuckled. I've never seen a real top student before. She deliberately adopted a tone of envious ignorance. Xie Tong, emboldened by Gu Yaoyao's words, lifted her chin slightly. And you? What superpowers do you have? As she spoke, she pouted her lips as if trying to be cute. Gu Yaoyao began to play dumb. We don't have any superpowers. They have abilities. So where are you heading? Xie Tong's eyes remained fixed on Zhu Si as she spoke. Can we? Before she could finish, Qi Yao raised a hand to cut her off. That's none of your concern. Xie Tong's voice turned shrill. Why not? You're too noisy. Qi Yao said bluntly, showing no consideration. Xie Tong's coquettish expression froze. She looked at Zhu Si with a wounded pout, trying to get his attention. Can't we? Zhu Si remained icy, a trace of disgust flashing in his eyes as he glanced at Xie Tong, but he still said nothing. Unwilling to give up, Xie Tong asked him directly, why won't you talk to me? Sensing Zhu Si's impatience, Gu Yaoyao felt a pang of sympathy for Xie Tong. Come on, give it up. Before Xie Tong could finish, a loud bang echoed from upstairs. the sound of a heavy object slamming against the door. Gu Yaoyao glanced at the impassive Qi Yao and hesitated. Is Qi Shu upstairs? He won't die. Qi Yao replied, her gaze fixed on the third floor, her hands by her side, suddenly clenching into fists, her face betraying no emotion. If he turns into a zombie, well, just kill him. Then you'd be crying your heart out. Qi Yao's denial was beyond imagination. Gu Yaoyao stole a glance at her, noticing she was staring blankly at the third floor. They'll go up and check, Gu Yaoyao said, rushing upstairs before Qi Yao could blow Qi Shu's head off. Qi Yao and Zhu Si followed closely behind. Seeing this, Xie Tong stamped her foot in frustration. Hey, pay attention to me. She then sneaked a look at Zhu Si retreating back and mustered the courage to follow. Zhu Si stopped and turned, giving Xie Tong a cold look. Don't move. Xie Tong, always confident in herself, glared at the disappearing figure of Gu Yaoyao around the corner, her eyes filled with defiance and a hint of hatred. After a long moment, she finally turned her head away with a stubborn, disdainful air, looking down at a certain direction. Gu Yaoyao approached the door, watching it tremble slightly from the impacts within. She clenched her fist, took a deep breath, then placed her hand on the doorknob and twisted it with force. The door opened inward. As Gu Yaoyao pushed hard, a muffled thud echoed, as if something had been struck. But hadn't Qi Shu been tied up by Qi Yao? Baffled, she stepped inside. The moment she took in the scene in the room, the scene before her was a chaotic mess. A cracked, dark brown wooden chair lay toppled on the floor. The desk that had once leaned against the wall was smashed to the ground, scattering shards of glass, books, and other debris in a jumbled heap. The soft pink walls were dented in numerous places, exposing the rough stone beneath with several spots stained by obvious traces of blood. It seemed that although Qi Shu was tightly bound, his destructive power was still astonishing. This place looked like nothing less than a murder scene. Gu Yaoyao took a half step back, swallowing hard. She had been too hasty. She couldn't subdue Qi Shu like this alone. A sense of retreat crept into her heart, and she wanted to flee. Just as her hand touched the doorknob, a head with bloodshot eyes suddenly emerged from behind the door. Such an abrupt appearance would startle anyone, even if it were just a soft, fluffy rabbit, let alone Qi Shu. Gu Yaoyao's legs nearly gave way beneath her. Qi Shu was bound with ropes, blood dripping from his smooth forehead, clearly the result of her opening the door into him just moments ago. Wait. There seemed to be something on his face. Dark, faintly black veins bulged abnormally across Qi Shu's forehead, stretching across his face and down to his neck. Damn, was he really mutating? Gu Yaoyao's heart pounded faster. Her gaze fell on Qi Shu's waist, where blood had already soaked through his clothes, dripping steadily onto the floor, forming a pool of crimson. She carefully shifted her body, trying to close the door again. Well, I just came to check your wound. You look healthy enough, so will be. Qi Shu seemed not to hear her. With a snarling roar, he lunged at Gu Yaoyao. Quick as lightning, she slammed the door shut just as he pounced. Bang! Even Gu Yaoyao felt the pain of that impact. Accompanied by another roar, Qi Shu, locked inside, began pounding against the door with a thunderous noise. What's wrong? Qi Yao, having just come upstairs, saw Gu Yaoyao gripping the doorknob with both hands, as if trying to prevent Qi Shu from getting out. Gu Yaoyao turned around, her misty black eyes tinged with panic. Qi Shu isn't right. As if realizing something, Qi Yao's previously relaxed hands clenched into fists. Her voice was eerily calm. Has he mutated? Gu Yaoyao answered honestly, I'm not sure. Qi Yao stared at the door, trembling under the violent impacts. Her hands, hanging by her sides, suddenly tightened into fists. Step by step, she approached Gu Yaoyao and placed her hand over Gu Yaoyao's on the doorknob. The warm touch caused Qi Yao's hand to tremble slightly. Qi Yao, I think. Gu Yaoyao looked up at Qi Yao, only to meet her eyes, which were filled with icy frost. Gu Yaoyao swallowed the words that had risen to her throat. Could it be that Qi Yao wanted to kill Qi Shu right now? Gu Yaoyao turned to look at Zhu Si, who was standing behind her. The moment their eyes met, Zhu Si averted his gaze and fixed it on Qi Yao. Following his line of sight, Gu Yaoyao's gaze settled on Qi Yao's hands. The knuckles, white from the strain of her grip, spoke volumes about her current state of mind. As expected, always saying one thing while feeling another. Qi Yao moved swiftly. With a forceful twist, she pushed the door open with sheer force, sending Qi Shu crashing to the floor. When she saw Qi Shu's bloodshot eyes and his bared teeth, as if he wanted to tear her apart, Qi Yao's hands trembled slightly. Her feet shifted, but she didn't take a single step forward. A flicker of pain passed through her eyes. Gu Yaoyao quickly stepped forward, reaching out to grab Qi Yao, but stopping herself just in time. Qi Yao, let's wait and see. Maybe he's just awakening an ability. Even Gu Yaoyao didn't believe her own words, but she knew better than anyone that in the original story, once Qi Shu became invincible, and Qi Yao learned that only she could kill him, Qi Yao had never truly smiled again. She couldn't let Qi Yao bear that pain alone anymore. Suddenly, a coquettish female voice rang out from behind, grating on the ears with its exaggerated affectation. No, these are the symptoms of turning into a zombie. I've seen it with my own eyes. Hearing that simpering voice, Gu Yaoyao felt a murderous rage well up inside her. Why hadn't Xie Tong been bitten by a zombie or two? She was always blabbing on and on. Gu Yaoyao turned her head coldly to see Xie Tong standing at the door, clinging to a boy's arm, but her gaze towards Zhu Si carried a hint of shyness. He's about to become a zombie. If you don't kill him, he won't spare you either. Tong, that's enough. Let's go downstairs. Shen Jingchen, sensing the tense atmosphere, tried to pull Xie Tong away. He felt uneasy seeing the way Xie Tong's eyes sparkled when she looked at Zhu Si. You're hurting me. Xietong, too stubborn to listen, shook off his hand impatiently. What's your problem? I wasn't lying. Why should I leave? As she spoke, Xietong cast meaningful glances at Zhu Si. In at most half an hour hell completely. Roar. Xietong's words were cut short by Qi Shu's guttural roar. His hands were tightly bound, preventing him from getting up immediately, so he could only thrash his legs wildly. Xietong immediately broke into a triumphant smile. Hear that? That's clearly the sound of a zombie. A murderous aura emanated from Qi Yao. She barked, get out. A single glance from Qi Yao made Xietong's face turn pale, a cold sweat breaking out on her back. She felt as if she were being watched by a wild beast ready to be torn apart at any moment. Xietong, you're not welcome here. Ignoring the troublemaking woman, Gu Yaoyao quickly glanced at Qi Shu, who was struggling fiercely, the red marks on his body becoming more horrifying by the second. Her heart pounded even faster. The priority now was to see if Qi Shu could be temporarily brought back to his senses. Qi Yao finally made up her mind. She walked over to the table, broke off a leg with a snap, stepped on Qi Shu's body, and raised the wooden club, aiming it at his head. Wait, don't be rash. Gu Yaoyao and Zhu Si rushed forward simultaneously, each grabbing one of Qi Yao's arms to stop her violent act. Zhu Si glanced at Qi Shu, who was still struggling to get up under her foot. Don't act rashly. A zombie's eyes have a layer of grayish film on the outside. Qi Shu's eyes are red, but there's no such film. With the professional's reassurance, Qi Yao's tightly furrowed brow unconsciously relaxed a little, and even her voice carried a slight tremor. At most half an hour. Gu Yaoyao's heart clenched. Leave this to us. Go out and cool down for a bit. Qi Yao said nothing. She dropped the wooden club, took a deep look at the black earring on Qi Shu's earlobe, and left the room without looking back. Xietong had long realized that Qi Yao was the leader of this group. A gleam flashed in her eyes. If she could win Qi Yao over, traveling together would be practically settled. Wait for me. Where are you going? It's dangerous out there. I'll come with you. Xietong, her mind full of ways to gain Qi Yao's favor, hurriedly called out in a sweet voice. Seeing that Qi Yao ignored her, Xietong wasn't flustered. She turned and gave Zhu Si a coquettish smile, then dragged Chen Jingchen along as she followed Qi Yao. Gu Yaoyao frowned, deeply staring fixedly at Qi Shu on the floor. Her voice sounded somewhat ethereal. Zhu Si, those two are trouble. You go with Qi Yao. He'll stay here and keep watch. If he really mutates, I know what to do. Zhu Si knocked Qi Shu unconscious with a single chop of his hand. Be careful yourself. I'll try my best to comfort. As for Qi Yao, Zhu Si could only feel sympathy. The arrival of those two was suspicious, and since Gu Yaoyao had said so, he couldn't very well leave the emotionally unstable Qi Yao alone. Knocking Qi Shu out was the only thing he could do for now. After everyone had left, Gu Yaoyao closed the door, pulled up a chair, and sat down beside Qi Shu. Biting her lip, she gazed at his unconscious form. What if she took this opportunity to finish Qi Shu off? Just as this thought emerged, the image of Qi Yao's clenched fists when she opened the door, and the sight of her fleeing back flashed through Gu Yaoyao's mind. If there was one part of the original story that left the deepest impression on Gu Yaoyao, it was undoubtedly the plot that began with Qi Yao killing Qi Shu with her own hands. Gu Yaoyao would always remember that passage. Buried beneath the tree was the zombie king whom countless survivors feared and loathed, and who was also her own flesh and blood. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Everything departed with Qi Shu's true death. In the base, the brilliant fireworks stung everyone's eyes. They were cheering and rejoicing, their hearts filled with hope as they prepared to embrace a more peaceful and beautiful future. From then on, Qi Yao's face never bore a genuine smile again. Even just reading the words, Gu Yaoyao could feel the devastation Qi Yao experienced beside Qi Shu's grave and the agony of her forced choices. She wanted her brother, but the zombie Qi Shu knew only slaughter. She wanted peace, but in the end, she listened to thousands of survivors celebrating her brother's death with songs and revelry. How could Qi Yao not feel pain? In such a situation, if it were Gu Yaoyao herself, she wouldn't know what choice to make. Following her companions and lover to the final step, the greatest obstacle she faced was her own flesh and blood. This was also what Gu Yaoyao admired about Qi Yao. Qi Yao would feel pain and break down, but she would never forget the right. Born an eagle in this apocalypse, she had the vastest skies to soar through. Gu Yaoyao lifted Qi Shu's clothes to look at the wound on his waist. Countless, uneven, bulging veins spread outward from the edges of the wound, black patterns like a spider's web covering his entire body. Gu Yaoyao can't be saved. Better kill him. Gu Yaoyao rubbed her temples vigorously, staring at the red mark on her forehead with a pounding headache. Given Qi Shu's current state, alcohol was clearly useless. Holding her head, Gu Yaoyao carefully recalled the original novel's descriptions of Qi Shu. She felt she had forgotten some crucial information about him. The original text did not detail the awakening of his ability, only mentioning that Qi Shu was severely injured and survived thanks to a certain item. What exactly was that item? Gu Yaoyao felt she had nearly forgotten all the original plot concerning Qi Shu. Glancing at his motionless form on the floor, a bold idea suddenly struck her. Gu Yaoyao grabbed the rope and hauled the unconscious Qi Shu up, then began to unbutton his shirt. Just as she undid a few buttons, Qi Shu's eyes snapped open with a grunt. The faint sound nearly made her knees buckle. Looking up, she met a pair of bloodshot eyes. She immediately let go, jumped back, and poised herself to flee. Without her support, Qi Shu's head hit the floor hard. Enraged, he roared, then sprang to his feet, fixing his gaze on Gu Yaoyao like a wild beast. Gu Yaoyao swallowed hard, picking up the wooden stick Qi Yao had discarded as she edged toward the door. Look, I didn't mean to drop you. Rest now, we'll talk tomorrow. As she spoke, Qi Shu moved swiftly. In a flash, he stood before her, baring his teeth and lunging for her neck. Gu Yaoyao quickly blocked him with the stick and kicked at his wound, but he dodged faster, using the momentum to land a flying. She sidestepped hastily, grabbed his leg, and threw him to the ground. She then pressed her elbow against his neck, pushing down with all her might. Qi Shu thrashed wildly, and Gu Yaoyao gritted her teeth, straining every muscle, afraid to let up lest he... In his violent struggle, Gu Yaoyao glimpsed a red string around his neck. Hooking it with her finger, she revealed a translucent jade bead. Gu Yaoyao froze, then slapped her forehead. She remembered. Qi Shu had survived thanks to this jade bead, saved. In the original story, the jade bead was a family heirloom from the Qi clan. Qi Shu had accidentally discovered its secret and bound it with his blood, but he was infected and turned into a zombie before he could tell Qi Yao. Thus, even when Qi Yao later obtained the bead, she only kept it as a memento, unaware of its power. Because Qi Shu had bound it, the space within could only be opened with his blood. Reading that part, she and other readers had raged about how this was the first time they'd seen such a wasted golden opportunity. Gu Yaoyao's gaze hardened. She hooked the red string, trying to yank the bead off, but the material was unknown. Despite her efforts, it wouldn't break, only further enraging Qi Shu. He struggled even more violently, nearly throwing her off. Her hand slipped from the string and landed on his collar. With a sharp rip, Gu Yaoyao tore his shirt open, exposing one of his shoulders. The act seemed to momentarily stun the frenzied Qi Shu. Seizing the chance, she tore his shirt apart without hesitation, revealing his chiseled abs. It was undeniably a captivating male physique. While he was dazed, she pressed her knee against his neck with controlled force, grabbed a shard of glass from the floor, hooked the red string, and swung to cut it. But in his berserk state, Qi Shu was uncontrollable. He kicked her hard in the back, and as she winced and slipped, he threw. As he lunged to bite her, Gu Yaoyao gritted her teeth and rolled away, crashing into a table. The pain brought tears to her. Ignoring the ache, she pushed herself up, spun around, and swung the wooden stick at his head with all her strength. But he seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, ducking and twisting to avoid the blow. The momentum sent her stumbling forward. Just as she steadied herself, she felt a chill wind behind her. As an explorer, Gu Yaoyao had a keen sense of danger. She dropped low, barely dodging Qi Shu's flying kick. His attack missed, and his eyes grew even redder, plunging him into a frenzy. Gu Yaoyao took a deep breath, clenching her fists as she fixed her gaze on him. She couldn't subdue him alone, and Zhu Si wouldn't return anytime soon. The longer this dragged on, the more dangerous it was for both of them. Once her energy was drained, subduing him would be impossible. She might even be devoured. She had to end this quickly. Scanning the torn clothes on the floor, her eyes landed on Qi Shu's pants. Earlier, when she accidentally tore his shirt, his attack had faltered. If she could seize that moment, she might knock him out with a single. It seemed she had no choice but to play the pervert. Over the next moments, Gu Yaoyao dodged his attacks while yanking at his pants, stripping him down to his underwear. The once raging Qi Shu's face showed a flicker of confusion. Gu Yaoyao's eyes wandered to a certain spot, and she felt as if scalded, her fair cheeks flushing crimson. She had to admit what she saw lived up to his cocky face. Perhaps due to the virus, something seemed to sway with his movements. Gu Yaoyao was speechless. Just then, hurried footsteps approached from downstairs. Someone else was nearby. Distracted, Qi Shu tackled her, slamming her hard onto the floor, nearly knocking her out. She struggled to hold his chin back, but his strength was immense, his sharp teeth inching closer. The footsteps grew nearer. Trembling, Gu Yaoyao pushed against him, preventing him from pressing down, while straining to turn her head toward the door. Within a minute, a pair of dusty sneakers appeared before her. The newcomer gasped at the scene. Going this hard? He stepped back, his voice oddly weak. Carry on, I saw nothing. Carry on my foot. If she could, Gu Yaoyao would gouge out his eyes to show him what it meant to be on the brink of death. Seeing Qi Shu's teeth about to sink into her neck, Gu Yaoyao, unable to identify the newcomer, shouted, "Brave warrior, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. If you don't help, there'll be 2 zombies chasing after you soon." With that, she mustered all her strength to push Qi Shu upward, straining to look toward the door. Yuzhua stood at the entrance with a bizarre expression, as if he had seen a ghost. "Pull him off me, damn it!" Gu Yaoyao roared. Startled awake, Yuzhua rushed over and delivered a sharp chop with his hand. Qi Shu's body went limp, collapsing onto Gu Yaoyao, his sharp teeth clashing heavily against her neck. The moment her body relaxed, a searing pain erupted in her abdomen, turning her face pale with agony. Bearing the pain, she climbed to her feet and watched as Yuzhua lifted Qi Shu onto the bed, casually draping a tattered, shredded quilt over him. Taking advantage of Yuzhua's distraction, Gu Yaoyao reached up to touch her neck. A faint sting greeted her fingertips. Had she been bitten? Realizing this, Gu Yaoyao's already pallid face grew even more dreadful. After settling Qi Shu, Yuzhua intended to ask Gu Yaoyao what had happened. But as he turned, he saw her staring at the bedridden Qi Shu with a grim expression, a flicker of complexity in her misty eyes. Gu Yaoyao glanced at the tense Yuzhua. He likely knew nothing about the jade bead. She needed to trick him into leaving the room, then find a way to retrieve something from the bead to save Qi Shu. Her eyes darted cunningly as a plan formed. Qi Shu's wound is severely infected. If untreated, he'll turn into a zombie. Go downstairs and grab the first aid kit from the car. I need alcohol and gauze. Yuzhua without suspicion nodded and dashed downstairs. As soon as he left, Gu Yaoyao quickly pulled Qi Shu's finger, made a cut, and smeared the slightly blackened blood onto the jade bead for a blood bonding ritual. The blood droplets gradually vanished, leaving faint dark red filaments inside the crystal-clear jade bead. Gu Yaoyao pinched the bead, frowning in distress. Even if Qi Shu's blood could unlock the space, he was knocked unconscious. Even if awake, his current state made it impossible for him to retrieve anything to save himself. Unless the jade bead allowed her entry. That was clearly a pipe dream. With this thought, Gu Yaoyao clenched the bead into a fist, touched the small wound on her neck with her other hand, and let out a heavy sigh. But the next moment a dizzy spell hit Gu Yaoyao, and she found herself in a vast flat expanse. The open space was as large as a football field, shrouded in swirling mist above that merged with the dense fog around, forming a chaotic canopy. Beneath her feet was a damp meadow, the air carrying a faint refreshing scent, and she even heard the tinkling of a spring. Was this the space? Gu Yaoyao was stunned. Wasn't it said that only Qi Shu could enter after the blood bond? Could it be a bug because she who should have died was still alive? Without overthinking, Gu Yaoyao dashed forward, following the sound of water to find the spring. But after just a few steps, she slammed into a solid wall and was flung back violently. Her delicate nose, which she had only just acquired through reincarnation. The sting overpowered everything else, and Gu Yaoyao, tears streaming, covered her face and looked up in fury. This space was as much of a dog as its master. Painful as it was, she still had to save the man. Gritting her teeth, Gu Yaoyao persisted, crawling on her knees and reaching out. The once solid, transparent wall was gone, as if the obstacle had been a mere illusion. What was going on? Did it only allow entry on one's knees? Taking a deep breath, Gu Yaoyao thought that if Qi Shu still treated her badly after waking, she would personally strangle him to avenge her sacrificed dignity. She stumbled through the dense fog to reach a karst cave. Inside, a spring babbled, forming a crystal-clear pool. Gu Yaoyao slapped her forehead. She remembered now Qi Shu's infected wound was healed by the spiritual spring in the space. She quickly scanned her surroundings. Besides the fog and glass walls, there was only this spring. Little jade bead, it's your master who's mutated. If this isn't the spring, then show your power. With that, she broke off a lotus leaf nearby, scooped up some spring water, and brought it to her lips. The cool, sweet water slid down her throat, quenching her thirst, and instantly dispelling the pain and fatigue from the struggle, with Qi Shu restoring her energy. Carefully cradling the remaining spring water, Gu Yaoyao crawled out of the cave, returned to the starting point, closed her eyes, and willed herself back. In a flash, she sat on the bedside where Qi Shu with bloodshot eyes glared at her, as if ready to tear her apart. Gu Yaoyao was speechless. How had he woken so quickly? She lunged to pin him down, one hand gripping his jaw, trying to force the spring water into his mouth. But Qi Shu, delirious, struggled to break free. Yuzhua, carrying the first aid kit, widened his eyes at the sight of Gu Yaoyao straddling Qi Shu like a brute, forcing herself on him. He rushed over and grabbed Gu Yaoyao's shoulder, his voice cracking with anger. What are you doing? Startled by the grip, Gu Yaoyao nearly spilled the water. She turned to Yuzhua, itching to punch him in the eye. What else could I be doing in this situation? Just help me hold him down. Yuzhua quickly helped restrain Qi Shu, watching as Gu Yaoyao pinched his jaw and poured the water from the lotus leaf into his mouth, then clamped it shut, forcing him to swallow. The rough, efficient motion made Yuzhua flinch. He ventured, what does this water do? Quench his thirst, Gu Yaoyao replied without flinching. Yuzhua glanced at the lotus leaf in her hand, even more puzzled. Where did you get that lotus leaf? I prayed to the Buddha and asked for it, Gu Yaoyao dismissed casually. She then used the remaining spring water to clean Qi Shu's wound and wrapped it layer by layer with gauze. Yuzhua, don't treat me like a fool. As he spoke, Qi Shu's body convulsed violently, then his curled legs slowly relaxed, and he tilted his head, completely unconscious. Yuzhua grabbed Gu Yaoyao by the collar, demanding angrily, what did you just give him? Gu Yaoyao shoved him away and roughly lifted Qi Shu's eyelid. The once bloodshot eyes gradually faded, revealing deep brown irises. Even the prominent dark veins on his face began to recede. Her tense nerves instantly relaxed. She slumped down beside the bed, looked up at the fuming Yuzhua, and suddenly thought, pressing her throbbing temple, she explained in a hoarse voice, Qi Shu was infected. I was saving him. After all this, Gu Yaoyao felt an overwhelming ache and weakness. She touched the small wound from Qi Shu's teeth and felt a tiny lump beneath her fingertip. Her small face went pale and her hands trembled slightly. She was doomed. Yuzhua examined Qi Shu, noting that the dark veins had indeed faded significantly. He breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to apologize to Gu Yaoyao, but saw her pale face with faint dark lines flickering on her fair neck. He froze, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. Gu Yaoyao's neck was smooth and unblemished with no dark lines in sight. Gu Yaoyao felt her breath quicken as though the spring water had catalyzed something, and the strength she had regained seemed to be ebbing away. She glanced down at her trembling right hand. On her arm beneath the short sleeve, a faint black vein was barely visible. Seeing the black vein wriggle and creep downward, Gu Yaoyao quickly grasped her arm, avoiding Yuzhua's probing gaze as she struggled to conceal her panic. Well, you keep an eye on the pond tree. Yuzhua sensed something was off with Gu Yaoyao. Where are you going? Gu Yaoyao forced herself upright, turning her back to Yuzhua to hide any telltale signs. I'm going to find my uncle. When Shi Yao returns, tell her not to look for me. But Gu Yaoyao's body burned with heat and sharp stabs of pain shot through her temples. Pressing her fingers to her temples, an inexplicable irritation surged within her. She spun around and glared at Yuzhua. Stop with the buts. acting like a coward. Can't you man up? One glance was all it took for Yuzhua to freeze. What's wrong with your face? Gu Yaoyao's complexion was deathly pale, devoid of any color, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. Tiny black lines crept from her brow to the corner of her left eye. Gu Yaoyao raised a hand to touch her face, feeling no raised bumps. She guessed what Yuzhua had seen and casually brushed her hair over the black lines to hide them, bluffing without a hint of weakness. I got a tattoo. A tattoo in the apocalypse. Yuzhua thought she must be out of her mind. Ugh. A pained groan suddenly escaped from Qi Shu, who lay on the bed. While Yuzhua turned to check on Qi Shu, Gu Yaoyao strode out of the room, dashed downstairs, and slipped into the bathroom. She looked at her neck in the mirror. On her fair skin, several black networks had already spread. The originally small wound had swollen into a lump the size of a finger, and her tea-brown eyes seemed veiled in a mist, lifeless and utterly devoid of their former spark. This differed somewhat from the mutation described in the original novel. But in that story, Gu Yaoyao was initially just a cannon fodder character destined to die within a few episodes with no abilities whatsoever. Gu Yaoyao felt deflated. Well, that settled it. No need to worry about suddenly dropping dead anymore. She'd find a cool spot, jab herself in the forehead to avoid turning into a zombie and causing Qi Yao trouble. At that thought, Gu Yaoyao felt a pang of resentment. She had finally had a chance to level up and fight monsters alongside her beloved female lead, only to be kicked out of the game at the starting line. Who wouldn't be bitter? Glancing at her swollen neck in the mirror, Gu Yaoyao let out a long sigh. It seemed she'd never get to see Qi Yao reach. The pain shot from her temples to the back of her head, and Gu Yaoyao groaned softly. She ducked into the kitchen, grabbed a fruit knife, and tucked it into her pocket, then picked up a baseball bat and left the small building. Before leaving, Gu Yaoyao turned back and spotted Yuzhua standing on the third-floor balcony. She raised a hand in a wave, then turned and walked away. Meanwhile, Qi Yao and the others who had left the building were locked in combat with zombies. Qi Yao's original intention was to come out and kill zombies. She refused to stay in the room and watch Qi Shu turn into one. She knew Gu Yaoyao's words were just empty comfort. Gripping the steel rod tightly, Qi Yao watched Xietong's incessant screams with indifference. Xietong was being pulled by the wrist and shielded behind Qin Jingqian. His palm was probably sweaty as he slipped and flung Xietong away. After steadying herself, Xietong was about to turn and curse Qin Jingqian when she came face to face with a horrifyingly large visage. Off. Her scream pierced the sky. Qin Jingqian, save me. Xietong's legs gave way. She stared blankly at the zombie before her, its bloody teeth caked with flesh and hair. Zhu Si, who had just arrived, saw this. He rushed over, grabbed the zombie by the collar, slammed it heavily to the ground, snatched the steel rod from Xietong, and thrust it viciously into the zombie's eye socket. The piercing screech grated on Zhu Si's nerves. His eyes sharpened. Shut up if you want to live. Tears welled in Xietong's eyes. She reached out to touch Zhu Si's sleeve, her lips trembling. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I was just so scared. Disgust oozed from Zhu Si's gaze. Let go. Witnessing this, Qin Jingqian's swing at the zombie faltered briefly. His expression shifted from concern to ferocity in an instant. He increased the force of his blow, obliterating the head of the zombie charging at him. Zhu Si didn't notice this change in Qin Jingqian. He squeezed Xietong's wrist so hard she felt her bones creak. I have no interest in brainless people. With that, Zhu Si raised the steel rod and drove it swiftly towards Xietong's head. Qin Jingqian rushed over recklessly. Watch out. Still sulking and playing the victim, Xietong watched Zhu Si's sudden assault, utterly unable to react. All she saw was the steel rod still dripping with zombie brain matter hurtling toward her. Xietong instinctively shut her eyes. Before a cry for help could escape her throat, she heard the sound of the steel rod piercing a skull. Thud. It all happened so fast. Xietong's body trembled uncontrollably and she collapsed to the ground. Stiff with fear, she watched Zhu Si step on the zombie's head and yank the rod out with force. As it came out, a gush of dark, putrid blood sprayed out, drenching Xietong's head. She clutched her head, eyes shut, screaming like a madwoman. Qi Yao, who had just taken down another zombie, frowned. She kicked away a lunging zombie and said to Qin Jingqian, knock her out or he'll kill her. If she kept screaming like that, she'd attract every zombie in the vicinity. Qin Jingqian rushed over, clamped his hand over Xietong's mouth, and held her tightly to prevent her from moving. Tong, be good. You're safe now. Wah. Xietong struggled incessantly, her tear-filled eyes fixed on Zhu Si, a picture of helplessness and allure. Qi Yao turned to Qin Jingqian with a cold, scrutinizing gaze. His body stiffened. He held Xietong tighter and barked, make another sound and I'll abandon you. As he spoke, Qin Jingqian's gaze flickered briefly over Zhu Si before meeting Qi Yao's eyes again, as if silently promising to behave. Qi Yao looked away and focused on killing zombies. Zhu Si, however, grew more contemplative. The glance Qin Jingqian had shot him was filled with darkness and malice. Definitely not someone to be trusted. Why did you follow? Qi Yao frowned. Gu Yaoyao thought those two were up to no good and was worried about you, so she— As he spoke, Zhu Si kicked a zombie lunging from the left, sending it crashing heavily into a nearby railing before it bounced to the ground. Just as it tried to rise, Qi Yao drove the steel rod through its skull. Qi Yao glanced at the remaining 2 or 3 zombies, tightened her grip on the rod, and said sharply, let's finish this quickly. I don't trust those 2. For some reason, Qi Yao felt a twinge of unease in her heart. She quickened her pace, driving the rebar through the last zombie's skull, but as she tried to pull it out, a lightning-fast figure lunged at her face. Qi Yao's vigilance was razor-sharp. As the figure pounced, her remarkably flexible waist bent to an almost impossible angle. When the top of her head nearly touched the ground, she straightened her core, braced her hands on the floor, and kicked the creature flying with a single powerful leg thrust. Seizing the moment to adjust her stance, Qi Yao pivoted sideways, dropping to one knee as she tightened her grip on the rebar, her gaze locked onto the thing that tumbled several times on the ground. The incident unfolded so abruptly that Zhu Si barely registered a blur before his eyes. Once he identified the creature that had been kicked away, his jawline tensed. It's a child zombie. A little girl already turned into a zombie rolled several times after being knocked down by Qi Yao, her head smashing heavily against the railing beside her. It scrambled up swiftly, revealing a small face ravaged beyond recognition. Zhu Si noticed the zombie's skull with only a few shreds of flesh clinging to the dark, decaying bone. He pressed his lips together, his gaze growing increasingly somber. The child zombie's gray-white eyes were fixed intently on Qi Yao. Hearing Zhu Si speak, it opened its massive mouth, split almost to its ears, and roared at him before charging forward with blinding speed. Without waiting for Zhu Si to react, Qi Yao yanked the rebar free from a zombie's head, stepping on its skull. Her eyes cold and sharp, she stared at the charging little monster. He'll handle it. You deal with those two. Though small in stature, the child zombie's speed far surpassed any zombie they had encountered before. Had it evolved? At this thought, Qi Yao's gaze fell upon the creature's forehead. Clearly ravenous, the child zombie lunged at Qi Yao with reckless abandon, swinging its claws in an attempt to tear the human apart. It craved blood and flesh. The process of awakening one's ability had already transformed the body of the awakener. Even though she was now considerably stronger than an ordinary person, Qi Yao dared not let her guard down. The true strength of this child zombie remained an enigma. Zombies never tired. She had to find a way to finish this. From the side, Zhu Si glanced at Qi Yao. Her expression was fierce as she sidestepped the child zombie's claws with incredible speed, raising the rebar slick with decaying flesh to sever its dark, putrid arm in one clean stroke. Even Zhu Si couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine at the sight. This was Qi Yao's true strength. Nimble, merciless, and always striking at the opponent's vital points. Most people couldn't land such precise and powerful blows even in a regular brawl. Had Qi Yao been an enforcer before the apocalypse? Zhu Si narrowed his eyes. Qi Yao, transformed by the awakening of her ability, was now nothing short of ferocious. Zhu Si failed to notice Chen Jingchen, whose gaze had darkened. Watching Qi Yao's agile and ruthless movements, he unconsciously tightened his grip on Xiatong. The child zombie howled in agony, looking down at its severed arm as viscous dark blood oozed from the stump. A flicker of human-like fear appeared in its gray-white eyes, and it began to retreat, glancing around nervously. Zhu Si's eyes lit up. It's afraid of you. Qi Yao sneered, trying to run. With that, Qi Yao took a running start and leaped, clamping her legs tightly around the child zombie's neck. As its claws swung toward her, she twisted her waist with force, slamming the creature hard onto the ground, splattering decayed blood everywhere. Roar! The child zombie bellowed in fury, rolling to evade Qi Yao's next attack. Baring its teeth, it swung its arm wildly, trying to claw at her. Qi Yao dodged sideways, reaching out like lightning to seize its wrist. But the child zombie yanked her toward it, its gray-white eyes burning with insatiable hunger. Qi Yao raised her left leg high, bringing it down hard toward the zombie's shoulder. Yet the creature ducked its head, turned, and attempted to flee again. Trying to escape. Dream on. Qi Yao grabbed its arm and twisted with all her might. A crisp crack of breaking bone rang out as the child zombie's arm was bent at an unnatural angle, hanging limp and useless by its side. Roar! A pained shriek followed. The searing agony triggered a sudden burst of strength in the child zombie. It hunched over, ramming Qi Yao away, then stumbled and turned to flee. Qi Yao wouldn't give it a chance to escape. Several sharp ice spikes materialized in her palm, and she hurled them at the creature. The moment the child zombie collapsed, Qi Yao lunged forward, planted her foot on its back, and drove the rebar straight through the back of its skull. Qi Yao twisted the rebar, extracting a dark crystalline stone from the rotting, stinking brain matter. Unfazed by the viscous tissue fluid clinging to the crystal core, she picked it up. It wasn't that she didn't feel nauseous, but Qi Yao had gradually grown accustomed to such physical reactions. In this world, even a sliver of weakness could prove fatal at a crucial moment. She would never allow herself to make such a mistake and die so disgracefully. In contrast, Xiatong, standing to the side, was vomiting uncontrollably. Chen Jingchen was deeply distressed. He quickly conjured water and brought it to Xiatong's lips, soothing her. Tong Tong, have some water. That was too cruel. It was already dead. Why did she have to smash its head? Xiatong sobbed as she spoke. It must have hurt so much. If Gu Yaoyao were here, she would have punched Xiatong and told the weakling to get lost. In the apocalypse, weakness was a sin. Zhu Si corrected her. That was a zombie. It feels no pain. Or would you rather become its food? Zhu Si's expression was cold, laced with undisguised disgust. You can put on an act, but don't use our people as a backdrop. Xiatong bit her lower lip hard, staring at Zhu Si's strikingly handsome face as her own cheeks burned with shame. Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? Qi Yao being strong was one thing, but that man Zhu Si had been so patient with that girl Gu Yaoyao, even though she was just an ordinary person without any ability to. How was she inferior to Gu Yaoyao? Chen Jingchen frowned and pulled her back. Tong Tong. Xiatong's expression was that of someone who had suffered a great injustice and demanded retribution. A frosty chill settled in Zhu Si's eyes. On what grounds? On the grounds that these two dimwits were still trying to ingratiate themselves to stay. They were the ones begging for help, yet they lacked even a shred of humility. If it weren't for the fact that they were all human and that entering the research institute might yield a solution, humanity was bound to suffer countless losses. At least zombies could never turn back into humans. Zhu Si struggled to maintain his composure. This was hardly the time for humans to be slaughtering one another. Little did he know that even if they entered the institute, they would find nothing to salvage the current situation. The brutal competition among humans had already begun. A sharp pain shot through Xie Tong's shoulder, twisting her features. On her shoulder, a blood-soaked hand was contracting inch by inch as if it wanted to crush her shoulder blade. Qi Yao? Xie Tong cried out in pain, struggling with a force that seemed as feeble as a kitten's to Qi Yao. Qi Yao, calm down. Tong Tong knows she was wrong. She's just straightforward and naive. She didn't mean to say those things. Chen Jingchen, unable to bear seeing his girlfriend of 2 years so abused, hastily defended Xie Tong. Qi Yao's expression remained impassive, but she relentlessly increased the pressure of her grip, leaving Xie Tong in too much agony to utter a single word. Chen Jingchen dared not approach. Qi Yao's earlier movements and the chilling aura emanating from her now made it clear he was no match for her. If this had been the old Xie Tong, he might have fought to save her. But now, Chen Jingchen's peripheral vision caught sight of Zhu Si, who stood silently watching, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. I told you, don't follow us. It was only when the young girl's face turned pale and she was sobbing uncontrollably that Qi Yao finally released her with disgust. Xie Tong's legs gave way like overcooked noodles, and she collapsed to the ground trembling. Seeing Xie Tong utterly terrified, a flicker of pain crossed Chen Jingchen's eyes. He quickly strode over, knelt down, and wrapped his arms around her, lifting his gaze to meet Qi Yao's. Qi Yao, Xie Tong only followed because she was worried about you. Is that a crime? We're all women here, why make things difficult for her? Qi Yao let out a cold laugh. You know exactly why she followed. Don't play dumb. Chen Jingchen was baffled. I admit we wanted to get on your good side. But what's wrong with that? Even traveling together would provide an extra set of hands. Chen Jingchen simply couldn't understand why this group avoided him and Xie Tong like the plague. You think you're clever, but you're nothing special. Xie Tong's earlier reaction was enough to prove that the evolved zombie from last night had been deliberately lured by them. A few ordinary zombies were enough to make her scream. There was no way Xie Tong could have escaped an evolved zombie unscathed. Chen Jingchen shuddered under Qi Yao's icy stare, averting his gaze and finding himself unable to offer any defense. If you show up in front of us again, I won't hesitate to add a few more lives to my hands. Qi Yao's voice, sharp as a blade, sent a chill down their spines, making them tremble. They knew Qi Yao meant every word. Xie Tong, trembling in fear, curled up in Chen Jingchen's arms. A firm pinch on her slender waist forced her to hold back tears and nod hastily. We'll leave right now. Once they were far away, Xie Tong pushed Chen Jingchen away, her eyes welling up with tears as she looked at the stranger before her. What did you mean by that? Chen Jingchen forcefully grabbed her shoulders and pulled her into his arms, whispering soothingly. Tong Qi Yao was just waiting for you to show your stance. I did it for your own good. It must be Gu Yaoyao's doing. Xie Tong's face twisted with venomous hatred. If I ever run into her again, why should a useless waste like Gu Yaoyao be favored while they with their superpowers were constantly harassed? At the thought, Xie Tong clenched her fists so tightly that her long nails dug into her palms. Chen Jingchen looked around, then took Xie Tong's hand and led her back. Let's get out of here first. Instead of returning to the small building, they turned toward last night's basketball court when they were close, sitting down under a large tree. Xie Tong clung to Chen Jingchen's arm, looking helpless. What do we do now? Chen Jingchen gazed toward the small building, his eyes full of deep meaning. The road isn't theirs. Are they going to forbid us from walking in the same direction? Back at the small building, Qi Yao stood at the foot of the stairs for a long time, her eyes fixed on a certain door on the 3rd floor, her fists clenching tighter and tighter. Just as she was about to step forward, Zhu Si grabbed her wrist. Turning around, she saw him gently shake his head, then press a finger to his lips. At that moment, the sound of steady footsteps came from upstairs. Qi Yao tightened her grip on the steel bar, her gaze turning as cold as ice. Gu Yaoyao always walked softly, while Qi Shu, on the verge of mutation, would have heavy, unsteady steps. Clearly, an uninvited guest had entered the small building. With that thought, the two exchanged a glance, pressed their bodies against the wall, held their breath, and sprinted toward the 3rd floor. As she neared the room, Qi Yao heard an unfamiliar male voice. If you don't wake up soon, ill. She pressed herself against the wall and gently pushed the door open just a crack. The room showed clear signs of a struggle. Her gaze shifted to the bed where a young man in a dark black tracksuit sat with his palm aimed at Qi Shu's head, as if concentrating on something. Murderous intent flared in Qi Yao's eyes. She slipped into the room, a dark shadow writhing on the floor. Rolling to the bedside, she kicked the young man away, putting distance between him and Qi Shu, yet she was far from done. Yuzhua cried out in pain as he fell, turning his head to see a steel bar caked with rotting flesh hurtling toward his skull. With no time to dodge, he squeezed his eyes shut and shouted, "Spare me, good sir." Qi Yao veered her hand, and the steel bar plunged into the floor less than a foot from Yuzhua's head. Yuzhua swallowed hard, turning stiffly to see the bar embedded a third of its length into the ground beside his head. If Qi Yao hadn't pulled back in time, the steel bar would have pierced straight through his skull. Qi Yao pressed her foot onto Yuzhua's chest, applying pressure bit by bit. How did you get here? Even with Yuzhua, she didn't let her guard down. He had clearly been about to do something to Qi Shu. To save his skin, Yuzwa didn't hesitate to throw Qi Shu under the bus. Qi Shu told me to come. After looking around, Zhu Si's expression darkened. He coldly asked Yuzwa, "Where's Gu Yaoyao?" As he spoke, Zhu Si gathered his palm, and a dark shadow writhed and climbed rapidly. With Zhu Si's movement, Yuzwa felt as if his limbs were being pulled in 4 different directions. The tearing pain made him cry out as he hastily explained, "She went to find her uncle." What kind of freaks were these two? Hearing this, Qi Yao pulled out the steel bar and swung it, striking Yuzwa on the shoulder. "Last chance, where's Gu Yaoyao?" Gu Yaoyao couldn't have gone to find any uncle. If she had any surviving relatives, why would she leave so suddenly without ever mentioning it before? The only thing Qi Yao could think of was that Gu Yaoyao had been harmed. She really did go to find her uncle. Yuzwa gasped in pain, both angry and frustrated. After feeding Qi Shu some water, she seemed off, and there were strange tattoos on her face. Zhu Si crouched down to meet Yuzwa's eyes. "What kind of tattoos?" Yuzwa thought for a moment, then said with certainty, "Like black tree branches." Hearing this, Zhu Si's face grew even darker. The tattoos he mentioned are probably those black marks. In this small building, the only one who could have injured Gu Yaoyao and caused her mutation was Qi Shu. Qi Yao gritted her teeth. When did Gu Yaoyao get bitten by him? When was Gu Yaoyao bitten? How would he know? Yuzwa grew anxious. Faced with their intimidating interrogation, he was about to retort when a sudden realization dawned on him and his expression shifted. He seemed to recall that when he first arrived, Qi Shu had fallen onto Gu Yaoyao. Could it be that it wasn't really some force? "It's over." Yuzwa's gaze flickered as he hesitantly spoke. "I'm not sure, maybe I accidentally bumped into her." "Oh, do you want another strike?" Qi Yao's eyes turned cold. "Speak clearly." Truly siblings ready to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. "When I knocked out Qi Shu, he fell right onto Gu Yaoyao. I'm not certain if I hurt her." Yuzwa was on the verge of tears. As he spoke, Yuzwa's pain made him lose control of his expression. "I say, little sister, could you move your foot first?" "Humph, little sister." Qi Yao immediately kicked at Yuzwa, the address igniting her fury. Yuzwa reacted swiftly, arching his back and rolling on the ground, barely dodging her kick. He quickly scrambled up and steadied himself by the window, raising his fists in a defensive stance. "If I hear those 2 words again, I'll kill you." Hearing this, Yuzwa froze. Seeing Qi Yao's furrowed brow, stern expression, and icy gaze fixed on him like a blade, a chill ran down his spine. This sister of Qi Shu's was exactly like him during their training at the base. "Wait, look, your brother's fine. He must have pulled through. Gu Yaoyao might not be infected either, right? Maybe she's okay too." Yuzwa wisely backed down. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat Qi Yao. No matter how skilled she was, her abilities came from various unorthodox sources. The key was, even if he could beat her, would he dare go all out? Doing so would undoubtedly mean severing ties with. Distracted, Qi Yao strode over and lifted Qi Shu's eyelid to inspect. The crimson hue had returned to a normal deep brown, and the sudden bulging veins on his face had vanished. His breathing was faint, but he was alive. Qi Shu had truly pulled through. Qi Yao threw back the tattered blanket, covering him, her gaze fixed on the white bandages. The ugly bow on the bandages was definitely Gu Yaoyao's handiwork. Qi Yao's eyes darkened. Gu Yaoyao had only left after confirming Qi Shu would not mutate. How long has she been gone? Qi Yao withdrew her gaze and turned to the wary Yuzwa. "Which direction?" "She went east about half an hour ago." In the direction he pointed outside the window lay a modest basketball court enclosed by a 2 to 3 meter high green mesh fence, empty inside. "I'm going to find her. Zhu Si, you stay and keep an eye on him." Without another word, Qi Yao turned and left decisively. Qi Shu was still unconscious. Who else could be under watch? Yuzwa choked up, looking at Qi Shu with a sigh. She had cleared most of the surrounding zombies, leaving corpses and severed limbs to ferment and stink under the scorching sun. Qi Yao gripped the steel pipe tightly, her heart feeling as if it might burst from suffocation. Gu Yaoyao had left the group, likely fearing she would turn into a zombie and cause trouble. But Qi Yao didn't understand what she had done to deserve Gu Yaoyao's unwavering protection. Just pure affection. Qi Yao's mind was flooded with images of that petite figure shielding her time and again. "Gu Yaoyao, hold on." Qi Yao quickened her pace, scanning the surroundings. Under the shade of a tree, Chen Jingchen and Xie Tong were pondering how to secretly follow Qi Yao's group. "Jingchen, I want water." After all that commotion, Xie Tong's throat felt parched. She tugged at Chen Jingchen's arm, gently shaking it. "Hurry and condense some water droplets for me." Chen Jingchen's face was pale. His ability was unreliable, flickering on and off. After mustering his strength for a while, he still couldn't form a water droplet. Unaware, Xie Tong looked around, checking the situation. "Where are we going next?" "I don't want to sleep outside, and I'm hungry." Hearing Xie Tong's words, Chen Jingchen's expression darkened. He stared at his empty palm, then turned toward the small building, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Tong Tong, don't worry. We'll find a way to get you what you want." Just then, Chen Jingchen shifted his body, pulling Xie Tong behind a tree. Before she could speak, he covered her mouth and whispered, "Don't talk. Something's coming." Xie Tong stopped her instinctive struggle, shrinking into Chen Jingchen's arms as she stared at the figure that suddenly appeared. As the figure drew closer, and Xie Tong recognized it, a bottomless malice welled up in her eyes. She gritted her teeth, wishing she could tear this person apart. Gu Yaoyao. It was all this bitch's fault. Qi Yao had refused to let them travel together. At the thought, Xie Tong began to struggle, trying to rush forward and rip Gu Yaoyao apart. Chen Jingchen pulled the struggling Xie Tong back, his voice low and harsh. "Tong Tong, don't be impulsive. I want to kill her." Seeing Xie Tong's aggrieved face, Chen Jingchen's gaze was filled with venom. Don't worry, it'll make her wish she were dead. Gu Yaoyao's eyes were bloodshot with several dark veins twisting at one side of her temple, giving her a dark, exquisite aesthetic. She had already tried, the jade bead space was inaccessible. For some unknown reason, the jade bead that once emitted a faint glow had gone completely dim, becoming an ordinary stone. Gu Yaoyao stuffed it back into her pocket. She barely had the energy to be angry. This so-called golden finger, which should have been gathering dust, was unreliable. Who was it trying to spite? Chishu's blood seemed to have lost its effect. The jade bead remained still. Reaching the shade of a tree, she leaned against the trunk, panting slightly. Gu Yaoyao shook her head, trying to stay clear-headed. The blood flowing through her body felt like it had been replaced with cotton, a suffocating sensation that dragged her consciousness down. Gu Yaoyao gave a bitter smile. Truly, a cannon fodder's fate was fragile. A mere scratch, and it was 100% infection. Next, she would turn into one of those man-eating monsters, wouldn't she? At the thought, Gu Yaoyao tightened her grip on the baseball bat. Before the mutation, she had to end herself. She didn't want to become a monster, nor did she want to unknowingly encounter Qi Yao and force her to strike. Living until now was already a gain. A whisper of wind passed her ear. Gu Yaoyao instinctively dodged her fists and feet, already poised in a defensive stance. Steadying herself, she gripped the bat and stared at the large tree. Coward who attacks from behind. Come out. On the brink of death, and someone still wanted to attack her. Gu Yaoyao couldn't recall when she had incurred such. Unable to contain herself, Xie Tong snatched the steel bar from Chen Jingchen's hand and gritted out, Gu Yaoyao, how do you— None of your business. At the mention of death, the bloodshot in Gu Yaoyao's eyes deepened. She knew she was about to die, but did everyone have to remind her? Her blood surged, and Gu Yaoyao struggled to control her emotions. Xie Tong was even more enraged, gripping the steel bar tightly and swinging it viciously at Gu Yaoyao's face. Seeing this, Gu Yaoyao reacted, instinctively sidestepping the attack, while striking Xie Tong's hand with her bat. Off. Xie Tong's scream was piercing, as sharp as a bird's cry, making Gu Yaoyao want to hit her again. Excruciating pain shot through her hand. Xie Tong collapsed to the ground, unable to even hold the steel bar. Bitch! You slut, this is all your fault. Xie Tong trembled with pain, but her eyes remained venomous, refusing to admit defeat. Even in loss, she wouldn't concede to Gu Yaoyao. Gu Yaoyao could barely make out what Xie Tong was saying, but it was certainly nothing good. The woman's shrill voice only so noisy, all the sounds were unbearably noisy. With bloodshot eyes, Gu Yaoyao swung her bat again, striking Xie Tong's leg. The ensuing scent of blood made her mind reel. Xie Tong fainted from the intense pain. Her calf was drenched in blood from Gu Yaoyao's blow. For some reason, gazing at Xie Tong's bloodied calf, Gu Yaoyao felt an impulse to tear into it and taste the flesh. Yet the moment this thought surfaced, a searing pain erupted from the wound on her neck, rapidly spreading through her limbs and torso, leaving a trail of scorching agony in its wake. Gu Yaoyao stumbled back in shock. Was she beginning to mutate? To devour the living? No. She refused. The mere thought of feasting on a living person churned her stomach. She fought against the overwhelming discomfort, distancing herself from the two before her. Tong Tong is just a child at heart. How could you be so vicious? Chen Jingchen's eyes bulged with fury as he beheld Xie Tong's bloodied, half-severed calf. Without a second thought, he roared, lifting his head. But as the roar faded, Chen Jingchen froze. Gu Yaoyao's once porcelain skin was flushed crimson, and sinister black lines like a spider's web crawled from her neck across her face, rendering her grotesque and terrifying. This was by no means the visage of an awakened ability user. It was far more akin to a mutation. Forcing her swaying body to steady, Gu Yaoyao shook her dizzy head. Spotting Chen Jingchen, who had inexplicably rushed over to embrace Xie Tong, she couldn't help but lick her parched lips. She yearned to tear this man apart and taste his blood. Just then, Chen Jingchen launched a preemptive strike, snatching a steel bar from the ground and swinging it viciously at her head. Yet to his astonishment, Gu Yaoyao, barely holding herself up, raised her hand, blocking the baseball bat in front of her face, and somehow withstood his full-force blow. A crisp clang rang out. The immense recoil numbed Chen Jingchen's hand, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the steel bar. His face was a mask of disbelief. What kind of monster was this woman? The violent numbness in her arm jolted Gu Yaoyao back to a sliver of awareness. Suppressing the urge to taste blood, she met Chen Jingchen's terrified gaze and kicked him straight in the abdomen. She couldn't hold on much longer. This had to end quickly. Chen Jingchen, being an ability user, reacted with lightning speed. He parried her kick with the steel bar, using the momentum to spin and swing the weapon. But in the next instant, Gu Yaoyao sidestepped, not only dodging the incoming bar, but also swinging her baseball bat upward with brutal force. At the critical moment, Chen Jingchen twisted his wrist, angling the steel bar at an odd trajectory to intercept the bat. The violent impact echoed, and both of them stumbled backward uncontrollably. This blow drained Gu Yaoyao's remaining strength. Her breathing grew heavy and erratic, and she braced herself with the bat against the ground to keep from collapsing. If you don't leave now, your little girlfriend will be crippled. Gu Yaoyao panted, squinting as she offered a cold smirk. Both her physical stamina and her craving for living flesh were at their limits. The thick scent of blood behind him made Chen Jingchen hesitate, but he eventually relented, turning to scoop up Xie Tong. When he looked up again, his eyes were darker than ever. Gu Yaoyao had vanished. Less than 20 meters from the basketball court, the previously locked supermarket door now lay shattered, its glass door in ruins. Clang. A baseball bat smeared with blood and glass shards clattered to the floor. The girl leaned against a shelf, breathing heavily. Her fair face was covered in writhing black lines, and her once misty dark eyes had turned a dull gray. Gu Yaoyao stumbled and collapsed onto the floor, pulling down several items from the shelf. A hunger born from the depths of her being grew ever more intense. In the blink of an eye, Gu Yaoyao felt as if her body were being torn apart and remade. Waves of tearing pain assailed her, and an uncontrollable craving for blood surged from within. So hungry. The hunger was unbearable. Her mind screamed at her to tear humans apart, to drink their blood and eat their flesh. The overwhelming desire seized her brain, and a misty gray haze clouded her already ashen eyes. Gu Yaoyao. A cool, clear female voice echoed in her mind, dispelling the confusion and quelling the desire. It was Qi Yao's voice. Instantly, Gu Yaoyao's hazy consciousness sharpened. She struggled to curl up and rise, stumbling onto the baseball bat she had dropped. The faint scent of blood invaded her nostrils. She couldn't help but swallow. The blood smelled so good. Licking her cracked lips, she fought the urge to devour humans, digging her fingers into the shelf to keep herself grounded. But the gnawing hunger persisted, driving her to grind her teeth. Her gums itched as she yearned to tear into something. Spotting a chocolate bar on the shelf, Gu Yaoyao tore it open and stuffed it into her mouth without a second thought. But the first bite made her spit it out. It was disgusting. She needed meat. Slapping her head, she dragged her stiff body with effort toward the snacks. Gazing at the array of meat products and inhaling their rich aroma, she lunged forward, impatiently tore open a can and shoveled the braised pork inside into her mouth. She needed more meat. Reaching out, she swept everything off the shelf in a frenzy, ripped open a bag of pickled chicken feet, and swallowed them whole, bones and all. But no matter how much she ate, the hunger refused to abate. It only grew fiercer. As she devoured ravenously, her stomach swelled visibly. So full, yet still so hungry. She was bloated like a frog on its back, yet starving as if she hadn't eaten for days. She craved blood and flesh. The bloodlust surged, and Gu Yaoyao felt an unbearable itch in her teeth. Crack! A sound signaled the Gu Yaoyao's body stiffened. The suppressed urges surged back with a vengeance. Her being screamed at her to tear the human apart, to drink blood and eat flesh to fill her belly. Gu Yaoyao. A cool voice broke through. Gu Yaoyao, consumed by bloodlust, wavered. Was that Qi Yao? Wait, don't come closer. The distinct scent of a human assailed her nostrils, nearly driving her already ravenous self over the edge. Gu Yaoyao's eyes widened. Clutching the chicken feet and chips to her chest, she scrambled backward on all fours, ready to flee. She couldn't let Qi Yao get near her. Thud! Losing her footing, Gu Yaoyao slammed her head hard against the wall, and her reason retreated into the depths of her mind. As long as she ate, she wouldn't eat people. Dazed from the impact, she frantically grabbed the food in her hands and stuffed. In the corner, the girl with ashen eyes and a pitifully confused expression on her grimy face shoved food into her mouth with crude urgency, as if trying to choke herself to death. Hearing the commotion, Qi Yao turned and walked over. By the shelf, Gu Yaoyao froze mid-motion, her face and hair smeared with chewed bones and other debris. Tears and food mingled on her delicate features, a scene both pathetic and absurd. Qi Yao's hands clenched involuntarily, her gaze dark and terrifying. Don't come near me. As Qi Yao approached, Gu Yaoyao spat out the food and scrambled backward. I'm turning into a zombie. You can't come, she sobbed. I don't want to eat you. Get away. Qi Yao's eyes darkened. A resolute expression crossed her cool features as she took a step forward. You'll be fine. No. Gu Yaoyao pulled a knife from her pocket and pressed it to her forehead, weeping brokenly. After I'm gone, take care of yourself. Gu Yaoyao, dare to move, and I'll show you. Qi Yao roared. The scent of a living person grew stronger. Gu Yaoyao's consciousness began to blur, and the hand gripping the small knife trembled violently. The sharp blade grazed her fair and smooth forehead, drawing blood. The metallic scent of blood assaulted her senses. Gu Yaoyao stared dazedly at Qi Yao in the distance, unable to resist grinding her teeth. Qi Yao's gaze was fixed on the knife in Gu Yaoyao's hand. Seeing it shake uncontrollably and cut her forehead, an inexplicable irritation surged within her. Gu Yaoyao, Qi Shu is fine now. You will be too. Trust me. Qi Yao said, her voice strained. I just want to bite someone right now. Go away. I don't want to hurt you when I lose control. Gu Yaoyao wept bitterly. I really want to stay with you to witness your growth, but the heavens have turned a blind eye and won't give me this chance. She was unwilling. It was as frustrating as finally logging into a game, just getting the hang of it, only to receive a ban notice. Thinking of this, Gu Yaoyao felt even more aggrieved, tears streaming down her delicate chin like a broken string of pearls. Yet just as she let out a wail, an intense dizziness struck her mind. After a whirlwind of disorientation, only a sliver of clear rationality remained. The moment the knife fell, a surge of cold air rushed in. Her falling body was caught by a suddenly appearing layer of ice and propped against the wall. In a daze, Gu Yaoyao saw wisps of cold air swirling around Qi Yao. At that moment, her consciousness blurred. Everything before her seemed distorted, and her eyelids grew heavier. Within just 2 or 3 seconds, Gu Yaoyao slowly slumped against the wall and completely passed out. In the last second before losing consciousness, Qi Yao's image flashed in her mind. Qi Yao, run! That soft, faint voice struck Qi Yao's heart like a heavy hammer. Qi Yao froze and placed the sharpness in her eyes, softening slightly. What exactly was Gu Yaoyao after? In her mind's eye, a pair of clear dark eyes curved with a smile, a sweet and soft voice said, Qi Yao will take you out of here. That was their first meeting. Crouching down, Qi Yao reached out and gently brushed aside the sweat-soaked hair from Gu Yaoyao's face. On her fair, smooth forehead, a bright red wound stood out starkly. Gu Yaoyao, if you're okay, you'll be my first friend. As she spoke, Qi Yao shifted her gaze to the swollen wound on Gu Yaoyao's neck, where countless black lines writhed and spread across her pale skin. If you become a zombie, I'll take care of you myself. Qi Yao found a clean towel and stuffed it into Gu Yaoyao's mouth, then bound her hands and feet with electrical wires to prevent her from suddenly turning on the way. After finishing, Qi Yao stood up and carried Gu Yaoyao back to the small building. Carefully laying her on the sofa, Qi Yao fetched some disinfectant and gently dabbed at the wound on her neck with a cotton swab. What happened? Zhu Si, who had come downstairs upon hearing the noise, frowned at the sight of Gu Yaoyao's disheveled state. Qi Yao paused briefly but quickly resumed her composure. She thought she'd turn into a zombie and hurt us, so she decided to blow her own brains out. Zhu Si clenched his fists involuntarily. Will she really become a zombie? Let fate decide. Upstairs, Qi Shu's tightly shut eyes trembled slightly. He slowly opened them, but his vision was blurry. He vaguely saw a figure moving beside the bed. Qi Shu bit the tip of his tongue, and his hazy consciousness cleared a bit. Why are you here? Qi Shu pressed hard on his temples. Though still slightly dizzy, his mind was much clearer, and his previously blurry vision gradually sharpened. Propping himself up against the headboard before Yuzhua could answer, Qi Shu asked with difficulty, how long was I out? Yuzhua replied, by the time I arrived you were already delirious. Delirious? The strange cool sensation on his body made Qi Shu vaguely sense something was wrong. He looked down and his face instantly darkened. From head to toe, he was only wearing a pair of boxers. Are you asking for death? Qi Shu ground his teeth. Calm down. Yuzhua hastily jumped back, quickly shifting the blame. You were already stripped by the time I got there. It's not my fault. If not Yuzhua, then who? Qi Shu's face was grim, but he didn't continue to vent his anger at the man cowering nearby. He knew Yuzhua well. He was never one to lie, and their friendship wouldn't allow him to deceive him either. Looking down to inspect himself, the wound on his side no longer hurt at all. His body only felt weak and exhausted. After a moment's hesitation, Qi Shu directly began to remove the bandages. Layer after layer of white gauze was peeled away. The bottom few layers were stained with crimson. The originally horrifying bloody wound had already scabbed over nearly 70 to 80% healed. The black veins that had spread across his waist had already faded considerably. What was happening? Qi Shu was stunned. I saw these black marks on Gu Yaoyao's face, Yuzhua said, leaning in with a serious tone. She might have been infected by you. Qi Shu's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Before I knocked you out, you were baring your teeth about to bite Gu Yaoyao's neck. Hearing this, fragmented memories flashed through Qi Shu's mind. It seemed he really had hurt someone. Struggling to his feet, Qi Shu nearly stumbled and fell. Pushing away Yuzhua's helping hand, he shook his head, the top-heavy feeling making him nauseous. After barely steadying himself, Qi Shu casually grabbed a bedsheet to wrap around his lower body. He inadvertently noticed that the crystal-clear jade bead on his neck now had a few faint red streaks inside. Cracked. But how could cracks have red patterns? The murderous intent in Qi Shu's eyes was unmistakable. Did you touch something on me? Yuzhua wailed, how would I dare? Looking around the messy room, Qi Shu frowned. Where's Gu Yaoyao? I heard some noise downstairs earlier. Maybe your sister brought her back. As he spoke, Yuzhua couldn't help but complain. Your sister is way too vicious, always threatening to kill me. Qi Shu ignored him and, supporting himself against the wall, tried to walk out. Yuzhua clicked his tongue lightly and warned, don't wander off. Zhu Si said once we step out this door, he won't show. The warning was for you, not me. Qi Shu sneered. Did they take him for a fool? Could Zhu Si's warning have included him while he was unconscious? Also, don't do anything I haven't instructed. Qi Shu's voice turned even colder as he turned to look at Yuzhua, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Or don't blame me for turning my back on you. Yuzhua nodded obediently. I understand. Qi Shu took a deep breath, forced himself to walk out of the room, and stood in the hallway looking down. Gu Yaoyao, with her hands and feet bound, lay curled up on the sofa, trembling, her eyes tightly shut. Black veins writhed across her fair face, a terrifying sight. Qi Shu slowly descended the stairs, drawing the attention of the two people below. Awake. Zhu Si glanced at him, his expression complex. Are you alright? I didn't know what was happening at the time. I didn't mean to. Having harmed an innocent young girl, Qi Shu felt a pang of guilt towards Gu Yaoyao. But this apology was mainly directed at Qi Yao. He knew very well that Qi Yao truly considered Gu Yaoyao a friend. Qi Yao remained silent, but a shadow on the sofa suddenly leaped up and lunged at Qi Shu. Qi Shu failed to dodge in time as Gu Yaoyao grabbed him by the throat and slammed him against the wall, leaving his head spinning from the impact. Letting out a low growl, Gu Yaoyao lunged forward and bit down on his neck. Danger! Yuzhua exclaimed in shock. Qi Shu, merely unaccustomed to his frail body, quickly regained his composure as Gu Yaoyao leaned in. With his left hand, he struck Gu Yaoyao's elbow to neutralize her force while his right hand seized the wrist that gripped his throat. Qi Shu, stop. Qi Yao yanked back his arm. Qi Shu paused, dispelling Gu Yaoyao's brute strength, and shoved her away. However, Gu Yaoyao, now utterly out of control, lunged at him again the moment he withdrew. Qi Shu dodged nimbly. Qi Yao flickered into motion, grabbing Gu Yaoyao by the scruff of her neck. With a forceful tug, a jade bead fell from her pocket, rolling away with a clatter. The once frenzied Gu Yaoyao stopped struggling, picked up the jade bead, and sniffed it intently. The faint scent of blood made her mouth water, and she tossed it straight into her mouth. Chi Shu froze in shock for 2 seconds before rushing over like a man possessed, pinning her down. You reckless fool. Spit it out now. Gu Yaoyao winced under his grip, but the jade bead, which melted on her tongue oddly, brought a flicker of clarity to her mind. She whimpered and struggled incessantly. Gone. Truly gone. The Qi family heirloom. Swallowed by this woman. Chi Shu squeezed Gu Yaoyao's mouth with a fury that threatened to crush her jaw, yet he held back, mindful of Qi Yao, and never dared to use full force. Qi Yao shoved Chi Shu aside, frowning deeply at the deep red marks on Gu Yaoyao's once fair face. What did Chi Shu, reciting ancestral precepts in his mind, reluctantly glanced at Gu Yaoyao and slowly turned away. No, he didn't want to say. Gu Yaoyao ground her teeth, attempting to spring up and lunge at Qi Yao. With a swift chop, Qi Yao knocked her unconscious, fixing her gaze stubbornly on Qi Shu. Qi Shu fell silent for a moment. The Qi family heirloom, a jade bead. I was planning to hand it over to you. With that, he closed his eyes, his breathing growing heavier. It was entrusted to him by his grandmother on her deathbed, explicitly meant for the Qi family's future daughter-in-law. Yet given his unique circumstances, he had no plans to marry or father children in this lifetime. Later, Qi Shu intended to give it to Qi Yao upon finding her. But he never imagined that Gu Yaoyao would swallow the jade bead. For a moment, Qi Shu gazed at the unconscious Gu Yaoyao with a tangled heart. He wondered if the heirloom could be considered as given, since it hadn't been passed on properly, but rather consumed. At the thought, Qi Shu clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, then slowly released them, his expression composed. Upon hearing the words, Qi family, a flicker of viciousness flashed in Qi Yao's eyes, but it quickly subsided into an impassive face. Things of the Qi family have nothing to do with me. If there's a next time, get lost. Qi Yao's gaze was cool and detached as she looked at Qi Shu, devoid of any emotion. Qi Shu merely stared back at her, his deep brown eyes tinged with disappointment and sorrow. After a moment, Qi Shu averted his gaze and let out a soft sigh. I understand. As he spoke, his body swayed, a powerful wave of dizziness crashing over him, threatening to engulf him entirely. Suddenly, a cool sensation touched his wrist. Qi Shu's heart jolted, and he stared blankly at Qi Yao's hands. Qi Yao awkwardly turned her head away and snapped coldly, stand steady. Qi Shu's hands trembled slightly. A strange, long-forgotten tenderness like that of childhood began to thaw from the depths of his heart and flood back into his body. All right, I understand, Qi Shu said hoarsely. Sensing the shift in Qi Shu, Qi Yao withdrew her hand, as if burned, turning to re-examine the wound on Gu Yaoyao's neck. The brightness in Qi Shu's eyes faded back to calm. Yuz was sneaking downstairs, shot Qi Shu several glances, and was startled by the helpless indulgence in his eyes. Strange, did this man have a gentle side? Qi Shu turned with a cold glare. Courting death. Yuzwa choked on his anger, grinding his teeth. You're biting the hand that feeds you. Do you want to keep that mouth of yours? Qi Shu grabbed Yuzwa's hand from his shoulder and twisted it hard. Yuzwa immediately surrendered, wailing, I'm a dog. I'm a dog. Zhu Si, standing nearby, eyed Yuzwa with curiosity, noting his clear fear of Qi Shu. As they spoke, Qi Yao's expression darkened. Zhu Si, go get the medical kit. The medical kit is on the 3rd floor, Yuzwa said, helping Qi Shu to the sofa before turning to explain. Gu Yaoyao had me bring it up to clean Qi Shu's wounds. Hearing this, Qi Shu's gaze darkened. Gu Yaoyao had saved him. Wait. He recalled waking up half-naked. Yuzwa fetched the medical kit with lightning speed. Qi Yao tore open an alcohol wipe and began swabbing the edges of the wound. After cleaning it, she gently bandaged the injury on Gu Yaoyao's neck. The pristine white gauze highlighted the grime on her small face from her ravenous eating, making her look like a tattered doll abandoned on the street. Qi Yao glanced at Yuzwa, who was closest, and pulled out a towel still in its packaging from the supermarket. Her voice was icy. Get some water. Yuzwa chuckled wryly. Miss, that sounds so misleading. If you want to stay, get moving. Qi Yao shot Yuzwa a cold look. Truly siblings. Their threatening expressions were identical. Using his ability to control water, Yuzwa soaked the towel, then slumped onto the sofa, panting. He felt dizzy and lightheaded. Just controlling the water had nearly drained him. Giving up already? Qi Shu taunted. A man can't say no. Yuzwa, too angry to speak, curled up miserably on the sofa, watching Qi Yao wipe the dark marks off Gu Yaoyao's face with alcohol. Time slipped away. By the time the bottle of alcohol was empty, the sky had darkened. Seeing the marks on Gu Yaoyao's face fading, Qi Yao's tense nerves finally relaxed. Suddenly, Yuzwa sprang up from the sofa. Qi Shu, since you didn't turn into a zombie, you should have awakened an ability. Without waiting for an answer, he leaned in to stare at Qi Shu's hands. What ability did you awaken? At this, Qi Yao and Zhu Si's attention shifted to Qi Shu. I might not have awakened any ability. Yuzwa recalled the symptoms of awakening. Did you feel extremely hungry? No, Qi Shu answered curtly. Apart from some fatigue, he felt no discomfort. Yuzwa frowned, puzzled. Strange, could abilities be delivered late? You? Qi Yao cut him off. No one said infection guarantees an ability awakening. Hearing these words, Qi Shu couldn't help but recall the times when Qi Yao protected him in their youth. He suppressed the complex light in his eyes and gave a faint smile. After all this trouble, let's have something to eat first. Zhu Si found a bag of bread, tore it open, and handed it to them respectively. We're moving too slowly. At this rate, it'll take us 3 or 4 days to reach the research institute. Qi Yao glanced at the unconscious Gu Yaoyao. We'll leave once Gu Yaoyao wakes up. As she spoke, a sudden clatter sounded from above. The entire small building was instantly plunged into darkness. After awakening their abilities, the awakened ones possessed sharper senses than ordinary people. After adjusting slightly to the darkness, Qi Yao scanned the surroundings only to find that Qi Shu, who had been resting on the other sofa, had somehow moved to shield her. His tall figure overlapped with memories from her childhood. Zhu Si flicked the switch several times, but the light inside remained unchanged. The power's out. Qi Yao walked to the window and surveyed the area. Check if the door is locked tight. Yuzhou will stand guard at the entrance tonight. Suddenly called out, Yuzhou was taken aback. Me? Stand guard. Qi Shu said coldly. Any objections? None at all. Yuzhou raised his hands in surrender. He was just a tool to be used wherever needed. Glancing at the unconscious person on the sofa, Qi Shu asked Qi Yao, what about Gu Yaoyao? She was infected because of you, so naturally you're responsible. In the darkness, Yuzhu's voice sounded quite excited. A minor injury like this won't stop you from carrying her upstairs to rest. You really have a death wish. Qi Shu drew his dagger. He'll watch over Gu Yaoyao. You two go upstairs and rest. Qi Yao interjected, if you don't want to leave, then carry out the order. In less than 10 minutes, only Qi Yao and Gu Yaoyao remained on the first floor. All was silent around them, as Qi Yao lay on the sofa resting with her eyes closed. Qi Yao relished this state of tranquility. Ever since she was abandoned by her parents, and then adopted shortly after, her fate had taken a sharp 180-degree turn, as if struck by a steel fist, with all misfortune descending upon her. Her breathing quickened slightly. Qi Yao abruptly opened her eyes, the turbulent thoughts within them surging in the darkness. Before the apocalypse, she had escaped. Now, with no constraints to bind her, if she found that person, she would make them suffer 1,000 cuts. A faint groan came from Gu Yaoyao lying on the sofa. Qi Yao felt Gu Yaoyao's forehead. Her temperature was normal, and her breathing was steady. It seemed Gu Yaoyao would be fine. The tension that had gripped her nerves eased slightly. In truth, the moment she killed her first zombie, hearing the sound of the steel pipe crushing its skull, a surge of uncontrollable excitement welled up in Qi Yao's heart, as if she were inherently meant to be this twisted. Yet Gu Yaoyao's arrival felt like a beam of light descending from the heavens, gradually dispelling the darkness. It was as if she, who had always been considered a burden in others' eyes, was now being genuinely protected by someone whose eyes lit up every time they looked at her. Qi Yao felt she might have some worth after all. With a hint of anticipation, she looked at Gu Yaoyao and whispered, Gu Yaoyao, from now on let me protect you. Time ticked by. Just as Qi Yao was about to fall asleep, a faint rustling sound came from beside her. Gu Yaoyao struggled to open her eyes, surrounded by pitch-black darkness, where she couldn't see her hand. Why is it so dark? Before Qi Yao could respond, Gu Yaoyao's voice trembled with a sob. Am I blind? As soon as the words left her mouth, it felt like something was stuck in her throat, making her uncomfortable as she bent over and threw up. Is everything all right? Qi Yao gently patted her back, saying it's nothing, the power just went out. Gu Yaoyao felt a wave of nausea as she tried to focus on Qi Yao, asking, are you hurt? Qi Yao sat beside her, replying, I'm fine. Just as Gu Yaoyao was about to feel relieved, a male voice suddenly came from, what's wrong? It was Qi Shu. Gu Yaoyao opened her mouth to speak, but the peculiar sensation in her throat intensified, and a wave of nausea surged. She fought against the urge to vomit, reaching into her mouth, and surprisingly pulling out a thin string. What had she done after losing consciousness? Did she get so hungry that she ate a string? What else had she consumed? Before Gu Yaoyao could think further, Qi Shu swiftly pulled back the curtains, letting in a beam of light. Qi Yao couldn't help but chuckle at her dazed expression, saying, you only ate a family heirloom. Qi Shu couldn't help but cough lightly, his expression growing more complicated. The reactions of the siblings left Gu Yaoyao puzzled. What heirloom? A jade pearl, Qi Shu said through gritted teeth. A jade pearl. Had she actually consumed the jade pearl that concealed the spiritual spring? Gu Yaoyao was completely dumbfounded, confirming with great difficulty, I ate your jade pearl. Seeing her expression, Qi Shu's mood inexplicably improved, recognizing that this woman understood the gravity of the situation. Noticing Gu Yaoyao's already pale face grow even whiter, Qi Yao thought for a moment and comforted her. It's okay. Qi Shu intended to give it to me anyway. Consider it a gift from me to you. Of course it's not okay. That was a golden finger. Gu Yaoyao felt like crying as she wished she could cut herself open to retrieve the pearl. She had never heard of a golden finger meant for external use being ingested. Oh, wasn't this simply causing Qi Yao to lose a significant boost? But I've swallowed it. What should I do now? Qi Shu opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Qi Yao gently squeezed Gu Yaoyao's wrist, speaking softly, it's fine. Look, you've woken up. Now you must have awakened your abilities. Eating a jade pearl shouldn't be a big problem. If you're really worried, we can find a place with medical equipment and have someone check you out. Don't be afraid. It was rare for Qi Yao to speak such a long string of words. Woo. Qi Yao Gu Yaoyao was so moved, she almost cried. Sitting beside them, Qi Shu suppressed the complexity in his eyes, the words of his grandmother before her passing resurfacing in his mind about the future granddaughter-in-law's gift. Unbeknownst to Gu Yaoyao, Qi Shu was deep in thought about whether this could be considered a token of love. Qi Yao gently patted Gu Yaoyao's back, asking, how does your body feel? Gu Yaoyao honestly replied, I can't muster any strength. Do you feel any power within you? I don't feel anything. I just feel weak all over. Gu Yaoyao shook her head, looking at Qi Yao with a hint of nervousness. Even though I haven't awakened my abilities, I have great strength and didn't eat much. Don't discard me. I didn't think any less of you. Qi Yao waved her hand, interrupting her words. You just woke up and your body is still weak. Rest well and don't think too much. Just then a weary Yuzhua pushed the door open and walked in, saying, I need to take a break. In order to catch up with them, Yuzhua had not rested properly, and now his stamina was at its limit. Qi Yao nodded, glancing at the clock on the wall. Well, set off after 10. Yuzhua was puzzled. Where are we going? Zhu Si happened to come downstairs and chimed in to the research institute. We need to find out how the virus leaked. Yuzhua was astonished. Does the institute have an antidote? No, Zhu Si replied frankly. Then what's the point? Yuzhua frowned, finding him obstinate. Even after we find out the cause, the virus remains unsolved. This guy sure speaks bluntly. Gu Yaoyao clicked her tongue in amazement. Indeed, it's pointless, Zhu Si agreed. After a moment's hesitation, he added slowly, but there's something I need to confirm, whether it has been destroyed. Since things were already out of control, there was no point in hiding it any longer. Yu's drowsiness vanished instantly, and he asked with great curiosity what thing. Zhu Si said solemnly, Subject 1. Glancing at Qi Yao and Gu Yaoyao, who remained silent, he felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry I deceived you. Gu Yaoyao said nothing. She had always known that Zhu Si's excuse of returning the instruments was merely a cover. In truth, he was going back to destroy something. As Zhu Si spoke, Qi Yao looked him straight in the eye. After a moment, she nodded. I see. Subject 1. There was no need to elaborate. Given the current situation, its meaning was clear. Zhu Si understood the implication in Qi Yao's words. His eyes lit up, and then he turned to Gu Yaoyao. Noticing the guilt in his gaze, she quickly waved her hand. It's fine, I understand. Qi Shu, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. The subject you mentioned, was it a living person? At this, Yuzhua tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. He knew Qi Shu well. If he wasn't certain, he wouldn't have spoken. Suppressing the murderous intent beneath his gaze, Yuzhua forced a smile. Using living humans for experiments is illegal. You scientists sure have nerve. In foreign countries, such situations might involve volunteers, though often they were various beggars. But domestically, only stable drugs could be tested on living subjects. Zhu Si paused for a moment, then let out a long sigh. Clinical trials must eventually be conducted on humans. Was the proposal for human trials made by Wang Tao? Qi Yao's voice, slightly hoarse, carried a hint of menace. You know, Dr. Wang, Zhu Si stated with certainty. Qi Yao did not answer the question, but instead asked Zhu Si if the apocalypse comes. Given Wang Tao's personality, where do you... Zhu Si was stunned. It took him a while to react. You're going to the institute to find him. The undisguised killing intent in Qi Yao's eyes made his heart skip a beat. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Yuzhua, aren't you supposed to rest? Sensing the tense atmosphere, Gu Yaoyao quickly changed the subject. Yuzhua, standing on the stairs, looked innocent. They can talk. It doesn't stop me from resting. Qi Shu raised an eyebrow slightly and glanced at Yuzhua, who was at the stairway. If you're not resting, then keep watch. Hearing this, Yuzhua put on a pitiful face. I'm just a brick. I get moved wherever needed. Good that you know. Qi Shu cast him a sidelong glance and then looked at Qi Yao. Wang Tao is a coward. To him, the institute is the safest place. He won't leave easily. Qi Yao's eyes flickered as she stared at him. How do you know about Wang Tao? Qi Yao bit his lip, his voice somewhat hoarse. After I got rid of them, I looked for you. So Qi Shu hadn't lived with either of their biological parents either. Just like her. After she was adopted, how did Qi Shu live alone? A dark undercurrent surged in Qi Yao's eyes, but soon subsided. She responded lightly, I understand. By now the sky had brightened, and a few scattered zombies were wandering outside the window. Qi Yao glanced at Gu Yaoyao, whose complexion had regained some color, and handed her a prepared bread. Eat something first. We'll set off soon. Gu Yaoyao looked up at Qi Yao and smiled, her misty eyes curving into crescents, making her appear endearing. Okay, didn't you say we'd leave at 10? Yuzhua turned around and trudged back, dropping his head limply onto Qi Shu's shoulder. I can't walk anymore. I need to rest. Was there no time for rest now? What a ruthless sister. Qi Yao glanced at him. Since you're so energetic, you and Zhu Si can take turns driving later. Yuzhua looked at Qi Yao, then at Qi Shu, feeling that these siblings were his nemesis. After a quick tidy-up, Gu Yaoyao boarded the car, first to check the remaining supplies. If we ration, it can last about a week, but we still need to stock up more. She then looked at Zhu Si in the driver's seat. Is there enough gasoline? Zhu Si checked the fuel gauge, and after a moment's assessment replied, just enough to reach the research institute. Yuzhua pinched his chin, his expression unusually serious. No one knows how long the apocalypse will last. I think gasoline is indispensable. We need to stockpile more. Truly Qi Yao's right-hand man, such foresight. Gu Yaoyao was quite satisfied with Yuzhua's performance at this moment. He then turned to look back. The car's space isn't big enough. We'll need to switch vehicles. Space. Gu Yaoyao silently touched her stomach. She had swallowed the golden finger, the jade bead, and along with it the vast storage space. Qi Shu interjected, a bus. Not safe. Buses are easily overturned, Zhu Si opposed. Gu Yaoyao sighed. If only one of us knew how to modify vehicles. She remembered the original novel mentioned that Yuzhua was skilled at vehicle modification. Yuzhua pretended not to hear, crossing his legs and leaning on the window, looking left and right. Hearing this, Qi Shu smirked and looked at Yuzhua. Yuzhua is good at it. He's a professional. Wow. Really? Gu Yaoyao played along, feigning shock, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yuzhua. Then we'll be relying on you from now on, Yuzhua. Yuzhua turned his head, first squinting at Gu Yaoyao, then glaring at Qi Shu before waving his hand dismissively. Easy. Qi Yao, a woman of action, asked. What tools do we need for the modification? First we need a bus. Yuzhua clicked his tongue. Then where should we look for one? Gu Yaoyao rested her chin on her hand looking at Yuzhua with feigned confusion. We can't just wander the streets, can we? Yuzhua glanced at the bewildered Gu Yaoyao and curled his lips. To find a vehicle, of course we go to the bus terminal. Buses and coaches, take your pick. Zhu Si looked in the mirror and hesitated. So we change course to the station? Qi Yao nodded decisively. Yes, let's find a vehicle first. Well, let Wang Tao live a few more hours. What did that Wang guy do to offend you? Yuzhua was very curious. Qi Shu shot him a sharp glare, and Yuzhua raised his hands in surrender, falling silent. The station was located southwest of the city, diametrically opposite to the research institute. Throughout the journey, aside from the occasional zombie darting out, most of the roads were clogged with vehicles. After being forced to detour several times, Zhu Si grimly checked the fuel gauge. At this rate, we'll never make it to in the apocalypse. Finding a clear path was an immense challenge. Qi Shu tapped the passenger seat. Navigate. Got it. Yuzhua waved dismissively, rolled down the window, and scanned the surroundings. I remember there's a station nearby, just to the right of the department store. Gu Yaoyao stared solemnly at the alley beside the Descent Internet Cafe, where an evolved zombie lurked. In the original storyline, Qi Yao was scratched by it and awakened her spatial ability. Just then Qi Yao spoke in a low voice. Something's very wrong here. She opened the window to check, but the dilapidated street was eerily empty with no sign of zombies. Whether they had been cleared out or had all evolved, Qi Yao couldn't tell. When her gaze fell on the corner to the right, an inexplicable dread crept into her heart. Yet after observing the surroundings, she found nothing unusual. Everyone stay alert. Acting on instinct, she told Zhu Si to stop the car and stepped out to investigate. Gu Yaoyao suddenly whipped her head around. A chilling sensation washed over her, and fear rapidly took root in her. Qi Shu noticed Gu Yaoyao's pallid expression and frowned. Gu Yaoyao, what's wrong with you? She looked as if she were having a seizure. Gu Yaoyao's face was stern. She raised a hand to silence him, then focused her mind to sense the obscure threat. Hearing this, Qi Shu tilted his head, slightly straining to listen. Suddenly, a faint ripple of energy reached his consciousness, urgently urging him to leave. Get out! Gu Yaoyao shouted sharply. No sooner had they scrambled out than Qi Yao felt a twitch between her brows and leaped far backward. Before she could steady herself, a nauseating stench of decay assailed her, and a massive claw slammed into the spot where she had just stood. The force was so immense that it pulverized the bricks beneath. A mutated beast resembling a Tibetan mastiff with fangs caked in rotting flesh leaped onto the car roof, standing half a man's height, even when hunched. Gu Yaoyao shielded Qi Yao, bracing for a fight. Qi Yao's skills were more than enough to handle a mutated animal. Yet the gleam in this creature's eyes made Gu Yaoyao's brow twitch violently. It was identical to the second-tier mutated beast described in the original novel. Was this creature which should have appeared at the Research Institute showing up ahead of time? Qi Shu pulled out a dagger. We need to find a way to escape. Though the area held no other threats besides this beast, he could still sense a faint energy, pulsating, warning him of danger and urging him to flee. Easier said than done. Gu Yaoyao gritted her teeth as the mutated beast opened its maw, let out a roar, and lunged directly at her. Just as she assumed a defensive stance, the sense of crisis surged even stronger. It felt as if her skull were splitting, as if something were about to burst out of her brain. The beast's sharp claws swung toward her. In a flash, Qi Yao grabbed Gu Yaoyao's hand and yanked her backward. Coalescing an ice blade in her palm, she leaned back and slashed fiercely at the creature's abdomen. As if sensing her intent, the hairy beast twisted midair to slow its momentum, then clamped its razor-sharp fangs onto Qi Yao's ice blade. Qi Yao leaped backward, landing far away. You guys go. This mutated creature had not only undergone physical changes, but also seemed to possess extraordinary intelligence. Don't get near her. Gu Yaoyao's eyes sharpened, the searing pain in her head coalescing into a tangible thought that directly slammed into the mutated creature. The bizarre long-haired beast was sent flying backward. It crashed heavily onto the car roof behind with a loud bang. Battling the intense tearing sensation, Gu Yaoyao clutched Zhu Si's hand tightly, her voice trembling. There are not only mutated animals here, but also evolved zombies. Let's go. Was that her doing? Gritting her teeth so hard they almost shattered, Gu Yaoyao yanked Qi Yao back. Hurry. There was more than just this mutated creature here. If they stayed, everyone would die. Gu Yaoyao, was that your ability? Qi Yao grabbed her arm. Ability? Was that her ability? What had she done? Before Gu Yaoyao could process it, a dizzying wave crashed over her like a giant surge, and her consciousness was swallowed into darkness. Watching the struggling mutated beast, Qi Yao's eyes darkened. With her current strength, swiftly killing this creature was highly unlikely. Based on that last strike, this mutated animal's lethality far surpassed hers. Go. Yuzhua carried Gu Yaoyao on his back, following closely behind Qi Yao. Seeing this, Zhu Si, who was at the rear, immediately used his ability to conjure a black screen, stalling the mutated creature to buy them time. Qi Shu ran while scanning his surroundings. The faint energy had been warning him of danger. Perhaps due to the mutated creature's presence, an eerie silence hung in the air. With no trace of zombies, they fled unimpeded into a supermarket. Yuzhua panted heavily and turned to ask, what do we do now? After confirming the mutated creature hadn't followed, Qi Yao breathed a silent sigh of relief. Keep moving. They couldn't stop. The beast seemed to have the ability to read minds. If it could discern their escape route, they might not be safe yet. The group cautiously exited the supermarket and advanced along the deserted street toward the station. Half an hour later, they reached the square before the department store. The mutated creature hadn't pursued them, but an unnatural desolation hung in the air, shattered only when a few shambling zombies staggered toward them. Chishu swiftly moved forward, kicking one lunging zombie away. In a fluid motion, he thrust a dagger into the gaping maw of another zombie, then slammed his elbow hard to the left, knocking back a creature that lunged to bite him. He pulled out the blade and drove it straight into the zombie's forehead. His movements were seamless, leaving the zombies no chance to summon reinforcements. Seeing Chishu effortlessly take down those creatures, Zhu Si's tense nerves eased slightly. We should be safe now. Hearing this, Yuzhua let out an obvious sigh of relief. It's been a while since we've had to flee for our lives like this, ever since we— Qi Yao didn't pay attention to his words. Her heart remained on edge, sensing that something was amiss. She condensed an ice blade in her palm, never letting her guard down. What ability did Gu Yaoyao awaken? Yuzhua glanced back at the unconscious girl on his shoulders, curiosity brimming. She seems to sense danger. Has she awakened a prophetic power? Wasn't that just like a seer in a game? After disposing of the zombie, Chishu warily glanced at the shop, less than 10 meters away. It's not safe here. Yuzhua's expression shifted slightly, his smile fading. What did you sense? Chishu shook his head. The faint fluctuation of energy had already vanished. Yet driven by instinct, he still decided to take a different route. Just then the white chrysanthemum not far away suddenly trembled, its branches violently, as if trying to convey a message. Before Chishu could ponder it, the sound of a door opening reached his ears. An immense pressure followed. Move aside, all of you. Chishu bellowed sharply. From the once empty shop doorway, a massive zombie emerged. It hunched over as it shuffled out, its eyes bloodshot, and bulging, its mouth torn open to its ears. Under Chishu's horrified gaze, it shot toward them like an arrow. The moment Chishu spoke, Yuzhua forcefully shoved Zhu Si aside and dragged Qi Yao out of the way. The grotesque maw clamped down on the head of a transformer nearby, and the grating sound of sharp teeth scraping again. In that instant, a chill ran down Qi Yao's spine. This zombie was far beyond mere evolution. Leave Gu Yaoyao to Zhu Si. Yuzhua, work with me. Gritting her teeth, Qi Yao pushed Yuzhua aside and charged forward. Chishu, cover us. A roar erupted, and Chishu dashed forward, leaping off a pillar to spring onto the shop's rooftop. As if sensing Chishu's move, the zombie abruptly turned, dodging the two attackers, and lunged at Chishu midair. Duck! A faint, violent pulse of energy vibrated. Chishu crouched low, driving his dagger upward in a few. The sharp blade sliced across the zombie's face. The zombie, which had been charging in a straight line, twisted grotesquely, blocking the strike with its purplish-black claw. It flipped and landed across from Chishu, its bloodshot eyes fixed on him with savage intensity. Chishu slowly tightened his grip on the dagger and advanced toward the zombie. The zombie seemed to toy with him, evading his blade with effortless agility, its movements far more nimble than the evolved zombie they had encountered that night. Qi Yao caught up, gathering a chilling aura of ice. With a wave of her hand, Yu's water followed, splashing toward the zombie that sought to tear Chishu apart. Drenched in water, the zombie's ferocious expression flickered with a hint of confusion. In an instant, an all-penetrating, bone-chilling cold surged into the zombie, freezing even Chishu's blood as he stood nearby, his face turning pale as frost. Chishu twisted his body, deftly flipping backward several times to distance himself from the zombie. Before the zombie could react, its drenched body was instantly frozen stiff. With its movements came a series of cracking sounds, and a thick layer of frost formed on its hair and brows. Their first collaboration was remarkably seamless. A glimmer of approval appeared in Qi Yao's eyes as she looked at Yuzhua. Taking advantage of the zombie's frozen immobility, Chishu hurled his dagger, the sharp blade aimed straight for its forehead. With a crisp crack, the zombie tilted its head. The dagger grazed its ear and embedded itself deep into the roof ridge. Enraged, the zombie threw its head back and roared. The zombie horde. Flee quickly. The energy fluctuation was so intense it felt like Chishu's head was splitting. The white chrysanthemum quivered in the distance, its once radiant petals draining of vitality as they swiftly withered, crumbling into ash upon the ground with a single gust of wind. Witnessing Chishu's peculiar actions, Qi Yao felt a sudden tremor in her brow, an intense sense of crisis surging within her heart. She spun around abruptly to glance behind her. Behold, the previously vacant square was now teeming with countless figures surging forth, densely packed, sealing off every path with an impenetrable blockade. Zombies, all of them zombies. This zombie can summon a horde. At the sight of this, a chilling dread crept into the hearts of the onlookers, fear spreading rapidly. The zombie's crimson eyes blinked slowly, casting a greedy gaze upon Qi Yao. It detected a rich, fragrant aroma emanating from her. It needed to feed. The zombie's sharp claws twitched, poised to lunge at Qi Yao. The frostbitten body seemed to hinder its movements not at all. Perceiving the zombie's intent, Chishu snapped to realization. The mutant beast from earlier had likely been driven here by this zombie, luring them into a trap to annihilate them all. Zhu Si, take Gu Yaoyao and run ahead. Qi Yao, also grasping the situation, issued a decisive command. Yuzhua, go assist. With those words, Zhu Si, carrying Gu Yaoyao on his back, sprinted forward. Yuzhua cast a glance at Chishu, then turned and leaped down. He drew the long whip from his waist and lashed out. Wherever the steel ring at the whip's tip struck, flesh and blood splattered. Yet the zombies multiplied with each kill. Yuzhua brandished his whip while searching for a breakthrough. Zhu Si raced onward with Gu Yaoyao. Just as they were about to dash into the supermarket, a stench of decay washed over them. A colossal figure crashed down before Zhu Si, the impact trembling the very floor. Blocking the entrance completely, the mutant beast, clearly the one they had encountered earlier, lay on the ground, emitting ceaseless roars. Zhu Si's face darkened instantly. With a horde of zombies ahead, a mutant beast behind, and an evolved zombie above, how could they possibly escape? Just as Zhu Si felt trapped in a deathly predicament, Qi Yao's calm voice reached his ears. Yous will find a chance to help them into the supermarket. Zhu Si tried to wake Gu Yaoyao. As you command, my queen. Yuzwa chuckled, lightly kicking down an approaching zombie. He flicked his whip, knocking back the surging horde, then sidestepped a lunging zombie, redirecting the whip toward the mutant beast. The iron ring at the whip's tip struck the mutant beast's head with a heavy thud. Though it failed to shatter its skull, it halted the beast's charge toward Zhu Si. The mutant beast snarled in fury. Seizing the moment, Zhu Si slipped into the supermarket, raised his hand, and roared, "Get down!" Countless razor-sharp black blades materialized in midair, hurtling toward the zombie horde. For every zombie that fell, countless more surged forward to fill the gap, howling as they charged. It was as if this slaughter would never cease. Elsewhere, Qi Yao and Qi Shu were locked in a fierce struggle. Qi Yao conjured blade after blade of ice, relentlessly striking at the massive, hideous zombie. Qi Shu's attacks grew ever more ferocious. The zombie, battered repeatedly, bared its teeth in agony, and it fixed its gaze on Qi Yao, yearning to tear her apart and taste her fragrant flesh, yet its limbs were repeatedly frozen by the ice she summoned, thwarting its assaults. This only fueled its fury, driving it into a frenzied rage. The overwhelming assault did not last long. In its rage, the zombie became a terrifying force of destruction. It dropped to all fours, its crimson eyes locked onto Qi Yao, yet it did not attack immediately. Instead, it prowled cautiously around them, as if searching for an opening. "There are too many zombies. We can't hold out much longer," Yuz was shouted in desperation moments later. An endless tide of zombies surged toward them, draining their stamina and abilities. If this continued, they would surely be devoured. The zombie seemed to understand Yuz's words, a sinister grin spreading across its face. With a sudden flicker, it lunged at Qi. Caught off guard, Qi Yao was slammed heavily against the iron plate. Her elbow struck a roof ridge, sending a sharp, searing pain through her. Her hand spasmed uncontrollably, and the ice blade she held dissipated. Qi Shu's face turned deathly pale. In that moment, everything seemed to unfold in slow motion for Qi Shu. A massive rotting maw was about to sink into his thigh, while nearby a mutated creature with jagged teeth and peeling flesh leaned toward Qi Yao's neck. Was he going to fail to protect Qi Yao again? Unacceptable. He had promised her he would keep her safe. He had to become stronger, strong enough to make everyone fear him. Driven by a fierce conviction, Qi Shu erupted with a burst of power. He twisted around, closed in, and kicked the zombie's abdomen with all his might. After several kicks, the zombie's ribs snapped. It crashed to the ground, rolling and shrieking in agony. Qi Shu felt as though his blood had ignited, a searing heat surging within him, as if something was about to explode from his body. In a daze, Qi Shu flung his hand upward. A sharp wooden spike materialized out of thin air and shot instantly toward the gaping maw of the mutated creature. Thud! The spike pierced through rotting flesh. Yet it did not strike a vital spot. The force of the impact wrenched the creature's head backward, and when it turned back to Qi Yao, half of its gaping mouth was gone. But the creature seemed to feel no pain. With the remaining half of its ruined mouth, it lunged down to bite. This final effort drained every ounce of Qi Shu's strength, and he collapsed to the ground. Just as the mutated creature's fangs were about to sink into Qi Yao's neck, Qi Shu's eyes bulged in horror. Qi Yao. But in the next second, the creature let out a piercing screech as a sharp ice spike pierced the back of its skull. Qi Yao quickly glanced at Qi Shu. "Leave this to me. Go help the others." Qi Shu nodded, ignoring the tearing pain in his body, and rolled off to join the fight below. As soon as the zombie caught sight of Qi Yao, its jagged teeth clattered together. Its cloudy white eyes gleamed with excitement. So delicious. It would devour this ant. The zombie let out an excited roar, dropped to all fours, and sprang toward Qi Yao with astonishing speed. Qi Yao spun gracefully, dodging the zombie's swiping claws. As it brushed past, she swung her arm back, unleashing a barrage of ice blades aimed directly at its head. The zombie ducked to evade, twisting its body unnaturally, and lunged again with its gaping maw. Qi Yao began to feel the strain. Seeing the zombie closing in while dodging her ice blades, she ignored the searing pain racking her body. With one hand, she erected an ice wall to block the creature, while the other conjured more blades to strike its head. Sensing Qi Yao's waning strength, the zombie completely disregarded the incoming ice blades. It kicked off the ground with both legs, shattering the ice wall, and lunged at her. Qi Yao summoned every ounce of her remaining strength to evade, but she was a fraction too slow. The zombie's 5 razor-sharp claws crept inch by inch toward her vulnerable neck. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked down, striking directly at the zombie. A series of crackling sounds followed, and the stench of burnt flesh permeated the air. Qi Yao swiftly turned around to see a tall, slender male figure standing in the backlight, not far away. After scanning Qi Yao from head to toe, he raised his voice and shouted, "Qing Dai, use the bomb." Suddenly relaxing, Qi Yao gasped for breath a few times before feeling a faint throbbing pain in her neck. Her expression shifted as she raised a hand to touch the spot. A sticky sensation met her fingers, and her heart sank. She was injured. Just then Yu's terrified voice exploded. Qi Shu. Ignoring her wound, Qi Yao leaped down and kicked aside a zombie lunging at Yuzhua. Help him to the back. Glancing at Qi Shu's pale face, Qi Yao hurriedly commanded before turning and plunging an ice blade into the skull of an approaching zombie. The male figure who had been on the rooftop also jumped down, and in the next instant several bolts of lightning materialized in the air, striking toward the zombie horde. With a grave expression, the young man scanned the exhausted group behind him and muttered in a low voice, "Qing Dai, throw..." "Are you kidding me?" A furious voice roared through the earpiece. "If I throw that bomb, you'll be blown to bits." Hearing this, Qi Yao took a deep breath, rushed over to clear the zombies near Zhu Si, and pulled Gu Yaoyao into her arms. Zhu Si erected a protective barrier. Qi Yao's words echoed through the earpiece, and the man on the other end chuckled. "Hey, this team is interesting." As he spoke, countless dark shadows stretched and climbed along the glass door, forming a semicircular shield that enveloped them from above. The young man glanced over and then ordered release. A deafening explosion followed, and the dense swarm of zombies was instantly blasted into the sky. Thick smoke mingled with flames, and the ground was littered with bloodstains, severed limbs, and broken bodies. A scene both nauseating and horrifying. Amid the chaos, a sliver of clarity returned to Gu Yaoyao's dazed mind. The moment she opened her eyes, she witnessed flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Had she descended into hell? Before she could recover from the gruesome sight, Qi Yao's calm voice rang out from above her head. "Zhu Si, how much longer can you hold out?" Zhu Si took a deep breath, sensing the energy within him. About an hour. For Zhu Si, calculating his limits early was the surest way to ease his mind. Qi Yao looked around, pondered for a moment, and said, "You all go to the station first and find a bus." She had been scratched as she couldn't burden them. This was her chance to slip away. Gu Yaoyao froze, ignoring her dizziness as she grabbed Qi Yao's hand. "What about you?" "He'll hold them off," Qi Yao replied without changing her expression. Qi Shu struggled to stand steady, frowning as he rejected Qi Yao's arrangement. "No." Hearing the argument, a light snort came through the young man's earpiece. "What's there to argue about? There are only a few zombies left. We can just take them on together." What a perfect assist. Gu Yaoyao held tightly onto Qi Yao's hand, her small face full of seriousness. "We are a team." In the original story, Qi Yao was scratched on the neck and awakened her spatial ability. Qi Yao was trying to send them away now, likely because she had already been scratched and feared she would mutate into a zombie and lose control, harming them. Qi Shu walked over to Qi Yao, his gaze unwavering and resolute. "I won't abandon you again." A crack appeared in Qi Yao's usually cool expression. She sighed, seemingly resigned. "I've been scratched." "So what? Who hasn't been scratched?" Gu Yaoyao puffed up her cheeks and stubbornly held on to her. At this moment, she couldn't say anything, but she absolutely couldn't let Qi Yao out of her sight. The male voice on the earpiece seemed to sense something was amiss, urging his teammates to evacuate quickly. "Don't dawdle, we've run out of explosives." Qi Yao pursed her lips, scanning the resolute faces before her, and relented. "Yous will find a vehicle. We'll finish this swiftly and regroup at the exit." Yuzhua exchanged a glance with Qi Shu, who gave a slight nod. He stowed his whip and turned away swiftly. The group moved with practiced efficiency, clearing the remaining zombies within half an hour. Gazing at the littered limbs and corpses, Qi Yao instinctively raised a hand to touch her own neck. After her mutation, she must have looked much the same. The thought darkened Qi Yao's gaze. "Is everyone all right?" A gentle voice interrupted. Qi Yao composed herself and looked at the young man approaching. She gave a slight shake of her head. "We're fine. Thank you for your timely assistance." "It was nothing," the young man replied with a smile, revealing two small canine teeth. He extended his hand. "Hello, Chunrang." "Chunrang." Gu Yaoyao's eyes lit up. The male lead had finally appeared. Qi Yao hesitated for a moment before shaking his hand. "Qi Yao." Chunrang released her hand politely, his gaze curious as he surveyed the people behind her. "Where are you headed?" "To the research institute," Qi Yao replied without concealment. "And you?" There was only one research institute in this town, and Chunrang understood. Before Chunrang could speak further, someone came running up, panting. "Chunrang, I've searched everywhere for the Nanfeng safe haven that Anan mentioned, but I can't find any markers. We only know it's in the south. We won't find Anan anytime soon." "Nanfeng?" Qi Shu's tone was laced with surprise. The man, still catching his breath, urgently asked Qi Shu. Qi Shu's expression shifted. "I do, but it's already fallen." At these words, Chunrang's face instantly paled. "How do you know?" "I barely escaped from Nanfeng a few days ago." As he spoke, Qi Shu recalled being harassed by someone, and his expression soured. "But there's a safe haven nearby. If your companion managed to escape, she might be there." The man who had run over clutched a square black communicator reminiscent of the pagers from years past. Gu Yaoyao felt a twinge of envy. This must be the upgraded communicator gradually appearing in the storyline. As expected of the male lead, he even had one of the first batch of communicators. "Could you tell me how to get to that safe haven?" Chunrang inquired politely. At a subtle signal from Qi Yao, Qi Shu stepped forward and gave concise directions. He wasn't sure if the original road was still passable, but as long as they followed the right bearing, they would find the place. Listening to Chunrang and Qi Shu meticulously finalize the route, Gu Yaoyao finally snapped back to reality. The safe haven nearest to the research institute. Wasn't that where the villainess resided in the original plot? Zhu Qingjia, one of the powerful ability users in the later stages of the apocalypse. She didn't awaken a combat-oriented power but a rare light-type ability, making her a walking heal pack cherished like a national treasure wherever she went. However, this woman was selfish, ruthless, and excelled at sowing discord. She was entangled in ambiguous relationships with many members of her small group, playing the field more wildly than anyone. If she had just minded her own business, Zhu Qingjia could have lived a life of debauchery. But she had set her sights on Qi. Because of the strained relationship between the Qi siblings in the early days, Zhu Qingjia was more than willing to help Qi Shu teach Qi Yao a lesson. Yet after repeated failures, her intentions morphed into deep-seated jealousy and hatred. Loving the brother and hating the sister, Gu Yaoyao felt exactly this way when reading about Zhu Qingjia. As her thoughts returned, she saw Qi Shu's face darken, as if recalling something unpleasant. Gu Yaoyao silently lit a candle for a certain female supporting character. Why fall for anyone, especially the archvillain? She wondered how many lives Zhu Qingjia had to be so audacious. After understanding the situation, Shun Rang nodded gratefully and turned to ask his companion, "Qingdai, can the navigation still work? It can hold on a little longer." Qingdai set his gaze falling on Qi Yao, and he spoke earnestly, "Don't go to the research institute either. Everyone is escaping, yet you're heading in. I think our two teams don't have many people. Why not team up and look out for each other?" Qingdai had prepared many persuasive words. Pausing mid-sentence to gather his emotions, he said, "Shun Rang is a lightning-type ability user, and I am metal-type. Together our effect is unparalleled." "No," Qi Yao refused bluntly. "We have matters to settle at the research institute." "That's fine. If not this time, then next time." Qingdai quickly interjected to maintain good relations. Zhu Si glanced at his watch and reminded, "Time to go." After waving goodbye, Qingdai turned to look at the few people standing still, nudged Shun Rang with his elbow, and smiled meaningfully. "I have a feeling we'll meet again." As soon as they left, Gu Yaoyao hurriedly asked Qi Yao, "Qi Yao, where were you scratched?" Of course she knew where, but she still had to put on an act. Qi Yao didn't hide it. "My neck." She tilted her head to reveal the scratch on her neck. "I must have been scratched accidentally during the fight." Seeing the bloody scratch on her fair skin, Gu Yaoyao immediately panicked, her eyes filled with a motherly heartache, not daring to touch it. Indeed, being the female lead isn't easy. In the plot, Qi Yao always bore wounds like medals, but seeing them up close, Gu Yaoyao felt the author was heartless. No matter how cold her temperament or great her talent, Qi Yao was only 20 years old. Her misty eyes shimmered with tears, making her look even more pitiful, yet she bit her lip with a mix of anger and distress. She was like a fierce yet adorable kitten. Qi Shu paused, unsure why Gu Yaoyao was so protective of Qi Yao, but her concern was genuine. "It doesn't hurt," Qi Yao said, ruffling Gu Yaoyao's hair. She glanced at Qi Shu, nodded at him, and then said, "Let's go. We need to hurry to the research institute. Don't be scared. No matter what'll be with you. You made it through once, and you can make it through again. Don't leave secretly." Gu Yaoyao was still worried. "Leave secretly? Do you think I'm like you, eh?" Qi Yao looked at Gu Yaoyao, a hint of mockery appearing in her usually cold eyes. Gu Yaoyao was speechless. "Daughter, can't you remember me for something good, oi?" As they talked, the bus finally arrived, slowly pulling up beside them. Yuzwa rolled down the window, poked his head out to look at the approaching group, and said disdainfully, "You guys are so slow. I thought you'd all been fed to the zombies." Qi Shu shot him a glare. Yuzwa awkwardly changed the subject. "Are those two evolved monsters dealt with?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yaoyao tapped her forehead, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Qi Yao. "By the way, do they have crystals in their head?" Qi Yao paused, her gaze fixed on the rooftop. Didn't have time to check. Noticing the fleeting regret in Qi Yao's eyes, Qi Shu pulled out a dagger and turned back. "We'll go take a look." Qi Yao nodded, then turned to look at Yuzwa sitting in the driver's seat. "Let Zhu Si drive, you rest." Yuzwa glanced at Qi Yao, nodded with a hint of grievance, and moved to the passenger seat. After getting into the car, Qi Yao pulled out a thick rope from the back and handed it to Gu Yaoyao, her tone brooking no argument. "Tie me up. If I mutate, kill me." She paused, glancing through the window at Qi Shu, who had jumped onto the roof. "Wang Tao, just let Qi Shu handle it." Gu Yaoyao wanted to refuse, but Qi Yao's gaze was too resolute. And she couldn't tell Qi Yao that not only was she fine, but she had also awakened a second ability. Wouldn't Zhu Si then want to capture her for dissection and research? Taking a deep breath, Gu Yaoyao took the rope, and under Yuzwa's watchful eye began to tie Qi Yao up. Just as she was about to knot it, Yuzwa stopped her. "No shell break free easily like that." With that, he took over and quickly changed the binding method. "Like this, even the great strength Vajra couldn't break free." "Is that so?" Qi Shu's voice came from behind him. As the words fell, Yuzwa's head received a knock. Gu Yaoyao hid behind Qi Shu, covering her mouth with a giggle. The car started, and Qi Shu opened his palm to reveal two crystals stained with brain matter and blood. "Are these the things?" Qi Yao nodded. "Yuzwa cleaned them." Yuzwa conjured a stream of water in his palm and rinsed the crystals in Qi Shu. A grass-green crystal and a dark purple crystal were now revealed to everyone. Qi Shu and Gu Yaoyao have also awakened their abilities. Qi Yao pondered for a moment. Qi Shu and Zhu Si are the strongest in the team. The crystals in these zombies' heads contain energy. I've tried it, and they can speed up recovery after battle. You two should try to see if you can absorb the energy from the crystals. Yuzwa took the initiative to take over the driving. Qi Shu held the grass-green crystal. "What do we need to do?" Gu Yaoyao pursed her lips and silently looked away. Qi Yao recalled for a moment. "Hold the crystal in your palm and try to feel it." Qi Shu nodded, clasping the crystal in his hand. Following Qi Yao's guidance, he attempted to sense the crystal's power. Talent sometimes is purely a gift from the heavens. Before long, he felt a mysterious energy flowing into his palm, spreading through his entire body. He opened his palm to find the grass-green crystal reduced to ashes. Zhu Si held the purple crystal in his hand, feeling it for a while, but there was no reaction. Is this crystal broken? That was because it wasn't a dark-type crystal. Ability users could basically only absorb the energy of crystals of the same attribute. Gu Yaoyao glanced at Zhu Si, feeling stifled. Dark-type crystals were extremely rare. Of course, there were exceptions. The dark-type's devour ability upon reaching the 3rd tier could ignore attributes and absorb energy from any crystal. Probably not. Tied to her seat, Gu Yaoyao gestured for Zhu Si to hand over the crystal. Maybe this isn't a suitable crystal for you. After a moment's thought, she continued. Qi Shu awakened a wood-type ability and absorbed the grass-green crystal's energy. Yesterday, I absorbed a transparent crystal which corresponded to my ice-type ability. The crystals, all dug from the zombies' heads, differed in color and the energy they emitted as if predestined by some unseen force. A clash between humans and zombies. Hearing this, Gu Yaoyao pursed her lips and smiled. Truly the heroine. Hitting the nail on the head. Zhu Si nodded. If that's the case, does anyone else want to try this crystal core? Qi Shu turned away uninterested. Qi Yao's reasoning was sound, and he saw no need to waste time on this particular core. Let me give it a try. Yuzwa stopped the car and eagerly stepped forward to take the core. 3 minutes later, he returned it to Zhu Si with a wry face. Zhu Si then looked at Gu Yaoyao silently, urging her to attempt it. Gu Yaoyao quickly waved her hands. I don't think I need to. In the original story, her character was a mere cannon fodder, not even a supporting female role. She died within 2 chapters, so it was better not to waste resources. Your ability is quite unique. If it could be enhanced, it would greatly benefit us, Qi Yao analyzed impartially. You can sense danger and control mutated animals. Zhu Si pondered for a moment. Perhaps what you awakened isn't a prophetic ability, but something more akin to a psychic type. According to research data, if human mental strength were amplified billions of times, it could allow one to perceive objects and even erode and control the consciousness of others. This concept, familiar to many from science fiction films, can be understood as telekinesis or spiritual power. Gu Yaoyao sat up straight like a primary school student listening to a lecture, her admiration undisguised. Well said. He was indeed the most intelligent member of the team. In the original story, there was indeed a setting for psychic-type abilities. Even with just a few moves, Zhu Si could notice such details under those circumstances. Gu Yaoyao couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence. Give it a try, Qi Yao said. Gu Yaoyao obediently picked up the crystal core. The moment she gripped it, she felt a surge of energy drilling into her palm. Her weary body returned to normal in an instant, and her 5 senses became sharper than before, startling her so much she felt disoriented. She could even sense the mental fluctuations of the people beside her. Had her ability advanced? Gu Yaoyao was dumbfounded. She opened her small hand, unable to fathom how this body could be such an unassuming cultivation prodigy. Seeing this, Zhu Si was about to ask her for more details about her experience when Yuzwa reminded them, get ready to get out of the car. They had finally arrived. Before the car had even come to a full stop, Zhu Si pulled open the door and rushed headlong toward the largest white building without looking back. The normally heavily guarded entrance to the research institute was deserted. The obstacles by the warning line were also missing. Along the way, there was nothing but blood and corpses strewn across the ground. Gu Yaoyao held her breath and concentrated, struggling to extend her spiritual sense. She still needed more practice in using it. After all, she didn't have the protagonist's halo like the main group. I don't sense any mental fluctuations nearby. There might be no living things in the vicinity. Everyone stay alert. Even after her investigation, Gu Yaoyao dared not let her guard down. As she spoke, she glanced at Qi Yao beside her. Qi Yao, how are you feeling now? Hearing this, Yuzwa, relying on his height advantage, looked at the scratch mark on Qi Yao's neck. His expression turned odd as he propped his chin and looked back and forth. I recall that when Qi Shu and Gu Yaoyao were infected, their wounds turned black. Qi Yao's wound is just a simple redness and swelling. From that moment on, she unilaterally declared Yuzwa's IQ to be 180. Gu Yaoyao had been wondering how to bring this up, and Yuzwa's words were a godsend. Do you mean Qi Yao might be fine? Qi Shu wasn't very clear about the process of awakening abilities. It's possible, Gu Yaoyao said, adopting a thoughtful pose. Based on what happened before, Qi Yao should be reacting quite strongly by now. At that moment, Zhu Si's furious voice rang out, Wang Tao. You're insane. Go. Qi Shu slashed the rope, binding Qi Yao's hands with his blade. Qi Yao glanced at Qi Shu, then turned and dashed into the glass door. Gu Yaoyao followed closely behind her. As she pushed open the glass door, a foul odor assailed her. On the seemingly endless corridor, only chaotic footprints and mottled, long-dried bloodstains remained, along with corpses gnawed beyond recognition. Coupled with the flickering lights, it resembled a night of vengeful spirits after a massacre, sending chills down one's spine. Qi Yao halted in her tracks. It was too quiet here, eerily so, as if she had stepped into a mass grave. Before she could charge forward, Qi Shu grabbed her from behind. Qi Shu placed a hand on Qi Yao's shoulder and with a slight force pulled her behind him. He'll go first. Qi Yao frowned and quickly sidestepped. Don't worry, take care of Gu Yaoyao. In the blink of an eye, she vanished around the corner of the corridor. Gu Yaoyao was startled, never expecting Qi Yao to be so impulsive at this moment. Indeed, that bastard Wang Tao had influenced her too deeply. Hurriedly chasing after her before she even reached the corner, another figure rushed out at an even greater speed. Holy crap! Gu Yaoyao sidestepped, and the gust of wind behind her carried a tall figure who, with a dagger in hand, pinned a charging zombie firmly against the wall. His movements were so swift and precise, as if he had performed them countless times. Qi pulled out the dagger, yanked Gu Yaoyao behind him, and kicked away a zombie lunging from the other side. You cover the rear. Ye Liuru smirked, drew the long whip from his waist, and lashed it at a nearby zombie. Understood, boss. Gu Yaoyao stuck close behind Qi, straining her mind to recall the original plot. Having read so many web novels, it was common for her to mix up storylines. Trying to recall the entire plot of a single book among thousands, especially with the story derailed and in such a dire situation, was like burning brain cells. She vaguely remembered the original story describing that most people in this research institute had been infected and the few survivors were kept by Wang Tao as livestock for the zombies. Could Zhu Si's voice just now mean he had discovered survivors? At the fork in the corridor lay a wide staircase with steps clinging to the walls on both the left and right. Gu Yaoyao felt exasperated. The original author's habit of cutting corners had always been criticized by readers. Whenever there was a fork in the road, he never bothered to write clearly. Qishu's pace only quickened. Left. Gu Yaoyao hesitated for a second before resolutely following. When it came to tracking down subtle clues, she was certainly no match for a professional in that field. As soon as she set foot on the second floor step, a zombie face lunging at her nearly sent Gu Yaoyao tumbling down the stairs. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The zombie pressed against the immovable transparent glass, unable to get any closer except for pounding and howling. On the silver door handle was a sign that read, "Pull." Qishu strode forward, forcefully shoving the zombie against the glass until it was crushed into a bloody pulp that smeared across both the glass and the wall. Yet despite this, the glass door remained completely intact. Gu Yaoyao's face paled at the sight, and her stomach churned. After dispatching the zombie, Qishu walked in without changing his expression. As soon as they reached the second floor, a furious roar rang out. "You little bitch, you're nothing but an ungrateful wolf." Hearing this, Qishu's eyes blazed with murderous intent, and an intimidating aura of slaughter radiated from him. Gu Yaoyao bypassed Qishu and rushed in first. On both sides of the corridor, pitch-black iron doors resembled prison cells, their small shutters tightly closed, obscuring whatever lay inside. The voice came from the deepest part. Qi Yao was at the end of the corridor. Gu Yaoyao's sprinting figure barely braked. She turned back and ran a few steps, panting as she leaned against the doorframe. In an empty room, Qi Yao, who usually wore a calm expression, now looked utterly ferocious as she grabbed a man by his collar and slammed him against the wall. "Speak, where is the original research subject? To be this unlucky, this must be Wang Tao." Wang Tao seemed to feel no pain. After a muffled grunt, blood gushed from his forehead and nose, covering his entire aged face. His expensive gold-rimmed glasses were left with only one intact lens. "You little wretch, I fed you and clothed you, and this is how you repay me." Wang Tao, still unrepentant, sneered with narrowed eyes and a raspy voice. "Let me handle this." Enough was enough. Having read countless stories, she despised all kinds of extreme supporting characters, especially those connected to the protagonist as friends or family. When reading the novel, Qi Yao encountered countless lunatics and a plethora of despicable characters, but what she enjoyed most was Qi Yao's ruthless decisiveness, showing no trace of a bleeding heart. Hearing these words firsthand, even though they weren't directed at her, the empathy she felt for the protagonist made Gu Yaoyao seethe with rage. How could something with a tumor on its head still be alive? Why did a delicate and beautiful girl like her have to die in a second? The more Gu Yaoyao thought about it, the angrier she got. She strode over, grabbed his hair, and slammed his head against the wall. Under Wang Tao's terrified and bewildered gaze, she clenched her fist and struck him hard in the abdomen. Wang Tao spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly fainting from the pain. Who was this monster? What had he done to offend her? Although the original novel never detailed Qi Yao's childhood experiences, that didn't stop Gu Yaoyao and other readers from speculating in their group chat, shedding many tears over it. Looking at the continuously pleading Wang Tao, Gu Yaoyao gnashed her teeth in hatred. What kind of pervert would abuse a child like that? Even zombies would find you too filthy to eat. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have laid a hand on you." Wang Tao looked at Qi Yao. He finally understood that this girl was here to avenge Qi Yao. He absolutely couldn't die. Wang Tao squeezed out a few crocodile tears, looking utterly pathetic, and said haltingly, "After you left, I lived in regret every day. I truly know I was wrong." Qi Yao raised her hand, conjuring a sharp ice spike. She aimed it at Wang Tao's chest and slowly pushed it in. "Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Even if such a person truly repented, whether to forgive him was her decision." Wang Tao trembled all over, the bone-piercing agony, causing his consciousness to fade. "I won't dare to do it again." "Too late." Qi Yao sneered, and several ice spikes materialized before Wang Tao's forehead. "Zhu Si, save me." Wang Tao shouted in terror. "Why should I save you?" Zhu Si found it laughable. "For money you defied orders and hid Subject 1, causing this human catastrophe. Now to survive you even ate your own kind." As he spoke, Zhu Si's eyes turned bloodshot, his voice growing hoarse. "Wang Tao, you're worse than a beast. Death would be too good for you." Gu Yaoyao shuddered, slowly withdrawing her hand. What cannibalism? Which part of the plot had gone off the rails now? Eating human flesh? Qi Yao's expression shifted, disgust almost spilling from her eyes. "Wang Tao, I underestimated you. I was wrong. As the ice spike slowly pierced between Wang Tao's brows, his face was full of panic and pleading. We were colleagues after all, and I helped you solve many problems. You can't repay kindness with enmity. Wang Tao never expected Qi Yao to possess such terrifying abilities he couldn't fathom. Facing the siege, his mental defenses gradually crumbled. Even if he could delay and escape from Qi Yao, there was no way out. In his panic, his gaze darted wildly, and when it swept past a certain man's face at the door, his pupils constricted to pinpricks, trembling like a leaf. A soul-deep terror slowly drove him to madness. Qi Shu. Wang Tao involuntarily recalled something struggling even more violently. Stay away from me. Don't come near me. The next second his throat was viciously seized, and the cold blade pressed against his cheek. Qi Shu looked at him like a corpse, pure murder in his eyes. It seems you didn't take my words to heart back then. Have you decided how you want to die? Die. With Qi Shu, that demon here, he was doomed today. But dying wouldn't be easy for them. Everyone would be buried with him. A living burial. That was a treatment fit for an emperor, not a bad deal. Aren't you looking for subject one? Wang Tao grinned like a vengeful spirit. It's been right behind you all along. As he spoke, Gu Yaoyao, ignoring the pain racking her body, activated her ability to detect subject one's location. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, and a foreboding sense washed over her. Duck! Gu Yaoyao crouched without a second thought. The moment she did, a rotting, stinking claw swiped down from above, narrowly severing a few strands of her hair. Qi Shu reacted swiftly, pulling Gu Yaoyao close and delivering a vicious kick. The kick missed. The shadow leaped away with incredible speed. Above where Gu Yaoyao had stood, a massive zombie-like monster clung to the ceiling. The creature was nearly twice the size of an ordinary zombie, its body withered and pitch-black, bearing fangs caked. It crawled across the ceiling, its limbs mutated into sharp claws, its pitch-black eyes fixed on them. What in the world was that? Everyone was horrified. It had appeared silently, unnoticed by anyone. If she had hesitated even a moment, her head would have been torn to shreds. At that thought, Gu Yaoyao shuddered, a chill shooting straight to her scalp. Wang Tao laughed maniacally, glaring at Qi Yao with defiance, all fear gone. Subject 1 is bloodthirsty. Once it smells blood, it goes berserk. Murder flared in Qi Yao's eyes. You think this thing can save you, eh? Then you might be disappointed. I've already installed a microbomb in Subject 1's head. A smile tugged at Zhu Si's face. This was why he had fought tooth and nail to get back. If Subject 1 wasn't killed, and then controlling other zombies might not be impossible. That would be humanity's true crisis. Impossible. Wang Tao's face twisted, and he struggled wildly. You quit the research long ago. Subject 1 has been through countless ultrasound scans. Even if there was a microbomb, it would have failed by now. Enough talk. Qi Yao condensed an ice spike and drove it straight into his chest with both hands. Wang Tao's face contorted in agony as an unfathomable strength surged within him, shoving Qi Yao aside before he staggered backward and collided with the control console. The ice spike had pierced clean through his chest, his consciousness beginning to blur. This wretched woman. She truly dared to. A metallic taste filled his mouth. Glaring at Qi Yao with venomous hatred, Wang Tao clenched his fist and slammed it down onto the button on the console, his resolve dragging everyone into the abyss. Burn in hell with me. Qi Shu's pupils contracted sharply as wooden thorns shot toward Wang Tao's head. His body tensed, bloodlust flooding his eyes. Bang! Brain splattered as Wang Tao crashed to the floor. With a thunderous roar, warning lights in the room flashed wildly, and alarms blared throughout the research institute. Zhu Si rushed to the control console, his face turning ashen. The button was shattered. Wang Tao had truly intended to bring everything down with him. This place is about to explode. Everyone get out. Before his death, Wang Tao had activated the Institute's self-destruct mode. The blood from his body fully ignited the bloodthirsty nature of Subject 1. Its blood-red eyes gleaming, it lunged like lightning toward Gu Yaoyao. Yuzhua, arriving at the scene, whipped out his chain, without hesitation latching it around Subject 1's neck and yanking hard, slamming it heavily to the ground. Yet seemingly impervious to pain, it lunged at Gu Yaoyao again. She was the most tantalizing human present. Qi Shu rolled with Gu Yaoyao, retreating swiftly before slamming his back violently against a nearby pillar. Qi Shu! Gu Yaoyao cried out in shock. Subject 1's claws raked the floor, shattering the smooth tiles into fragments. With its prey so close, Subject 1 fixated solely on pursuing Gu Yaoyao. It kicked off the ground and pounced again, not giving them a chance to rise. Qi Yao stepped in front of them, forcing the last remnants of her energy to manifest. Several blades of ice materialized in the air and shot forth with a sharp whistle. Subject 1 failed to dodge, its abdomen pierced through with gaping holes from the ice spikes. It let out a howl of pain and tried to retreat, but Yu's whip coiled around its legs. Yuz will lure it to the corridor. Zhu Si turned, retrieving a small button from a crevice in the wall as he ran, shouting, "The bomb in Subject 1's head is powerful. We need to draw it outside." But Subject 1 seemed to see through their plans, swiftly breaking free of the whip and darting onto the ceiling, scurrying across it. Their abilities depleted. If they delayed any longer, everyone would die. They'll do it. Gu Yaoyao sprang up. She finally understood. The creature had repeatedly targeted her, drawn to her more than the others. She had awakened her psychic ability but couldn't sense her own physical state. Gu Yaoyao couldn't guess what was happening, but it was certainly nothing good. This tireless zombie-like quality. Gu Yaoyao wasn't sure if it was because the cancer cells hadn't been fully eradicated or because she hadn't completely resisted the zombie virus. Either way, she was already a dead woman walking. Everyone here was more valuable to the world than she was. Gritting her teeth, Gu Yaoyao shot a quick glance at Chi Yao, snatched the dagger from Chi Shu, and slashed it across her own arm, blood spurting forth. The scent of fresh blood fully provoked Subject 1. Its gaze locked onto Gu Yaoyao, greed burning in its eyes. Its sharp claws retracted slightly as it watched her run, then it crouched and shot forward. Witnessing this, Chi Yao was jolted back to the memory of the supermarket where Gu Yaoyao had slashed her own thigh to save Zhu Si. Now she was offering herself as bait to save them all. Gu Yaoyao, get back here. Subject No. 1 swiftly scurried above Gu Yaoyao's head, the tantalizing scent of blood driving it to an eager frenzy, desperate to tear apart the prey below. Zhu Si, throw me the remote. Gu Yaoyao's voice echoed through the empty corridor. With no weapon at hand for defense, she could only sprint forward, striving to buy more time for Chi Yao and the others. For a moment, Gu Yaoyao and Subject No. 1 were locked in a stalemate of pursuit. More precisely, however, she was gradually losing ground. Zhu Si stood at the stairway not far away, a silver remote control clutched in his hand, with a wide-open window behind. He had already calculated that detonating the bomb embedded in Subject No. 1's skull would consume his remaining energy, just enough to support both their weights. No. Once it detonates, you won't be able to get away. Zhu Si immediately refused Gu Yaoyao's suggestion. As his words fell, Subject No. 1 suddenly launched an attack. Get down. Seeing the icy claws of Subject No. 1 hurtling toward Gu Yaoyao's fragile neck, Chi Shu, who had just arrived, shouted and hurled his dagger. Boom. A thunderous crash followed by the creature's frenzied, piercing howl. The sharp dagger pierced its chest, the searing pain causing it to lose balance. Its claws thrashed wildly, trying to scramble back up to the ceiling. But the next second, several black blades shot toward Subject No. 1. Amidst its agonizing screams, scarcely a patch of unmarred flesh remained on its body. Its massive head was half sheared off, with murky yellow brain matter spilling across its forehead. Still alive, the 3 of them felt their hearts sink. Then its claws loosened, and its enormous body plummeted straight. Chi Shu kicked off the ground with force, launching himself directly at Subject No. 1. He yanked it down, planted a foot on its spine, reversed his grip on the dagger, and drove it straight into the remaining half of its skull. As if sensing Chi Shu's intent, Subject No. 1 twisted its body, its hind limbs contorting to kick viciously at his back. The force was immense, sending Chi Shu stumbling forward onto the creature. Chi Shu, watch out, Gu Yaoyao screamed. With a sickening crack, Subject No. 1's neck twisted 180 degrees, its razor-sharp fangs inches away. He couldn't die. He had promised Chi Yao he would walk away unscathed. He couldn't break his promise again. In moments of crisis, humans often unleash astonishing bursts of strength. Chi Shu exhausted every ounce of his ability, conjuring several sharp wooden spikes that shot toward Subject No. Yet for this desperate attack, Subject No. 1 merely tilted its head, dodging the fatal blow. It let the spikes embed themselves in its neck, opening its gaping maw to devour the falling prey. Now utterly drained, Chi Shu was powerless to save himself. In that critical moment, Gu Yaoyao gritted her teeth and raised her hand, aiming at Subject No. 1. Agony instantly flooded her body, causing cold sweat to burst forth as she trembled uncontrollably. Yet she clenched her jaw and forcibly channeled her ability. In an instant, Subject No. 1 seemed seized by an invisible force, frozen in place. Gu Yaoyao, stop. Chi Shu roared. Shut the hell up. Gu Yaoyao screamed, maddened by the pain. She was saving him without complaint, so why was the one being rescued yelling? As she spoke, a razor-thin black thread materialized behind Chi Shu. Zhu Si pulled both ends taut, and the slackened thread snapped straight, severing Subject No. 1's hind limbs. This strike drained the last of Zhu Si's energy. He leaned weakly against the stair railing. We're out of time. The glass in the research institute was all bulletproof, impossible to shatter without supernatural abilities. The only chance was to wait for the self-destruct sequence and use the immense force of the bomb's explosion to break the glass. I can't hold on any longer. Finish it off with a stab to the head. Gu Yaoyao's teeth were nearly ground to dust. Chi Shu, scrambling over Subject 1's body, struggled with his aching, weary hands to draw a dagger and plunge it into the creature's skull. Only when the blade was fully embedded in Subject 1's head did it finally cease its movements. Gu Yaoyao's face was deathly pale, and she collapsed onto the floor, gasping heavily for air. After delivering dozens more stabs to ensure Subject 1 was irrevocably dead, Chi Shu leaned weakly against a wall. Seeing Gu Yaoyao's bloodless complexion, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you alright? I won't die." Gu Yaoyao shot him an annoyed glare. "Why did you come back? If she died, it wouldn't matter much, but Chi Shu was different. If he perished, how badly would the storyline collapse?" Gu Yaoyao dared not imagine it. Chi Shu opened his mouth to speak, but said nothing. Instead, he cast a complex glance at her before shifting his gaze to Subject 1's head. "Can you two still move?" Zhu Si's tone was grave. "The bomb is about to detonate. That window is our only hope." Chi Shu nodded, struggling to his feet and inching his body forward with great effort. Gu Yaoyao felt as though her body was being torn apart with every movement. Trembling in pain, she still managed a confident smile at Zhu Si. "Don't worry about me. I have a way out. He'll help." Chi Shu's words were cut short. Boom. A deafening roar erupted without warning, and the entire research institute was instantly engulfed by a scorching wave of heat. Gu Yaoyao was violently slammed against the wall by the immense shockwave. Just before she hit the ground, her pupils contracted. Qi Shu threw himself over her, shielding her with his warm body from the falling debris and rubble. If the jade bead hadn't vanished, perhaps they could have hidden inside its space and escaped unscathed. But there was no if. The two waiting anxiously in the car stared at the institute's entrance. Yuzhua, usually so composed, had a deep gravity in his eyes. He couldn't shake a growing unease. Qi Yao gripped the armrest, a trace of anxiety marring her delicate features. She took a deep breath and abruptly stood up. I'm going to find them. In your current state, you'd just be throwing your life away. Yuzhua's voice was hoarse. Qi Shu doesn't want you to get hurt. Qi Yao's body stiffened. Confusion and pain flickered in her eyes. Unable to refute Yuzhua's words, she pressed her lips together in a dry, tight line and reluctantly sat back down. Yuzhua glanced at Qi Yao, sighed in resignation, and stood up. He'll go find them. Don't move, or Qi Shu will. A thunderous blast drowned out Yuzhua's words. Flames shot into the sky above the research institute, and thick black smoke billowed upward, instantly staining the entire heavens. Countless shards of glass wreathed in sparks rained down. The very air became searing and scorching. Qi Yao's face turned white. Amid the series of explosions, her body swayed. He promised me he'd come back safe. With that, she charged forward recklessly, heading straight for the fire-engulfed institute. Yuzhua rushed after her, grabbing her arm and shouting sternly, "Get a grip." His gaze was heavy as he stared into the sea of flames. Qi Shu has been through situations far more dangerous than this. I refuse to believe a mere bomb could take him down. Qi Yao, trust him for once. Yuzhua took a light breath, steadying his emotions and trying to keep his tone calm. Qi Yao stood rooted to the spot, her eyes red-rimmed. She clenched her teeth, suppressing her emotions, and stared fixedly at the research institute, now a blazing inferno. She wanted to believe in Qi Shu, but the words seemed to stick in her throat, refusing to come out. Just then, from a corner of the rubble pile, something seemed about to emerge. The stones shifted and parted. A pair of hands covered in dust and blood pushed through with all their remaining strength, then fell limply. Qi Yao dashed over frantically, reaching out to dig away the bricks and debris pressing down on the person. Hold on, I'm coming. A wave of scorching heat hit her face. The moment her fingertips touched the bricks, she recoiled from the burn, then gritted her teeth and endured the pain to keep digging. She seemed oblivious to the pain, her mind consumed only by the person trapped beneath. Yuzhua rushed over, yanked Qi Yao to her feet, and raised his hand to summon a jet of water to cool the searing debris. Together they quickly pulled the buried person from the ruins. The victim was a man covered in blood and lying face down, with dozens of fragments deeply embedded in the flesh of his back. Yuzhua felt the man's completely soaked back, and with a trembling heart turned him over. It's Zhu Si, but his breathing is very weak. As the words left his mouth, Zhu Si, who had been motionless, suddenly coughed up a spray of blood, splattering Yuzhua's face. In this state, his internal organs must be damaged. Gradually calming down, Qi Yao crouched carefully. Zhu Si was now at death's door. He had tried to save Qi Shu and the others, but his energy was depleted. Before he could act, the immense shockwave had smashed him through the broken glass, knocking him unconscious. His vision was blurry, his head ringing. With immense effort, he grabbed Yuzhua's hand. Qi Shu said, "Go quickly." With those words, Zhu Si's head lolled to the side, and he slid down completely limp. Yuzhua quickly held Zhu Si tight. He doesn't have much time. We have to leave now. Qi Yao shook her head, her gaze fixed firmly on the research institute. You take him first. He'll keep looking. Maybe they're like Zhu Si, waiting for me in some corner. Zhu Si just said Qi Shu told us to go. Yuzhua's own confidence was waning, but staying here was pointless. If he said that, it means he has a plan. At this, Yuzhua bit his tongue, forcing himself to stay calm. If we waste time here, we won't even be able to save Zhu Si. Hearing this, Qi Yao's hands clenched behind her back suddenly balled into fists. After a few seconds, they slowly relaxed. Let's get in the car and leave first. With that, she turned to glance at the ruined institute, suppressing the pain in her eyes as she followed Yuzhua. Carefully laying Zhu Si down, Yuzhua said with a grave expression, Zhu Si's injuries are too severe. To save him in this situation, we need to find someone. Who? Zhu Qingjia. Her awakened ability is special, she can heal. At this, Yuzhua's face showed reluctance. She once pursued Qi Shu, but was rejected. Qi Yao glanced at the unconscious Zhu Si, her hands clenching into tight fists. Where is she? At the safety station not far from Nanfeng town. Drive. Saving Zhu Si is the priority. Qi Yao's tone left no room for argument. No stops. We'll take turns driving. Yuzhua frowned, looking at Qi Yao's clenched fists. They were covered in blisters of various sizes, clearly from the hot bricks she had touched while trying to save Zhu Si. Time was critical. The two drove quickly away from the area. Meanwhile, a thick protective fog was dispelled by two figures plummeting from the sky. A massive lily pad suddenly appeared on the flat grassland, cushioning the rapid descent of the two. Gu Yaoyao clung tightly to Qi Shu's hand, her eyes too weak to open. She only felt herself falling at breakneck speed, the wind roaring past her ears. She had braced herself for a hard impact, but instead felt a cool sensation beneath her. Her plummeting body seemed caught by something gently lowering her to the ground. The sky was shrouded in thick fog, making it impossible to tell day from night. The air was filled with a faint, refreshing fragrance, and the sound of a babbling spring could be heard. Gu Yaoyao struggled to open her eyes. The movement stirred up dust on her face, causing her to cough violently. That was close. I really thought I was done for. Once she had caught her breath, Gu Yaoyao quickly checked herself. Hands still there, feet still there, head still there, and all connected. Although she was filthy compared to Qi Shu, who had taken the brunt of the blast to protect her, she was not in mortal danger. Looking around, she gasped. Clutching her arm, which had a horrific gash, she struggled to her feet. Where was this? Weren't they in the research institute? This place felt familiar. Wait, wasn't this the spirit spring space inside the jade beads? Somehow an inexplicable and profound connection seemed to bind her to this space. She could sense every inch of land visible within the fog. Yao, Yao. Before Gu Yaoyao could figure it out, she heard Qi Shu utter 2 words in a faint, breathless voice. The sound was so soft she couldn't tell if he was calling for Qi Yao or her. Danger. Qi Shu's breathing grew even weaker. He must be worried about Qi Yao. Qi Yao will be fine. She's different from us. Gu Yaoyao said softly, her expression complex. Gu Yaoyao took a deep breath and refocused on her surroundings. If she could get in, did it mean that by some twist of fate this spirit spring space had bound itself to her? Her throbbing head strained to concentrate, summoning the sound of the spring she had heard. A large lotus leaf with rippling edges floated over, carrying a scoop of clear water. Gu Yaoyao quickly reached out to take it, crouched down, and forced Qi Shu's mouth open to feed him. Whether it was due to extreme thirst or the crisp sweetness of the spirit spring, Qi Shu began to drink on his own, and the look of agony on his face noticeably eased. It seemed he would be all right. Although the novel had never clearly described how to use this spirit spring, it was undoubtedly a cheat-like tool for healing both internal and external injuries. Gu Yaoyao drank the remaining water from Qi Shu's portion, which slightly alleviated the tearing pain in her body, and her complexion improved. As she set down the lotus leaf, her movement suddenly froze. On her left wrist, there was now a crimson mark the size of a fingernail, round and smooth like a jade bead. So this was the confirmation of the space binding. How could this happen? Gu Yaoyao's composure nearly shattered. She crouched down, holding her head, her eyes full of confusion. Was it because she had eaten the jade bead that the binding succeeded? But she was a terminal patient. Why did it have to bind to her of all people? Would this powerful golden finger just become another gaping hole when she died at any unpredictable moment? Gu Yaoyao's eyes welled up with tears. What kind of fate was this? What Gu Yaoyao didn't notice was that on Qi Shu's dust-covered wrist a faint glow flickered, and a similar round mark could be seen appearing. After simply treating the wounds on Qi Shu's body, Gu Yaoyao glanced at the several cuts on his face caused by the shattered glass, a complex feeling stirring within her heart. She could never have dreamed that at the critical moment Qi Shu would risk his own life to protect her. This sensation was entirely new to her, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Gu Yaoyao attempted to rise, reaching out to feel around her. She discovered that the glass barrier that had previously blocked their path had vanished. Qi Shu remained unconscious, but his complexion had mostly recovered. Should she let Qi Shu know about the existence? However, the original text had recorded that he would later turn into a zombie. The mutated Qi Shu would lose his humanity, his mind consumed by slaughter with intelligence, far surpassing his normal state. If Qi Shu knew about the existence of the jade bead space after becoming a high-level zombie, he would likely try to kill her at the first opportunity. Gu Yaoyao imagined the scene of her own head being severed, couldn't help but inhale sharply and raised a hand to touch her neck. She decided to tell Qi Yao first, as this was Qi Yao's possession. Qi Shu had been unconscious for a long time. Within the space there was no distinction between day and night, and they had no watch to check the time, so Gu Yaoyao had no idea how long had passed. Noticing Qi Shu's somewhat parched lips, Gu Yaoyao rose and walked to the spring. She used a lotus leaf to scoop up some water and brought it to Qi Shu's mouth. After he had drunk his fill, she used the remaining spring water to clean the wounds on his body to prevent infection upon exposure to the air outside. Gu Yaoyao sat on the ground gazing up at the thick mist and murmuring to herself, I wonder how Qi Yao and the others are doing. We need to get out quickly. But with Qi Shu in this state, if the two of them went out and encountered an evolved zombie, they would be finished. If only they could be directly transported to a safe place. The moment the thought crossed Gu Yaoyao's mind, she felt a jolt. The thick mist before her vanished, and the scene around her began to warp. Dizziness overwhelmed her. She only had time to grip Qi Shu's hand tightly before she fell into unconsciousness again. After an unknown period, Gu Yaoyao felt she could hear sounds, and her consciousness gradually returned. Brother, why haven't they woken up yet? A childish voice carried a hint of curiosity. Leave them for now. Come eat something, replied a youth's voice, arrogant, yet tinged with a trace of tenderness. Having been hungry for a long time, Gu Yaoyao, even before opening her eyes, caught the scent of roasted meat mingled with thick smoke, and a faint crackling sound reached her ears. Was someone barbecuing skewers right beside her? They hadn't sliced Qi Shu into pieces, had they? Gu Yaoyao struggled to open her eyes, her breathing becoming heavier. A faint flickering light was visible, and beneath her was a soft, warm bed. As she tried to get up, an extreme feeling of weakness washed over her, as if all her strength had been drained away. The warmth at her hand startled her again, but a glance at the familiar fabric of the clothing beside her instantly calmed her heart. It was Qi Shu. Qi Shu suddenly tightened his grip on her hand, signaling her not to move. He had woken up earlier than Gu Yaoyao. He had tried to circulate his supernatural ability, but found it useless, suspecting that the two people in the room had done something. Gu Yaoyao stealthily glanced at the campfire not far away, where a large figure and a small one sat close together. Brother, is it ready? I'm so hungry. The little boy who spoke was wearing suspenders and looked no older than 5 or 6. He sat obediently on a chair, his eyes fixed on the thing roasting over the fire, his little nose twitching as he sniffed the meat's aroma, constantly swallowing saliva. The older youth appeared to be around 15 or 16, with very short messy hair and a single cowlick sticking up. He kept flipping the grill, occasionally stirring the fire, his voice gentle as he comforted the boy. "It's almost ready, Nyin Yin, just bear with it a little longer." The boy lowered his head, patted his belly, and said in a soft, sweet voice, "Nyanyan's little tummy says it can bear it just a tiny bit more." Neither of them knew that Qi Shu and the others had already woken up as they focused intently on roasting the meat. For some reason, Gu Yaoyao felt that the interaction between the two exuded an adorable charm. The aroma in the air grew richer and richer, and Gu Yaoyao secretly swallowed her saliva. She was so hungry, she wanted to eat so badly. All done. The young man let out a low cheer, took the skewers of meat, walked over to the table, and carefully used chopsticks to slide the meat into a bowl. The boy followed closely behind him, tiptoeing and leaning over the table, staring at the skewers as he continuously swallowed saliva, his sparkling eyes seemingly fixed in place. After handling the skewers, the young man lifted the boy onto a taller chair, pushed the bowl in front of him, and smiled warmly. "It might be a bit hot, Nyin, you have to eat slowly." The boy's eyes crinkled into crescents as he laughed. "I'm not afraid of heat. I'm a little fireman." The young man quickly covered his mouth, turned his head to glance at the two behind him, and seeing nothing unusual, lowered his voice. "You can't say that out loud." Before he turned back, the two closed their eyes. A little fireman. Could this child have awakened a fire-type ability? Before Gu Yaoyao could ponder it further, she saw the boy reach out and push the bowl back, saying in a childish voice, "Brother eats first." The young man looked a bit helpless and placed the bowl back in front of the boy. "Brother isn't hungry, you eat first." "If brother isn't hungry, then I'm not hungry either." The boy's childish voice carried a hint of sadness, his large eyes glistening. "Yesterday brother didn't eat anything, he gave it all to me." "No what?" The young man was about to explain when he seemed to sense something. He suddenly turned around and saw that the two who had been unconscious were now staring at them. The gentle expression on the young man's face vanished instantly. He furrowed his brow, stepped in front of the boy, and stared at them with a wary gaze, as if afraid they might harm the one behind him. Gu Yaoyao tried to put on a warm smile and spoke in the gentlest tone she could muster. "Hi, how are you?" Hearing her voice, the pouting boy turned his head. Seeing them awake, he let out a small gasp, then quickly covered his mouth. His tiny body shrank closer to the young man, his eyes filled with curiosity, but even more so with fear. Seeing the boy's reaction, Gu Yaoyao felt a pang of sympathy and asked softly, "Did you save us?" The boy poked his little head out, clutching the young man's clothes tightly. "It was brother who saved you." The young man ruffled his hair, his once fierce gaze instantly becoming incredibly tender. "Eat first, I need to talk to them." The boy nodded, obediently hugged the bowl tightly, and looked at Gu Yaoyao, his clear big eyes carrying a hint of unease. Qi Shu felt his strength returning somewhat, but he didn't move. He asked the young man calmly, "What did you inject us with?" The young man stood less than a meter away, his brows filled with defiance. "Who are you? Why did you suddenly appear at the stairwell?" Gu Yaoyao was taken aback. She remembered muttering before she passed out that she wanted to be moved to a safe place. Could the jade bead have manifested and sent them to a haven of safety? She asked tentatively, "Where is this?" The young man's tone was tinged with impatience. "Linchuan City." Damn, this was no safe haven at all. This place was a den of zombies. In the original storyline, after Qi Yao blew up the research institute, she should have fallen into a coma before escaping. Zhu Si forcibly activated his ability and narrowly managed to flee the institute. During their escape, Qi Yao's condition was abnormal. Yuzhua, eager to reunite the siblings, failed to notice that the road signs had been tampered with and drove straight toward the neighboring city. Almost everyone in that city had been infected, turning it into a city of zombies. By the time Yuzhua realized this, it was too late to turn back, because the return path had been blown up by a boy named Jiang Wu. This was supposed to be Qi Yao's plot. Why had it become hers and Qi Shu's? Had the plot collapsed again? Gu Yaoyao's mind was in turmoil. "Sister, what's wrong?" A young boy's voice suddenly off. Gu Yaoyao, struggling to recall the original plot, was caught off guard. The boy hiding behind the youth continued timidly. "Your mouth is twitching like Mom said when someone has a seizure." The tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. A chuckle escaped the youth. He looked down at the boy and gently patted his head. "Has brother ever told you not to speak out when others are around, Yin Yin?" "Yes." The boy nodded obediently, raising the bowl in his arms with a child's stubbornness. "Brother is hungry." Watching the brothers interact, Gu Yaoyao's heart softened. Perhaps due to the shock of Wang Tao eating human flesh, or because these two brothers who had clearly endured much still chose to help despite the risks. If possible, she wanted to save them. Gu Yaoyao looked at the boy, peeking out, her expression gentle. "Thank you for saving us." Qi Shu remained silent, but the coldness in his brows had eased. The boy, initially shrinking in fear, saw her warm smile, and his clear eyes curved into crescents. "Brother says we can't let people die? Once we give you a shot, we'll be safe." He straightened, his little body, eyes sparkling. "The medicine was made by brother. He's amazing." The youth shoved a piece of meat into his mouth. "Nyin Yin, eat." "Enough, enough." The boy covered his mouth, his chubby cheeks bulging as he chewed, leaning unconsciously against the youth. Qi Shu's eyes dimmed at the sight. When they were young, Qi Yao had relied on him just like that. He was the one who destroyed. Unaware of Qi Shu's shift, Gu Yaoyao tried to move. Finding the effects of the drug mostly gone, she slowly pushed herself up, startling the youth. He shielded the boy, his eyes wary. "Who are you people?" The medicine couldn't wear off so quickly unless they both had. At that thought, the youth's face paled. Gu Yaoyao quickly explained, "We're not bad people. Don't be afraid." The boy glared at her angrily, looking wronged. "Bad guys don't have the word bad carved on their foreheads." "Since you're awake, leave," the youth ordered. Chi sat up as well. He scanned the room, then walked to the window to look outside. It was too quiet. Even for night, something felt off. "Any trouble?" Gu Yaoyao asked. Chi closed the window tightly and casually drew the curtains. "I'm not sure, but we need to find another place. Don't try to scare us. Just leave quickly." The young man had just finished speaking when Chi cast a glance at him. Seeming unnerved by Chi's gaze, the fear in the youth's eyes grew more pronounced. "We saved you. You can't repay kindness with enmity." Though he couldn't fathom why he had woken up in a different city, Chi suppressed his doubts and cast a sidelong glance at Gu Yaoyao, who was approaching him. Gu Yaoyao's earlier shock didn't seem feigned. Besides, she had fallen unconscious early and woken up late, leaving her no time to orchestrate anything. Chi averted his gaze and looked back at the young man, speaking sincerely, "Thank you. If not for them, he and Gu Yaoyao would have likely faced grave danger at the stairwell." Moreover, his wounds showed no signs of infection, clearly having been tended to. Surprise flickered in the young man's eyes as he studied Chi as if he couldn't believe the gratitude. Perhaps he thought they were different from those others. The young man furrowed his brow slightly, then relaxed it. He glanced back at his younger brother, who was quietly eating while leaning against him, and when his gaze returned to Chi and Gu Yaoyao, it was once again filled with aggression and defiance. Gu Yaoyao walked over, bent down, and looked at the boy. "What's your name?" The boy seemed to take an instant liking to her, looking up with a smile. "Zhang Yan. My brother is Zhang Wu." Zhang Wu. The very Zhang Wu who blew up the road. Gu Yaoyao was slightly taken aback. What a small world. Wherever she went, she ran into key figures from the story. "I'm Gu Yaoyao, and he's Chi," she said gently. "But how did you manage to drag us here?" Sensing their lack of malice, Zhang Wu merely pursed his lips without stopping Zhang Yan. The boy's eyes lit up even more. "My brother is really strong. He carried you both back one by one." Gu Yaoyao fell silent as she looked at Zhang Wu's slim, lean frame. Carried them back. With that kind of strength, unless he had awakened an ability, there was no way Zhang Wu could have moved Chi. At the thought, Gu Yaoyao couldn't help but frown. The original story never mentioned Zhang Wu having an ability, nor did it clarify his fate. Could she possibly recruit the two brothers to join them? Gu Yaoyao composed her expression. "Have you awakened an ability too?" Zhang Wu was taken aback, frowning in confusion. "What ability?" "Superpowers," Gu Yaoyao rephrased. "No," Zhang Wu shook his head, a trace of self-mockery crossing his face. "I'm just a bit stronger than average. If he had superpowers, Nian wouldn't have suffered so much." "My brother is amazing," Zhang Yan declared, as if promoting his brother, his face full of conviction and stubbornness. "Even more amazing than me." Gu Yaoyao didn't ignore Zhang Yan. She nodded earnestly. "Is that so? Then your brother must be truly..." Having received approval, Zhang Yan let out a clear childlike laugh before shyly averting his gaze and hiding behind. Gu Yaoyao stood up and looked at Zhang Wu. "Do you feel like all your senses have been heightened?" She glanced back at Chi behind her. "Chi Yao told me that after awakening her ability, all her senses were amplified." Knowing Chi's personality, he wouldn't bother to verify this with Chi Yao. "Yes, but so what? Do you have super?" Zhang Wu paused, correcting himself. "Abilities." Chi interjected, "We all do." He could see that Gu Yaoyao wanted to recruit Zhang Wu. It made sense. In this apocalyptic world, having two more ability users in the team meant double the security. "It's not safe here. Do you want to come with us?" As she spoke, Gu Yaoyao attempted to activate her ability, sensing the mental fluctuations around her. The mental waves here are quite strong, indicating many people are hiding nearby. "We need to leave." She glanced at Zhang Wu as she continued. "In crowded places, the scent of living humans is too strong, easily attracting zombie hordes." "What basis do you have for that?" Zhang Wu was highly wary, shielding Zhang Yan as if fearing Gu Yaoyao and her companion might suddenly attack. "We're not leaving. Since you can move now, please leave this place. If you want plan for yourself, at least consider your brother." Chi directly pointed out Zhang Wu's weakness, revealing Gu Yaoyao's ability without concealment. She has awakened a mental type ability and can sense danger. Zhang Wu's face stiffened. He looked down at Zhang Yan, who was reluctant to stop eating from his bowl, and asked Chi with some hesitation, "What about you? What ability have you awakened?" Chi raised his hand, and a tender green sprout materialized in his palm, its closed leaves slowly unfurling. "I've awakened a wood-type ability, allowing me to sense the fluctuations of plants around me." Sensing the mental fluctuations of surrounding plants. That sounded like a mutated wood-type ability, didn't it? Gu Yaoyao glanced at the twisting stem of the sprout in Chi's hand, barely concealing her astonishment. Normally, a wood-type ability user would need to be at least level 3 or 4 to conjure such a lively sprout. But how could an ability mutate so suddenly? Could it be that Chi drank the water from the spirit spring, causing his ability to mutate? Chi's honesty stunned Zhang Wu for a moment. He gently grasped the small hand Zhang Yan extended, his wariness slightly diminishing. "Have you sensed danger?" Gu Yaoyao nodded. "Not exactly, but zombies have a keen sense of smell. There are many people in this building, and the scent of the living will inevitably attract a zombie horde." "Nian, would you like to leave with us?" Gu Yaoyao suddenly changed the subject. To catch a snake hit its vital spot, to persuade someone to join the team, start with their weakness. Besides, judging by Jiang Wu's reaction, the neighboring city hadn't completely fallen yet. They needed to hurry and escape. Jiang Nian seemed to have a good impression of Gu Yaoyao. He tilted his head to look at her, then shyly pursed his lips into a smile, looking up to whisper his fondness to Jiang Wu. Brother, this sister is a good person. Hearing this, Jiang Wu looked down at Jiang Nian with a mix of frustration and disappointment, then helplessly reached out to ruffle his little head. You think everyone is good, even better than your brother? Jiang Nian's eyes instantly reddened. He carefully set down his bowl, wrapped his arms around Jiang Wu, and nuzzled against him insistently. Brother is the best. No one can compare. Jiang Wu gently pried him off, wiped away his tears, and a smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Does Nian Nian trust? Jiang Nian nodded vigorously. His tearful eyes turned to Gu Yaoyao, and his voice was soft and clear. Sister's eyes are so pure, just like mom's. At those words, Jiang Wu's expression froze, as if recalling some painful memory. He bit his lower lip, his gaze gradually firming with resolve. As he turned, Jiang Wu found himself meeting Gu Yaoyao's misty eyes, which held a gentle smile as she looked at them. Perhaps Nian Nian was right. They were good people. When do you plan to leave? Qi Shu closed his eyes, sensing the fluctuations of the surrounding vegetation. Everything seemed calm, and after a moment's deliberation, he said no later than tomorrow afternoon. Jiang Wu hesitated, glancing at Qi Shu twice before struggling to ask, if we encounter zombies, will you push us out? Were you once used as human shields? Gu Yaoyao was utterly shocked by the notion. Though she understood that in the apocalypse many people's morals had collapsed, hearing it firsthand still felt unbelievable. Before Jiang Wu could answer, Jiang Nian jumped down with his bowl, pattered over to Jiang Wu, and nestled close to him, whispering to Gu Yaoyao, those people are really fierce, they hit hard, really hard. Just after he finished speaking, Jiang Wu covered his mouth. Gu Yaoyao crouched down, ruffled his hair, and said softly, don't be afraid, nothing like that will happen again. Jiang Nian looked at Gu Yaoyao with a dazed expression, then tilted his head up to Jiang Wu, a glimmer of hope shining in his clear, innocent eyes. Brother, are we going with sister? Jiang Wu bent down and picked him up, nodded gently, then asked Qi Shu, when do we leave? No rush, we still have much to do. After speaking, Qi Shu glanced at Gu Yaoyao, turned, and walked outside. Gu Yaoyao, come with me to find a vehicle, then well, can't we at least eat something first? Gu Yaoyao followed behind, Qi Shu tugging pitifully at his shirt. I'm about to faint from hunger. Qi Shu stopped and turned to look at Gu Yaoyao with a grave expression. You sense danger, why didn't you tell them? The spiritual fluctuations nearby were not just human. Gu Yaoyao let out a light laugh. You're no different, coming up with an excuse to deal with the trouble. As she spoke, Gu Yaoyao pursed her lips, her tone turning somber. But we can't waste any more time, we need to find Qi Yao and the others as soon as possible. The explosion at the research institute was immensely powerful. Zhu Si was standing by the window, so he should have been able to get out. Thinking of this, Gu Yaoyao grew worried. If Qi Yao wasn't in the neighboring city, where could she be? If Zhu Si had escaped, Yuzhua would most likely take them to the safe haven to seek treatment from Zhu Qingjia, but that was after leaving the neighboring city in the original storyline. Could it be that because they were in the neighboring city, they had replaced Qi Yao and the others? The more Gu Yaoyao thought about it, the more she felt her guess was right. She and Qi Shu were never meant to be here. It made sense that they had taken over Qi Yao's group's storyline in the neighboring city. She needed to find an excuse to go to the safe haven. Qi Shu watched Gu Yaoyao frown with an anxious expression and said softly, don't worry, with Yuzhua there nothing will go wrong. Gu Yaoyao nodded, asking as she walked, do you think they'll leave signals along the way? Qi Shu, Yuzhua will. Each of them had unique signals that only their own could recognize. Gu Yaoyao had guessed as much. Given Qi Shu and Yuzhua's special identities, they would inevitably have secret signals. Then we need to go back to the research institute and search along the perimeter. Qi Shu recalled the scene of the explosion and after a moment's thought, said no need to search. During the blast, Zhu Si was thrown back by the shockwave and his injuries are likely severe. Yuzhua will take them to Zhu Qingjia for treatment. As he finished speaking, Qi Shu saw Gu Yaoyao's eyes light up and her tone carried a hint of heartfelt relief. What a coincidence, I was thinking the same thing. We're truly a team, our minds are in sync. Minds in sync. Was that even the right phrase? For some reason, Qi Shu suddenly remembered when his grandmother had given him the jade bead, she had specifically instructed that this heirloom was meant for his future wife to wear. At that thought, the look in Qi Shu's eyes as he gazed at Gu Yaoyao grew more complicated. There were not many zombies downstairs, just a few wandering aimlessly on the street. Qi Shu cleared them swiftly, not even needing Gu Yaoyao to lift a finger. After clearing a wide area around them, leaving behind a mess of remains, more fearless zombies stumbled closer from the distance. Qi Shu closed his eyes briefly, sharing the sensory perception of all plants within 100 meters in an instant. Even if it lasted only 2 or 3 seconds. A torrent of data flooded into his mind, turning his face pale and making his body sway. Go back, there's a safe black van. All right, take care of yourself. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yaoyao turned. Following Qi Shu's instructions, she sprinted back, scanning the area until her gaze locked onto 2 black vans parked on opposite sides of the street. What kind of ability do you have, Qi Shu? It turned out to be a multiple-choice question. Gu Yaoyao decisively headed to the right. As she neared the door, a face with sparse hair and rotting flesh suddenly appeared from inside. The zombie slammed its head against the glass, bounced back, then stubbornly pressed against it again, letting out excited roars. Sorry for the intrusion. Gu Yaoyao swallowed hard and shuffled back cautiously. The prey's escape enraged the zombie, making it ram its head against the glass with fury. Its mindless, painless assault was horrifying to witness, and the car window began to crack under the relentless impacts, forming a web of fractures. Gu Yaoyao turned and fled. At the same moment, the car window shattered. The zombie inside crawled out on all fours with ferocious speed, lunging at her like a beast hunting its prey. In a flash, Gu Yaoyao dodged and rolled toward a guardrail. Gripping the dusty rail with both hands, she pried it loose with force and swung it behind her head without hesitation. A heavy thud followed as a bloody, mangled head rolled onto the ground. The torn edges of the guardrail cut her hands, leaving them bleeding, with tiny gravel embedded in her flesh, stinging like needles. Gu Yaoyao dared not delay. Panting heavily, she dropped the piece of guardrail, got up, and moved toward another car. The second black van was indeed safe, just as Qi Shu had said. After a quick check of the fuel gauge, she also inspected the trunk. Everything that could be taken from the car was gone. Abandoning a vehicle at a time like this meant they must have encountered something nearby that made driving impossible. The more Gu Yaoyao thought, the colder her heart grew. She slammed the trunk shut and hurriedly started the engine. They couldn't stay any longer. She had to get Qi Shu out of there. 100 meters wasn't too far. Along the way, she found a drivable path. After turning the car around, she stepped on the gas and pulled up right beside Qi Shu. Qi Shu, something's wrong here. Gu Yaoyao, something's wrong here. They both spoke at the same time, stunned to hear the other say the same. Gu Yaoyao was the first to react. How did you sense it? Is it your ability? Qi Shu's ability was definitely mutated, otherwise a mere wood element ability would be nearly useless in the early stages. Gu Yaoyao waved him over quickly. By then, Qi Shu had finished off the remaining zombies and jumped into the passenger seat. Let's find Jiangwu first. The plants around here seem to be afraid of something, and the perception they send me is blurry. Hearing this, Gu Yaoyao drove, while carefully choosing her words, her delicate face unusually serious. The place you told me to find a car, there were many other vehicles there too. There weren't many zombies ahead, but in this relatively intact car, everything had been taken. The implication was crystal clear. There should have been zombies wherever there were people, yet amidst the numerous convoy vehicles, not a single stray zombie roamed about. The only ones spotted were those trapped inside the cars. The disappearance of supplies and equipment could only mean that the fleeing convoy had encountered something forcing them to abandon their vehicles and continue on foot. What could it possibly be? Gu Yaoyao felt a surge of irritation and roughly ran her hands through her hair, utterly unable to piece together these critical puzzles. If Zhu Si were here, he would surely notice far more details. If Qi Yao were here with her formidable strength, she could fight side by side with Qi Shu. Suddenly her wrist was seized. After a brief, gentle hold, the grip released. Gu Yaoyao's gaze unconsciously wavered. The warmth lingering on her wrist was impossible to ignore, as if it had seared her very soul. What was this feeling? Was it the virus taking hold? Her heart in turmoil, the man beside her finally spoke. We can figure things out together. You've done well enough. Qi Shu seemed even more unsettled than she was. After speaking, he cleared his throat twice and feigned composure by staring out the window. Were her ears malfunctioning, or had Qi Shu gone mad? This aloof, sharp-tongued man usually treated every other woman as if they were invisible except for Qi Yao. And now Qi Shu was actually comforting her. Gu Yaoyao felt that no matter how much the plot might unravel, nothing could be stranger than this moment. Stealing her nerves, Gu Yaoyao forced herself to focus on the immediate crisis. She was keenly aware of what these plans. Soon this place would be completely overrun, becoming a living hell, a fully fallen city of zombies. In the later stages, Qi Shu would transform into a high-level zombie, single-handedly overthrowing the entire city's undead horde to become the dreaded zombie king. Yet this didn't align with the earlier strangeness. If zombies were truly responsible, even if the people inside the vehicles had been devoured, there was no reason for the supplies to have vanished as well. Gu Yaoyao stepped on the accelerator, ramming into a charging zombie. Turning her head, she glanced at Qi Shu, whose expression was somber. Are you familiar with lynching? The original story didn't describe the route to Linshur, and she didn't know the way. Qi Shu nodded in understanding. He'll drive after we pick up Jiang Wu and the others. Upon reaching the destination, Gu Yaoyao immediately spotted Jiang Wu hiding at the mouth of an alley. Carrying a massive hiking backpack and pulling Zhang Nian along, he sprinted close and scrambled into the vehicle. No sooner had the brothers boarded than a furious roar erupted from behind the car. You little brats dare to run. Who are those people? Gu Yaoyao remained unfazed as she watched several burly men approaching, flexing her wrists as if to join the fray. Nian Nian, Jiang Wu said, blocking her. His eyes churned with ferocity, yet his voice was incredibly gentle as he spoke those two words. Zhang Nian leaned by the window, flames dancing in his large dark eyes. His chubby little hand formed a fist, and as he swung it through the air, a punch wind laced with tiny sparks burst forth. In an instant, agonized screams echoed down the entire street. The sparks were minuscule, but once they caught, they were nearly impossible to extinguish. They ignited the fabric, instantly fueling the flames relentlessly. Gu Yaoyao averted her gaze, looking with surprise at the little one in Jiang Wu's arms. She hadn't expected Zhang Nian's talent to be as extraordinary as the book described. The addition of these two brothers was practically a two-for-one deal. Thanks to Zhang Nian's terrifying talent for fire-based abilities, his advancement would come far more easily than for others. In Qi Yao's team, no one would have guessed that from the very beginning it was for Zhang Nian's sake that Qi Yao had accepted Zhang. We need to head to the safety station to find our companions. Gu Yaoyao fastened her seatbelt and glanced back at the two brothers sitting obediently in the back. Jiang Wu, you're familiar with this city. Is there a route we can take to get out of here quickly? Before Jiang Wu could finish, Qi Shu interrupted. We can't take the small paths. It's too dark and our car makes too big a target. The main road is safer. If anything happens, we'll be better prepared. Gu Yaoyao knew that well enough. But the plot point where Jiang Wu blows up the road hadn't unfolded yet, and she feared some deviation might occur. Jiang Wu shook his head gently. The main road is impassable. It's completely blocked off. They had tried to leave, but something strange had happened to the main road. The once flat asphalt seemed as if someone had ripped up the earth, leaving it jagged with massive cracks. One wrong step and you'd fall through. After Jiang Wu explained, Gu Yaoyao understood. She was originally just a cannon fodder character, and Qi Shu and Qi Yao were supposed to meet for the first time at the safety station. But she and Qi Shu had deviated from the original plot, replacing Qi Yao in this city and walking the path meant for her. This triggered a butterfly effect, altering the course of Jiang Wu's road destruction event. You guide the way. Gu Yaoyao, stay alert and watch our surroundings. Qi Shu gripped the steering wheel tightly, his expression grave as he scanned the area. The nearby vegetation urged him to leave, hinting at some hidden danger lurking nearby. With that thought, Qi Shu floored the accelerator and shot forward. The car sped along, and under Jiang Wu's directions, Qi Shu navigated around the blocked sections, turning onto an extremely remote mountain road. Gu Yaoyao looked out the window. In the pitch-black silent night, the only light and sound came from their vehicle. The treetops swayed in the night breeze, looking like monstrous claws reaching out to tear them apart. She dared not let her guard down. The mountain forest was teeming with dangerous creatures, and one wrong move could mean death. The plot had already twisted beyond recognition. She had to ensure Qi Shu met Qi Yao safely at the safety station, at least preserving some semblance of their original encounter. Jiang Yan curled up in Jiang Wu's arms, staring at the fleeting shadows outside the window. Trembling with fear, she hugged her brother tightly and whispered, "Brother, I'm scared." Just then Gu Yaoyao felt a sharp jolt in her mind, as if her spiritual energy had been violently struck. Her face paled and her voice quivered. Something's coming. Qi Shu sensed it too. He frowned. It seems to be a mutated beast, and it's moving fast. He glanced at Gu Yaoyao, noticing her pallor and trembling body as she struggled to hold on. Gu Yaoyao, stop. Don't force your ability. He reached over and pressed down on her clenched fist, then looked in the rearview mirror at Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu, how much longer until we reach the main road? Once they hit the main road, that mutated beast would no longer be a threat. Jiang Wu could faintly hear guttural roars behind them. Holding Jiang Yan close, he stammered, "Almost there. Just turn ahead, and we'll be on it." Gu Yaoyao's peripheral vision caught something outside the window, and her pupils contracted sharply. In the fields, an enormous rabbit darted through the weeds, charging at them like a wild dog unleashed. Was this a rabbit? It was clearly a wolf. As the rabbit lunged, Qi Shu's eyes hardened. "Take the wheel. They'll hold." Gu Yaoyao's eyes widened in shock as she fumbled to take control. Qi Shu extended his hands, vines shooting out from his arms as he whipped them fiercely at the leaping rabbit. Rabbits weren't known for their jumping ability, but after mutation, they became monstrous. The creature dodged the vines, its hind legs pushing off them to launch itself like a furry, rotting cannonball. Fortunately, rabbits had always been poor judges of distance. The rolling mass grazed past Qi Shu and smashed into a tree trunk nearby, squealing in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yaoyao twisted the steering wheel in an awkward angle, floored the gas pedal, and burst onto the wide main road. After driving some distance, she stopped the car and pulled Qi Shu back inside, panting heavily. That was close. A loud bang echoed as the enraged rabbit caught up. Its massive body crashed to the ground, leaving a crater in the flat surface. Jiang Yan shrank deeper into her brother's arms, her voice trembling. "Brother, this rabbit is really fat." Before getting out, Qi Shu glanced at Jiang Yan and replied casually, "Roast it with fire. It should taste good." Jiang Wu looked up at Qi Shu in surprise, then followed him out of the car, holding Jiang Yan. "Nian Yan, when that big brother holds the monster down, you shoot fireballs, okay?" Jiang Yan raised her little hands and shouted in a baby voice, "Okay." Gu Yaoyao nodded in satisfaction. Although she wasn't sure if Jiang Wu had awakened his ability, he was clever and knew how to read the room. She wanted to help, but the energy shed expended in the forest had left her so drained that even standing felt like a struggle. She'd have to find a chance to properly study how to use her psychic ability. Gu Yaoyao ran her fingers through her hair in frustration. The original novel had described psychic manipulation techniques, but the character associated with them was so detestable that she had skipped all those passages. Roar! A piercing shrill cry split the air. Amid the rabbit's roar, Gu Yaoyao heard the rustling of countless wings from the forest. She forced her remaining energy to scan the source. Qi Shu heard it too. The surrounding vegetation trembled with fear, suggesting whatever was coming was even more terrifying than the rabbit. The rabbit itself crouched nearby, its crimson eyes locked onto them with deadly intent. The moment Qi Shu raised his hand, the rabbit leaped into the air, its massive body rolling mid-flight like a giant meatball hurtling toward them. Qi Shu dodged to the side, lashing upward with his vines to send the descending projectile spinning like a top. Before Qi Shu could speak, Jiang Yan, at her brother's signal, clenched her fists and punched upward. Several fiery fists slammed into the rabbit. A bright blaze illuminated the surroundings. The furry rabbit became a fireball, shrieking as it rolled on the ground, filling the air with a mix of rot and cooked meat. Their first cooperation was seamless. Gu Yaoyao was pleased. "Get in the car. Something's coming." Shu's face changed abruptly as he shoved the brothers into the vehicle. The rabbit's not dead yet, Jiang Nian whispered. After the car started, Gu Yaoyao finally relaxed. She turned to look at Jiang Nian, her voice weak. The rabbit's rotten. We can't eat it. Sister, are you about to die? If the other party weren't a child, Gu Yaoyao would have definitely talked back. Jiang Wu quickly covered his younger brother's mouth, apologizing. You're bleeding from the nose. Nian Nian thought that when people bleed, they're about to die. Bleeding? Could it be that her life was coming to an end? Gu Yaoyao's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly raised her hand to wipe it away. Shu's face suddenly darkened as he warned them to hold on tight. They're coming. As his voice faded, a dense swarm of shadows rapidly approached, circling in midair, seeking an opportunity to attack them. After awakening their abilities, their vision had evolved far beyond ordinary humans, allowing them to see clearly even at night. Gu Yaoyao hurriedly looked toward the dark mass. Upon realizing what it was, she trembled all over. It was birds. Flocks upon flocks of birds. Having likely fed on the rotting flesh of zombies, the virus had corroded their original forms into grotesque shapes, even turning petite sparrows into the size of pigeons. But the plot of birds being infected should have only appeared after a complete fallout with Zhu Qingjia. Could something have happened to Qi Yao and the others at the safe house, triggering the butterfly effect? The plot was veering further and further off course, filling Gu Yaoyao with deep unease. Smack! Just as she was distracted, a mutated bird suddenly launched an attack, diving straight down and smashing into the car window, splattering dark rotten blood. Brother, the bird's beak has teeth. Jiang Nian's childish words caused the faces of everyone in the car to change. Before they could examine it closely, the cacophony of chirping sounds tore through their minds like a soul-rending weapon. Gu Yaoyao felt her head buzz, and a dull pain throbbed in her ears. Don't listen to their calls, something's wrong. As he spoke, the veins bulged on Shu's hands as he accelerated relentlessly. But the flock of birds continued to circle in midair, refusing to leave, as if they were determined to fight to the death. Chirp! Chirp! The flock suddenly let out a shrill cry. The birds that had been circling gathered densely like a dark cloud and swooped down in a single surge. Turn on the headlights. Gu Yaoyao quickly shouted. Blind their bird eyes. As she spoke, a blinding beam of light pierced through the darkness. The startled birds scattered in panic, darting swiftly through the light. Jiang Wu, looking at the birds stubbornly circling above the car roof, hugged his younger brother tighter. All beasts fear fire. Maybe the mutated ones are the same. Nian Nian can use fire, but I'm worried that if we open the window, they'll swarm in and attack us. Shu's face was grim as he kept an eye on the impending danger above. You mean we need a barrier for cover? But my mental strength has reached its limit. Gu Yaoyao understood what Shu meant, but her mental energy was completely depleted and she couldn't use her ability to set up a barrier. Moreover, she couldn't recall exactly how she had set up the barrier earlier. She only remembered that when Qi Yao was entangled by a mutated dog, her mind went blank, her whole body trembled with fear, and she instinctively raised her hand. In a moment of desperation, a flash of inspiration struck Gu Yaoyao. She shifted her gaze from the birds to Shu and tentatively suggested, maybe you could try using your vines. Shu possessed a mutated wood-type ability and had absorbed a crystal core, drinking plenty of water from the spiritual spring. Perhaps he could control the vines to weave a barrier. The danger outside gave them no time to discuss. The birds gathered again, flying in unison toward the car window. They'll just have to try. Shu stared intently at the surging birds, steering with one hand. Same as before. You take the wheel, and Jiang Nian, get ready. With that, Shu looked up at the rapidly approaching flock, clenched his fists, and began to rapidly channel the energy within him, gradually intensifying it to strengthen the vines in his hands. The moment the energy surged, Shu felt as if his skin was being torn apart inch by inch. His entire body screamed in agony as though he might die in the next second. He closed his eyes, gritting his teeth in persistence, stubbornly accelerating the flow of energy within him. The intense tearing sensation engulfed his body, veins bulged on his arms, and a fine sheen of sweat covered his forehead. In just half a minute, cold sweat soaked his clothes, sticking them to his back. Shu let out a heavy, ragged breath, slowly opening his eyes. He unclenched his fists and looked at the swirling, verdant green light in his palm. His gaze was dark and menacing. Are you ready? Seeing this, Jiang Wu's eyes blazed with fervor and astonishment, tinged with a hint of admiration. He placed his hand on the window switch, ready to strike at any moment. Shu suddenly opened the car window, gripping a vine to whip away the attacking mutated birds. With a raise of his other hand, several slender vines shot up from the ground, extending into the air and beginning to encircle the flock. The birds erupted into a piercing screech, as if mocking Shu for overestimating himself. Shu curled his lips and suddenly clenched his hand into a fist. The vines stretching into the sky intertwined, densely forming a massive net that descended from above. The net formed so quickly that before the birds could react, it had already enveloped the entire flock. Shu intended to slam it down with force, but the birds struggled violently, and controlling the vines was already taxing enough. He dared not act rashly. Set them on fire, he shouted sharply. Jiang Nian responded, aiming his chubby little hand at the writhing mass of vines and punching the air. A powerful gust of wind, carrying countless visible sparks, surged into the net. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with flames. The birds shrieked, crashing repeatedly into the vines, trying to break free and peck apart the humans below. Within moments, several blazing fireballs plummeted down instantly, illuminating the night. The remaining mutated birds recognized the threat of these humans, yet they still refused to abandon their prey. They flapped their wings, darting high into the sky before swooping down occasionally in an attempt to ambush. Qishu gritted his teeth against the searing pain, glancing at his trembling hands. Jiang Nian, you'll need to unleash all your abilities soon, or we won't make it out of here. Okay. Jiang Nian's young voice was filled with determination. He clenched his small fists, ready to strike. Chirp, chirp. The cacophony grew denser. Seeing the birds swoop toward them once more, Qishu raised both hands, and newly sprouted vines from the ground stretched upward. As the mutated birds seized another opening to dive at them, Qishu clenched his fists and shouted, now. A flicker of fire sparked in Jiang Nian's eyes. He quickly spread his arms, channeling all his ability. A scorching current swirled between his hands and rushed toward the birds, which were once again ensnared. For a moment, the air was thick with the acrid smell of burning. Gu Yaoyao's eyes widened as she watched countless birds wreathed in tongues of flame fall to the ground with a crackling sound. No wonder Qi Yao had tried to recruit the two brothers. Jiang Nian's talent was likely unmatched by few. Jiang Nian's childish face was pale. He lay weakly in Jiang Wu's arms. Brother, I have no strength left. Rest while your brother is here. Jiang Wu soothed him gently. Hearing this, Gu Yaoyao remembered Qishu. She quickly reached out to pull the exhausted Qishu inside. How are you? Startled by her sudden tug, the collar of his shirt tightened around his neck, making it hard to breathe and nearly choking him. Qishu took a deep breath, glancing at the few strange birds circling reluctantly above the car. I almost got strangled to death by you rather than pecked to death by those freakish birds. I'm guilty, Gu Yaoyao apologized sincerely. Please scold me a few times, big brother. Hitting is off the table. It hurts too much. Qishu gave her an inexpressible look. Just don't talk. As he spoke, a sudden crashing sound drew everyone's attention. Looking up, they saw the remaining strange birds finally dispersing, retreating into the forest. For a moment, the clamor faded, leaving an eerie silence around them. Only then did Qishu fully relax, letting out a sigh of relief. For some reason, Gu Yaoyao felt as if they had narrowly escaped death. Jiang Nian, how are you all? Qishu asked. Jiang Wu shook his head. We're fine, but Nian has exhausted her supernatural energy and is a bit weak. Hearing this, Gu Yaoyao quickly turned to look at Jiang Nian, whose pale face showed signs of exhaustion. Suddenly recalling a fragment from the original story, she said, give Nian something to eat. After overexerting her power, she needs high-calorie food to replenish her strength. As she spoke, Gu Yaoyao reached out and ruffled Jiang Nian's soft hair. You've worked hard, Nian. Jiang Nian's eyes were clearly heavy with fatigue. He nestled quietly in his brother's arms, watching Gu Yaoyao without a word. After tearing open a piece of bread and handing it to Jiang Nian, Gu Yaoyao gazed at the pitch-black scene outside the car, a heavy weight settling in her heart. Suddenly, the future seemed utterly bleak. The plot had deviated from the original story. The mutation of plants and animals was accelerating. Surviving in this apocalypse was truly too difficult. Gu Yaoyao's head ached from overthinking. Letting out a long breath, she placed her hand over Qishu's slightly trembling one. Let me drive. You rest. Afraid he would refuse, she added. Now is not the time for stubbornness. Restoring your energy is what matters most. After that, the two took turns driving. Except for answering nature's call, they ate and slept in the car, leaving everyone's limbs sore and numb from sitting. Jiang Nian shifted his body, unable to resist patting his leg. He stole a glance at Gu Yaoyao, who was focused on driving. Brother, my butt is splitting. It hurts so much. His childish words made Gu Yaoyao laugh. Let's find a place to rest and gather some supplies. About half an hour later, following Qishu's directions, Gu Yaoyao took an exit off the highway and turned into a nearby small. The town was small and close to the highway. Most of the houses were old wooden and brick structures, with a few villas standing out awkwardly like cranes among chickens. After a night's rest, Qishu had regained much of his strength. Closing his eyes, he sensed the fluctuations of the surrounding vegetation. Confirming it was safe, he signaled Gu Yaoyao to stop. Park here. Since we're unfamiliar with this place, it's best not to go deeper. Gu Yaoyao looked around. There were no zombies in sight, suggesting the area had been cleared. She found an empty spot to park, having been frightened the previous night, and traveling for most of it. Both Jiang Wu and Jiang Nian looked tired and dispirited. Gu Yaoyao and I will search for supplies. You two rest in this building, Qishu said, pointing to the building behind him. Jiang Wu held Jiang Nian tightly and took a step back, a cold expression on his face as he rejected the proposal. We're coming with you. If you run off, we'll be doomed. Doomed? Jiang Nian looked at Gu Yaoyao, his originally confused eyes now filled with fear. We can't die. Mom told us to live. As he spoke, as if recalling something, he trembled in fear, then buried himself entirely in Jiang Wu's arms. I'm sorry, we didn't consider your feelings, Gu Yaoyao quickly explained. We just thought you needed rest. If you want to come along, then let's search for supplies together. The distance in Jiang Wu's eyes didn't fade. We're not tired. Qishu nodded. Let's go. Through sensing the vegetation's fluctuations, he knew there was a small supermarket nearby. They would try their luck there for supplies. Meanwhile, Gu Yaoyao, following behind, felt uneasy. This place wasn't mentioned in the original story. Everything now was unknown, and a sudden fear of losing control over her fate surged within her. Gu Yaoyao couldn't help pressing a hand to her chest. She wasn't a character from the book. Even her current identity was that of a cannon fodder who died in the first few episodes. Why did such strange thoughts arise? Brother, there's a supermarket over there. Jiang Nian's childish voice interrupted Gu Yaoyao's thoughts. Stay alert. No one knows what's inside. Everyone be careful. Gu Yaoyao quickened her pace, taking the lead without looking back as she gave the solemn instruction. Qi Shu was Qi Yao's brother and an indispensable character in the original story. He couldn't be harmed. These two brothers were extremely important to Qi Yao. Losing either would break her heart. As for herself, she had a terminal illness and might die at any moment, so it was better to take the lead and scout ahead, dying a worthy death. As she approached, she saw the supermarket's glass door wide open. On the ground outside, fruits and vegetables were scattered. Wow, peaches! Jiang Nian cheered, pointing at the peaches on the ground. Struggling to get down, he ignored his brother's attempts to stop him and trotted over on his little legs. Picking up an intact peach, he rubbed it against his clothes, then ran back to hand it to Jiang Wu, who was hurrying over. Brother, you eat first. Aye. Before Jiang Wu could finish, a loud crash shattered the supermarket's glass window. Amidst the shattering glass, a rotting hand and a head of messy hair emerged. Stuck in the window frame, it opened its bloody maw and let out a roar. Its face and nose were covered in glass shards, flesh a bloody mess with bits of white bone exposed in places. A horrifying sight. At the sudden shattering of glass, Jiang Wu instinctively bent over to shield his brother. Watch out. Qi Shu stepped forward and pulled the brothers aside. Gu Yaoyao reacted swiftly. As Qi Shu grabbed the brothers, she had already seized a nearby iron shovel and brought it down on the zombie's head. Crack! With all her strength, the rusty iron shovel sank into the zombie's skull. However, the immense force also shattered the aluminum window frame that had trapped the zombie's head. Jiang Wu stood frozen in shock, watching Gu Yaoyao pull out the shovel and strike again and again until the zombie's brains burst and it stopped moving. Is everyone all right? Gu Yaoyao asked, her face neither flushed nor breathless. Jiang Wu, snapping out of his daze, shook his head. Brother, Jiang Nian whimpered, feeling uncomfortable from being held so tightly. Yaoyao just told you to be careful. You lose all sense when you see food. If you die, how will you ever eat again? Jiang Wu scolded Jiang Nian while carefully checking him over, afraid he might have been cut by glass or bitten by the zombie. Sure, there's movement inside. Gu Yaoyao pressed a finger to her lips, pressing herself against the wall as she tried to peer through the window. Qi Shu frowned, lowering his head to glance at his slightly trembling hand. What's going on? He couldn't sense even the faintest ripple. Was it because his spiritual energy was insufficient now? The shelves in the supermarket blocked Gu Yaoyao's view. She lowered her voice to consult with Qi Shu. You're agile. Can you slip in and see if it's people or zombies inside? Qi Shu nodded, pulled out a dagger, and silently crept into the supermarket. The moment he stepped inside, Qi Shu saw chaos strewn everywhere. Besides bloodstains, there were scattered biscuits, and not far off, several half-devoured corpses covered in flies. One corpse, its head still relatively intact, had turned into a zombie. It lay motionless on the ground with its head drooped, a large chunk of flesh torn from its cheek, revealing black-purple rot crawling with squirming maggots. Sensing the scent of a living person, it stiffly twisted its head. Upon spotting Qi Shu, it let out an excited roar and crawled toward him inch by inch on its half-gnawed hands, dragging intestines and rotting flesh across the floor. Just then, the stench of decay grew overwhelmingly thick, as if a bag full of rotting meat had been dumped out all at once. Something was wrong. Logically, these already decomposing corpses shouldn't have only now released such a foul odor. Qi Shu frowned, holding his breath as he carefully scanned his surroundings. He suddenly spotted a trail of bloodied, messy footprints on the floor leading all the way toward the back storage room. It seemed someone was hiding in there. Qi Shu strode forward and delivered a finishing blow to the zombie's head, then stepped over its body and walked toward the window. After confirming Jiang Nian was safe, Jiang Wu warily looked around. What about us? What do we need to do? Pack up anything edible on the ground. Gu Yaoyao licked her cracked lips, her gaze sweeping toward the bright red apples nearby. Keep it quiet so we don't expose Qi Shu. Damn, why are you standing at the window? You scared me to death. Just as Gu Yaoyao was about to turn back to watch the supermarket interior, she spun around to find a handsome face inches from hers, nearly throwing a punch. She sheepishly withdrew her clenched fist and quickly changed the subject. All taken care of. There's something hidden in the storage room. We'll check it out. You gather supplies and stay alert to our surroundings, or well, get surrounded. All right, be careful. Run if you can't handle it. Qi Shu nodded, then turned and followed the footprints deeper inside. Sister, I'm done picking up. Jiang Nian's childish voice rang out. Gu Yaoyao crouched down and ruffled his hair, her voice softening unconsciously. Nian, you're amazing. She paused, then looked up at Jiang Wu, who stood by with pursed lips. You and Nian guard the entrance. If anything happens, have Nian use his ability to spark a flame. Before Jiang Wu could answer, Jiang Nian peered into the supermarket. What about big brother? There's something in the storage room. You want to check? Without hiding anything, Gu Yaoyao stood up and shoved an iron shovel into Jiang Wu's hands. Use this for protection. Stay alert. Jiang Wu gripped the shovel tightly, his expression complex. And you? I can take care of myself. With that, Gu Yaoyao quickly turned and entered the supermarket to get to work. Though the store was small, it was well stocked, with a whole wall piled high with bagged rice and flour. Gu Yaoyao rubbed her hands together excitedly and strode over. Recalling from the original novel how Qi Shu used the jade bead space to collect supplies, she placed her hand on a bag of rice and slowly channeled her remaining spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, the entire wall of stacked goods vanished into thin air. No wonder this was the biggest cheat in the original story. Gu Yaoyao glanced back at the brothers guarding the door and let out a feigned gasp of shock. Oh my god! Where did everything go? Moments later, Jiang Wu rushed in with his brother asking urgently, what's wrong? Are you okay? Gu Yaoyao's face was full of panic. I'm fine. I just put my hand on the rice bag and everything vanished. It didn't vanish. Jiang Wu breathed a sigh of relief. You've probably awakened a portable space. This time Gu Yaoyao was taken aback. How do you know? Had Jiang Wu awakened a spatial ability too? Jiang Yin piped up in his childish voice. We've seen it before. They even stole my chicken leg. At the mention of the chicken leg, Jiang Yin waved his little fists angrily. That's too much. Gu Yaoyao found him adorable. Since you're fine, we'll keep watch outside. Jiang Wu pulled Jiang Yin back to his side and left without looking back. Gu Yaoyao smiled contentedly, then turned toward a nearby shelf, sweeping instant noodles, canned goods, and all kinds of packaged foods into her space. In just a few minutes, she had emptied the store, even gathering every blanket and winter coat piled in the corners, leaving none. Soon after, the environment would shift drastically. A scorching summer turning into a bitter winter overnight, claiming many lives. She had to stock up on warm clothes in advance. Except for the electronics, Gu Yaoyao cleared out the entire supermarket. Her hands moved non-stop, grabbing everything from frozen foods to seafood and poultry. After all, time was frozen in the space. Items went in as they were and came out the same. Because of this, Gu Yaoyao and other readers had furiously complained after Qi Shu's death that this was the most wasted cheat of all. Within minutes, the once cramped supermarket stood completely bare. After her labor, fine beads of sweat dotted Gu Yaoyao's forehead. She wiped them away casually and glanced at the empty shelves with satisfaction. Help! A piercing scream from outside exploded like a thunderclap on a clear day. Gu Yaoyao's brow twitched. Just as she was about to check, she saw Jiang Wu charging in with his brother in his arms, his face full of terror. Someone's leading zombies toward us. What do we do? Damn it! Gu Yaoyao cursed under her breath. How many zombies? Jiang Yin answered in a tiny voice, a ton. Quick, let's hide in the storage room. Qi Shu had just stepped out when he heard this. He glanced at the empty supermarket, curious about where the three had stashed the supplies, but didn't ask given the dire situation. Jiang Wu shielded his brother as he followed closely behind Qi Shu, the panicked, chaotic noise growing nearer. What about those people? Hearing the reluctance in his voice, Qi Shu sidestepped to let them into the storage room first. Once you're inside, you'll understand why I'm not helping them. The moment Jiang Wu saw what was in the storage room, he let out a sharp, frightened cry and quickly covered Jiang Yin's eyes, desperate to shield him from the horrific sight. Inside the empty storage room, several tattered girls huddled together along with a young boy whose limbs had been stripped of flesh, revealing stark, white bones. Did they do this? Jiang Wu's voice trembled. Sensing the fear in his words, Jiang Yin pressed close to him, his voice confused and scared. Brother, what's wrong? It's highly likely, Qi Shu said, pointing to the right side of the iron gate, where a broken chain hung. The zombie that suddenly attacked us was chained up, but somehow broke free. The intent was probably to prevent anyone in the warehouse from escaping. Realizing this, Qi Shu's eyes turned cold, his voice laced with murderous intent. I checked the child's wound. It was made by a knife. Gu Yaoyao knew exactly who Qi Shu was if you could match his knowledge of knife wounds. Her eyes reddened instantly, a fierce rage blazing within her misty gaze. Beasts. The supermarket was filled with supplies, yet they chose to eat human flesh. Oh! A heart-wrenching scream suddenly pierced the air. Close the door. Amidst the chaos, hurried footsteps followed. Qi Shu positioned himself before the group, gripping his dagger horizontally, his eyes fixed menacingly on the rolling shutter door. Violent pounding erupted as the crowd surged forward, desperately trying to force the door open. Boss, the iron gate. Damn it! Open the door, you bitch! The men outside cursed furiously. Jiang Yin, his eyes covered, couldn't see, but heard the incessant pounding and shouting. Terrified, he clutched Jiang Wu's clothes. Brother, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, your brother is here, Jiang Wu said, holding Jiang Yin tightly as he backed away from the shaking iron gate. Boss, the window. Zombies are coming through the window. Open the door, or we'll skin you alive when we get in. As they spoke, they pounded and even damaged the shutter, desperate to get inside. Hearing this, the girls who had been cowering in the corner, overcoming their fear, scrambled over to open the door for those outside. Seeing this, Qi Shu yanked open the shutter, swiftly pulling in the few people crowded outside and efficiently dispatching the lunging zombies. He quickly surveyed the area. The number of zombies pressed against the glass door wasn't overwhelming, but it would still be a struggle for just their group. Fortunately, the only way the zombies could enter was through the broken window. But once they destroyed the supermarket's glass door, the shutter wouldn't hold for long. Slap. A crisp slap echoed. You bitch. You dared to lock us out. The bald-headed leader slapped a girl in a pale yellow dress, cursing as his other hand reached for her already torn skirt. The girl trembled in terror, shaking her head frantically. It wasn't me, it wasn't me. Gu Yaoyao erupted in anger. What the hell is wrong with you? Hearing her, the group noticed Gu Yaoyao. The bald man's eyes filled with lust upon seeing her. Well, this little lady is quite a looker. He abandoned the girl and strode towards Gu Yaoyao. Since the apocalypse began, women with such fair, delicate skin were a rare sight. Hey, look at that fair little face. Bet it feels nice, leered a man with tattooed arms, his eyes roaming over Gu Yaoyao. I'm next after the boss. Hearing this, Qi Shu's face darkened, and he turned back with murder in his eyes. Animals. You're despicable. Jiang Wu spat with disgust, stepping in front of Gu Yaoyao. Zombies are at the door and all you can think of is this filth. You're worse than pigs. Brother, you're wrong. Pork is delicious. They stink. Jiang Yin disagreed, making the tense atmosphere. Suddenly, the bald man stopped, eyeing Jiang Yin sinisterly, licking his cracked lips. Oh, this kid looks tender. Jiang Wu quickly hid his brother behind him. The bald man exchanged a glance with his companion and snickered. Don't worry, big brothers will be gentle. Lasciviously licking his lips, the bald man let his gaze roam over Gu Yaoyao, his lecherous intent. It had been so long since had seen such a fine piece. Those watery eyes, that curvaceous figure. Just looking at her made his blood boil. He had to have some fun. He reached out to touch her face. But as his hand extended, a vice-like grip seized his wrist, sending excruciating pain through him. Aunt, let go, you moth. Before he could finish, Qi Shu's eyes turned icy as he tightened his grip. How do you want to play? He'll play with you. You're asking for death. The bald man tried to pull free, but was held fast, the intense pain causing him to curse loudly. Roar. The zombies' roars grew closer, their stench seeping through the shutter. Pretty boy, let my brother go. The tattooed man snapped out of his shock, grabbing an iron rod and charging forward. Gu Yaoyao met him, ducking under the swinging rod. She clenched her fist and drove it into his abdomen with all her might. A crisp crack echoed as his ribs shattered. Her strength was immense, and after her ability evolved, it was terrifying. Gu Yaoyao glanced at the writhing man. She could easily snap an iron bar as thick as her wrist, let alone brittle bones. Oh, bitch. He'll eat you alive. After his scream, the tattooed man's eyes were bloodshot with pain, his expression promising to flay her alive. The others were stunned by the sudden turn of events. Only when the tattooed man collapsed in agony did they react, rushing to. The remaining few exchanged glances, then raised their iron rods to attack Gu Yaoyao. Seeing this, Qi Shu's eyes hardened. He twisted the bald man's arm, snapping it cleanly, then, without giving him a moment to react, kicked him viciously in the gut. He hadn't wanted to dispose of them so quickly, fearing it would attract the zombies outside. But these people didn't deserve another minute. The bald man was sent flying, hearing his own ribs crack. Overwhelmed by agony, he struggled, but couldn't get up. He realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. Qi Shu pulled out his dagger, glancing at Jiang Yin, who was hiding behind Jiang Wu. Jiang Yin, protect your brother. Bang! Suddenly, a violent crash echoed. The shutter door rattled as zombies slammed against it, threatening to break through at any moment. Yet Qi Shu paid no heed, his sharp dagger pressing closer to the bald man's neck. The bald man kept retreating, wishing he could embed himself into the wall, trembling as he begged, brother, the scent of blood will attract zombies. If you kill us now, it will only drive them into a frenzy. His companions, already thoroughly beaten by Gu Yaoyao, dared not step forward to stop Qi Shu as he advanced on the bald man, instead they instinctively backed away. Bang bang. As if responding to the bald man's words, the zombies resumed their violent pounding on the gate. Death doesn't always require bloodshed. If a certain acupoint on a person is struck and left unresolved for too long, blood will stagnate, and they will die. Qi Shu's slender fingers pressed firmly on the bald man's heart, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he looked at the trembling man. His voice was icy. This kind of death leaves one unable to live or die. Perfect for beasts like you. Hearing this, the others exchanged glances, all recognizing the fear in each other's eyes. Clang. Suddenly, an iron rod dropped from the hand of a yellow-haired man, his ferocious expression crumbling. He fell to his knees, frantically kowtowing to Qi Shu, his voice filled with desperate hope. I don't want to die. They force me. Please let me go. Zhang Kai, you cowardly traitor. The tattooed man cursed loudly. Without us, you and your brother would have died long ago. Zhang Kai's eyes were bloodshot, burning with the urge to stab the tattooed man. He ground his teeth, his voice seething with hatred. You threatened me. If I didn't obey, you said you'd eat my brother alive right in front of me. What kind of twisted drama is this? Were the supporting actors improvising their own scenes? Gu Yaoyao was utterly. Qi Shu glanced at the women cowering in the corner, then at the motionless child lying nearby. Expressionless, he raised his hand and brought the hilt of his dagger crashing down on the bald man's brow acupoint. The bald man screamed, his forehead feeling heavy and dull, a piercing pain spreading through his sinuses, making it hard to breathe. He opened his mouth to gasp for air, flailing his arms in desperation, but Qi Shu grabbed his neck and twisted it with a sharp crack. The bald man's head lolled limply, and he went still. Just then Gu Yaoyao noticed the man supporting the bald man reaching for something. She shouted urgently to Qi Shu, watch out. Bang, bang, bang. At the same moment, chaotic gunfire erupted. Qi Shu kicked off the ground, his body light as he bounded up the wall and dodged to the left in a series of swift leaps. A bullet grazed his cheek, but he remained impassive as he hurled his dagger with force. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Kai, who had been kneeling, lunged up, a sharp knife aimed straight at Gu Yaoyao. Gu Yaoyao was already alert. She shifted her body, sidestepping the incoming blade, grabbed him by the collar, and drove her knee hard into his abdomen. Scarlet blood sprayed, and the yellow-haired man collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Gu Yaoyao picked up his fallen knife, glanced at the trembling survivors, then turned to look at the gate, which was shaking violently under the zombies' assault. Qi Shu touched his face, looked at the blood on his fingers, and the murderous intent in his eyes deepened. He stepped over the lifeless body of the man, pulled the dagger from his forehead, and asked, Jiang Nian, do you think bad people deserve punishment? Jiang Nian's young face was resolute, her voice childlike, but firm. Mom said bad people will get what they deserve. Qi Shu smiled silently. Later, whoever falls burn them. The blood on the ground must also be burned clean. Jiang Yin asked, puzzled. If the smell of blood is too strong, the zombies will break in and eat us. Qi Shu turned back, glancing at Jiang Yin, clinging to Jiang Wu's leg, and softened his tone. Can you do it? No, you can't kill us. The tattooed man was truly panicked. He had believed that with the zombies at the door, these people wouldn't dare to actually take lives. Jiang Wu stepped forward, a murderous aura in his brow. We can. As he spoke, the men who had been huddled together realized they were doomed. With a hardened resolve, they raised their blades and charged at Jiang Wu and his brother. Then died. Jiang Wu stood his ground, his eyes cold as he watched them approach. He parted his lips slightly. Nyin yin. Boom. Squelch. Blazing flames and crimson blood erupted simultaneously, illuminating and staining everyone's vision. Aya! A piercing scream echoed through the warehouse. The men nearby had become fireballs, collapsing and rolling on the ground after just a few steps. Meanwhile, Qi Shu withdrew his dagger expressionlessly. Beside him, a man knelt, clutching his shoulder, his right arm gone from the elbow down, blood gushing endlessly. Gu Yaoyao gave Jiang Wu a meaningful look. The tattooed man was paralyzed with fear. He glanced around and saw that besides the yellow-haired man and himself, everyone else had met their end. His legs trembled uncontrollably, his back pressed against the wall as his hand inched toward his waist. Qi Shu didn't turn around, his voice cold. I suggest you don't. The tattooed man let out a sinister laugh, quickly pulling a gun from his waist and aiming it at Qi Shu's head. I don't believe you're faster than a bullet. With that, he viciously pulled the trigger. But in the next instant, a sharp wooden spike appeared out of nowhere, slicing through the finger on the trigger with his swish. Ignoring the tattooed man's howls of pain, Qi Shu walked over, picked up the fallen gun, and looked at him with a cold, deathly gaze. How many people have you eaten? The tattooed man spat on the ground, his face twisted into a maniacal grin. Haha, I'd rather die than tell. Either way, death was certain. I know, came a trembling, thin voice. They've already eaten a baby, and the tattooed man glared venomously at the girl who had spoken. You bitch. I should have killed you earlier. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bloody hole appeared in his shoulder. The tattooed man shook with agony, the excruciating pain making him dizzy and his ears ring. He stared at Qi Shu with vacant, dazed eyes. You, all of you, will die. Gu Yaoyao scanned the area, picked up an iron rod, and handed it to the girl who had spoken. Go ahead. The girl trembled all over, her scarred hands gripping the rod tightly, a glimmer of hope in her hollow eyes. Yes. Gu Yaoyao nodded. All of you can. At these words, the women huddled in the corner froze, then clung to each other, sobbing softly. Can I dismember them? A woman in a white coat stood up, tears streaming down her face. They dismembered my daughter. Before Gu Yaoyao could respond, the woman fell to her knees with a thud. Please let me have my revenge. My daughter was only 6 months old, and they brutally smashed her to death and dismembered her. The woman fixed her gaze on the tattooed man, her eyes burning with a desire to flay him alive. My husband saved them, yet they repaid kindness with enmity. They not only raped me and killed my daughter, but also pushed my husband out to feed the zombies. I want to skin them alive, devour their flesh, and drink their blood, she cried, pounding her head on the ground. So I beg you, let me be the one to do it. At these words, before Gu Yaoyao could act, Qi Shu walked straight to the woman to help her up. But she refused to rise, weeping and pleading incessantly, until Qi Shu bent down and handed her the dagger. Do as you wish. Even if I die, you'll never walk out of here alive. The tattooed man snarled, his face twisted with fury as he watched Qi Shu pass the dagger to the woman. He bitterly regretted not killing her when he had the chance after dashing the infant to the ground. The woman's forehead was bruised and bleeding, blood trickling down her cheek, mingling with tears in a ghastly sight. Her hands trembling, she gripped the dagger, heedless of the sharp stones on the ground, and crawled on her knees to the tattooed man. The tattooed man, unable to move, could only watch helplessly as she approached, his terror finally breaking through. You said you were a doctor, that saving lives was your sacred duty. You can't hurt me. As the woman raised the dagger high under his horrified, wide-eyed gaze, she drove it deep into his abdomen, then swiftly slashed his Achilles tendons. The bloodstained blade quivered slightly in her hand, his agonized screams nearly drowning out her dazed murmurs. You're not human, you're not. You're a beast. But when she tried to strike again, her hand refused to fall. Seeing the despair and terror of death in his eyes, the woman suddenly covered her face and burst into bitter sobs. She was truly useless. She couldn't bring herself to dismember a living person. Even though her husband and child had been brutally murdered by these beasts, she couldn't bring herself to retaliate in kind. Qi Shu picked up the dagger, grabbed the tattooed man by the head, and slit his throat cleanly, watching coldly as he convulsed on the ground until he lay still. Meanwhile, Gu Yaoyao swiftly dispatched the yellow-haired man. As she looked at his lifeless body, her hands trembled slightly. They deserved it. Gu Yaoyao took a deep breath, slowly tightening her grip on the hilt, and averted her gaze. Seeing her enemies dead, the woman collapsed to the ground, her face streaked with blood and tears, laughing and crying all at once. A violent crashing sound mixed with the roars of zombies erupted. Jiang Yin shuddered, clutching Jiang Wu's leg tightly. Brother, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, big brother is here. Jiang Wu bent down and picked him up. Qi Shu frowned, glanced at the precarious gate, then scanned the surroundings. His eyes fell on a gas canister not far away. Jiang Yin, can you still use your ability? This door wouldn't hold much longer. They needed to find a way to throw the gas canister out and detonate it. Jiang Yin clenched his chubby little fists. Yes, I can still burn those bad guys. You want to blow up the gas canister? Gu Yaoyao asked Qishu. Exactly, Qishu nodded. It's the best option now, but it'll need your cooperation. Gu Yaoyao understood instantly. You want me to set up a barrier like the mental barrier I used against that mutant dog? If we fail, we all die. At Qishu's words, Gu Yaoyao's smile faded. Did he have to put so much faith in her? With that said, what choice did she have? She'd have to give it her all, even if it cost her life. If the original story's greatest villain died, here the author would probably crawl into the book and flay her alive. Gu Yaoyao channeled the energy within her. I'm not sure how long I can hold it. The original novel didn't describe psychic abilities much, and she had deliberately avoided information about them due to her bias. For now, she had no idea how to best utilize it. Suddenly, the huddled women stirred, timidly raising their hands. Their voices were hoarse. WWE want to help too. No, Qishu refused without hesitation. There's no time. You don't have abilities. If the zombies break in, you'll have no way to defend yourselves. With that, he skirted around them and headed straight for the gas canister. By now, the gate was battered and dented by the zombies with fine cracks already appearing. Gu Yaoyao stood still and glanced at the bald man. For some reason, she felt something was off. Throughout their journey, she had seen few zombies and the streets were devoid of corpses or remains. After some thought, Gu Yaoyao's gaze fell on a child who hadn't moved from its spot. She asked the women, "Are all of you from?" The woman doctor, now on her feet, slowly rose. Her eyes hollow, she looked at Gu Yaoyao and twitched her lips. None of us are from this town. We were forcibly brought here by them. Who among you arrived first? Gu Yaoyao's tone shifted abruptly. When did you come? The woman doctor pointed to a disheveled, middle-aged woman cowering in the corner. She came 4 days ago, the earliest among us. But when I arrived, her tongue had already been cut out. Many others among us have been taken away. The named woman curled up even tighter, trying to make herself invisible, holding living people captive. Remains of children who had been eaten. And those taken away without a trace. Piece by piece, the connections grew more horrifying to Gu Yaoyao. Were those people fat? Gu Yaoyao's stomach churned. A bit plumper than us, the woman doctor replied, frightened by Gu Yaoyao's pale face. Gu Yaoyao couldn't hold it in anymore. Leaning against the wall, she vomited uncontrollably. Those left behind were all skin and bone survivors. Those people were eating humans, and the ones taken were the relatively plump ones. Every clue pointed to a chilling truth: they were cannibals. The bald man and the tattooed man alone couldn't have moved locations to eat people, nor could they have consumed so many, and there were others, more people behind this feasting on the living. Just then a rotting, stinking hand pierced through the gate, and screams erupted endlessly. The zombies outside grew more frenzied, sensing fresh blood and the delicious meal. They howled madly, as if summoning their kind to join this feast of human flesh. Let's deal with the zombies first. We'll worry about the rest if we survive. Wait, don't rush into mutual destruction. Gu Yaoyao quickly wiped her mouth and stopped Qishu. If her suspicions were correct, they were like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Even if they eliminated the zombies, they'd be too exhausted to face the hidden danger. Qishu paused. Do you have a plan? Gu Yaoyao straightened up. No. Then shut up. Qishu laughed and wait, what exactly are you people planning? The woman doctor leaned against the wall, her voice trembling. It sounded less like they were righteous saviors and more like they were here to take them away. If you want to live, listen to us. Qishu said without looking back as he threw down these words. The female doctor saw Qishu move the gas tank in front of the gate and immediately guessed what he was about to do, quickly getting up to stop him. You don't care about your lives, but we do. Qishu sidestepped. Detonating the gas tank gives you a slim chance of survival. If the zombies rush in, who do you think will die first? The female doctor was stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. You don't care about our lives? Helplessness. Qishu stated the truth. If Gu Yaoyao's barrier could hold, everyone could survive. What do you mean by helplessness? The female doctor questioned Qishu frantically. If it weren't for you bringing the zombies here, we wouldn't be trapped. You must protect me. Get out of my way. Gu Yaoyao pushed the female doctor a few meters away. Protecting Qishu, let alone her, even Qi Yao wouldn't say such a thing. What a big ego this woman has, creating chaos for a sense of existence without helping. Qishu looked at the petite girl who had squeezed beside him, redirecting his gaze back to the rolling shutter door. Are you ready? Jiang Nian broke free from her brother's embrace and ran over, showing no sign of retreat at this critical moment, her baby fat face serious. No. The female doctor was about to rush over to stop them, but was stunned by the undisguised killing intent from Qishu. Gu Yaoyao took a deep breath, bouncing a few times in place. If we win, we escape safely. If we lose, we meet in the underworld. This life is truly thrilling. What should I do? Jiang Wu wiped the sweat from his palms and tightened his grip on the steel pipe. Qishu will trap the zombies. Jiang Wu will throw the gas tank at the right moment. Nian Yin, remember to set it on fire to detonate. As for me, I'll give it my all. Gu Yaoyao revealed a smile that wasn't exactly relaxed. A series of actions would test their teamwork. If one person faltered, they would all be doomed. Without needing more words, Gu Yaoyao understood his thoughts and could even better arrange the distribution. The untrained synergy made Qishu steal another glance at Gu Yaoyao. You two don't need to conserve your strength, Jiang Wu, and I will catch you. Your lives will be entrusted to me. Gu Yaoyao smiled and patted Qishu on the shoulder. However, plans often change unexpectedly. Before they could make a move, the heavy rolling shutter door crashed down with a loud bang. In the next moment, a massive wave of zombies surged in, their claws waving as they pounced on them like a tide. Danger, get out of the way. Shu shouted loudly, swinging his vines to sweep away the zombies attempting to attack. Alt. The terrified screams rang out, waking up those who had momentarily forgotten to evade. The originally weak people suddenly scrambled backwards, even pushing those beside them towards the zombies in their desperation to escape. The warehouse was already filled with the stench of blood, instantly igniting the zombies' murderous instincts. They stormed in like wolves among sheep, seizing Zhang Kai, who was trying to flee, and fiercely tearing off a chunk of flesh. Help! Help me! But everyone was too preoccupied to hear his cries for help. Except for Gu Yaoyao and her 3 companions, the rest of the people were retreating frantically, but the warehouse was so small that retreating was futile. Gu Yaoyao acted quickly, grabbing an iron rod from the ground and smashing it down before the zombies could reach her peripheral vision, quickly scanning Jiang Wu and his brother to ensure they could handle themselves before focusing on slaying the zombies. Roar! Roar! The zombies let out hungry howls, excitedly chasing after their fleeing prey. If you don't pick up a weapon to protect yourselves, are you just waiting to be eaten? Seeing these people only scream and retreat, Gu Yaoyao swung her rod and smashed it into a zombie's forehead, dark foul blood splattering out as she turned and kicked the iron rod on the ground. If you don't want to die, keep up. If you fall behind, we won't turn back to save you. The panicking crowd was desperately squeezing forward. Oh, no one wanted to die here. Nian Nian. Gu Yaoyao pulled the steel pipe out from the zombie's head and kicked aside the remains in front of her as she shouted sternly. Jiang Nian immediately reacted, his chubby little hands seemingly struggling to lift something, his face turning red. As he moved, sparks like fireflies appeared in the air, all flying towards the zombie horde. Shu was already prepared. Several vines shot up like a wave, attacking the zombies, blocking the exit. Coordinating with Jiang Nian, they quickly cleared a path. Jiang Nian's body swayed, his little hands trembled, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. Brother, I have no strength left, my head hurts so much. He'll drive. Jiang Wu, follow me. Shu, hold on a little longer. Gu Yaoyao struggled to swing the steel pipe in her hand. Her palm was torn and mixed with zombie blood, yet she had no time to cry out in pain. Jiang Wu held Jiang Nian and couldn't free his hands, completely relying on the frenzied girl in front of him to break through the encirclement. In the chaos, the female doctor pushed the person beside her towards the approaching zombies. Seeing Gu Yaoyao running towards the exit, she became frantic. You can't leave us behind. Shu couldn't be bothered to respond to such words as the tangible vines he conjured twisted and entangled the zombies to control them. He was not a savior and did not wish to perform any heroic deeds to save people from peril. The lives and deaths of these people were irrelevant to him. The female doctor disregarded everything and lunged towards Shu for help, but something suddenly grabbed her ankle, dragging her down without a scream to be eaten. This scene completely shattered the remaining people's psychological defenses. In an instant, heart-wrenching screams erupted, unleashing the latent potential within their bodies, all executing a single command. Run. Run with all your might. In a moment, those who had been retreating rushed back, desperately trying to escape. Shu mingled in the crowd, and any zombies that approached were swept away by the barbed vines. The movements of the flying corpses were swift, causing howls wherever they went, like sheep entering a tiger's den. Not able to break free from the horde, a familiar tearing pain in his head made him sway, nearly plunging headfirst into the pile of corpses. Damn it, his mental energy was depleted. The sheer number of zombies prevented him from even escaping through the supermarket's entrance. Shu decisively gave up on using his powers to break through, flipping his wrist as a dagger plunged forcefully into a zombie's forehead, kicking it away as he withdrew, toppling a small group of zombies. Shu, get up here. At that moment, at the edge of a broken hole in the roof, Gu Yaoyao stretched her neck and shouted. At the same time, a loud DJ song began to play outside the supermarket. Shu gritted his teeth, fighting hard amidst the horde, feeling somewhat exhausted. I can't get up with him, completely out of mental. He couldn't even conjure a vine as thick as a finger, utterly unable to ascend. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shu's head tilted as something fell from above and struck him. Shu whirled around, but a hand gnawed to a bloody pulp was faster than him, seizing the rope ladder Gu Yaoyao had lowered. Shu, hurry up. Gu Yaoyao, distracted by the sound system on the street that was being destroyed by zombies, shouted urgently into the supermarket. Shu took a deep breath, raised his hand to sever the zombie hand gripping the rope ladder, and climbed swiftly. The unfixed rope ladder swayed violently in midair, almost thrown into wavy lines by the zombies below. Gu Yaoyao's face was flushed red, but she refused to let go. In just a few minutes, it seemed to drain all her strength. As Shu climbed up, Gu Yaoyao released her grip, and the rope ladder was snatched away by the frenzied zombies. Let's go quickly. This isn't a place to rest. Gu Yaoyao's entire body went limp, her palms, already torn open with flesh, turned outward, revealing several deep gashes that exposed the bone. Was it you who pulled me up? Shu was somewhat speechless. He had thought Gu Yaoyao had found an anchor point, never expecting she had hauled him up with sheer brute force. No matter how strong she was, how much strength could such a small girl possess? Gu Yaoyao focused solely on escape, paid no attention to his unusually complex and emotional gaze as she staggered to her feet. Stop talking. Follow me. Jiang Wu drove the car to the back of the supermarket. The back door of the supermarket led directly to a wall less than 2 meters high, but now Gu Yaoyao felt she couldn't possibly jump over it. Just as she was about to ask for a few more minutes of rest, the scene before her blurred, and she found herself in a broad embrace. Hold tight. Qi Shu lifted her horizontally and leaped without a word. Startled at first, Gu Yaoyao quickly wrapped her arms around Qi Shu's neck, afraid he might slip and drop her. As soon as they landed, Qi Shu ran toward the back of the supermarket carrying Gu Yaoyao. Along the way, he glanced at her in his arms. "Are you trying to strangle me?" Gu Yaoyao immediately came to her senses. She quickly released her grip, apologizing with a face full of guilt. "Sorry, I was a bit scared just now and didn't control my strength." Looking back, she saw the zombies hadn't followed. Gu Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing at Qi Shu, whose forehead was beaded with sweat, she suggested cautiously, "You can put me down. I still have the strength to run." Qi Shu's mental energy had been depleted earlier, and after fighting the zombies for a while, his physical strength was likely running low. He was probably just holding on now. "Don't move." Qi Shu barked coldly. They rushed straight to the car. Without any hint of chivalry, Qi Shu opened the door and tossed Gu Yaoyao into the back seat before turning to slide into the passenger seat. "Let's get out of here first." With that, he leaned back and closed his eyes to rest. Jiang Wu nodded, floored the accelerator, and sped away from the town. The car returned to the highway. After about 10 kilometers, Jiang Yan suddenly rubbed her little belly and said softly. Gu Yaoyao's gaze froze for a moment. Jiang Wu's hands on the steering wheel were trembling, a clear sign of exhaustion. "Find an open space to rest. Well, eat something to replenish our energy." Jiang Wu nodded, then glanced at the fuel gauge. "We're almost out of gas." "It's fine. I grabbed quite a bit of diesel from the supermarket. It'll be enough." Qi Shu opened his eyes and met Gu Yaoyao's gaze through the rearview mirror. "What about supplies? Remember when I cut my hand in the lab to lure away Subject 1? Gu Yaoyao showed no sign of weakness. She had already prepared an explanation. "I wasn't infected. Instead, I awakened another ability." Qi Shu turned around, looking at her with some surprise. "You mean this ability you awakened can store supplies?" "Yes, but I'm not sure how much it can hold yet." With a wave of her hand, many items appeared out of thin air, not just food and water, but also some medicine. Jiang Yan, lying on the side resting, was stunned. She instinctively rubbed her eyes, and when she confirmed it wasn't an illusion, her gaze toward Gu Yaoyao was filled with admiration. "Sister, are you a magician?" Gu Yaoyao bent down to hand water and food to the two in the front, then turned to Jiang Yan with a gentle smile. "You could say that. Nian Nian, what else do you want to eat?" Jiang Yan's eyes lit up, and she eagerly raised her little hand. "I want ice cream." Her sweet childish voice and adorable gesture instantly lifted Gu Yaoyao's spirits. She immediately pulled out an ice cream and handed it to Jiang Yan. Qi Shu frowned, disapproving of Gu Yaoyao's actions. "Don't waste your spiritual energy." Gu Yaoyao blinked at him. Jiang Yan had exceptional talent. Back then, Qi Yao had gone to great lengths to get Jiang Wu to join the team. As things stood now, Jiang Wu had probably only agreed to leave Lin City. However, given his deep affection for Jiang Yan, as long as she won over Jiang Yan, Jiang Wu wouldn't be able to escape. Instead of taking the ice cream, Jiang Yan burrowed into Gu Yaoyao's arms. "Thank you, sister." Qi Shu glanced out of the corner of his eye at Jiang Wu, who seemed focused on driving. He noticed Jiang Wu's lips curl up unconsciously, only to inexplicably suppress the smile a moment later, acting as if nothing had happened. Gu Yaoyao, meanwhile, was happily ruffling Jiang Yan's hair. When she looked up, she caught the wariness in Jiang Wu's eyes. Their gazes met, and Jiang Wu turned away, avoiding her look. Gu Yaoyao didn't mind. She stuffed the ice cream into Jiang Yan's hand, bent down to pick up a bottle of disinfectant, and tapped Qi Shu's shoulder with the back of her hand. "Give me a hand." With that one tap, a bloody handprint appeared on Qi Shu's shoulder. His expression grew complex as he took the disinfectant and opened it. Turning her hand over, he felt an inexplicable surge of emotion he couldn't quite understand. Looking at the deep wounds on the girl's palm, even Qi Shu felt during the treatment that Gu Yaoyao's hand might not survive. It was because of him that Gu Yaoyao had been hurt so badly. After escaping, this seemingly delicate girl had never once cried out in pain. She was clearly a girl who seemed to have been raised in comfort, yet for some reason, she repeatedly risked herself for him. He lightened his touch. "Disinfectant alone won't cut it. Do you have any Yunnan Baiyao?" "Yes." Gu Yaoyao nodded, retrieved the Yunnan Baiyao from her space, and handed it to Qi Shu. "What else do you need?" Qi Shu unscrewed the disinfectant, looking at the relaxed Gu Yaoyao. "Just that you hold back from screaming. Don't worry. I'm very good at enduring pain." Gu Yaoyao chuckled, looking down at her palm. "After disinfecting, just sprinkle some Yunnan Baiyao and bandage it." "Sprinkle some." Qi Shu's lips curled up slightly. He didn't correct her wording and swiftly cleaned her wound. The moment he poured the disinfectant on it, Gu Yaoyao nearly lost her composure from the pain. Her face twisted in agony. She quickly urged Qi Shu, her complexion pale, as she whimpered weakly, "His sir, faster." The voice and those words made Jiang Wu uneasy. "Watch it, there's a miner here." "What miner?" Gu Yaoyao was puzzled. Was applying medicine something to be kept from miners? Qi Shu paused in his movements, glancing sideways at Jiang Wu, who seemed focused on driving, but said nothing, and continued tending to Gu Yaoyao's hand. "Hiss. Sir, this is a human hand, not a chicken claw. Could you be gentler?" Gu Yaoyao winced, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Qi Shu. Qi Shu averted his gaze awkwardly, but his movements became more delicate. "Your injuries are severe. Don't use your hands recklessly, or they might truly be ruined." Gu Yaoyao nodded perfunctorily, utterly indifferent. So what if her hands were ruined? She was already in the terminal stage of a fatal illness. Besides, after awakening her ability, her regenerative powers far surpassed an ordinary person's. Such minor wounds wouldn't cripple her. Her attitude made Qi Shu frown, but he said nothing. He had only promised Qi Yao he would bring Gu Yaoyao back. Whether she was injured or crippled was not his concern. Jiang Wu, driving and observing the pair, saw Qi Shu's efficient yet rough technique and Gu Yaoyao's bloody palm, and almost felt like weeping on her behalf. It looked excruciatingly painful. At that moment, Gu Yaoyao felt as if she could grind her teeth to dust her gums. Seeing Qi Shu about to pour more disinfectant, she quickly released her hand, grabbed his wrist, and stopped him. "Sir, I think it's time for the medicine. If he washed it any more, she'd want to chop it off before it got ruined. Rust has seeped into the wound. If it's not treated properly, it could fester. Do you want your hand to rot?" Gu Yaoyao immediately let go, obediently offering Qi Shu a wry smile. "Sorry to trouble you, sir." Her reaction made Qi Shu's lips curl slightly, but he quickly suppressed it, resuming his cold and indifferent expression. Yet he couldn't resist teasing her. "Just 2 or 3 more rinses." Gu Yaoyao's eyes nearly popped out. "Sir, my hand is injured, not my brain. Do you understand what I mean?" "Oh, is that?" Qi Shu glanced at her sideways, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "What were you saying earlier? About being the most—" Despite his words, he screwed the cap back on, opened the Yunnan Baiyao, gently sprayed the powder onto her hand, and tore off a bandage to dress the wound. And the other hand. He remembered both were injured. Gu Yaoyao refused. "It's fine. Don't worry about it." Qi Shu didn't press, but one thing piqued his curiosity. "Weren't you scared back there?" Gu Yaoyao nodded without hesitation. "Of course I was, but you were still inside. I couldn't think about anything else." After speaking, she stole a glance at Qi Shu, fearfully hiding her hands behind her back, trying to change the subject. "How are you? Are you hurt anywhere?" Hearing this, Qi Shu's expression grew complicated. Because he was in danger, she had braved her own fear and risked her life. Even usual would have needed to think twice before acting. Suddenly, Qi Shu recalled his grandmother's dying wish. The jade bead was meant for his future wife. His future wife. The jade bead had been swallowed by Gu Yaoyao. In a sense, it had been given to her. With this thought, Qi Shu looked up at Gu Yaoyao, catching her sneaking a glance at him. Seeing her flusteredly avert her gaze and nervously pull her hands back, Qi Shu felt a moment of epiphany. Back at the safe house, Yuzhua had once teased him about Zhu Qingjia, saying that true love meant disregarding life and death without hesitation. Since Zhu Qingjia couldn't do that, it only meant she was after his looks. Gu Yaoyao had repeatedly put herself in danger to save him. If that wasn't love, what was? Qi Shu instinctively touched his earlobe. Gu Yaoyao's hands were nearly ruined, yet she still worried about him. She must be deeply in love, too afraid to act, and only able to show her care in subtle ways. He sighed inwardly, a pang of pity stirring in his heart. This was destined to be a one-sided love that would never blossom. He had already made up his mind never to marry or have children. After a moment's thought, Qi Shu's tone turned stiff. "Rest and heal for the next few days. They'll change your bandages regularly." "No." Boom. A thunderclap cut off Gu Yaoyao's words. In an instant, thunder roared and a fierce wind arose. Gu Yaoyao quickly rolled down the window and stuck her head out. The once bright sky had turned gloomy with thick clouds pressing down from above. "We need to find shelter. Driving in this rain isn't safe." As she spoke, a gust of wind heavy with moisture rushed in, damp and sticky, nearly blinding her. She felt her face covered in dust. Pulling back inside, she wiped her face haphazardly and urged, "Jiang Wu, speed up. If the downpour hits well beyond..." Jiang Wu frowned. "I'm not familiar with this area." Qi Shu glanced at a nearby sign, resting his hand on the window frame. "Keep going straight. Take the right turn off the highway in 500 meters. That area was a villa district for the wealthy in the neighboring city where he and Yuzhua had once carried out a mission. Following Qi Shu's directions, they rushed against time and arrived at the villa area just before the heavy rain began. Qi Shu got out first to inspect the surroundings, clearing away a few zombies loitering near the main gate. Meanwhile, Gu Yaoyao leaned against the window, surveying the villa district before her. There were at least dozens of 3-story standalone villas scattered among lush trees. After storing the car's contents into her space, Gu Yaoyao pushed open the door and looked down at the marble-paved road and the uniquely styled street lamps, letting out a sigh. This is only possible in a novel. In real life, the inspection team would have them shut down first thing. These were all illegal structures. "Sis, what are you muttering about?" little Zhang Yan asked, puzzled. Gu Yaoyao made something up on the spot. "I was just saying how amazing Big Brother is clearing the zombies from the gates so quickly." Hearing this, Qi Shu paused, his expression complex, as he looked at Gu Yaoyao. When exactly had she started liking him? Completely oblivious, Gu Yaoyao saw Qi Shu looking at her, smiled, and nodded at him, then took Zhang Yan's hand and walked over. "Which villa are we staying in tonight?" Qi Shu cleared his throat, glanced at the already broken railing, and after a moment's thought pointed to a villa in the back row. "That one. It's easier to evacuate from there." "Whatever you say." Gu Yaoyao had no objections. Along the way, aside from the corpses lying on the ground and the occasional zombie that popped up, there wasn't a single living soul in sight, as if the place had long been abandoned. Boom. Just as they entered the villa, a thunderclap tore through the sky like a beast's roar, lightning splitting the dark clouds as rain poured down in torrents. "What a heavy rain. Who are you?" Gu Yaoyao had barely spoken when a gruff roar came from behind them. Qi Shu darted in front of Gu Yaoyao, his eyes sweeping over with a fierce glare. A burly man with a face full of rough flesh stood at the stairway, gripping a cleaver, his gaze wary as he stared at the intruders. The large man's temples bulged with veins, his expression tense as he looked at Qi Shu. "Who are you?" "This is my home. Get the hell out." As he spoke, the man's eyes darted past Qi Shu, catching a glimpse of the seemingly delicate girl and a child with milk teeth still intact behind him. His demeanor relaxed slightly. Sorry, we thought this place was empty, Gu Yaoyao said, pressing down on Qi Shu's hand as it reached for his dagger. She stepped forward, cutting off the man's line of sight to Qi Shu. We mean no harm. We just want to take shelter from the rain. We'll leave as soon as it stops. Seeing Gu Yaoyao stand before him, Qi Shu felt an indescribable emotion well up inside. Along their journey, it seemed that no matter what happened, Gu Yaoyao always shielded him as if terrified he might come to harm. How deeply must she care for him to protect him so recklessly? For the first time in his life, Qi Shu, known as the cold-blooded machine at the base, found room in his heart for a woman other than his own sister. Forget it, he'd find a chance to persuade Gu Yaoyao to give up. A hopeless endeavor would yield nothing no matter how long. Gu Yaoyao was oblivious to the elaborate drama Qi Shu had concocted in his mind. All she wanted was to convince the burly man to let them stay out of the rain. With such thunder and downpour, nowhere else was safe. Just one night. We'll leave at dawn. The man refused to budge. None of my business. Get out now. Zhang Yin clung tightly to his brother's neck. Brother, I'm scared. A child. A frail voice echoed, followed by hurried footsteps. A pale, haggard young woman emerged from the kitchen, also clutching a cleaver. The moment she appeared, her eyes locked onto Zhang Yin. With a manic expression, she dropped the cleaver and lunged forward, only to be yanked back by the large man. Zhang Yang, what do you think you're doing? Zhang Yang shook off his grip, shoving him away with wild fury. Su Ziyuan, can't you see your son is right there? With that, she quickly covered her mouth, ran her fingers through her hair, and her expression softened instantly. She spread her arms and rushed toward Zhang Yin. Man, Mama's here. Gu Yaoyao swiftly moved to shield the two brothers, stepping back. Damn, a lunatic. The woman's mercurial expressions and involuntary trembling, even when smiling, made it obvious she was mentally unstable. Su Ziyuan slammed into the railing behind him, but ignoring the pain, he lunged forward to stop Zhang Yang from approaching the strangers. Have you lost your mind? Glancing at Jiang Wu, who was tightly guarding his younger brother, Gu Yaoyao felt a headache coming on. Do you have another mother out there? She actually meant to ask, didn't your mother already die? I don't know them. Jiang Wu declared sternly. Gu Yaoyao sighed. The world was full of wonders, and there would always be fools who thought they were in paradise. But why did she keep running into people who weren't normal? All she wanted was a rest. Was that so hard? Either cannibalistic encounters or suicidal maniacs. Was this book devoid of normal people except for a few key characters? Gu Yaoyao's shifting expression froze as she watched the man surnamed Su knock the madwoman unconscious with a single chop. Su Ziyuan's gaze fell on Zhang Yin, his voice heavy. You can stay, but the child stays with us. No way. Jiang Wu and Gu Yaoyao refused in unison. Ignoring Jiang Wu's complicated look, Gu Yaoyao simply raised her hand to block. She smiled sweetly and innocently, her dark eyes twinkling. My little brother is shy. He'll cry and make a scene if he's not with us. I think no one wants unnecessary trouble right now, right? Su Ziyuan frowned. You expect me to take you in for nothing? That's too good to be true. As you can see, I have a sick person at home. It's inconvenient to entertain. Since you won't leave the child, get the hell out now. With the last words, Su Ziyuan ground his teeth, his eyes fixed on Zhang Yin as if calculating something. Gu Yaoyao shook her head helplessly and sighed. Fine, then I'll have to tie you up. Su Ziyuan, how the hell did you come to that conclusion? Are you threatening me? His face darkened completely. Little girl, I think you've picked the wrong soft target. As he spoke, a faint green glow coalesced in his hand into a jagged earthen spike. Gu Yaoyao was momentarily surprised. Another ability user. In the next instant, a vine as thick as a grown man's calf erupted from the ground, lashing out like a whip and slamming Su Ziyuan into the wall. Can we talk properly now? Gu Yaoyao asked. A violent cough racked his body, pain searing through his organs. Su Ziyuan curled up in agony, his eyes wide with terror as he struggled to see through the dust. A tall figure stood behind the sweetly smiling girl. Cough. You have superpowers too. Su Ziyuan clutched his chest, his heart sinking. That strike proved this person's strength far surpassed his own. He was no match for that man. Having used his ability to drive away many survivors seeking help, Su Ziyuan now realized his so-called special power was utterly fragile. Gu Yaoyao suspected the man might have a concussion. Otherwise, why would he ignore his collapsed wife and stare straight? Don't worry, we really just want temporary shelter. We'll leave at dawn. By the way, do you know where we can scavenge supplies? Gu Yaoyao stepped closer and bent down, asking politely. Everything here is useless. You'll have to go to the next town. Our family has no food left. I swear. Su Ziyuan coughed, blood frothing from his mouth, looking like a severely injured crab. Gu Yaoyao suspected he thought they were here to loot. But faced with Su Ziyuan, who seemed utterly terrified, she doubted any explanation would ease his mind. All right, sorry for the intrusion. Gu Yaoyao said no more. Can you prepare a larger bedroom for us? Whether the man was genuinely frightened or not, she couldn't gamble with the others. As long as they stayed together, they could handle anything. Su Ziyuan spat out the remaining blood in his mouth and carried Zhang Yang to the side. Pick any room on the second floor, but don't go up to the third. No problem, Gu Yaoyao agreed readily. Once Su Ziyuan left with Zhang Yang, she said calmly later, let's check what's hidden on the third floor. Qi Shu followed her gaze, looking toward the third floor shrouded in darkness. What are you suspecting? The apocalypse is unlike before, but safer to be cautious. Gu Yaoyao said. It wasn't that she was deliberately stirring up trouble or being overly suspicious, but this world had already lost all limits. As long as she could confirm there was nothing upstairs threatening their safety, she wouldn't interfere even if Zhu Si did something. Jiang Wu was utterly puzzled. Then why don't we leave? The rain is too heavy, leaving now would be too risky. Besides, since Zhu Si and the others dare to stay here, it means the surrounding area is relatively safe. Gu Yaoyao turned back to glance at Jiang Wu. Most importantly, even if we leave, we might not find a suitable place to settle. Staying here saves us the trouble of finding shelter and clearing zombies, allowing us to rest a bit more. Jiang Nian rubbed his eyes sleepily, leaning on Jiang Wu's shoulder. Brother, I want to sleep. Seeing this, Gu Yaoyao gently pinched Jiang Nian's little face and said softly, Nian, be good. We'll go upstairs to rest now. As they went upstairs, Gu Yaoyao deliberately slowed her pace, walking behind Qi Shu, casting a meaningful glance at the room Zhu Si had entered. As soon as she entered the room, Gu Yaoyao walked to the window, parted the curtains, and gazed at the torrential rain outside. The dark, oppressive sky filled her with a sense of unease, and she felt that tonight would not be peaceful. Sensing movement behind her, Gu Yaoyao didn't turn around. Leaning against the wall, she stared absently at the large tree in the courtyard. Aren't you going to rest? Qi Shu walked over, glancing at the lightning-streaked sky outside. I'm not tired. You go rest, and I'll keep watch. Then I'll stay with you. I can't sleep anyway in this situation. Hearing this, Qi Shu instinctively turned to look at Gu Yaoyao. She seemed slightly weary, but when she looked at him, her misty eyes sparkled with a bright light, as if filled with great joy. Qi Shu quickly averted his gaze, the tips of his ears reddening as he nervously rubbed the hem of his clothes. Now wasn't the time to expose Gu Yaoyao's feelings, but he couldn't let her continue like this. What if the day came when it was revealed, and she couldn't accept it all at once, leading to something terrible? Seeing Qi Shu's troubled expression and noticing him stealthily rubbing his stomach, Gu Yaoyao mistakenly thought he was too embarrassed to say he was still hungry. She quickly took out food from her space and handed it to him. You've expended too much energy earlier, you need to eat more. Qi Shu looked down at the food Gu Yaoyao offered, then up at her feigned composure. With a complex mix of emotions, even at a time like this, she still remembered he hadn't eaten enough. Qi Shu couldn't imagine how much Gu Yaoyao must care for him. Jiang Wu, this is for you. Gu Yaoyao didn't notice Qi Shu's subtle change. After handing the food to Jiang Wu, she casually sat down on a nearby sofa. Eat your fill and rest well. We'll handle things here, you don't need to worry. I'm not sleepy. Jiang Wu declined Gu Yaoyao's suggestion and simply lowered his head to eat the bread. Gu Yaoyao didn't insist. Propping her chin on her hand, she watched Jiang Nian sleeping soundly on the bed and sighed. Seeing a child so carefree is truly the most relaxing and heartwarming thing. Jiang Wu had never heard such a notion before and couldn't help but ask, why do you say that? Gu Yaoyao let out a long sigh. Because if even a 3 or 4-year-old child has to fight, it only means the adults are useless and the whole world has fallen apart. A hint of mockery appeared on Jiang Wu's face. Did you just realize that? The world has long been broken. Gu Yaoyao smiled, but said nothing. Jiang Wu was still highly guarded, but she was confident she could win over these two brothers. Since she had encountered someone with such strong talent, there was no way she would let them go. She needed to boil the frogs slowly, gradually wearing down their defenses, making Jiang Wu willing to follow them, so that after her death, it wouldn't cause trouble for Qiyao. Time trickled by, and the storm outside showed no sign of abating. Gu Yaoyao stood up, intending to ask Qi Shu to stay while she went to check the 3rd floor. Just then, Qi Shu walked over, pressed her shoulder, and raised a finger to his lips, signaling for both her and Jiang Wu to stay silent. A faint rustling sound came from outside the door. Jiang Wu was so tense that even his swallowing became subdued. Gu Yaoyao instinctively held his slightly trembling hand. No matter how many times he had been through, Jiang Wu was still a child in her eyes, a kid forced to grow up quickly to protect his younger brother. The sense of danger grew stronger. Just as Gu Yaoyao was about to release her spiritual sense, a pungent odor suddenly spread and thick fog engulfed the entire room. Jiang Wu reacted swiftly, covering his mouth and nose. But just as he was about to warn the others, his limbs went weak and he collapsed to the ground, his consciousness fading until he was completely unconscious. Jiang Wu. Gu Yaoyao quickly reached out to help him, but her legs suddenly gave way. She gripped the sofa for support, feeling all her strength drain away. Qi Shu shook his head forcefully and ground his teeth. We've been tricked. About a minute later, the door creaked open. Zhu Si stood at the threshold looking at the unconscious group and let out a disdainful chuckle. Did you really think I had no way to deal with you, eh? He walked over and kicked Qi Shu. I've never failed to keep what I want. Before the apocalypse, Zhu Si had frequented nightclubs and dealt in adult products with stockpiles at home. He had originally used them to keep his mentally ill wife calm, but now they came in handy. This toxic gas could paralyze the mind, and it would take 2 or 3 days to regain consciousness. Zhu Si spat on the ground a few times, then kicked Qi Shu viciously several more times before turning to leave. The moment the door closed, Gu Yaoyao's eyes snapped open, and she sprang up, rushing straight to Qi Shu. Those kicks from Zhu Si had been brutal. She worried he might have internal injuries. Just as she began to check Qi Shu's clothes, he grabbed her hand and blurted out, "You're a girl." Gu Yaoyao was taken aback, then replied with a strange tone, "Doesn't it look like it?" The room was thick with fog, and Gu Yaoyao could only see Qi Shu's silhouette, not his reddened ears. Had Gu Yaoyao been about to do something to him, while Jiang Wu and the others were unconscious? Thinking this, Qi Shu took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. It had been beating irregularly. Is this poison ineffective against you? Why aren't you unconscious? They both spoke at once, then stared at each other in the mist-filled room wide-eyed. Qishu looked away first and explained, we had training for this in the base. This low-grade poison can't affect me. Then he shifted the topic, but you haven't had such training. How are you fine? Gu Yaoyao lied without blinking, I have a strong immune system. Qishu lifted Jiang Wu and placed him on the bed. This is poison gas. Your strong immunity is useless against it. Let's set that aside for now. Gu Yaoyao awkwardly changed the subject. Su Ziyuan thinks we've all been knocked out. He'll likely make a move soon. Just then the sound of soft footsteps approached. Gu Yaoyao lowered her voice. Let's not alert him yet. I want to see. With that she walked back to the sofa, lay down, faced the door, and closed her eyes, feigning sleep. Are you sure they're all down? Don't worry. This time you can take whoever you want. What about the rest? Up to you. Their voices drew nearer, and soon the door swung open. A tall figure appeared, voice hoarse and blending with the darkness like a reaper come to collect. Su Ziyuan followed Zhang Yang into the room, casually locking the door and flicking on the light. He glanced at the fallen bodies and said smugly, see, darling. I told you they were all knocked out. Zhang Yang let out a cold laugh. You said the same thing last time. And what happened? You don't trust me. Gu Yaoyao opened her eyes, chimed in, and sat up. Zhang Yang's beautiful face twisted in fury as she pointed a trembling finger at Gu Yaoyao and demanded through gritted teeth, what's going on with her? Su Ziyuan showed no surprise. The smile in his eyes had already warped into pure greed and amusement. She probably has some ability too, so she didn't stay unconscious long. But the poison gas has numbed her nerves. She can't use her powers. Gu Yaoyao raised a finger, concealing the deep gleam in her eyes, and put on a terrified expression. What's happening? What did you do to me? Seeing this, Su Ziyuan curled his lips with arrogance. Don't waste your strength. This poison gas is extremely potent. I tested it on myself. It'll take at least 2 or 3 days before you can even move. Gu Yaoyao's face was a mask of panic as she watched Su Ziyuan approach with a sinister grin. His grating laughter was like a venomous snake hissing, coiling around its prey before devouring it alive. What do you want? We only wanted the kid, but you were too foolish and had to provoke us. Su Ziyuan leaned down, savoring the sight of Gu Yaoyao shrinking back. Watching others sink into fear and despair seemed to fill him with delight. Now I just want you dead. As he spoke, he slowly reached out toward Gu Yaoyao. Zhang Yang's expression was wild, twisted with a forced tenderness as she looked at Jiang Yan. She walked over step by step, muttering, slowly, mommy's taking you home. Just as his hand was about to touch that vibrant face, it met an invisible barrier. The doll-like girl raised an eyebrow, her crimson lips parting. Bastard, you think you're the only one who can scheme. Su Ziyuan's face drained of color as the realization hit him. Gu Yaoyao had been toying with them all along. Darling, he roared, but it was too late. Zhang Yang saw a flash of silver light, then a searing pain as blood sprayed from her wrist. Aunt. Zhang Yang stumbled back, clutching her bleeding wrist, her face contorted as she stared at Qishu, who was supposed to be unconscious, now standing before her. Impossible. How are you all fine? Seeing Gu Yaoyao standing and hearing Zhang Yang's screams, Su Ziyuan, he had watched them collapse, even checked the room repeatedly to be sure. How could they still be alive and kicking? Wait. Could the poison gas have expired? Before he could figure it out, Zhang Yang's hysterical shriek rang out behind him. Su Ziyuan, you useless piece of trash. You killed Slow, and now you want to kill me. Damn it, what kind of monsters were these two? His ever-victorious schemes had finally capsized in a ditch. Su Ziyuan's face darkened further. Since the apocalypse began, he had awakened his ability, used poison gas to seize this villa, and had never failed, let alone been reduced to such a wretched state. He had to kill them all. Swallowing hard, Su Ziyuan put on a fawning smile, trying to bluff his way out. A misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. At this moment, he was clearly no match for both Qishu and Gu Yaoyao alone. In his panic, he even suspected Jiang Wu was faking unconsciousness too. Play dumb. He had to play dumb. It's fine. We know it's not a misunderstanding. Gu Yaoyao let out a cold laugh as she slowly clenched her small hand. With her gesture, Su Ziyuan felt invisible hands binding him, tightening bit by bit, his bones creaking under the pressure. Qishu stepped forward, drove his knee viciously into Su Ziyuan's stomach, then kicked him to the ground. With a few swift snaps, he dislocated his arms and legs. Ignoring Su Ziyuan's agonized screams, Qishu walked over to Gu Yaoyao, took her wrist, and pressed it down. Don't waste your mental energy. With a sweep of his hand, thick vines as large as arms descended from the ceiling, hoisting them up. He asked Gu Yaoyao, what do you want to do with them? Let Jiang Wu decide when he wakes up. Gu Yaoyao looked up at Zhang Yang, who was still raging and demanding to be released. After all, their target wasn't us. It was Jiang Yan. He's not Jiang Yan. Zhang Yang struggled frantically at the name, screaming, his name is Su Jimon. He's my son. Gu Yaoyao sat cross-legged on the bed, propping her chin on her hand. She glanced at the torrential rain outside the window, then at Zhang Yang's still bleeding arm. You said earlier that he killed your son. The rain was so heavy, the humidity in the air was high. The smell of blood shouldn't attract the zombies. Still uneasy, Gu Yaoyao said, Qishu, stay here. They'll go to the kitchen and find some vinegar to mask the scent. They'll go with you. Qishu knew her real goal wasn't just vinegar. It was to scout the 3rd floor. I've dislocated his limbs, he can't escape. Gu Yaoyao refused. No, Jiang Yan and the others are still unconscious. If no one's here and something breaks and they'll be in danger. I can't let you go alone. Qishu felt a tickle in his throat, and turned away to cough lightly. I promised Qi Yao I'd protect you. He glanced out the window. It's almost dawn. There's no hurry. Gu Yaoyao nodded, then turned to Su Ziyuan. Do you have an antidote? She didn't have time to waste here. Su Ziyuan's face was flushed with rage as he struggled against the vines. Even if I had it, I wouldn't give it to you. Quite stubborn. Gu Yaoyao wasn't flustered at all. She just laughed and turned to Qi Shu. Teach him a lesson. Qi Shu's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. The vines binding their legs tightened sharply, and Su Ziyuan let out a blood-curdling scream. Kill me if you dare. Gu Yaoyao nodded. As you wish. At her words, several slender vines swiftly coiled around Su Ziyuan's body, slicing into his flesh like razor-sharp blades. Can I speak now? Gu Yaoyao's face bore an impossibly sweet smile as she tilted her head, watching Su Ziyuan writhe in pain. Or do you still want to suffer a little more? Zhang Yang's earlier frenzy had faded, replaced by boundless terror. Seeing Su Ziyuan's agony, she sobbed heart-wrenchingly. This poison gas has no antidote. Please just let us go. Gu Yaoyao's smile vanished, her tone turning icy. We didn't start this. You were the ones who harbored ill intentions and poisoned us. Zhang Yang glared at Gu Yaoyao with a twisted expression and bloodshot eyes that were utterly chilling. I only wanted to find my son. Was that wrong? Of course it was wrong. Just because your son is dead, you think you can kidnap people? Gu Yaoyao laughed in disbelief. In the apocalypse, being crazy doesn't make you right. Zhang Yang covered her face, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. After a long pause, she squeezed out a broken voice. We know we were wrong. She suddenly choked up. They took my son and ate him. We just wanted to survive. Gu Yaoyao remained unmoved. What's that got to do with me? Sensing her impatience, Qi Shu's eyes sharpened. He raised his hand, and the dagger plunged straight toward Zhang Yang. A blade struck her leg. Zhang Yang was gagged, tightly unable to even cry out. Gu Yaoyao walked over as the vines slowly shifted, stopping only when she pulled out the dagger. She glanced at the bloodied blade, her hand trembling slightly, then wiped it clean on Zhang Yang's clothes with a composed expression. MMPH'd. Su Ziyuan's mouth was bound by a vine, rendering him speechless. Gu Yaoyao stifled a laugh, her round eyes curving into crescents. We should still let him talk. Loosen the vine in his mouth. With a flick of Qi Shu's finger, the vine around Su Ziyuan's mouth vanished. Cursing inwardly, Su Ziyuan put on a fawning expression. You're magnanimous people. Please let us go. We didn't cause you any real harm. On the contrary, they were the ones bleeding now. Gu Yaoyao walked to the window, pulled back the curtain to see the faint light outside, the rain noticeably weakening. If you don't stop the bleeding, your wife won't make it. Su Ziyuan was intimidated and began struggling violently again. If anything happens to my wife, do you think you'll walk out of here alive? Good people. They're truly good people. Gu Yaoyao's face was full of mock gratitude, a hint of tears in her misty eyes. Even now they're worried about our safety. Qi Shu nodded, naturally picking up her cue. For such good people, we usually slit their throats. Su Ziyuan immediately felt the slender vines coil around him again, burrowing into his wounds. He screamed in despair, Ill talk. Ill talk. Stop. The poison gas really has no antidote, but if you feed them some salt water, they'll wake up in a few hours. Su Ziyuan nearly roared. I've tried this method. I'm not lying. I've already lost my son. Don't hurt my wife. We just want to live. Su Ziyuan broke down in tears. Gu Yaoyao felt not a shred of sympathy. Who doesn't? By now the sky was fully bright, yet the torrential rain showed no sign of letting up after the night. Gu Yaoyao shivered and quickly pulled her clothes tighter. The temperature had clearly plummeted. She rubbed her arms and turned to leave. They'll go make some salt water in the kitchen. If he's lying, just leave them hanging. Without waiting for Qi Shu's reply, Gu Yaoyao closed the door behind her. Before going downstairs, she glanced toward the third floor, a lingering suspicion that something was hidden there. After preparing the salt water in the kitchen, Gu Yaoyao rubbed her stomach and inspected the space. The gas stove still worked, but she dared not use the tap water, instead taking some spiritual spring water and mineral water from her spatial storage. Estimating their appetites, she pulled out a few packs of instant noodles from her space. As she tore open the seasoning packets, the distinctive aroma of noodles filled the air, and Gu Yaoyao swallowed hard. Since crossing into this world, she hadn't eaten a single hot meal, just bread and crackers. She was sick of it. Did you empty the entire supermarket? Gu Yaoyao turned to find Qi Shu leaning against the doorframe, his gaze fixed on the cooked noodles, his atoms, apple bobbing. I don't know how long this situation will last, so I took anything edible. She handed a bowl to Qi Shu and, ignoring the heat, began slurping down her own noodles noisily. Bring the salt water upstairs. After a few bites, Gu Yaoyao headed upstairs with her bowl. She had barely taken a few steps when Qi Shu's hesitant voice came from behind. Are you really planning to deal with those two only after Jiang Wu wakes up? We can't just travel with two unconscious brothers. If we run into something dangerous, we'll all be wiped out. What about Qi Yao? Qi Shu locked eyes with Gu Yaoyao, each word striking her heart. We've been away from the group for so long. Aren't you worried about her safety? Of course I am, but I have to ensure your safety first. If anything happens to you, how will I face Qi Yao? Gu Yaoyao's eyes reddened, and her noodles suddenly lost their appeal. She snatched the salt water from Qi Shu's hand, shoved the noodles back into his grasp, her usually starry eyes now brimming with tears. Qi Shu was about to say something when Gu Yaoyao wiped her tears and headed upstairs without looking back, walking straight into the room. He stood dejectedly on the stairs, letting out a silent sigh. That wasn't his intention. He only wanted to rejoin the group sooner and shift Gu Yaoyao's focus to keep her from sinking deeper. But it seemed he had messed up. For no reason, a wave of irritation washed over Qi Shu. After feeding Zhang Wu and the others the salt water, Gu Yaoyao stood by the window watching the roses battered by the storm outside and tugged at her hair in frustration. Su Ziyuan begged, "Please let my wife down. She can't take much more." Gu Yaoyao turned to speak, but saw Qi Shu approaching, frowned, and looked away. Qi Shu set the noodles aside, and with an expressionless wave of his hand, a vine gagged Su Ziyuan. "Eat the noodles while they're hot, or they'll get soggy." He tried awkwardly to soothe her. Gu Yaoyao eyed the steaming noodles and swallowed. She almost reached out, but remembered Qi Shu's earlier words, and her appetite vanished. Seeming to read her mind, Qi Shu spoke before she could. "If you don't eat, you won't have the strength to protect me if we run into danger on the road." Gu Yaoyao shot him a glare, then quickly finished the noodles and wiped her mouth. "We'll leave as soon as Zhang Wu wakes up." In the kitchen, she had guessed it was because of the spiritual spring water that they had survived the poison gas Su Ziyuan released, so she tried mixing the salt with spiritual spring water to see if it would work. Time ticked away and the rain gradually diminished. Jiang Nian scrambled to his feet, rubbing his eyes as he called out for his brother. "Brother, I'm so hungry, I want some water." Yet his brother remained unresponsive. Jiang Nian, still very young, had faced countless brushes with death during their escape, and now tears welled up in his eyes as he shook his brother even more desperately, his voice choked with sobs. Brother, Nian, your brother is fine, he's just exhausted from the past few days. Let him rest a bit longer, and he'll wake up, I promise. How about we go downstairs and find something to eat?" Gu Yaoyao hurried over, speaking softly to soothe him, startled by Jiang Nian's cries. MMPH. Zhang Yang, seeing Jiang Nian awake, struggled frantically, despite the pain, trying to break free from the vines and lunge toward him. Jiang Nian was terrified and quickly hid in Gu Yaoyao's arms. "Sister, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, I'll protect." As she spoke, Gu Yaoyao gently patted Jiang Nian's back to comfort him, then pulled a bottle of water from her space, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to him, coaxing him softly to drink. "You'd better behave, or I won't be so lenient." Gu Yaoyao cast a disgusted glance at the man writhing on the floor. The boy on the bed woke quickly, and upon opening his eyes he bellowed like a man, "Nian, Nian." Seeing his brother finally awake, Jiang Nian joyfully pounced on him. "Brother's awake at last. Brother's a big s—" Jiang Wu trembled all over, his hands shaking as he picked up Jiang Nian, carefully checking that he was unharmed before letting out a heavy sigh. He reached up to ruffle Jiang Nian's hair. "Yes, I'm a sleepyhead. You're not mad at me, are you?" Jiang Nian lifted his head, his big dark eyes brimming with pride. "Nian, Nian is the most generous, of course I'm not mad. Gu Yaoyao, Nian must be hungry. Could you take him to find something to eat?" Jiang Wu gazed deeply at his brother as if he had just been returned to him, then turned to Gu Yaoyao with a plea. Jiang Nian obediently hopped off the bed, pattered over to Gu Yaoyao, and took her hand. "All right, I'll leave this to you all." Gu Yaoyao said no more. With Qi Shu present, nothing would go wrong. Jiang Wu wasn't foolish, though. Before he passed out, he must have sensed the unnatural weakness in his body, which was why he called his brother's name as soon as he woke. Since he knew what these two intended, Gu Yaoyao, as one of those involved, felt it was better to let Jiang Wu handle the matter. After the pair left, Jiang Wu's face darkened as he stood up, walked over, and stomped on Zhang Yang's chest. Qi Shu silently removed the vine from Su Ziyuan's mouth. Don't kill me. My wife just missed her son too much, I had no choice. Really, we never meant to harm your brother." Jiang Wu said nothing, staring intently at Su Ziyuan's tear-streaked face, unable to bring himself to strike. Killing zombies was one thing, but killing a person, he truly couldn't do it. Before the apocalypse, he was just an ordinary high school student. On his way home, after picking up his brother from school, the end of the world had descended without warning. Jiang Nian meant more to him than his own life. When their parents turned, he had cried as he dealt with his own flesh and blood, then hid with his brother at home for 7 whole days, only emerging when their food supplies ran out. Even so, Jiang Wu had never taken a living person's life. "Are you having second thoughts?" Qi Shu's voice was as cold as frost. In truth, Qi Shu could understand Jiang Wu's state of mind. Back at his old training base after his first kill, he couldn't keep anything down for days, vomiting at the sight of food, unable to close his eyes without seeing the victim's gruesome death. Most people couldn't break through that psychological barrier. Jiang Wu bit his lip hard, unable to bring himself to kill. A knock sounded at the door. Gu Yaoyao, who had taken a look around, pushed it open and wore an expression that said she had expected this. "Since you can't do it, let fate decide." Gu Yaoyao smiled. She had no desire to force anyone to kill. At the end of the day, these two only wanted Jiang Nian, and the poison they released had only immobilized them, not killed them outright. The one whose child was taken was Jiang Wu. If he couldn't bring himself to act, why should she meddle? Jiang Wu's eyes flickered as he looked at Gu Yaoyao. "Don't you think I'm useless?" Gu Yaoyao tilted her head, her smile dazzling. "Not at all. But you'll need to change your mindset gradually. This time they didn't go for the kill, so well, let them off. Or even. But next time you'll have to act. In this situation, good fortune won't always be on your side. So we just leave like this." Jiang Wu wavered. He understood what Gu Yaoyao said, but it would take time. He couldn't instantly transform from a student into a warrior. "Let's go. We've wasted enough time here." Qi Shu stood up and walked straight out. Since they weren't going to deal with Su Ziyuan and her husband, there was no point in staying. Once outside the villa, Gu Yaoyao took food from her space, tore open the packaging, and handed it to the brothers. "We've been through life and death together. If you need anything, just ask. We're a team, so don't hold back. Jiang Wu didn't reply. He simply took what she offered, tacitly accepting her words. Instead of looking for their old car, they turned into the garage, picked a Land Rover, and hit the road. What Gu Yaoyao didn't know was that as soon as they left, Zhang Yang, who had been trembling on the bed, suddenly sat up effortlessly, snapped the window bars, and hurried to the window, staring after Jiang Yin, muttering to himself, "Nian Nian, be good. Mommy will come find you soon." Meanwhile, Su Ziyuan sat on the edge of the bed, her head bowed, her expression unreadable. Along the way, Gu Yaoyao and her group encountered no major dangers. Only when leaving the villa area did the roar of the engine attract a few zombies, but they were quickly left far behind. Gu Yaoyao leaned against the window, gazing at the overgrown wasteland and the rotting corpses along the roadside. Her heart. This should have been a scene of radiant sunshine and thriving life, but now it was nothing but desolation and decay, with corpses strewn everywhere. Why hadn't she read more Mary Sue novels back then? She could be lying on a 1,000 square meter bed now, instead of living a life where even a bowl of instant noodles moved her to tears. There don't seem to be any living creatures in this area. Qi Shu suddenly spoke. Gu Yaoyao withdrew her gaze, looking weary as she closed her eyes. Who knows? Maybe they all escaped. At that, a flicker of something unreadable passed through Qi Shu's eyes, and he fell silent, plunging the car back into quiet. And so, except for occasional stops to answer nature's call, they never halted, eating, drinking, and sleeping all in the vehicle. The journey was monotonous and tedious. Just as Gu Yaoyao was drifting off to sleep, she felt someone gently shake her arm, and Zhang Yin's childish voice reached her ears. "Sister, I saw a figure in that small grove of trees." "What grove?" Gu Yaoyao was instantly wide awake, quickly rolling down the window to look outside. "Nian Yin, are you sure you didn't see wrong? Hiding in a small grove? Could it be an evolved zombie? These days, only someone with water on the brain would run into the..." Jiang Yin nodded vigorously. Nian saw it right. They ran into that patch of woods after spotting our car. Nian, you're amazing." Gu Yaoyao did not stint on praising Jiang Yin. The little girl's face instantly broke into a brilliant smile, her bright large eyes blinking in a most endearing manner. At that moment, a loud blast erupted from the air beside the vehicle. With a boom, a firework blossomed in the sky. Qi Shu and Gu Yaoyao exchanged a glance, but showed no further reaction. Those who had hidden in the woods were likely scouts, and the firework was a signal. Fireworks! Jiang Yin pressed her face excitedly against the window. Amid their conversation, the car gradually slowed. Jiang Wu and Gu Yaoyao exchanged a look and swiftly entered a state of alert. Not far ahead, half a dozen wrecked cars clogged the road. Among the stalled vehicles, countless strands of barbed wire lay strewn across the ground. From a distance, it was hard to discern, but to the ability users in the car, it was a trap laid bare. The moment the vehicle came to a halt, several dark figures sprang from the surrounding weeds, charging directly at their car. Worse still, someone lay down in front of the vehicle, as if threatening to be run over. Qi Shu's grip on the steering wheel tightened. The figures emerging, men and women alike, clutched iron rods and machetes stained with blackened blood, their faces twisted with ferocity. The leading man knocked on the window, shouting impatiently, "Get out of the car." No one moved. Jiang Nian shrank into Jiang Wu's arms. Only when Qi Shu rolled the window down a third of the way and looked impassively at the man outside did he ask something. The man's fierce expression nearly faltered under Qi Shu's cold stare. Catching a glimpse of the child and woman inside, he regained some confidence. Even if there was one man, the others were hardly any threat. "A robbery, haven't you heard? Hand over the women, the car, and so..." Gu Yaoyao silently tucked away the remaining apples. She flexed her wrists, ready to step out and deal with the lot, when a hesitant voice sounded from outside the car. "Miss Gu." Gu Yaoyao froze. That voice, could it be someone who knew the original owner? Was the social circle of a side character even important? Clearly it was not, for the author had not even mentioned it. It seemed that the death of this vibrant girl, the only one whose appearance rivaled Qi Yao's, was merely to highlight the female lead's strength, decisiveness, wisdom, independence, and a host of other laudatory traits. Gu Yaoyao turned stiffly, following the source of the voice, uncertain how to greet them. For instance, "Hi, nice to meet you again. Your friend is dead, and in the one who borrowed her body." A short distance from the car, a girl in a black short-sleeve shirt and dark blue jeans stood beside the man, bending down to peer at Gu Yaoyao, trying to recognize her. When Gu Yaoyao turned to reveal her face, the girl's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. She stumbled back a few steps and blurted out something that stunned everyone. She said, Gu Yaoyao, didn't you die of a terminal illness?" Terminal illness? Gu Yaoyao had a terminal illness. A flicker of shock passed through Qi Shu's eyes, his hands unconsciously tightened on the steering wheel. Gu Yaoyao stared expressionlessly at the girl, whose tone suggested she knew the original owner well. She quickly tried to recall the plot concerning the original owner. But as a side character who died within a few chapters, the author had not elaborated on Gu Yaoyao's acquaintances. It only briefly described her as a girl from a divorced family, living in a mansion adorned in luxury, yet inwardly empty and starved for affection. In the original text, Gu Yaoyao had nothing but money, and those who flocked to her naturally did so for the wealth. This girl was likely no better. "You're not dead," the girl exclaimed, her expression agitated. "Su Jingqing went around telling everyone you were dead, and that the Gu family had been entrusted to him." Su Jingqing? Who was that? Gu Yaoyao's mind went blank for a moment before she finally recalled some scoundrel from the girl's chattering voice. The original cannon fodder. Gu Yaoyao was a wealthy heiress who trusted a scumbag. Upon learning of her terminal illness, she tearfully confessed her love to him. In a different setting, she would have only been swindled of her money and body. But the apocalypse arrived, and the scumbag, to escape a horde of zombies, pushed Gu Yaoyao into harm's way. Yet in the subsequent plot, Gu Yaoyao, having transmigrated, did not follow the scumbag at the onset of the apocalypse, but instead traveled with Qi Yao. Perhaps it was because of this that she had survived so far. That bastard Su Jingqing. Gu Yaoyao gnashed her teeth in fury. What's going on? Another man approached. The girl turned around, her voice both excited and tense. Come quickly and see who's in the car. Who is it? Su Yang glanced into the car. Upon seeing Gu Yaoyao, he asked in utter shock, Miss Gu, has your terminal illness been cured? Gu Yaoyao remained silent. Qi Shu's gaze turned colder. He straightened up to block Su Yang's view. Is there anything else? Su Yang finally noticed Qi Shu, his expression slightly stunned as he looked him over. Is he your new boyfriend? Has Su Jingqing been dumped? Gu Yaoyao didn't answer, staring at Su Yang with a peculiar look. If not for the apocalypse, she would have recommended him for a comedy troupe. Zhou Jing, aren't we supposed to? A man interjected. Can't I catch up with my friend? Zhou Jing retorted, displeased. The man stared hard at Zhou Jing, realizing that this time they might not succeed. Gu Yaoyao, do you have anywhere to go? Zhou Jing leaned by the window, glancing covertly at Qi Shu. Gu Yaoyao smiled politely and shook her head. In the original plot, no one had saved the original owner from her tragic death. What good intentions could this group have now? Then come back to our camp. You seem to be doing well, your skills must be impressive. Our camp desperately needs strong people like you. And Dr. Chen is also in our camp. He can check your condition again. Zhou Jing's cheeks flushed with excitement. Her enthusiastic invitation gave Gu Yaoyao the eerie feeling of a spider luring prey into its web. But who was this Dr. Chen? Gu Yaoyao hesitated. These people had never appeared in the original plot. Was it because of her short lifespan or the author's neglect? Who could say? Perhaps following them might yield some advantage. Glancing at the darkening sky, Gu Yaoyao exchanged a look with the other two decision-makers in the car, then turned back to the girl named Zhou Jing. We'll trouble you for tonight then. Without committing to a longer stay, Gu Yaoyao offered a sweet smile. After all, they needed a place to rest for the night. Following them was as good an option as any. Zhou Jing was delighted. She eagerly led the way, and Gu Yaoyao followed her out of the car. The two vibrant young women walked at the front with a large group trailing loosely behind. No one bothered to dismantle the roadblock trap. Qi Shu and the others had no choice but to get out and proceed. Overjoyed at their reunion, Zhou Jing said, "Oh, if you bring your boyfriend back, Su Jingqing will be furious. But you can reclaim your family's belongings. Don't let that scumbag keep them." Gu Yaoyao was taken aback. What belongings of the original owner were still in Su Jingqing's hands? Is Su Qingjing also in your camp now? Gu Yaoyao's eyes flickered slightly as she asked nonchalantly. Zhou Jing nodded, instinctively recalling the sight of Qi Shu in the car, and felt a wave of vindication wash over her. Taking a deep breath, she gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, the man you brought back is 100 times better than Su Qingjing. Gu Yaoyao's lips twitched. Why waste sympathy on a beast, especially one worse than a beast? Cutting your losses is what matters most. Ha ha, Gu Yaoyao, you've changed so much. You're much more interesting now. Zhou Jing was amused by her words, casually draping an arm over Gu Yaoyao's shoulder as she lowered her voice. Let me tell you something. Su Qingjing brought a girl back from school. She has a superpower, she can store things away. A spatial ability. Gu Yaoyao was slightly taken aback by the scorn and disgust in Zhou Jing's eyes. Before Gu Yaoyao could speak, Zhou Jing continued warmly, still holding her shoulder. All your stuff is with her. If you want it back, I can help. Gu Yaoyao pursed her lips. But that girl has powers. Can we really get it back? Are you willing to let Su Qingjing have it? Zhou Jing coaxed her like a wolf tempting a rabbit. That's an level magnetic card left to you by your parents. An level magnetic card. What was that? Gu Yaoyao grew more confused with each word. Qi Shu, following behind them, narrowed his eyes sharply upon hearing this. Gu Yaoyao was connected to the military. Gu Yaoyao will help you get it back. Qi Shu strode forward, grabbing her wrist. Gu Yaoyao. Bro, what are you saying? She hadn't even figured it out herself. Exactly. Big brother, you're Gu Yaoyao's boyfriend, right? Since you're so good to her, you've got to teach Su Qingjing a lesson. He bullied her plenty back then. Qi Shu's eyes deepened. All right, my foot. They'd only just met, and were already plotting to ambush someone. Gu Yaoyao's mind struggled to keep up, but how can you be sure Su Qingjing took the card? Qi Shu shifted the topic. I saw it with my own eyes. Zhou Jing straightened up, speaking without hesitation. In Gu Yaoyao's room, there's a sealed safe marked level magnetic card, and the password is Su Qingjing's birthday. She pointed at Gu Yaoyao beside her. If you don't believe me, ask her. The card has a 5-point star on it. Qi Shu turned to stare at Gu Yaoyao. Gu Yaoyao took the blame for her predecessor, forcing a dry laugh as she brushed off Zhou Jing's words. Young and reckless. Who hasn't loved a few scumbags? A few. Qi Shu's expression shifted subtly. After walking for about half an hour, they finally reached the so-called camp, a concrete bungalow in an unfinished building with armed men patrolling downstairs. Zhou Jing stopped, signaling Su Yang and the others to go ahead. She turned to Gu Yaoyao and said, "Wait here a moment, I'll go say a word." Gu Yaoyao nodded, standing still to observe the camp. In the early days of the apocalypse, choosing this spot as a base was indeed a wise decision. But later, when large hordes of zombies evolved, it wouldn't hold them off. How long are we staying here? Zhang Wu, who had been silent, suddenly asked in a very low voice. Gu Yaoyao snapped back to reality and said decisively, "We leave as soon as we get the card." "Do you know what the card does?" Qi Shu asked her. This question stumped Gu Yaoyao. Throughout the entire story, she had never encountered these terms. She had thought the jade bead was the only cheat item in the original novel, but now the magnetic card might be one too. "I don't know." She shook her head, her expression frank. "After my parents died, I never opened the safe. I've never seen—" Qi Shu was about to say more, but out of the corner of his eye he saw Zhou Jing walking away. He reached out, pulled Gu Yaoyao by the neck, and said, "Let's go. I got us a room on the 3rd floor. Rest first, we'll figure things out when Su Qingjing returns." Gu Yaoyao had no objections. As they entered, the ground floor lobby was packed with people, or rather they were split into 2 lines for registration. The line on the right had at least 100 people, while the left had only a sparse dozen or so. The crowd in the lobby was orderly with no commotion. Occasionally someone caused a stir, but the guards quickly subdued them. Gu Yaoyao felt that this camp might actually survive. The left is for ordinary people, the right for those with abilities. Zhou Jing ignored Gu Yaoyao beside her, turning back to look at Qi Shu and Jiang Wu. "Do any of you have abilities?" "I have with manipulation." Qi Shu raised his hand, releasing a thumb-sized green orb of light. "But it's unreliable. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't." Zhou Jing didn't suspect a thing, instead offering reassurance. "Don't worry, a few ability users in the camp are the same way." For the first time, Gu Yaoyao realized Qi Shu was quite good at spinning stories. She knew Qi Shu's true strength best. When they went to the research institute, he absorbed the energy from the crystal cores and drank plenty of spirit spring water. His ability had already advanced and mutated, far more formidable than an ordinary wood-type power. But from Zhou Jing's words, it seemed no one had yet discovered that absorbing crystal cores could elevate abilities. A breeze swept by and Gu Yaoyao caught an indescribable stench. She rubbed her nose in discomfort, glancing around, but finding nothing suspicious. "What's that smell? It's so sharp nose." Zhou Jing chuckled, pointing upstairs. "The boss said too many strangers attract zombies, so we collected urine and hung it on the doors to mask the scent of newcomers." "What a waste not approach. A genius." Gu Yaoyao was utterly impressed. With that, Qi Shu and Zhang Yan turned to line up on the right, while Zhou Jing led Gu Yaoyao and Jiang Wu straight through the crowd to the front. "Registration is almost over for today. Just register these 2 first." At these words, a stir ran through the line, but no one dared to cause trouble. Instead, they stared brazenly at Gu Yaoyao's unfamiliar face. The young man in charge of registration scratched his head, looking distressed. "Sister Zhou, don't put me in a bind. That's against the rules. They need to hand over supplies before they can register." The camp had a daily quota for new arrivals. If they didn't submit supplies in time, they'd have to sleep outside until they gathered enough to requie for registration. "Don't panic. I've already spoken with the boss. Just hurry up and register. Don't waste time." Zhou Jing was growing impatient. At that moment, a group of fully armed men on the 4th floor took in the entire scene. The young man at the forefront was tall and straight, his features handsome, his black eyes sharp as an eagle's, exuding the unique aura of a soldier from head to toe. He stared at Gu Yaoyao, his deep eyes flickering slightly. "That's Gu Yaoyao." "Yes, it's her," the person beside him replied respectfully. "Should we test her?" The man curled his lips into a cold smirk. "No need. Su Qingjing is here as well. I'm curious to see." Below, after filling out the required information, Gu Yaoyao glanced at the pass in her hand, emblazoned with the words, "Lynching Normal University Student ID." Then at the bundle of student IDs on the ground, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. "Is the camp leader really a logistics teacher from this school? Let's go. He'll take you to CDR. Chun for a re-examination first, then send you back." Zhou Jing, disregarding Gu Yaoyao's reaction, entirely yanked her out of the crowd and continued deeper inside. Caught off guard, Gu Yaoyao stumbled forward, letting out a startled cry. Just as she thought she would fall hard, a hand reached out from behind, firmly gripping her arm and pulling her back, steadying her. Gu Yaoyao turned around nervously, and upon seeing Qi Shu behind her, breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought I was going to fall. With me here, you'll be fine." Qi Shu's words carried a hidden meaning. "Stop dawdling. If you don't get in line to register, you might end up sleeping outside." Zhou Jing took Gu Yaoyao's hand, urging Qi Shu to register and assuring him, "Don't worry, you'll keep an eye on Gu Yaoyao and make sure nothing happens to her." Gu Yaoyao only had time to glance at Qi Shu before being led by Zhou Jing, arm around her shoulder, straight through the hall and up the stairs. Soon they reached the 5th floor and stood before room 508. The rusty security door had a cheerful golden ox sticker on it, and several urea bags hung above the doorframe. Gu Yaoyao looked around. It seemed this room had the most urea bags. She hesitated and glanced at Zhou Jing, who nodded. She knocked, and a voice soon came from inside. "Who is it?" A clear male voice. "Dr. Chen, it's me, Gu Yaoyao." Gu Yaoyao answered. "Miss Gu." A gasp accompanied the creaking sound of the door opening. A tall figure hurried out, and upon seeing Gu Yaoyao's face was shocked. "Aren't you supposed to be dead?" How many people had Su Qingjing told that she was dead? Gu Yaoyao gritted her teeth. "I'm not dead. But according to your condition, you shouldn't be alive." Dr. Chen frowned deeply. Gu Yaoyao. Coming to his senses, Dr. Chen quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Miss Gu. I'm just too shocked. This is a medical miracle." Zhou Jing was laughing so hard she could barely breathe. "Dr. Chen, please re-examine her first." "Miss Zhou, you jest. There's no equipment here for an X-ray." "Then take her pulse." Zhou Jing's tone carried a hint of mockery. Dr. Chen's voice turned cold instantly. I'm a Western doctor, not a Chinese medicine practitioner. Then Dr. Chen, how long do you think I have left? Gu Yaoyao wasn't afraid of death. She was afraid her death would bring trouble to Qi Yao. If she knew how much time she had, she could avoid Qi Yao and the others before dying, find a place to end it herself. Dr. Chen pushed up his glasses, troubled. Without instruments, I can't give you an answer. I see. Gu Yaoyao lowered her head, disappointed. Filled with guilt, Dr. Chen added, but if you maintain your current state, eat well, drink well, and stay happy, your condition might improve. Okay. Though all that was hard to achieve in the apocalypse, Gu Yaoyao changed the subject. But Dr. Chen, I was originally planning to attend a friend's wedding in the neighboring city, but I couldn't go back. Dr. Chen set his brow weary, his voice low. I fled with the crowd and ended up here by chance. By chance. Did that mean he hadn't come here willingly? In the apocalypse, aside from psychics, doctors were the most sought after, as light element psychics were very rare. If she could persuade Dr. Chen to leave with them, it would be beneficial for Qi Yao. Just as she was thinking about how to convince him, Dr. Chen asked in surprise, Miss Gu, how did you end up here? I remember Mr. Gu Jingyuan is looking for you everywhere. I heard he even got the military involved. Who was Gu Jingyuan? Could he be the cheap uncle? After everything that day, Gu Yaoyao wondered if she had missed several chapters, hence her cluelessness. Qi Shu, who had just come up, happened to hear this, and his eyes flickered. What's wrong? The moment she heard Qi Shu's voice, Gu Yaoyao relaxed. She turned to see Jiang Wu and his brother following Qi Shu. Seeing this, Zhou Jing, who was leaning against the wall, stood up straight. Since they've registered, you should go rest. And so Gu Yaoyao briefly bid farewell to Dr. Chen and went to the rough room assigned to them. It contained only 2 simple beds and nothing else, not even a window frame. There are 4 of you, so 2 per bed. The hell with that. Jiang Wu and his brother sharing a bed was fine, but what about her and Qi Shu? Siblings from different parents. Gu Yaoyao was sure that if she shared a bed with Qi Shu, he'd make sure she never saw. Isn't there another room? Gu Yaoyao grabbed Zhou Jing, who was about to leave. Or at least an extra bed. What's there to be shy about? He's your man, he won't eat you. Zhou Jing gave a strange smile. And even if he does, it's normal. Gu Yaoyao strongly suspected Zhou Jing was making an innuendo, and she had proof. Seeing Gu Yaoyao's eyes widen and her earlobes redden, Zhou Jing's smile grew brighter. Get some rest. They'll come back later to discuss how to deal with that bastard Su Qingjing. After Zhou Jing left, Gu Yaoyao closed the door tightly and began discussing their next move. We must get the card back. As for Dr. Chen, do you think he's trustworthy? Qi Shu's question left Gu Yaoyao stumped. Neither Zhou Jing nor Dr. Chen had appeared in the original novel, but over the course of the day, Gu Yaoyao's understanding was constantly being upended. Many unfamiliar characters seemed to be slowly awakening. The sky was already dim, and Gu Yaoyao felt a weight in her heart. We've already delayed too long. If we don't hurry to the safe haven, we might miss Qi Yao and the others. Jiang Wu pondered for a moment. Maybe I should test Dr. Chen's character. Howie, don't worry about it. Unwilling to elaborate, Jiang Wu sat on the bed, holding Jiang Yan. Are you sure? Yes. After confirming that Jiang Wu was capable, Gu Yaoyao began to assign tasks. Leave Dr. Chen to you. Qi Shu and I will deal with Su Qingjing. We'll try to leave here tomorrow. After giving clear instructions, Gu Yaoyao took out food from her space. She thought for a moment, then unsealed several new thermos cups, and even gave a small red children's cup to Jiang Yan. After filling them with spirit spring water, Gu Yaoyao still felt it was too obvious, so she added a small handful of red dates and goji berries into the large thermos. They had wasted too much time on this journey. Capturing an evolved zombie was out of the question. She had to find a way to help them enhance their abilities, or they would become obstacles on Qi Yao's path to success. Spirit spring water was currently the best choice. Piling a heap of food on the bed, Gu Yaoyao waved her hand. Eat up. Only when you're full will you have the strength to work. Jiang Yin ran over tiptoed to grab a Snickers bar, tore open the wrapper, and raised his hand to offer it to Gu Yaoyao. Sister is sick. You need to eat a lot to have the strength to fight the illness. Jiang Yin didn't know what a terminal illness meant. He naively thought it was like his past fevers and colds. Hearing this, Qi Shu involuntarily glanced at Gu Yaoyao, who was sitting by the bed. Seeing her freeze for a moment, then smile sweetly, and take a bite of the Snickers bar, gently pinching Jiang Yin's cheek. Thank you, Yin Yin. His gaze flickered slightly. Qi Shu looked away. He couldn't imagine that this seemingly vibrant girl was a terminal cancer patient in her final stages. Moreover, throughout their journey, Gu Yaoyao had shown none of the apathetic, death-waiting attitude typical of terminal patients. Jiang Wu took the thermos and handed one to Qi Shu, but his mouth twitched when he caught sight of the special ingredients inside. Who else could maintain such a health regimen while fleeing for their lives? Qi Shu opened his thermos and choked. Gu Yaoyao, what is this? Red date and goji berry tea. Does your family brew tea with cold water? Qi Shu's temple veins bulged. Hearing this, Gu Yaoyao's eyes dropped, and she spoke with a tearful tone. I know conditions are tough now, but I still want everyone to stay healthy. I'm sorry it's my fault for being useless. Qi Shu and Jiang Wu exchanged glances and reluctantly raised their cups to drink. After drinking, Qi Shu smacked his lips and couldn't help asking, when were you diagnosed with a terminal illness? Gu Yaoyao tilted her head slightly, thinking. A few months ago, I think. I can't quite remember. I just know it's terminal stomach cancer. This wasn't a lie, as she truly couldn't recall. The original owner was merely a cannon fodder character. Her focus had always been on Qi Yao naturally filtering out irrelevant information, including details about the original owner herself. Qi Shu's expression shifted subtly. His mind raced with thoughts, but in the end he didn't press further. Sitting nearby, Jiang Yin clutched a small cake and asked blankly, "What is terminal stomach cancer?" Qi Shu and Zhang Wu exchanged a look, but remained silent, and the room's atmosphere grew heavy. The patient herself, however, seemed unconcerned, explaining to Jiang Yin in a light tone, "It means the stomach has been sick for too long." His eyes flickering, Qi Shu recalled that Qi Yao had once mentioned Gu Yaoyao had attempted suicide. Could it be that she had lost her will to live, and that was why she was so calm now? Seeing Zhang Wu and Qi Shu frozen in place, Gu Yaoyao could guess what they were thinking. Life and death are fated. Don't worry about me. The most urgent matter now isn't my illness, but figuring out how to get the supplies and leave. After dinner, Zhang Wu lay down on the bed, with Jiang Yin to rest. Gu Yaoyao glanced at Qi Shu standing by the window, and tentatively asked, "Why don't you come and rest too? You've been driving all day, and need a good sleep." Qi Shu looked at the narrow iron bed, and shook his head. "I'm not tired. You sleep." The bed was too small. They would have to press tightly against each other to prevent the person on the edge from falling off. "Just treat me like a brother." Sensing his hesitation, Gu Yaoyao made a startling statement. "No need to be polite." Qi Shu was speechless. Before he could respond, a low, gentle male voice interrupted from outside the door. "Yaoyao." New characters were appearing one after another. Gu Yaoyao felt like she was opening a blind box. "Who are you?" "It's me, Su Qingjing." Su Qingjing called from outside the door. "I heard you were here. Could you let me see you? I've been so worried about you all this time." His voice carried a sense of urgency, as if he wouldn't leave until he saw Gu Yaoyao tonight. The two exchanged a quick glance. Well, before they could even go looking for him, he had come to them. As soon as the door opened, Su Qingjing eagerly reached out to embrace Gu Yaoyao. "You have no idea how worried I've been." However, before Su Qingjing could touch her, his wrist was seized, as if it were about to be snapped, causing him to cry out in pain. When Zhou Jing arrived, she saw Qi Shu pinning Su Qingjing's arm behind his back against the wall, his once decent-looking face, now contorted and pressed out of shape. "Oh, Su Qingjing, you're quick." Zhou Jing laughed. Su Qingjing struggled in vain, while Gu Yaoyao nearly clapped in delight, watching from the side. "Seeing that Gu Yaoyao isn't dead, are you feeling guilty?" Zhou Jing was blunt, showing no mercy to Su Qingjing. "You scumbag, you've been telling everyone she's dead, so you could take her stuff." "Zhou Jing, you. What about me? Hurry up and tell your sweetheart to hand over the things." Mentioning the Slevel magnetic card, Qi Shu released him and pushed him away, stepping firmly in front of Gu Yaoyao. After freeing himself from Qi Shu's grip, Su Qingjing straightened his disheveled appearance, his earlier anger replaced by a faint smile curling at his lips. "I don't know what you're talking about. Yaoyao entrusted everything to me back then, so it's my duty to help her safeguard it all. What's wrong with that? Aren't you afraid a bolt of lightning will strike you down?" Zhou Jing was hot-tempered and couldn't stand Su Qingjing's fake, gentlemanly demeanor. Her almond-shaped eyes blazed with fury, and she looked ready to punch him. Gu Yaoyao had no time to deal with this overly righteous girl. She frowned, sizing up Su Qingjing. She had to admit he looked decent enough and had that gentle, gentlemanly persona. No wonder the original owner had been madly in love with him. "Forget it, I won't stoop to your level." Su Qingjing ignored Zhou Jing and turned to Gu Yaoyao with an exceptionally tender gaze. "Yaoyao, are you hungry? Tell me what you want to eat, and he'll find a way to get it for you." His deliberately lowered voice sent goosebumps crawling up Gu Yaoyao's arms. "I want abalone slices." Gu Yaoyao kept her head down, afraid that if she looked up and saw Su Qingjing's pretentious act, she wouldn't be able to resist punching him. "Abalone slices." Su Qingjing's smile froze, then he gave a doting laugh. "Yaoyao, don't joke around. Are you an oil slick straight out of the Daqing oil field?" Zhou Jing made a face as if she were about to vomit. Choking on that retort, Su Qingjing's face darkened further. "I heard you've been telling everyone I'm dead." Gu Yaoyao set her shoulders, trembling, her voice laced with a hint of tears. "And you've even found someone new." "That's not how it is, Yaoyao, let me explain." Su Qingjing grabbed Gu Yaoyao's hand with lightning speed, caressing it with feigned affection, his tone dripping with apology and sincerity. "I did it to rally everyone to help find you." What kind of logic was that? Telling everyone she was dead, all for her own good. Gu Yaoyao, pretending to be heartbroken with her head down, stared at the dog-like paw covering her hand, suppressing the urge to chop it off. A new idea struck her. She had to get the magnetic card back and take down this scumbag to avenge the original owner. Reining in her murderous intent, she looked up with a face full of emotion. "You've really put so much thought into this." Unable to think of more perfunctory words, Gu Yaoyao lifted her red-rimmed eyes to Su Qingjing, forcing a fake blissful smile. Qi Shu looked away, afraid he might lose control and end Su Qingjing's miserable life right then and there. "Yaoyao, who is he?" Su Qingjing glanced at Qi Shu, feeling a sharp pang of pain in his wrist. "He's Gu Yaoyao's new boyfriend." Zhou Jing answered first. Was this woman a complete idiot? Su Qingjing stared at Qi Shu in disbelief, his voice trembling. Yaoyao, is what she said true? They had never officially been in a relationship. The original owner had pursued him relentlessly, but the scumbag always had excuses like focusing on his studies to avoid committing too early. Yet now Su Qingjing looked as if had been struck by lightning, his expression one of utter betrayal. Qi Shu wrapped an arm around Gu Yaoyao's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. "It's true. I'm Yaoyao's boyfriend." It was one thing for others to misunderstand, but another entirely for Qi Shu to admit it. The word boyfriend rolling off his tongue nearly made Gu Yaoyao stumble. Before Gu Yaoyao could react, Su Qingjing shook his head in disbelief, staggering back a few steps. I don't believe it. His lips quivered for added effect. If this were her world, it would be a crying shame that Xiong Yao hadn't cast him in her dramas. Yaoyao, didn't I promise you before that after we graduate from university, we'd be together? Su Qingjing's eyes reddened. We've only been apart for so long, and you've already changed your heart. Almost a month now, Gu Yaoyao calculated seriously. Enough is enough, Zhou Jing interjected. Since Gu Yaoyao isn't dead, just give her back her things. Su Qingjing was taken aback. He looked at Zhou Jing, then at the man holding Gu Yaoyao, and a look of sudden realization dawned on him. I see it now. Zhou Jing, you're in cahoots with this man. No wonder you've been so eager to help. You've got your eyes on what Yaoyao entrusted to me. So that's why Yaoyao suddenly changed her mind. You've been pulling the strings. Su Qingjing grew more agitated. Zhou Jing was delighted to see him so flustered. You can see it that way if you want. Su Qingjing inwardly wished he could throw Zhou Jing out, but on the surface he had to maintain a wounded demeanor. He turned and grabbed Gu Yaoyao's hand, startled by the rough, bloody scab he felt under his palm. Then Gu Yaoyao witnessed firsthand what it meant to summon tears in an instant. His peach blossom eyes, usually so charming, were now moist, filled with a sorrow as profound as a father finding his long-lost daughter only to see her mortally wounded. Yaoyao, if it were me, I would have protected you. I wouldn't have let you suffer a single scratch. It was unbearably cheesy. Gu Yaoyao couldn't take it anymore. She yanked her hand away from Su Qingjing's grasp, and under his shocked gaze rolled her wrist before landing a punch squarely on his face. Ever since I learned to solve problems with my fists, I've wanted to hit you for a long time. Su Qingjing let out a miserable shriek, stumbling backward until he hit the wall to steady himself. His remaining good eye was filled with sheer terror. How dare this woman hit him? Gu Yaoyao had definitely been corrupted by those two. Yaoyao, spare me the crap. Give me back what my parents left me, or I'll beat you until you can't take care of yourself. Gu Yaoyao shook her fist at him. Su Qingjing suppressed his rage, his voice dripping with aggrieved accusation. Don't you trust me at all? What am I to you now? What are you? Qi Shu replied coldly. Yaoyao is my girlfriend. What do you think you are? Su Qingjing gritted his teeth, glaring at him with hatred. Do you even know her? What can you possibly give her? Qi Shu chuckled, pulling Gu Yaoyao closer until they were pressed together facing him. At the very least, I respect her, and I would never take what's rightfully hers. Su Qingjing suddenly laughed, straightening his back. I, Su Qingjing, have always acted with integrity. Of course he'll return Yaoyao's things. Zhou Jing sneered. You. Integrity. Su Qingjing ignored her, his voice resolute. I need to speak with Yaoyao alone to confirm this is her own will and not the result of coercion or manipulation. His words were clearly aimed at Qi Shu. At the mention of alone, Qi Shu locked eyes, with Su Qingjing, his gaze hostile. It was Su Qingjing who finally averted his eyes, unable to hold the stare. Not much to look at, but you sure have a vivid imagination. Zhou Jing laughed in disbelief. Talk alone. The apocalypse hasn't even started, and you've been stringing Gu Yaoyao along just to get your hands on the Gu Corporation, haven't you? With all those underhanded schemes, no wonder your hairline is receding. Zhou Jing hit a nerve. Gu Yaoyao's gaze instantly flickered to Su Qingjing's head. It did look rather sparse. Su Qingjing quickly covered his head and stumbled back, wishing he could tear Zhou Jing apart. Zhou Jing, don't push it. If it weren't for the boss liking you, would you dare be so arrogant? Go ahead and make him like you then. After all, seducing people is your specialty. Seeing Su Qingjing's face grow uglier by the second, Gu Yaoyao feared they might push him over the edge. She cleared her throat. No one is forcing me. I want it back of my own free will. Give me my things. Su Qingjing shook his head. The things aren't with me. If you're that eager, come find me alone in room 406. If she dared to come, he would find a way to win her back. Fine. Gu Yaoyao agreed without hesitation. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Su Qingjing covered his head and scurried away awkwardly. Are you an idiot? Zhou Jing couldn't fathom why Gu Yaoyao would agree. Anyone with half a brain could see it was a trap. Even a fool knows that's a setup, and you're just walking right into it. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. This is like cutting off your nose to spite your face, Zhou Jing said, exasperated. She was starting to understand the saying about teammates being pigs. Gu Yaoyao smiled at her, then turned to instruct Qi Shu. You hide in the shadows. If he tries anything, you hit him. Zhou Jing raised an eyebrow. Don't say I didn't warn you. Su Qingjing is good at winning people over. He has quite a few supporters in the camp. That was something Gu Yaoyao hadn't considered. Are there superpowered individuals among them? Otherwise, how do you think he's managed to stay here? With that greasy face of his. The distribution of power was unclear. Gu Yaoyao furrowed her brow, lost in thought. I can help you get your things back. Just then a low male voice came from the stairwell. Who knew how long he had been eavesdropping? Several people turned their heads simultaneously, and the features of the man descending the stairs became clear. It was the young man who had observed her during registration. Gu Yaoyao remained expressionless, uncertain of his intentions. From the very first glance, she felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. To put it bluntly, it was danger. This man was dangerous, far more perilous than Qi Shu had ever made her feel. Gu Yaoyao realized that this type of man had never been described in any of the books she had read. Excellent. She had just unlocked a new character. Zhou Jing let out a light snort, leaning against the wall with a tone of clear hostility. Oh, isn't this Colonel Lu Wanyuan? Lu Wanyuan completely ignored Zhou Jing, his hawk-like sharp eyes fixed unwaveringly on Gu Yaoyao. Miss Gu, do you wish to reclaim what is rightfully yours? Gu Yaoyao's answer was evasive. Did my uncle send you? Lu Wangyuan's dark pupils narrowed slightly. Even if Gu Jingyuan possessed extraordinary abilities, he could never command personnel within the military. He paused, fixing Gu Yaoyao with another profound gaze. Miss Gu, your parents were truly remarkable. We are a special national task force assigned to protect individuals like them. She hadn't expected the military to have set their sights on the S-class magnetic card so soon. To have secured the registration post, he must have been here for some time, yet he still hadn't located the card. One more person meant one more complication. Qi Shu's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly, he was already calculating how to deal with the young man before him. My parents died young, and there are hardly any photos of them. Since they were so remarkable, can you tell me in detail about their glorious achievements? Gu Yaoyao abruptly abandoned her previous domineering demeanor, stepping forward excitedly to grasp his hand. Let go of me. Lu Wangyuan's face turned pale. What's wrong? Don't you know these things either? Surely you can't be unaware of the background of the individuals you're assigned to protect. Gu Yaoyao asked in feigned surprise. Those are all classified documents. My orders were only to protect two martyrs. Even as Lu Wangyuan uttered these words, he found them hard to stomach. If it weren't for the crucial magnetic card, why would he have been lurking here for so long? Let alone now having to deceive a young girl. Since you know nothing, can I take it that there's no evidence to make me believe your story? The young girl's face changed as swiftly as a Sichuan opera master, grip on his hand tightening, as if she intended to crush his bones. You. Lu Wangyuan's expression soured, realizing in an instant that this girl had never believed his words from this. Gu Yaoyao, are you going to oppose the nation? As a citizen of X country, do you have no sense of patriotic duty at all? Lu Wangyuan struggled free, his voice low and harsh as he scolded her. How am I supposed to know you're not a liar? Gu Yaoyao was not particularly concerned about the magnetic card, nor was she opposed to handing it over to the state. But with so many factions vying for it now, it was clear that this object was far from ordinary. Since it was a Gu family heirloom, she had to retrieve it, even if it meant entrusting it to someone else. It must be the right person. Lu Wangyuan was persistent. Miss Gu, you must consider the bigger picture. Where were you all when I was being bullied? Gu Yaoyao's eyes glistened with tears, her voice filled with grievance. Now that you need the card, you urge me to think of the greater good. Sorry, but I'm tired of hearing that. Lu Wangyuan's thin lips pressed into a tight line. Seeing Gu Yaoyao's resistance, he refrained from pressing further. It seemed she would not give up the card easily. Since that was the case, let the best man win. If the information he had gathered was correct, the magnetic card should be in the hands of a spatial ability user named Song Mingming. Unfortunately, he had never been able to ascertain Song Mingming's true identity. Since Su Qingjing had invited Gu Yaoyao tonight to discuss the card's ownership, perhaps Song Mingming would appear. Since Miss Gu is unwilling, I won't insist. Lu Wangyuan twitched the corner of his mouth, uttered these words, and left without looking back. Zhou Jing watched Lu Wangyuan's receding figure and sneered. Lu Wangyuan is a stubborn man. Once he sets his mind on something, he won't give up easily. Gu Yaoyao, if you don't want the card to fall into someone else's hands, you'd better hurry. Does he have superpowers? Gu Yaoyao cared only about this. Ordinary people were easy to handle, but ability users were more troublesome. Besides, he was a long-trained soldier, and it was uncertain whether he was still carrying a firearm. I'm not sure, but a few of his men can control water, fire, and earth. Zhou Jing frowned. The boss also has quite a few superpowered individuals under him, but they are very wary of Lu Wangyuan, and it's not just because of those few. Gu Yaoyao fell into deep thought without responding. From the very first moment, she had sensed that Lu Wangyuan was dangerous. It seemed she would need to prepare thoroughly for the appointment. Qi Shu discreetly scanned the surroundings, his gaze pausing briefly at a stairwell corner not far away. Walls have ears. Let's go inside and continue our discussion. They quickly entered the room. Gu Yaoyao turned to Zhou Jing beside her. Zhou Jing, why are you helping me? It's not really helping you. I just can't stand Su Qingjing. Zhou Jing smiled. Besides, I have food and shelter here with the boss. If I can help him deal with Lu Wangyuan as well, it's hard to say who's helping whom. Gu Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief. She wasn't afraid of Zhou Jing setting conditions. In the apocalypse, human nature was unreliable, mutual interests were far more stable than any emotional bond. Now that Zhou Jing had clearly stated the reason for her help, Gu Yaoyao actually found her more normal. She readily took over the conversation. Alright, then you need to tell me about the layout of this camp. Zhou Jing walked a few steps to the window and pointed outside. This place is just an unfinished building. Knowing that bastard Su Qingjing's nature, he'll probably take you to the ruins behind, or maybe the small grove not far away. Is there any way to make him choose only the small grove? They couldn't split up, it was too dangerous. Qi Shu could sense the spiritual fluctuations of vegetation, so the small grove was the best option. That's simple. He'll inform the boss and have him send more people to patrol the ruins. Zhou Jing winked at Gu Yaoyao. Besides, it's my turn for night watch tonight. As long as I stand there, Su Qingjing won't dare go near the ruins. Then Qi Shu, you lie in ambush. If anything feels off, act immediately. Don't worry about me. Jiang Wu, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. What about us? With Zhou Jing still present, Gu Yaoyao gave brief instructions. You have only one task, no matter what happens, protect Jiang Yan. If the situation turns dire, escape first, and follow the plan to head north along highway number such and such. Follow the plan. What do you mean? Zhou Jing frowned, clearly displeased. So you never intended to stay here from the... Realizing she had let it slip, Gu Yaoyao quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Zhou Jing. Our companions are waiting for us. We can't stay long. Can you take me with you? Zhou Jing rubbed her nose awkwardly, all traces of her earlier boisterousness gone. It's terrible here. I don't want, but you just. Gu Yaoyao didn't finish her sentence. She suddenly realized that Zhou Jing was about the same age as her original self. Both were college students in the prime of youth. If the apocalypse hadn't come, she might have spent a few years navigating the corporate world, met an ambitious and kind-hearted young man, or lived an ordinary life. But the world had changed. Zhou Jing had found someone to cling to for survival, which was already a luxury most could only dream of. Yet that didn't mean Zhou Jing truly enjoyed this life. Given a better option, she wanted to live with dignity, and there was nothing wrong with that. Zhou Jing could probably guess their concerns. She gripped the hem of her clothes tightly. I won't hold you back. I may not have superpowers, but am very good at killing zombies. Qi Shu deliberated for a moment before finally nodding. Fine, but you must follow orders. Otherwise we can abandon you, risk a dangerous escape, surviving by the skin of her teeth, or rely on her looks to buy a brief period of comfort. Faced with these two choices, Zhou Jing didn't hesitate to choose the former. Zhou Jing's eyes lit up as she nodded. He'll do whatever you say except die. Will the camp leader let you leave? Gu Yaoyao hesitated. Given Zhou Jing's personality, the fact that she could strut around the camp without being beaten suggested the leader valued her highly, which was why she remained unscathed. Zhou Jing gritted her teeth. He'll find a way. Heh. A soft laugh followed by a deep magnetic voice. Jing is being naughty. Damn it. Was everyone in this camp out of their minds? Did they all have a thing for eavesdropping? The person outside knocked on the door. Open up. Zhou Jing merely frowned, strode over, and opened the door. She looked at the tall man before her. What are you doing here? The man smiled instead of getting angry. Jing wants to leave. Lin Ziyuan, there's something seriously wrong with you. Zhou Jing gave him a cold, contemptuous look. Do you think you're in some cheesy CEO romance novel? Wake up. You were already bankrupt before the apocalypse even hit. Her words were scathing. Gu Yaoyao half expected Zhou Jing to get beaten up. But Lin Ziyuan seemed accustomed to Zhou Jing's sarcasm. His gaze slid past her to rest on Gu Yaoyao and Qi Shu. Did they lead you astray? Gu Yaoyao. I've only been here a few hours. Led her astray with what? Brainwashing. She suddenly felt Zhou Jing was absolutely right. Lin Ziyuan was definitely not right in the head. As if reading Gu Yaoyao's thoughts, Lin Ziyuan walked straight in and appraised her without a hint of subtlety. So you're the Miss Gu that Su Qingjing never stops talking about. Haha, you sure have a sense of humor, big brother. Gu Yaoyao's smile didn't reach her eyes. Lin Ziyuan remained expressionless, quietly studying her. This Miss Gu was more interesting than he had imagined. I can help you get what you want, but if you're taking Zhou Jing, you'll have to take me. The way Lin Ziyuan put it sounded as if they were the ones who wanted to take Zhou Jing, not the other way around. Qi Shu's eyes sharpened, his fingers twitching slightly. Lin Ziyuan didn't miss the flicker of murderous intent in Qi Shu's eyes, but he remained completely unconcerned. If you don't agree, then I won't be your willing tool. Gu Yaoyao stepped in to smooth things over. We're all friends here. Let's talk things out nicely. No matter what they had to get that magnetic. Catching the thread in his words, Zhou Jing flared up. Lin Ziyuan, am not your property. He'll leave if I want to, and it has nothing to do with you. Jing is right. Lin Ziyuan didn't argue, instead he agreed with her. You were bought with a truckload of supplies. How could you be mere property? Qi Shu and Gu Yaoyao. Why did this feel like a newlywed couple having a spat? They had originally assumed it was a sugar daddy and mistress relationship, but now it seemed Zhou Jing's temper wasn't just a product of being spoiled. Maybe Lin Ziyuan genuinely liked her that way. Gu Yaoyao subtly gestured to Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu gently squeezed Jiang Nian's little hand. Taking the cue, Jiang Nian climbed down from the bed, patted over, and wrapped his arms around Gu Yaoyao's leg, rubbing his eyes sleepily. Sister Nian is sleepy and wants to sleep. Gu Yaoyao crouched down to pick him up and smiled apologetically at the two. Well, the child is tired. Why don't you two go back to your room and continue your discussion? Lin Ziyuan didn't call out her flimsy excuse. Miss Gu, think it over carefully. In the end, you'll be the one benefiting from this. If there's no advantage for me, this tool of yours won't be so easy to use. If you dare stand in my way, I'll kill you. Zhou Jing glared at Lin Ziyuan through gritted teeth before storming off. Lin Ziyuan followed closely, pausing at the door. Oh, by the way, I just gave orders that no one is to leave tonight. Su Qingjing won't be able to get out. Miss Gu, use your time to consider wisely. With that, he closed the door and went after Zhou Jing. The implication was clear: if she didn't agree to this buy one get one free deal, Lin Ziyuan would be a wrench in their plans. Their carefully laid plans were thrown into disarray, and Gu Yaoyao felt a surge of irritation. She placed Jiang Nian on the bed and walked to the window, her heart growing even heavier. True enough, no one was outside, and the number of guards downstairs had increased. Su Qingjing had many supporters in the camp, yet he was still so wary of Lin Ziyuan. This Lin Ziyuan was definitely no ordinary man. Recalling what Zhou Jing had said, Gu Yaoyao felt a headache coming on. Was he a mutated metal element ability user? These were all just guesses. The only thing she was certain of was that for now Lin Ziyuan was someone she could only befriend, not antagonize. At least for the time being, she had to go along with him. Seeing Gu Yaoyao's troubled expression, Qi Shu reminded her, Lin Ziyuan's focus is Zhou Jing. As long as she stays by his side, our plan won't be disrupted. Gu Yaoyao was well aware of that too. A man like Lin Ziyuan. To put it nicely, he was possessive and devoted. To put it bluntly, he was a psycho with a screw loose. It might seem thrilling in a novel, but in real life you'd want to stay as far away from someone like that as possible. Do you have any good idea? Chishu pondered for a moment. We wait for Su Qingjing to come and invite us. Once we get the magnetic card, we leave. Having been burned by eavesdropping, Gu Yaoyao extended her spiritual sense to make sure no one was around, then lowered her voice. What about Lin Ziyuan and his people? He's not easy to deal with. We can't take them with us. There are too many risks. Chishu had no intention of considering. The only reason he had agreed to Zhou Jing was that she seemed like a clear-headed woman who wouldn't cause too much trouble. Even with low combat ability, she could be trained in such a harsh environment. Gu Yaoyao asked humbly, so what's your plan? We'll have to trick them, and we can't get caught. A faint smile curled at the corner of Chishu's mouth. It's time to put your acting skills to the test. At the mention of acting, Gu Yaoyao thought of the lie she had told. She had passed off her greatest trump card as a spatial ability, and every time she opened her space, she felt a pang of guilt. Gu Yaoyao laughed it off and ended the topic. Let's get some rest first. We've got a busy night ahead. What about Dr. Jiang Wu frowned. That doctor seems to know a lot about Gu Yaoyao's condition. If we take him along, he might be able to continue. After all, without proper medical equipment, their only hope of understanding Gu Yaoyao's health was to stumble upon a wandering, old Chinese medicine practitioner. Chishu's eyes flickered. What Jiang Wu said was true. Dr. Chen was indeed a crucial person. Even if they managed to get the magnetic card, they couldn't let Dr. Chen slip away. Listening to her teammates discuss how to fight her cancer, Gu Yaoyao's mouth twitched. She had already accepted death. The night deepened, and the pristine moonlight cascaded across the ground, casting a thin layer of silver powder over the severed limbs and decaying corpses. From afar, the guttural roars of zombies echoed through the air. Just then, several figures slipped silently out of the building and headed straight for the small woods. Su Qingjing asked in a low voice, "Did you find out?" He had originally planned to make his move tonight, but Lin Ziyuan, for some inexplicable reason, had suddenly ordered a strict lockdown, with anyone caught leaving the camp being expelled immediately. Forced to wait until everyone was asleep, he could only sneak out furtively. The increased patrols made it impossible for him to bring many people along. Fortunately, in the interest of fairness, the camp always rotated the night patrol schedule, and among those standing guard were also his men. A man clad in black slowed his pace, casually leaning against a tree, and lowered his voice. "I just found out. Zhou Jing and Lin Ziyuan had a huge fight, and seem to have fallen out. Lin Ziyuan reassigned her to patrol duty, and tonight, she's responsible for the rubble pile area. She won't have time to come here." To an outsider, he appeared merely to be relieving himself. "Good. You guys come over and keep watch early. No mistakes allowed. Whether we can make it to the capital depends on tonight." Hiding behind the tree, Su Qingjing finished speaking and inexplicably felt a chill. He rubbed his arms vigorously. He wondered if it was his imagination, but since the heavy rain, the weather seemed to be gradually cooling. The man pretending to urinate hesitated. "Brother Su, if we kill Gu Yaoyao, will Gu Jingyuan come after us?" "No, Gu Jingyuan can't wait for her to die sooner," Su Qingjing sneered. "But if Gu Yaoyao behaves, we might spare her. Wretched. By the way, are any of them superpowered?" Su Qingjing asked, still uneasy. "I asked Xiao Li in charge of registration. That man named Qi Shu can control vines, and the kid named Jiang Yin can manipulate fire, but they're both very weak." "Qi Shu weak?" Su Qingjing didn't think so. The moment that man grabbed his wrist, he felt an intense killing intent, as if Qi Shu could crush his hand to pulp. "Don't let your guard down. That Qi Shu is cunning," Su Qingjing warned. "Don't worry, Brother Su. I'm in charge of this area tonight. They'll brief the brothers one by one as they come out." Su Qingjing nodded and turned without looking back, walking deeper into the woods. The patrolling man resumed his normal demeanor, standing guard as if nothing had happened. They didn't notice a fleeting figure in a large tree. As time ticked by, just as Gu Yaoyao was on the verge of sleep, a knock. "Miss Gu, are you in there?" "Here it comes." Su Qingjing had asked her to go to room 406, but since she hadn't shown up all day, he couldn't help but send someone to check on her. The three inside the room exchanged a quick glance. Gu Yaoyao got up and opened the door. The unfamiliar man outside was momentarily stunned by her face, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. "Miss Gu, Brother Su invites you to dinner tonight," the man said, scratching his head awkwardly. "Address?" Gu Yaoyao asked quicker than he... What an assertive woman. After a second's hesitation, the man stammered, "It's in the small woods behind the building. Go straight out the back door, and in less than 20 minutes you'll find a small bar. Brother Su is waiting for you there." Gu Yaoyao nodded to show she understood. After the man left, she used her psychic power to check if anyone was eavesdropping. Once she was sure it was safe, she turned to look at the pair inside. "Jiang Wu, take Jiang Yin to find Dr. Chen. Find a way to bring him along and wait for us at the agreed spot." Jiang Yin nestled in his brother's arms, quiet and obedient, as if understanding that the adults had important matters to handle. As for Qi Shu, he had already gone out to make preparations. The unfinished building didn't even have a proper gate. When Gu Yaoyao reached the so-called back door, a man holding a steel pipe stood nearby, staring straight at her. Gu Yaoyao's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, that bastard Lin Ziyuan wouldn't let her go so easily. Yet the next second, the man seemed not to see her, whistling and turning his head 45 degrees to gaze at the moon. What terrible acting. Gu Yaoyao didn't have time to mock him. She quickly sidestepped and slipped into the woods. In the pitch-black forest, the sounds of insects and birds had ceased. Sparse stars dotted the night sky. Without her flashlight, Gu Yaoyao would have stumbled countless times. Even with her psychic power extending to sense her surroundings, sometimes her feet couldn't keep up with her mind. After nearly falling again, she couldn't help but curse. That bastard Su Qingjing. What kind of freak chooses a hellhole like this for dinner? Just wait. Once I get the card, it'll kill him to vent this anger. Cursing under her breath, Gu Yaoyao picked herself up, brushed the dust off her hands, and pouted. It was still because she lacked talent and hadn't worked harder. Otherwise, how could Shu easily sense things with plants? When it came to reconnaissance, psychic powers were the best, weren't they? Sorry, everyone. Gu Yaoyao had disgraced this. What should have been a journey of less than 20 minutes took Gu Yaoyao nearly an hour to get out of the woods. Upon seeing the light of day again, her dirty face beamed with joy. However, the smile quickly froze on her face. Everything changed because a man dressed in a slick outfit stood at the entrance of the small bar. Gu Yaoyao suppressed a surge of anger and approached. Seeing Gu Yaoyao looking like she had just returned from scavenging, Su Qingjing's eyes flickered with barely concealed disgust. He forced a gentle smile. Yaoyao, you're finally here. I was so worried something had happened to you in the woods. Are you hoping I die? Gu Yaoyao snapped, not bothering to be polite. Yaoyao, you must have misunderstood something. Su Qingjing looked pained and hurt. Gu Yaoyao had no patience for pretense. Where are the things my parents left for me? Yaoyao, after all these years, can't our feelings outweigh those possessions? Su Qingjing's smile stiffened. Gu Yaoyao remained cold and silent. Su Qingjing took a deep breath, forcing his smile back. It's late and dangerous outside. Come in and have something to eat first. You must be tired from the walk. We can talk inside. Damn it, if he knew it was dangerous, why did he ask her out? Gu Yaoyao felt her fists clench. She suppressed her rage and followed him inside. Inside the small bar, it had clearly been cleaned and decorated. An elegant European-style candlestick sat on the wooden table, the flickering flames casting a romantic and intimate atmosphere. The rich aroma of meat wafted over, and Gu Yaoyao couldn't help but swallow. Since transmigrating into this book, she hadn't even smelled meat, let alone a table full of fragrant food. Su Qingjing first took out an exquisite gift box from the cabinet, tied with a red ribbon in a bow, and handed it to Gu Yaoyao with a gentle smile. This is what I promised you before. If you cooperate with the treatment, I would give you a carefully prepared gift. Open it and see if you like it. He had seen Gu Yaoyao's medical report. Without proper treatment, she wouldn't have lasted this long. During his absence, she must have endured treatment and medication just to survive for his sake. It was precisely for this reason that Su Qingjing interpreted Gu Yaoyao's current attitude as nothing more than a sulking tantrum. Gu Yaoyao opened the box, revealing a silver-white bracelet lying inside. She offered a few perfunctory praises, then pushed the box aside and buried herself in her meal. In the apocalypse, beautiful things were the most useless. Besides, the original owner was already dead. She had no intention of accepting this scumbag's gift on her behalf. Su Qingjing, oblivious to her change, rambled on about how he had risked his life countless times searching for her on his journey, how hard his life had been trying to evoke her sympathy. In the past, whenever he mentioned suffering for her sake, this foolish woman would be moved to tears, ready to offer him. But this time, Su Qingjing had clearly miscalculated. Gu Yaoyao ate her fill, casually grabbed a napkin to wipe the grease from her lips, and asked, "Did you bring the magnetic card?" Su Qingjing's eyes flickered. He sighed, looking deeply disappointed as he produced the magnetic card. "If this is truly what you want, then I'll give it to you." Gu Yaoyao ignored him completely, took the card, and examined it carefully. It did have the 5-point star Zhou Jing had mentioned, but she had never seen a magnetic card before and couldn't tell if it was authentic. "Yaoyao, can we really never go back to how things were?" Su Qingjing persisted. "If you could crawl back into your mother's womb, maybe then it would be possible." Gu Yaoyao pocketed the card with a faint smile. "Go back." In the original story, this bastard had pushed the original owner into a horde of zombies. Was she supposed to experience that too? Full now? I'm out. Gu Yaoyao shot up, pulling her chair back to leave. Su Qingjing quickly stood and blocked her path. "Stay with me a little longer. At least take pity on me." "You do?" Gu Yaoyao let out a light laugh. "But what's that to me?" Su Qingjing's face darkened. He sighed regretfully. "Yaoyao, I truly like you. You should cherish the chance I'm giving you." "A threat?" "Su Qingjing, I've always had a question for you." Gu Yaoyao tilted her head in mock confusion, asking earnestly, "Tell me, being so worthless, yet always so confident, did Liang Jingru give you the courage?" Su Qingjing's expression froze. "Gu Yaoyao, don't be ungrateful." Enraged by her sarcastic tone, he shed all pretense of gentlemanly grace. He was sick of this woman. "You like that pretty boy, don't you? He'll send you both off together." "Pretty boy?" Was he referring to Shu? "So that's why you brought me to eat in this godforsaken place. You had it all planned out." Gu Yaoyao chuckled at Su Qingjing. "But do you really think I'd come alone without a backup plan?" Su Qingjing narrowed his eyes, a chill seeping out. "Don't think you can stall. That pretty boy of yours is probably too busy saving his own skin to rescue you. Hand over the card if you want to live. Give it back. You really have no shame." Gu Yaoyao sneered. "But let me ask you this. Why is that card so important? Could there be some great treasure hidden inside?" Su Qingjing wasn't about to tell the truth. "It's mine. I want it back." In truth, Su Qingjing himself didn't know what secret the card held. He had tried checking it on a computer, but no matter how he looked, it only contained a very ordinary Last Testament. Before the apocalypse, he had hired someone to decode it, but the answer was that the card required specific equipment to be connected and deciphered. Though the secret remained unknown, it proved the item was no ordinary thing. He had hoped Gu Yaoyao might know something, but now it seemed this foolish woman was utterly useless. Losing patience, Su Qingjing stepped closer to Gu Yaoyao. "They'll say it one last time, give me the card." Gu Yaoyao let out a cold laugh. "Come and take it if you can." Stop acting like a coward. The moment the words left her mouth, the entire ground shook violently, as if some giant beast was about to burst forth. The candle flames flickered, then rolled and extinguished, plunging the small bar into complete darkness. In the pitch black, Su Qingjing's scream rang out sharply. He stumbled from the violent tremor, sending tables and chairs crashing to the floor with a tremendous noise. Damn, was this bastard insane? Making such a racket. What if there were zombies nearby? Gu Yaoyao cursed under her breath. After a moment to adjust to her surroundings, her vision gradually cleared. As she steadied herself, a nameless unease surged within Gu Yaoyao. Something was wrong. Something felt off. Su Qingjing, where are your men? Using her enhanced senses as an ability user, Gu Yaoyao quickly strode to the table and grabbed Su Qingjing by the collar. What men? Panicked, he still tried to cover up. I only invited you tonight. Are you brainless? You screamed like that, and no one came to check. Don't you see the problem? Gu Yaoyao threw Su Qingjing aside, wishing she could crack open his skull to see if it was filled with mush. Had Qishu dealt with Su Qingjing's men? Or was it something else? Roar. The uneven roars of zombies in the distance provided the answer, and the stench of decay and blood grew thicker in the air. Damn, there really were zombies. Had she overestimated this fool? Did he not even bother clearing the area when setting up an ambush? Gu Yaoyao's heart sank. Abandoning Su Qingjing, she turned and bolted for the exit. With such a heavy stench of decay, there were bound to be many zombies. She needed to regroup with the others and get out of here fast. As for Su Qingjing's men, whether they died at Qishu's hands or by zombies, dwelling on it now was pointless. Trying to run, not a chance. Su Qingjing panicked, raising his hand to summon a wind blade that shot straight at the back of Gu Yaoyao's head. Leave your life and the card behind. Without a second thought, Gu Yaoyao dodged swiftly to the right, easily evading his attack. She released her psychic power instantly, seizing control of Su Qingjing. With a flick of her fingers, Su Qingjing felt an invisible force seize him and yank him forward. How could... Waves of suffocation assaulted Su Qingjing, rendering him unable to form a complete sentence. You've hidden it quite... Gu Yaoyao reached out and seized Su Qingjing's neck as effortlessly as one might lift a chick, her fingers tightening inch by inch. As it happens, I have superpowers too. The mocking words pierced Su Qingjing, sending tremors through every cell in his body while cold sweat trickled down. He regretted it. He truly regretted it. Gu Yaoyao suddenly tightened her grip, gazing at the struggling Su Qingjing, a fierce, murderous intent igniting in her misty eyes. Killing you is what I want most right now. No. Su Qingjing's choked words were trapped in his throat, the hand around his neck exerting immense force, as if it would snap his neck at any moment. Driven by survival instinct, Su Qingjing erupted with a surge of power. Ignoring the splitting pain in his head, he frantically catalyzed all the energy within him. Several blades materialized out of thin air, slashing fiercely at the assailant before him. Gu Yaoyao had remained on high alert. The moment the wind blades appeared, she released her mental energy to erect a barrier. Sorry, but it seems I have the upper hand. Her mental energy transformed into invisible spikes, stabbing fiercely into Su Qingjing's mind. Oh. He let out a wretched scream, his face contorted as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Gu Yaoyao disdainfully threw him to the ground. With the overwhelming power of her ability and his forced catalysis, even if he survived, he would be crippled. Su Qingjing was now engulfed in endless agony, as if something had exploded in his brain, with countless tiny needles piercing deep into his marrow and every pore. Watching him faint from the pain, there was no pity in Gu Yaoyao's eyes. Remorse alone did not warrant forgiveness. What Su Qingjing had done to the original owner deserved death. But she preferred a fate worse than death. Su Qingjing must atone. As she watched, Gu Yaoyao intended to turn and leave, but suddenly a surge of complex emotions overwhelmed her, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. This was the residual consciousness of the original owner. In a daze, Gu Yaoyao felt something dissolve and break open in her mind. A warm current spread from top to bottom, a powerful force surging through her limbs and bones, instantly replenishing her depleted mental energy. Her ability had advanced. She tried to channel the mental energy within her, and the immense power filled her with joy. She hadn't expected her ability to upgrade at this moment. But she recalled that in the original story, abilities only advanced by absorbing cores of the same attribute. There was no other way, let alone such a mysterious breakthrough. The sounds of zombies were close at hand. Gu Yaoyao quickly walked out of the small bar, and not far away she heard another excited roar behind her. That was the sound of prey being caught. It seemed Su Qingjing had met his deserved fate. As she slipped into the grove, she could hear the spine-chilling roars and screams drawing nearer. She couldn't return to the camp. Gritting her teeth, Gu Yaoyao abandoned the original route back. Just then a rustling sound in the woods signaled something rushing toward her. Qishu, turning around, the tall man's face quickly came into focus. Wait, what was he carrying on his back? Was he packing for an escape? There are too many zombies, we need to leave quickly. Seeing Gu Yaoyao's gaze on Dr. Chen, Qishu set the person down. I just went back to the camp and rescued Dr. Chen. Gu Yaoyao. That on the way was a bit of a stretch. Dr. Chen's face was pale, and as soon as he was set down, he couldn't hold back his vomiting. Are you done? If you don't want to die, keep up. Qishu had little patience. While soothing Dr. Chen, Gu Yaoyao spoke quickly. It looks like the original path is overrun with zombies. Going back for transport isn't wise. Let's follow the plan and find a route back to the highway meeting point. Qi Shu had no objections. I've scouted a route. Follow me. Following Qi Shu around the small bar, Gu Yaoyao stumbled along the path, supporting Dr. Chun under the moonlight. Suddenly, the sound of breaking glass rang out without warning. Like a charge being sounded, a massive horde of zombies poured out from the door, surging toward them. Damn, how is this possible? It shouldn't be. Such a large zombie horde couldn't form in such a short time. Was something controlling and guiding their gathering? It was hard to tell who was dragging whom. Each of them ran for their lives. Why are there so many zombies? Isn't there usually? Dr. Chin's body went limp, his voice trembling. The ever-closer roars pushed him toward despair. This reaction seemed like an intelligent zombie. As zombies evolved, many appeared that could command lower-level ones. But the conditions for intelligent zombies were extremely harsh. They only emerged in the later stages. Moreover, with such a commotion, the camp couldn't be unaware unless someone had deliberately orchestrated it. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Gu Yaoyao felt her mental energy brush against something. Before she could ponder further, she was yanked hard by a powerful force. Qi Shu kicked away a zombie, trying to ambush her, drew the dagger from his waist, and with a single stroke, cleaved the attacking zombie's head in two. Sticky, rancid blood splattered everywhere. Distracted at a time like this. Do you want to die? Qi Shu's voice was cold and harsh. Dr. Chin, panting heavily, glanced at Gu Yaoyao. Mister, she don't say that. Gu Yaoyao's survival instinct has never been strong. Thanks for explaining. Gu Yaoyao grabbed a wooden stick and swung it fiercely, knocking back an approaching zombie. You misunderstand. When I released my mental energy just now, I sensed something, but it slipped away before I could grasp it. Qi Shu's face remained cold, clearly unconvinced. Qi Shu, don't waste time. Clear the path ahead, it'll hold off the ones behind. Gu Yaoyao discarded the broken stick and condensed an invisible barrier with her mental energy through sheer will. The moment she set the barrier, a sharp pain shot through her head, and she couldn't help but groan. In her past life, she had relied on physical labor to survive. Now, she had to rely on her mind. Noticing Gu Yaoyao's strain, Qi Shu frowned and swiftly manipulated vines to fling back the approaching zombies. How long can the barrier hold? Drawing from previous experience, Gu Yaoyao estimated at most 10 minutes. That's enough. Qi Shu used the vines to clear the zombies ahead. Take Dr. Chun and go first. I have a way to get out. Gu Yaoyao, with Dr. Chun in tow, sprinted down the path, racing against time. As her psychic perception had a limited range, she had to focus on controlling it while running at full speed, keeping a close watch on their surroundings. After nearly an hour of frantic running, the view ahead opened up dramatically, revealing a road stretching from east to west. Roar! A roar came from behind. Before Gu Yaoyao could turn, her extended psychic net caught a strange and dangerous. In an instant, the psychic probe vanished without a trace. Seeing zombies emerging one after another ahead, Gu Yaoyao's heart sank heavily. Had these zombies suddenly appeared here because they were controlled by that psychic force just now? But was the entity behind this a human or a monster? With no time to study that psychic force, Gu Yaoyao paused briefly, and a dozen zombies were already charging toward them. Facing zombies closing in from both sides, Dr. Chun pulled an iron rod from behind him, suppressing his fear as he asked Gu Yaoyao, Miss Gu, what should we do? Gu Yaoyao. Although the timing was off, she was now more curious about where the hell he had pulled out such a thick, long iron rod. Was this guy Doryman? Take them out and get back to the highway to regroup with the others and leave. Gu Yaoyao sidestepped the zombies' swiping claws, raised her hand, and twisted off its head with a fluid, ruthless, be careful yourself, don't get bitten or scratched. Otherwise, Qi Shu's special trip would have been for nothing. Rest assured, Miss Gu, I value my life more than anyone. Dr. Chun gripped the iron rod and slammed it hard into a zombie's forehead. With a crisp crack of bone, dark red blood splattered. Dr. Chun's combat prowess surprised Gu Yaoyao. Wary of that suddenly vanished psychic force, she refrained from using her powers easily in case it launched a surprise attack she couldn't handle. But this meant she couldn't sense the surroundings, forcing both of them to stay constantly vigilant. Seizing a gap when Dr. Chun turned, Gu Yaoyao pulled an iron shovel from her spatial storage, leaped to dodge a zombie's attack, and quickly arranged their actions. You handle the ones behind, I'll take care of the front. The two, seasoned in combat, worked in perfect sync, but as zombies surged endlessly, their stamina drained rapidly. Miss Gu, I can't hold on much longer. Dr. Chun shouted, drenched in sweat. He felt as if his arms swinging the iron rod were weighed down by 1,000-pound lead blocks. Each swing demanded all his strength. If this continued, they would both end up devoured by the zombies. Seeing Dr. Chun on the verge of collapse, Gu Yaoyao frowned, kicked away a charging zombie, and rapidly expanded her psychic power to its maximum range, sensing for psychic fluctuations to locate that earlier force. Capture the leader to defeat the rest. If she didn't find the entity controlling the zombies, they'd never escape. Time ticked by, and Gu Yaoyao began to feel the strain. At the brink of exhaustion, she suddenly detected a thread-like, transparent psychic force, one end connecting to the brain of a zombie, before her the other extending to a large banyan tree not far away. Found it. Gu Yaoyao pursed her lips, a determined glint flashing in her eyes as she directly manipulated her psychic power to viciously sever that needle-like force. She was gambling entirely. Gambling that the opponent's psychic power was nearly depleted and betting that her own power. However, as if sensing her intent, the enemy's psychic force abruptly withdrew from the zombie's brain and retracted in. The uncontrolled zombies slowed down immediately. Gu Yaoyao didn't pursue but seized the moment to smash a zombie's skull with her iron shovel, then swiftly dragged the exhausted Dr. Chen away from the zombie's jaws. Did you get bitten or scratched? Gu Yaoyao panted, quickly scanning Dr. Chen. I'm fine, but I can't go on. Dr. Chen was a mess, longing to collapse and rest. Hold on a bit longer, well, make it to the highway. Gu Yaoyao lopped off a zombie's head with her shovel, then flipped over to pounce on two more below. Just then a chill ran down her spine. The next moment, a murderous psychic force surged straight into her mind. Her head felt as if pierced by a sharp, all her consciousness blurring. Gu Yaoyao's vision went hazy as she stumbled back a few steps and slumped to the ground dazed. Miss Gu, Dr. Chen's frantic voice seemed to come from afar, his figure wavering and blurry, making Gu Yaoyao's stomach churn. Her face twisted and she turned to vomit a mouthful of bile. Was he that repulsive to look at? Dr. Chen's expression turned odd. He dared not shake her again. Seeing blood trickle from her lips, his heart tightened. Miss Gu, are you all right? Could it be that her illness had worsened at such a critical moment? Fearing loss of control over her body, Gu Yaoyao quickly bit her tongue to stay alert, immediately reforming a psychic barrier to forcibly expel the intruder trying to breach her mind. The psychic force in her head seemed intent on causing more havoc, but was ruthlessly shredded by another brutal power. Close call. Gu Yaoyao's body went limp, pale-faced. She wiped the blood from her lips. Seeing Gu Yaoyao collapse, inexplicably Dr. Chen hurriedly dealt with a zombie lunging at her, his tone unusually surprised. Miss Gu, are you having an episode? You're the one having an episode. Gu Yaoyao pressed her throbbing temples, biting her lip until blood beaded her eyes, slowly welling with crimson. She forcibly mustered another surge of psychic power, shooting it toward the banyan tree. It's a human. She could sense it. So it's a fight to the death. Bring it on. She didn't care about her own life anyway. Taking down one more scum who used zombies to attack their own kind was worth it. Having been attacked without reason, Gu Yaoyao was seething with rage and could no longer hold back. Bang! A gunshot forced her to stop, her face instantly darkening. That was a gunshot. The enemy had a firearm. You're interesting, more so than anyone in the camp. A sinister voice came from the banyan tree. He'll allow you to live. Gu Yaoyao spat out a mouthful of blood and glared venomously at the banyan tree. What the hell did this person want? Gu Yaoyao, don't move. As if reading her mind, the exposed hand fired several more shots, precisely eliminating the zombies surrounding her. Otherwise, the next bullet might land somewhere else. Gu Yaoyao's eyes flickered, then she grinned. You've got the gun, so you're the boss. They'll listen to you. Despite her words, she gradually released her spiritual power, attempting to seize control. The next instant, a bullet grazed her arm. Though her body bore numerous wounds, none chilled her to the bone like this graze. She was no match for this man. What do you want? Realizing this, Gu Yaoyao cut to the chase. It's easy talking to us. He chuckled. I only wanted some food and a magnetic card, but I've changed my mind. The deliberate pause made unease swell in Gu Yaoyao's heart. Sure enough, the next second, he declared firmly, I want you. Miss Gu, you can't go with him. We can fight together. Dr. Chen was the first to object, but his trembling voice betrayed his nervousness. Gu Yaoyao didn't reply, silencing him with a look. Given their current state, a direct confrontation would be like throwing an egg at a rock. What do you need me to do? Gu Yaoyao braced herself for the worst. Qi Shu likely couldn't intervene anytime soon. If she kept being stubborn, would he spare her and Dr. Chen's lives? Gu Yaoyao dared not take the risk. She took a deep breath, steeling herself, but when he spoke, she cursed outright. He'll be your mother. Gu Yaoyao was certain this man was insane. He wasn't angered, instead chuckling lightly. Gu Yaoyao, you said it. Don't regret it. How can that be? Even shopping has a 7-day no-questions asked return policy. Gu Yaoyao laughed awkwardly. How about changing the terms? He seemed to consider it seriously. For example, Daddy. Gu Yaoyao called out without blinking. Since you don't want to be my son, what about me being your daughter? Cough, cough. He choked on the word daddy. In all his years, had never met someone so shameless. Gu Yaoyao pressed on, coaxing him. Having a good daughter like me at such a young age, what a great deal. Others wouldn't even dare dream of it. He was almost amused by her audacity. Indeed, not many are like you. As he spoke, a fiercely aggressive spiritual power invaded Gu Yaoyao's mind. Her head went blank, breathing became difficult, and a cramping pain shot through her entire body. In an instant, all her strength seemed drained beyond her control. His power far surpassed hers. His earlier probing was likely just his twisted amusement. Realizing this, a deep chill rose in Gu Yaoyao's heart, yet she couldn't help feeling curious about this psychic ability. Who was he? Could it be? She had unlocked another new character. If father-daughter won't work, we can be friends or siblings. There are so many options, big brother, you pick. Before she could finish, a tearing pain split her mind from within, her face paling as if she might faint. Clearly, he had intensified the psychic attack. Gu Yaoyao struggled to support herself, gasping for breath, and wiped the blood trickling from her lips. Be my woman, he insisted stubbornly. Gu Yaoyao gritted her teeth and took a deep breath to steady herself. Now, with determined eyes fixed on the banyan tree, she silently gathered and circulated her spiritual power, wearing a fawning smile. Big brother, you don't know, but I'm dying of terminal stomach cancer. It'd be unlucky to have me as your woman. Or I could recommend someone else. Her mental energy was severely depleted, and with him suppressing her, she needed to recover. Her awakened ability can heal any wound, even cure those infected by zombie bites. She's far more interesting than... Gu Yaoyao was referring to Zhu Qingjia. So, he asked flatly. So, Gu Yaoyao glanced at the frozen zombies, then quickly scanned her surroundings for an opening. See, I've even found you a candidate, prettier and more useful than me. So big brother, have mercy and let us go. She babbled on, trying to persuade him. I believe once you meet her you'll realize how easy it is to miss true treasure. So let this dying fish scurry away. According to the original story, Zhu Qingjia was a delicate, pitiable white lotus. With her healing light ability, seducing a man would be a breeze. Just then he laughed. Gu Yaoyao couldn't describe it, mocking and cold like a sharp thorn stabbing at her. Since you still have the energy to talk, why not kill a few more zombies? He snapped his fingers. The psychic pressure vanished, but the dormant zombies roared back to life, lunging at Gu Yaoyao and the others with claws outstretched. Gu Yaoyao quickly retrieved her spirit spring water and gulped it down. Even if he was powerful, his psychic energy couldn't withstand such constant expenditure. That's why she had kept talking, wearing him down bit by bit. After a few swallows, her body felt light, and her depleted energy gradually restored. Gripping her iron shovel, she reveled in the feeling of regaining power. A golden finger was truly a blessing. Dr. Chun held an iron rod against the approaching zombies, trembling with fear, but not backing down. Miss Gu, what do we do? Gu Yaoyao raised her hand, unleashing a fierce blast of psychic power toward the man hidden in the banyan tree. Make him call me daddy. The thrill of fighting back was exhilarating. With a swift swing, her shovel cleanly struck a zombie's neck. A crisp crack of bone echoed as its head lolled, and she kicked the limp corpse away. He hadn't expected her to recover so quickly. Caught off guard, he failed to muster his psychic defense against her savage assault. His psychic energy was shattered. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze at Gu Yaoyao growing even more fervent, his body trembling uncontrollably. No wonder you're the one I've chosen. Fortunately, he still had a backup plan. He was determined to have this woman. He raised his gun again, aiming at Gu Yaoyao's chest, and infused it with his remaining psychic power. The next second, a silent bullet tore through the air, hurtling toward Gu Yaoyao. As Gu Yaoyao's spreading spiritual net detected this fluctuation, alarm bells rang in her heart. While dodging the zombies' attacks, she swiftly twisted her body, shifting a few inches to the side. But the bullet was infused with the opponent's spiritual power. In the next instant, Gu Yaoyao felt a searing heat on her arm, followed by excruciating pain. The iron shovel clattered to the ground. Damn it! Gu Yaoyao cursed under her breath. The sound of bullets tearing through the air came again, and zombies on both sides lunged with bloody maws. She quickly covered her arm, rolled on the ground, and kicked backward to slide away. A bullet whizzed past above her, instantly exploding the head of a zombie that tried to pounce and bite her. Gu Yaoyao broke out in a cold sweat. If she had been even a fraction slower, it would have been her head. That person truly wanted her dead. Roar! The pungent scent of fresh blood drove the zombies into a frenzy, leaving Gu Yaoyao no chance to catch her breath. Seeing more and more zombies charging, Gu Yaoyao's eyes sharpened. Using her ability to stop the bleeding as described in the original text, she raised her hand and swiftly condensed dozens of silver needles, firing them mercilessly. She flashed to pull the exhausted Dr. Chun behind her raised her hand to set up a barrier, took out spirit spring water, and handed it to him. Drink quickly. Replenish your strength, or we'll both die here. Dr. Chun slumped to the ground, gasping for air. His hands were torn and bloodied from the iron rod. He looked up at Gu Yaoyao with a complex expression. Miss Gu, we need to believe in science. Self-deception won't help. Damn science. What part of her life had been scientific so far? Gu Yaoyao suppressed the urge to kick him. Stop talking nonsense. Just drink. Gu Yaoyao, I underestimated you. A figure jumped down from a tree. This time I won't hold back. Damn pervert, did he think firing a few shots was holding back? Gu Yaoyao looked up and saw a tall figure approaching, a sniper rifle in hand. As he drew closer, she saw the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and his short fine hair that couldn't hide his handsome features and sharp brows. Gu Yaoyao instinctively stepped back, muttering, a refined scoundrel, under her breath. Brother, I have no grudge against you. Why do you insist on chasing me? The man narrowed his eyes. So what? I do as I please. Gu Yaoyao was so furious she wanted to strike him with her shovel. She forced down her anger, manipulated her spiritual power, and desperately tried to break into the man's brain domain. She refused to believe he could still withstand her full-force attack in his deranged state. But reality proved he was indeed deranged. Gu Yaoyao's spiritual power was violently repelled, causing backlash. A surge of sweetness rose in her throat, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. The man tapped his head forcefully and raised his gun again, aiming at Gu Yaoyao's head. You're certainly interesting, but I never leave loose ends. Aren't we all human? Shouldn't we unite to kill zombies? Dr. Chun, having regained his composure, was baffled. He couldn't understand why they were killing each other when survival was already so difficult. What's your name? Even if she was going to die, she wanted to know why. Jiang Lu. Gu Yaoyao's heart sank. Jiang as in the river, Lu as in exile. Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow. So what? Gu Yaoyao fell silent. What kind of fate was this? Transmigrating into an apocalyptic novel with a terminal illness was bad enough, but why did she have to encounter the most terrifying person in the original story? Jiang Lu, just the mention of his name made readers of the original novel shudder. If Qi Shu was the most tragic villain, nearly becoming the pinnacle of combat power in the later stages, then the man before her was a figure of dread from beginning to end. It wasn't because he ate human flesh or his formidable spiritual power. Rather, it was because he lived day and night among zombies, using them to attack humans and seize supplies. Later, he allied with Qi Shu, who had become a high-level zombie, supplying him with newborn human infants to consume. If that were all, he'd just be a capricious villain. But in the end, he established a base to protect humans and joined forces with Qi Yao to kill Qi Shu, claiming it was atonement. This drew a storm of criticism in the comments. Jiang Lu noticed the change in Gu Yaoyao's expression and narrowed his eyes. Are you afraid of me? Gu Yaoyao had no desire to respond. After all, who wouldn't be afraid? Not even zombies were as terrifying as this deranged killer who delighted in slaughter. In that case, he'll send you on your way. Jiang Lu raised his gun again, firing bullet after bullet at Gu Yaoyao's forehead. Gu Yaoyao mustered all her strength, ignoring the searing pain in her arm. Gritting her teeth, she activated her ability to set up a barrier against the relentless bullets while scanning for something to use as cover. But the area was barren with nothing but weeds. Suddenly an idea struck her like a thunderbolt, jolting her awake. There was nothing here to use, but she had the jade bead space. She could create something to use. Looking at the zombies battering the barrier ahead, and Jiang Lu firing from behind, she realized that if she withdrew even one hand, she'd either be bitten by zombies or shot dead. Gu Yaoyao ground her teeth in fury, wishing she could tear Jiang Lu apart. This stalemate couldn't last. She turned to Dr. Chun, who had risen and stood nearby, and roughly calculated the time. When I lower this barrier, can you hold them off for 30 seconds? Dr. Chun frowned, gritted his teeth, and gripped the iron rod, tightly stepping in front of Gu Yaoyao. I'm not sure, but rest assured they won't harm you before I die. In that moment, Gu Yaoyao felt a surge of security from the slender Dr. Chun. Don't worry, none of us will die. Even she didn't believe her own words. They'll count to 3. Get ready. Jiang Lu scoffed, put away his sniper rifle, and pulled a grenade from his pocket. Stop struggling. Are you out of your damn mind? Gu Yaoyao couldn't hold back anymore and cursed. Call you a poison and you act like it. Seeing Gu Yaoyao's face flushed with rage, Jiang Liu's eyes gleamed with excitement. He pulled the pin and precisely threw the grenade at the barrier. If you survive this, you can be my father. Gu Yaoyao gritted her teeth, pouring all her spiritual power into the barrier, and roared, I must have been cursed to have such an unfilial son. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, and the entire barrier was instantly engulfed in thick smoke, and Jiang Lu looked at the severed limbs on the ground and the burning zombies stumbling in pain and sighed regretfully. What an ugly death. He was about to turn and leave when he heard a cold snort. Ha, who said your dad is dead? Jiang Liu's expression changed. He swiftly leaped back several times, dodging an iron shovel aimed at the back of his head, and aimed his gun at the smoke. At that moment, a vine as thick as an arm shot out from the smoke. Jiang Lu was horrified and agilely retreated. Unfilial son, how do you want to die this time? The thick smoke dissipated, revealing a barrier woven from several vines before Jiang Lu. He touched the bloody scratch on his chin, glanced at the severed limbs scattered on the ground, then looked at the man who had appeared out of thin air before him. The man clutched a gleaming dagger in his hand, his eyes equally cold. Jiang Lu suppressed the shock in his eyes, staring fixedly at Qi Shu not far away. Qi Shu. He had heard that name since he arrived, assuming it was just a coincidence of the same name and surname, never expecting this man to actually be by a little girl's side. Gu Yaoyao was indeed very interesting. As the vines parted, Gu Yaoyao spat out the blood in her mouth, gulped down several mouthfuls of well water to replenish her strength, and glared at Jiang Lu, gnashing her teeth fiercely. Watch me beat you to a pulp, you unfilial brat. Ever since she started reading this book, she had always wanted to give Jiang Lu a good thrashing, preferably to knock some sense into his head. Jiang Lu remained silent for a long time. Just as Gu Yaoyao and the others were about to swarm him, he suddenly burst out laughing. In the tense atmosphere, Jiang Liu's laughter cut through the strained air like a knife. Gu Yaoyao warily released her mental force to suppress Jiang Lu. You're about to die, what are you laughing at? Jiang Lu put away his gun, tilted his head, and smiled at Gu Yaoyao. You really are interesting, so I've decided. Gu Yaoyao was amused by his shamelessness. Sorry, but we don't make a habit of walking with tigers. Even a tiger won't eat its own cub. Jiang Lu flashed her a particularly charming and seductive smile, like a peacock spreading its tail. I believe you won't kill such a good son of yours. Gu Yaoyao was speechless. She had underestimated the thickness of Jiang Liu's skin. Seeing Gu Yaoyao's unwillingness to engage, Jiang Liu's smile froze for a few seconds, then slowly shifted into an awkward yet polite grin. He turned his gaze to Qi Shu. This must be my mother, right? Mother. Gu Yaoyao choked on that word. Qi Shu's face turned cold. With a flick of his hand, a massive vine lashed out at Jiang Lu, who swiftly turned and retreated a few steps to dodge it. The vine slammed into the ground beside him, sending dirt and rocks flying and carving a deep crack. Jiang Lu broke out in a cold sweat. This man's strength far surpassed his own. If he had reacted even a moment slower, he would have been crushed into pulp. By now, Jiang Liu's mental energy was nearly depleted. He quickly raised his hands in surrender, forcing a smile at Qi Shu. The things in the southern warehouse have been moved. I believe you know what I mean. What did that mean? Did they know each other? Gu Yaoyao felt her mind was about to short-circuit. Qi Shu withdrew the vine, his entire being radiating a thick, murderous aura. State your terms. Jiang Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief. As I said, I want to go with you all. Qi Shu sneered, his disdain for Jiang Lu undisguised. Our car is too small to accommodate a great Buddha like you. What you only know how to give birth, but not raise. Good heavens, in her past life, she hadn't even held a man's hand, and now in this life, she had gained a son older than herself out of nowhere. To stay, Zhang Lu threw away all shame, striding toward them without a hint of fear that Qi Shu might stab him. Besides, you know my strength. Isn't having one more ally better than one more enemy? The roars of zombies came faster than anything, the increasingly close sounds causing the leaves around them to tremble. If this were before the apocalypse, birds and beasts would surely have scattered by now. Let's get out of here first. Gu Yaoyao felt that standing their ground wasn't a solution. She glanced at Zhang Lu, then tugged at her collar, pretending to tuck the magnetic card into her clothes while secretly placing it into her space. Zhang Liu's eyes widened. He clearly hadn't expected this woman to be so shameless. How the hell was he supposed to get it if she put it in her underwear? Qi Shu curled his lips without a word. Zhang Lu had always been erratic and without limits. His only principle was that he disdained doing anything vulgar. Gu Yaoyao helped Dr. Chun, who was sitting on the ground, catching his breath, to his feet. She glanced at Zhang Lu, who was smiling at her with narrowed eyes, then flashed a harmless grin. Son, you walk in front. Daddy feels safer following behind you. If it weren't for Zhang Lu, they would have been back on the road and gone by now. Zhang Lu coughed lightly, pinching his throat, and saying in a flippant tone, "But I need mommy's company to feel safe." He deliberately acted childish, putting on an innocent and carefree air. Gu Yaoyao felt her retinas were shattered. The veins on Qi Shu's arms bulged. He didn't know what expression to wear when looking at Zhang Lu. Certainly not one reserved for a normal person. The dagger viciously pierced through a zombie's eye, viscous, putrid blood splattering out. Qi Shu stomped on the fallen zombie's face, flashing Zhang Lu a ferocious grin. "If you want to die, just say the word. I can give you a ride." Zhang Lu pulled out a knife from behind, cleanly taking down a zombie that lunged at him, then turned to tattle to Gu Yaoyao. "Daddy, mommy is so mean." Gu Yaoyao couldn't help but laugh, but catching a glimpse of Qi Shu's darkened face, she immediately straightened her expression and glared at Zhang Lu. "Just do your job and keep your mouth shut." She wanted to live a few more days. Unfazed by Qi Shu's cold demeanor, Zhang Lu effortlessly killed zombies while glancing back at Gu Yaoyao, feigning sudden realization. "I get it now. Qi Shu dumped you, so he's not worthy of being my mom anymore. Qi Shu, just kill him now. Having barely survived, why not cherish life?" Dr. Chen couldn't take it anymore. "You really don't know gratitude. Miss Gu loves Mr. Qi deeply. Don't provoke her with her poor health." Gu Yaoyao was speechless. "Doctor, thank you so much." Qi Shu's movements stiffened, the chill in his eyes fading as he looked at Gu Yaoyao with a complex expression. How did Dr. Chen, who had only just met her, know that Gu Yaoyao liked him? Qi Shu suddenly remembered usual once saying that you can't hide liking someone. He would have to find a chance to clear things up with Gu Yaoyao, or any further delay, and she might only fall deeper. Gu Yaoyao, completely unaware of this, saw that Qi Shu remained silent, and mistakenly thought he didn't care at all. Fearing Zhang Lu might spout something even more shocking, she quickly changed the subject. "So that technique you used to attack me, can it control zombies? You lured that zombie horde to attack the camp, didn't you?" Lin Ziyuan wasn't an idiot. If the camp had developed to the point where a group of people lived there with rotating guards, there was no way they wouldn't spot scattered zombies approaching. Only one possibility remained: human intervention. The method Zhang Lu used when he appeared made Gu Yaoyao realize this in an instant. The only thing she didn't know was why Zhang Lu had done it. Zhang Lu let out a scornful laugh, as if mocking Gu Yaoyao. "No reason needed. I attack whenever I feel like it." Qi Shu caught the mockery, and recalling Dr. Chen's words, frowned in warning. "Zhang Lu, watch your tone." Tisk tisk tisk, protecting her so fiercely. Zhang Lu clicked his tongue a few times, then turned serious. "I've always kept to myself, but they killed my people and stole my things. They had to pay a price." Another case of stealing. Recalling what happened when they encountered Zhou Jing, Gu Yaoyao said nothing. In the apocalypse, infighting among survivors was common, but Zhang Lu was too ruthless. Better not to provoke him lightly. After gulping down a few mouthfuls of well water, Gu Yaoyao exerted her spiritual energy to set up a barrier, blocking the zombies relentlessly chasing them from behind. Seeing the river ahead, Gu Yaoyao tugged at Qi Shu's sleeve and asked him with a puzzled expression, "Do you know him?" Qi Shu's expression softened slightly. "I used to be colleagues with him." Gu Yaoyao understood. Colleagues of an assassin must also be assassins, right? Soon they shook off the zombie horde and returned to the highway. Gu Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief, looked up at the sky that was already turning pale, and worried, "I wonder how Zhang Wu and the others are doing." A whole night had passed, and she had no idea if they had reached their destination safely. If it weren't for Zhang Liu's obstruction, they wouldn't have taken so long to get back to the highway. Thinking of this, Gu Yaoyao couldn't help but want to kick Zhang Lu, who was walking ahead. Zhang Lu slowed his pace to walk shoulder to shoulder, with Gu Yaoyao glancing sideways at Qi Shu, whose face was dark behind them. Curling his lips into a smile, he said, "Those two kids you mentioned, I saw them when I controlled the zombies to attack the camp." "Oh, so proud of yourself, huh?" Gu Yaoyao sneered, turning her head. "If anything happens to them, I'll skin you alive, you brat." The smile in Zhang Liu's eyes grew richer, and his words were utterly frivolous. "You'd even lay a deadly hand on your own son. You really are a ruthless man." "Own son? Man." Gu Yaoyao was nearly infuriated by Zhang Liu's shameless remarks. "How can you be so thick-skinned?" She struggled to suppress the urge to strangle Zhang Lu. "Get serious." Did Zhang Wu and the others escape? Behind them, Qi Shu raised his leg and kicked Zhang Lu right in the knee. Jiang Lu lunged forward, his knee hitting. When he looked up again, his eyes were slightly red, and he gazed at Gu Yaoyao pitifully. "Dad, it hurts. I need a hug to get up. Can you act normal?" Gu Yaoyao wished she could give him another kick. He was supposed to be the villain everyone hated in the original story, but seeing him in person, who knew he'd be this annoyingly cheeky? Qishu took a deep breath, pressed his temple hard, and stared at Jiang Lu, who was still kneeling and playing the victim. He threatened in a cold voice, "Keep playing dumb, and he'll cut your tendons and feed you to the zombies." Jiang Lu wasn't angry, seemingly already used to Qishu's attitude. Seeing Gu Yaoyao's utter disgust, Jiang Lu finally got up, patted the dirt off his knees, and tilted his head in recollection. Before the zombies surrounded the camp, they seemed to have left with a woman. A woman? Could it be Zhou Jing? Zhou Jing wasn't a big problem. The only issue was that Lin Ziyuan seemed unable to forget her. Gu Yaoyao had never thought of recruiting followers to carve out her own territory. After all, life was short, and there was no need to leave behind a bad reputation even after a transmigration. After walking for about 20 minutes, Gu Yaoyao spotted the Land Rover parked not far away. Beside the tall vehicle stood a familiar woman, kicking the car door in a fit of rage. Seeing this, Gu Yaoyao quickened her pace. "What's going on?" Hearing her voice, Zhou Jing turned around with red-rimmed eyes. "Why are you only here now? Those two little brats are Jiang Wu rolled down the window with a cold face, his tone extremely impatient. "She was the one who shamelessly clung to us, and even tried to snatch the car keys." Zhou Jing let out a cold laugh, crossed her arms, and completely ignored the matter of the car keys. "What do you mean by shamelessly? We agreed I'd leave with you, didn't we? Now that you've escaped, you want to deny it." Qishu stepped in front of Gu Yaoyao and refuted Zhou Jing expressionlessly. "We only said we'd take you away from there." Zhou Jing was immediately displeased. What does that mean? She wanted to follow this group, initially to get rid of Lin Ziyuan, but now she valued their abilities. When the camp was besieged by zombies, Qishu managed to bring Gu Yaoyao and Dr. Chen two burdens out safely. His combat strength was probably far greater than Lin Ziyuan's. "Are you planning to abandon me halfway? Gu Yaoyao, we know each other. Aren't you afraid of ghosts haunting you for treating me like..." Her gaze fell on Gu Yaoyao, who was shielded behind Qishu, and a trace of resentment surged in her heart. Why did all the good fortune go to Gu Yaoyao? While she could only be humiliated by her family, sold like an object to Lin Ziyuan. Having barely escaped with her life only to face abandonment again, Zhou Jing's composure began to crack. First, Gu Yaoyao signaled Qishu to take Dr. Chen and board the car from the other side. Then she calmly, "As you said, we only know each other. Our original plan didn't account for a zombie horde attack. I haven't even asked you to compensate for my losses from the injuries sustained during this escape and fight. Now that you're out, find your own way to survive." It was clear the other party was determined to latch onto them, and Gu Yaoyao could no longer maintain a friendly facade. In the camp, discretion was the better part of valor. But if she brought Zhou Jing along now, wouldn't she be inviting Lin Ziyuan to come after them? She had no desire to get entangled in the feud between Zhou Jing and Lin Ziyuan. "You promised to take me out. Gu Yaoyao, you're going back on your word." Zhou Jing panicked. Gu Yaoyao's face turned cold. "Do you want me to send you back?" Zhou Jing, in a fit of desperation, clung tightly to the side mirror. "If you don't take me, I won't let you leave easily either." How could she possibly survive alone? Only by sticking with Gu Yaoyao and the others could she live. "Are you being unreasonable?" Gu Yaoyao was getting a headache. "Fine, I'll take you away from here, but you'll have to get off on your own. If you follow us for too long, don't blame me for kicking you out wherever we are. Deal." The Land Rover wasn't far from the camp, and staying any longer might attract zombies that no one could escape. Gu Yaoyao was ready to compromise for now, and Zhou Jing's eyes lit up. "Deal? What about me?" Jiang Lu pointed at himself. Qishu tapped on the car window and said to Jiang Wu, who was in the driver's seat, "Open the trunk." Jiang Liu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Qishu. "Stuffing me in the trunk? Are you serious?" Qishu curled his lips into a cold smile. "Good son, aren't you going to listen to mommy?" Gu Yaoyao choked. Was this joke never going to end? "We've known each other for so long, and I never realized you were this vengeful." Jiang Lu accused Qishu with his eyes. Qishu raised an eyebrow. "Don't you want to follow us? If you do, get in there willingly. Am I not worthy of a seat in the car?" "You're not." Gu Yaoyao chimed in naturally. "So stop wasting time and get in." Jiang Lu, "Dad, are you implying I'm a..." "Be confident, you are." Jiang Liu's smile vanished completely. With a dark face, he climbed into the trunk and closed the hatch himself. Qishu said no more, took the water bottle, and gulped down the remaining spring water. In moments, he felt his strength returning, as if his fatigue had been mysteriously swept away. A flicker of light passed through his eyes as he casually tossed the empty bottle out the window, pretending not to notice the one. Along the way, they took turns driving, with Gu Yaoyao and Qishu using their abilities to detect nearby zombies, avoiding several small hordes in advance. When there was no way around an unavoidable path, they released Jiang Lu, who used his powers to make the zombies turn on each other. For this, Jiang Lu grumbled that Gu Yaoyao was treating him like a dog. Gu Yaoyao, emboldened by the leverage she held, retorted, "What's wrong with a father using his son? If you're capable..." Jiang Lu was left speechless. He wasn't capable of that. Pressed for time, they traveled by day, eating in the car, only stopping to rest at night. As the sun neared the horizon, Qishu, guided by the rustling vegetation, took an exit off the highway and turned into a small village nearby. After ensuring there was no danger, Qishu and Jiang Lu went to clear out the wandering zombies, while Gu Yaoyao led the others to find a suitable place to stay. A few hundred meters out, Qi Shu stopped, pulled out his dagger, and effortlessly dispatched a zombie. He then turned to Zhang Lu, who was casually following him, and warned in a low voice, "I don't want Gu Yaoyao to know my true identity." "Didn't you swear you'd never marry?" Zhang Lu chuckled, stroking his chin as he eyed Qi Shu meaningfully. "What's this? Have you fallen for Gu Yaoyao? What nonsense are you talking about?" Qi Shu frowned. "Those are two different things. If it's nothing, why are you so worked up?" Zhang Lu stretched lazily, a half smile on his lips. "Besides, you didn't deny it." Qi Shu pursed his lips, his tone tinged with impatience. "There's nothing to deny, so there's no need for a rebuttal. So can I pursue her?" "You can try." Qi Shu gave a cold laugh, recalling Gu Yaoyao's formidable strength. Zhang Lu gave a hollow laugh, eyeing Qi Shu knowingly. He was clearly consumed by jealousy. On the other side, Gu Yaoyao chose a 3-story house with an iron fence, cleaned it up, and found some noodles in the kitchen. Zhou Jing licked her lips. "Let's have noodles tonight. They'll cook. Ooh, I haven't had them in ages." Gu Yaoyao had no objections. She helped by filling a bucket with water, and while Zhou Jing cooked, she took some food and thick clothes from her space and placed them in a nearby cabinet. Whether it was her imagination or not, she felt an unusual chill that night, the evening wind making her shiver. As she went downstairs, she saw Qi Shu and Zhang Lu walking in. But Gu Yaoyao noticed a hint of probing in Zhang Liu's gaze as he looked at her. While Zhang Lu went to the kitchen for food, she pulled Qi Shu aside and whispered, "Can we trust Zhang Lu?" Qi Shu was taken aback, then recalled Zhang Liu's words about pursuing Gu Yaoyao, and his brow furrowed tightly. Better to be cautious. He's a bit twisted. Gu Yaoyao didn't think much of it, and muttered, "I thought since you knew him, he'd be reliable." In her mind, since Zhang Lu had sided with the mutated Qi Shu in the original story, he was on Qi Shu's side. Though she didn't know what happened later, she hoped to redeem him early on. Hearing this, Qi Shu's expression turned strange. Gu Yaoyao trusted him so deeply that even someone as obviously twisted as Zhang Lu, because he knew Qi Shu, she considered trustworthy. Qi Shu thought for a moment and felt he needed to add, "From now on, before you tell him anything, you can discuss it with me first." "All right." Gu Yaoyao turned and sat on the sofa, looking up at Qi Shu with a serious tone. "Also, we need to improve our abilities. Zhang Lu can use his spiritual power to control zombies, which means his skill is far above mine. Besides, they had been on the run the whole time and hadn't properly trained. With the rare calm of the night, they needed to seize the opportunity to cultivate, so they wouldn't hold Qi Yao back later." Qi Shu sat down beside her. "How do we improve?" Zhu Si told me that the process of leveling up abilities isn't much different from what's described in cultivation novels. You need to calm your mind and repeatedly refine it. As Gu Yaoyao fed Qi Shu this line, she tried to recall the original plot. To be precise, when your ability is nearly depleted, you push it to recover bit by bit, then drain it dry again. If you have a crystal core, you absorb its energy to advance. Gu Yaoyao paused, glanced at Zhang Lu walking over with a ham, and leaned in to whisper to Qi Shu, "I suspect Zhang Lu got this strong by absorbing crystal cores." Qi Shu shifted uncomfortably. "They'll feel him out later." Zhang Lu approached, his gaze darting between them. "What secrets are you whispering about? How did you improve your ability?" Qi Shu asked bluntly. Gu Yaoyao was taken aback. Was this the new way of... Zhang Lu didn't hide it. He pulled out a few crystal cores from his pocket and tossed them to Qi Shu. "I discovered this by chance. Absorbing the energy inside can enhance your ability, but I can't absorb these colors." Qi Shu picked out an emerald green one and handed the rest to Gu Yaoyao. "That's because these aren't spiritual attributed, Dr. Chen, passing by, saw the crystal core in Qi Shu's hand and quickly approached, offering a red one to Gu Yaoyao. "Miss Gu, I dug this up before. I've studied it for a long time, but couldn't figure out its use." Gu Yaoyao took the crystal core under Dr. Chen's hopeful gaze. "This is a fire-attributed crystal core. A fire ability user can absorb its energy to improve." Dr. Chen was disappointed by the answer. He had hoped the crystal cores were a cure for the zombie virus, but in a sense they were indeed a remedy. After a simple dinner, Gu Yaoyao secretly took out some spiritual spring water and shared it with Qi Shu and Zhang Yan. "You can drink some water to replenish your strength during cultivation." Zhang Lu protested, "Why does Qi Shu get water, but not me?" Zhou Jing shot him a look as if he were an idiot. "Because Qi Shu is Gu Yaoyao's boyfriend." Gu Yaoyao quickly glanced at Qi Shu, who drank his water without a word and breathed a sigh of relief. She'd have to explain to Zhou Jing later. If Zhu Qingjia heard this, she'd kill her. "I'm still her son." Zhang Lu straightened his back. Gu Yaoyao was speechless. She really wanted to kill Zhang Lu. "Zhang Lu, if you have nothing better to do, go keep watch over there." Gu Yaoyao took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to tear him apart. "We need to focus on enhancing our abilities and set out at dawn." Sensing that Gu Yaoyao was genuinely irritated, Zhang Lu restrained himself a little. "Set out for where?" Without answering his question, she turned to Zhang Yan, who was sitting obediently nearby, and placed the fire-type crystal core given by Dr. Chun into his small hand. "This is a crystal core, Nian Yan. Hold it tightly and focus on absorbing the energy inside. It might hurt a bit. Are you afraid?" Zhang Yan shook his head, his childish face filled with determination. "I'm not afraid. Will there be side effects?" Zhang Wu asked, uneasy. "No, there won't. The three of us have all absorbed energy from crystal cores." Gu Yaoyao assured Zhang Wu. The reason Zhang Lu can control zombies is because he absorbed crystal cores to enhance his abilities. So rest assured, crystal cores are beneficial, not harmful, to Zhang Yan. Besides, Jiang Yin had drunk quite a bit of spirit spring water, so the process of advancing his abilities shouldn't be too. Jiang Yin, half understanding, glanced at the slightly hot crystal core in his hand, then turned to look at Qi Shu, who was already sitting cross-legged with eyes closed in cultivation. He tightened his grip on the core and shut his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a warm current surge from his palm into his body. His pores slightly dilated, and then a gentle heat rapidly spread through his limbs and bones, bringing an extraordinary sense of comfort. Seeing Jiang Yin enter his cultivation state, Gu Yaoyao turned to Jiang Lu, who stood nervously beside the boy. She pointed at Jiang Lu. Tonight the three of you will take turns keeping watch. If anything unusual happens, have Jiang Lu handle it. Jiang Lu crossed his arms and snorted coldly. I'm just a brick who I get moved wherever I'm needed. Gu Yaoyao rolled her eyes at him, took a few big gulps of spirit spring water, then sat cross-legged with eyes closed, beginning to temper and elevate her own abilities. Earlier she had advanced one level after absorbing a crystal core and another level while dealing with Su Qingjing. Now she was on the verge of breaking through to the third level. But she remembered the original novel's setting. Starting from the third level, it would become extremely difficult to enhance abilities without crystal cores. Just as Gu Yaoyao began circulating the energy within her, a sudden violent pain erupted from her abdomen. It felt like a scorching flame burning inside her, and her whole body was racked with searing agony. A splitting headache made Gu Yaoyao groan involuntarily. She felt as though she had been thrown into a blazing fire, her entire being burned by scorching flames, the pain penetrating deep into her marrow. Seeing her fair skin flush crimson, Dr. Chen hurriedly patted Jiang Lu on the shoulder and asked urgently, "Has Miss Gu gone into a qi deviation?" Jiang Lu spoke as if it were nothing unusual. "It's normal. The process of enhancing abilities is inherently painful." Dr. Chen paced anxiously on the spot. "But her body won't be able to withstand it. Terminal stomach cancer is no joke. She really has a terminal illness." Jiang Lu found it hard to believe. He had never seen such an energetic terminal. Zhou Jing remained silent, her gaze fixed tensely on Gu Yaoyao. She could even see fine, dense blood vessels writhing, constantly moving across the exposed skin. Cold sweat quickly soaked through Gu Yaoyao's clothes, making her look as if she had been pulled out of water. Gu Yaoyao bit her lip hard, trying to stay conscious through the pain. She felt her strength gradually ebbing away, and even her consciousness began to blur. Damn it. Why did the author have to make ability advancement so excruciating? Couldn't it be like those stupid pop-up web games? 1/ and you get 9,999 experience points. When she got back, she was definitely going to write a light, sweet story about easy leveling and monster slaying. In a daze, Gu Yaoyao felt a warm current surge from her wrist. Flowing through her blood, it traveled through her limbs and bones, washing away the raging heat inside her. The tearing pain vanished, instantly replaced by an indescribable relief. Jiang Lu kept his eyes on Gu Yaoyao. As her chest rose and fell with each breath, he sensed a faint spiritual fluctuation. Then a very subtle pale light flashed briefly over the red mark on her wrist. The speed was so fast that Jiang Lu thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. He smiled silently. Gu Yaoyao was indeed a treasure trove. Whoosh! The girl, drenched in sweat, had skin that was fair and translucent. She slowly exhaled a turbid breath and abruptly opened her eyes. A faint pale light flickered briefly in her misty dark pupils. Gu Yaoyao felt her body brimming with strength, a warm energy flowing within her. She even felt as if she had unblocked her conception and governing vessels. Seeing her open her eyes with a joyful expression, Dr. Chen quickly asked, "Miss Gu, how do you feel? Any discomfort?" Jiang Lu pressed a hand on Dr. Chen's shoulder and looked at Gu Yaoyao with a meaningful smile. "She's fine. In fact, her abilities have advanced. As expected of my son, you've inherited my intelligence." Gu Yaoyao stood up, stretched, and swung her fists and feet, generating a gust of force. She looked at her fists with delight, sensing the energy surging through her body and the significant increase in her strength. The suffering had been worth it after all. However, Gu Yaoyao was well aware that if she hadn't drunk so much spirit spring water, she would have endured even greater pain. Thinking of this, a hint of respect crept into her gaze as she looked at Jiang Lu. "Don't look at me like that. I use crystal cores to enhance my abilities, unlike you who tortures yourself to do it." Seeing right through her thoughts, Jiang Lu forcibly turned her head toward Qi Shu. "Look at your man. Not a trace of pain on his face. All thanks to me." Qi Shu and Jiang Yin both had relaxed expressions and steady breathing, showing no sign of pain. Gu Yaoyao slapped Jiang Liu's hand away and flashed him a dazzling fake smile. "You're such a thoughtful son." "My pleasure." Jiang Lu took a few steps back, covered his nose and mouth, and wrinkled his face in disgust. "I can't take it anymore. Gu Yaoyao, you stink. Worse than a sewer." At his words, Gu Yaoyao shuddered, finally feeling the stickiness all over her body. She lifted her arm to look at the grime-covered skin and even caught a whiff of a foul odor emanating from her. This must be the impurities expelled after her body absorbed the energy. "They'll go wash up. You two keep an eye on Qi Shu and Jiang Yin. Call me if anything happens." Without waiting for anyone's reaction, Gu Yaoyao dashed into the bathroom, stripped off her clothes, and took out a pack of wet wipes from her space to simply clean the grime off her body. She didn't have many supplies and dared not waste water recklessly. As for using spirit spring water to bathe, such an extravagant idea had yet to cross her impoverished mind. She took out a change of clothes from her space. Just as she finished dressing, she heard a knock on the door. Using her spiritual sense, she identified the visitor as Zhou Jing. Gu Yaoyao, I want to talk to you. Gu Yaoyao opened the door. Talk about what? Zhou Jing was stunned the moment she saw her eyes filled with admiration. Does enhancing your abilities also make you prettier? Gu Yaoyao smiled and brushed it off casually. Probably. What did you want to talk to me about? Zhou Jing was jolted back to her purpose by the question. Her eyes pleaded as she hesitantly spoke. It's just, can I really not come with you all? Gu Yaoyao refused bluntly. No. We settled this before getting in the car. Then why can Dr. Zhou Jing's eyes reddened instantly, her face full of resentment. He's just as ordinary as I am, even worse at killing zombies. She couldn't understand why she was always the one left behind. Gu Yaoyao glanced sideways at Zhou Jing, her tone calm. Because I need him. In the apocalypse, which doctor wasn't in high demand. Zhou Jing wasn't someone she had brought out, and she had no obligation to drag along a stranger. Whatever this person might eventually achieve had nothing to do with her. After all, she would die soon enough and couldn't afford to leave any hidden dangers for others out of momentary softness. Moreover, having survived as Lin Yuan's woman in the camp until now, Zhou Jing was no fool. She understood the rules of the current environment better than anyone. I understand. Just drop me off at the next stop. There was no need to ask further. Gu Yaoyao's attitude had decided. Zhou Jing took a deep breath and gave up begging. Returning to the hall, she saw Jiang Yin excitedly hugging Jiang Wu, proclaiming her ability had advanced. Gu Yaoyao scanned the room, but didn't see Qi Shu or Jiang Lu. Where did they go? Jiang Wu, struggling with Jiang Yin clinging to his neck, turned back with difficulty. Jiang Lu said he sensed several mental fluctuations heading this way, worried it might attract zombies. They both went to check. Gu Yaoyao walked to the window and glanced out, but didn't see them. Did they just leave? Dr. Chun naturally took over the conversation. Not long after you left. Gu Yaoyao nodded, not overly worried about the two. Jiang Lu and Qi Shu's skills far surpassed hers, and as important characters in the later stages, they wouldn't die anytime soon unless the entire plot collapsed. If they encountered a problem that even those two couldn't solve, then Gu Yaoyao and the others would only be more of a burden. After traveling for so long, their tense nerves finally relaxed, followed by a wave of deep exhaustion. Jiang Wu played with his little brother for a while before heading to rest with Dr. Chun. Seizing the moment, Gu Yaoyao sat cross-legged in a corner, began circulating the energy within her, and entered a meditative state. When she opened her eyes again, a face so close to hers nearly scared her out of her wits. Holy crap. Slap. Jiang Lu took a solid hit, stumbling backward as he sat down, his eyes wide with disbelief. This woman dared to hit him. Sorry. Who told you to get so close? I thought you were a zombie. Gu Yaoyao quickly apologized, though her tone lacked sincerity. Jiang Lu gritted his teeth, itching to tear the girl apart. Even if mistaken for a zombie who would slap a zombie, he couldn't believe that Slap didn't carry some personal grudge. Stop fooling around. Qi Shu's icy voice cut through the small commotion. Gu Yaoyao shrank her neck looking at Qi Shu, but paused when she saw the girl behind him. Jiang Lu, ever the troublemaker, rubbed his half-swollen face as he got up. This is the woman we just rescued. Qi Shu insisted on saving her. Rescued by Qi Shu. When did he start having women around him? Gu Yaoyao stared at the girl, who was also sizing her up. The girl looked about 20 with light makeup and the kind of influencer face Gu Yaoyao often saw in her past life. Delicate and pretty, but lacking individuality. If her face got ruined during a fight or escape, how would she fix it? Gu Yaoyao's mind wandered slightly. Their eyes met, and Gu Yaoyao caught the disdain in the girl's gaze. Just as she was about to speak, the girl extended her hand, first smiling sweetly. Hello, I'm Kai Wenwen, a friend of brother Qi. Kai Wenwen. Wasn't she Zhu Qingjia's lackey? How did she end up here? Gu Yaoyao discreetly scanned the people standing outside the door, then slowly reached out to shake her hand, offering a fake friendly smile. Hello, I'm Gu Yaoyao. Gu Yaoyao shot Qi Shu a questioning look, wondering how he ended up saving this woman. Misunderstanding her intent, Qi Shu leaned in and whispered, she says she knows about Qi Yao's situation. She's from that safe zone. Perhaps due to Gu Yaoyao's illness, he didn't want her to have any more unhappiness in her final days. Gu Yaoyao kept up her fake smile. She didn't know why Kai Wenwen had shown up early, but her ulterior motive for tagging along was practically written on her face. Qi Shu was handsome. Not only did Zhu Qingjia fancy his face, but her good sister Kai Wenwen also had her eyes on him. However, restrained by Zhu Qingjia's status in the safe zone, she had never dared to show it openly, though she had pestered Qi Shu plenty in private. Eager to stir up drama, Jiang Lu chimed in again. Wenwen, didn't you just say Zhu Qingjia likes that guy named Zhu Si? Telling Qi Shu not to be sad. Huh. Zhu Qingjia likes Zhu Si. Gu Yaoyao recalled Zhu Si's handsome face and instantly understood why Zhu Qingjia had changed her heart. Everyone loves beauty, as she could understand that. But this woman setting her sights on two incredibly hard-to-conquer men in a row. Hard to say if it was good taste or bad luck. Kai Wenwen sighed softly, her gaze at Qi Shu sticky with affection and a hint of pity. Zhu Qingjia has fallen for Zhu Si, and Zhu Si is willing to stay by her side. They're mutually in love, brother Qi Shu. Don't hold on to any illusions about Zhu Qingjia anymore, as she's not worth it. Whenever Kai Wenwen thought of Zhu Qingjia's smug face, boasting that Qi Shu had feelings for her, she wanted to tear Zhu Qingjia apart. That manipulative flirt, seducing men left and right with her abilities. Now was her chance. Since Zhu Qingjia had set her sights on Zhu Si, she would seize the opportunity to make Qi Shu fall for her. Gu Yaoyao was shocked by Kai Wenwen's words. What did she mean by Zhu Si and Zhu Qingjia being mutually in love? When did Qishu ever like Zhu Qingjia? Had she read a pirated version of the story? Qishu frowned. Who Zhu Qingjia likes has nothing to do with me. I have no interest in her. Tisk, if you have no interest, why are you getting defensive? Jiang Lu continued his death wish. Clearly a guilty conscience. Qishu stared at Jiang Lu as if looking at a corpse. So Qishu had never liked Zhu Qingjia. A flicker of joy crossed Kai Wenwen's heart. No wonder Zhu Qingjia had eagerly seduced Zhu Si the moment she saw him. Qishu had never been interested in her. It was all just a lie Zhu Qingjia had spun herself. None of this matters. Gu Yaoyao glossed over the topic and cut to the chase. Where is Qi Yao now? Kai Wenwen, irritated by the interruption, shot Gu Yaoyao a displeased look. About to lash out, she remembered Qishu was present and forcibly suppressed her anger. They went on missions. Zhu Si and Zhu Qingjia went to Chonglin base for equipment while Qi Yao and Yu Zuo went to gather supplies. She held back. This person was Qishu's current companion, even if she disliked Gu Yaoyao. Starting a fight now would definitely not win Qishu to her side. Hearing this, Gu Yaoyao was so furious she nearly cursed. Zhu Qingjia's tactics were clearly a setup to clear the field and hook a man. Mysteriously, a wave of intense unease surged within Gu Yaoyao's heart. Glancing at the disheveled individuals at the door, she looked back at the scrape on Kai Wenwen's arm. Then how did you end up here? Kai Wenwen's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. We came here to collect supplies. Collecting supplies in this small village. Gu Yaoyao frowned slightly, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. You came to this remote mountain to collect supplies. As she spoke, Gu Yaoyao's gaze drifted past Kai Wenwen and locked onto Jiang Lu, who met her eyes with a deep look, subsequently extending spiritual threads to probe the surroundings. Odd. Just then Kai Wenwen suddenly exclaimed, repeatedly jarring Gu Yaoyao's already tense nerves. What happened? Kai Wenwen's face turned pale, her voice trembling. Just now, there was a shadow passing by outside. A shadow. Following the direction of her finger, Gu Yaoyao's heart sank, and she instantly glanced at Jiang Lu, who quickly closed the front door and nodded grimly. The other party is too fast. I just detected their spiritual fluctuations, and there's more than one. Hearing this, Kai Wenwen shivered slightly, instinctively moving closer to Jiang Lu. Keeping her eyes on Kai Wenwen, Gu Yaoyao furrowed her brow, her tone growing cold. Kai Wenwen, what exactly are you doing here? Everyone be careful, it's coming back again. Jiang Lu warned, pressing a finger to his lips. Gu Yaoyao stood in front of Qishu, extending her spiritual power, sensing multiple spiritual fluctuations that made her heart sink. Is it a horde of zombies? Jiang Lu shook his head, pulling a dagger from behind. I'm not sure. I tried to control them earlier, but found that my spiritual power couldn't penetrate their brains. As he spoke, a shadow darted past under everyone's watchful gaze. I told you we shouldn't have come. You insisted on listening to this woman, and now look, no one can go back. Someone shouted in a trembling voice, but no one paid him any mind. Shadows continued to sweep past the window, and a putrid smell gradually invaded the room. Gu Yaoyao was so agitated that she felt like she could pull her hair out. Kai Wenwen had undoubtedly been bitten to death by some mutated zombie beast. But it shouldn't have happened now, it should have been at the safe zone. Could it be that because of this woman's arrival the mutated beasts were drawn here? Bang! A loud noise erupted as several deformed monsters slammed against the glass. The monster's head was the size of a basketball, covered in dark purple patterns, and its putrid flesh continuously smeared yellowish-white pus against the glass. Its sharp claws scratched the window, creating a piercing sound as it fixed its bulging eyes on Kai Wenwen. Gu Yaoyao stumbled back in shock. Indeed, these mutated beasts were drawn here because of this woman. Jiang Lu, take them out through the back door quickly. The ruckus had already awakened the people inside. Jiang Lu swiftly kicked open two doors while Jiang Wu reflexively covered his younger brother's eyes, and Dr. Chen looked pale, his legs trembling as he leaned against the wall. What kind of monster is this? Dr. Chen was on the verge of tears. Qishu quickly glanced at the glass, which had developed several small cracks, his heart racing. Jiang Lu, get everyone out first. What about you? Jiang Lu had lost his sense of humor. Were these two planning to die here together? These monsters were already quite troublesome for him to deal with. We won't die, Gu Yaoyao urged impatiently. What time was it now? And Jiang Lu was still acting out a dramatic scene. When it came to escaping, anyone who could survive was a win. If all else failed, she could take Qishu into the Yuzhu space. So far, only Qishu had been inside, she wasn't willing to gamble with others. Jiang Lu snorted, lightly managing to take 2 adults and 1 child with him. As for Kai Wenwen and the others, they were not in his consideration at all. With Kai Wenwen drawing the fire, the monsters were fiercely trying to break through the front door. This action further confirmed Gu Yaoyao's belief that these creatures attacked purely based on primitive instincts and had low intelligence. The increasingly violent commotion sent Kai Wenwen's pretty face pale as she stumbled toward Qishu for help. Brother Qishu, I'm scared. We should leave here soon. Did you bring this thing here? Qishu asked with a cold face. Although he had no concrete evidence, his intuition told him that the sudden appearance of the monsters was most likely related. Gu Yaoyao kept an eye on the movement at the window while closely examining Kai Wenwen. You didn't do something rash and take something from them, did you? Kai Wenwen was just an ordinary person, and Gu Yaoyao remembered that mutated beasts were more attracted to those with special abilities. Only those with abilities could provoke the beast's rage. Kai Wenwen gritted her teeth and remained silent until someone finally couldn't hold back. She killed the monster's offspring. What nonsense are you talking about? Kai Wenwen's face twisted in anger, her hands instinctively clenching tightly, wishing she could tear that person's mouth apart. In this moment, 4 or 5 people had united against her, completely unafraid of her fury. Clearly, many had long harbored resentment against Kai Wenwen. Clenching her teeth, Kai Wenwen turned to Qishu. Brother Qishu, it's not like that. It was that little monster that attacked me first, so I fought back. As she spoke, Kai Wenwen raised her hand to reveal several claw marks. Look, these are from that little monster. What do we? Qishu ignored her and turned to Gu Yaoyao. Throw her out, Gu Yaoyao said without hesitation. She didn't care at all about this woman's life or death. You, Kai Wenwen's anger turned her eyes red. What do you think you are? Don't worry, he'll join you soon. Gu Yaoyao comforted her sincerely. They were all cannon fodder, why bother struggling? You all. Kai Wenwen trembled with rage, her eyes beginning to redden. Very well. Bang! A loud crash shattered the window glass. A massive shadow surged towards Gu Yaoyao, its sharp claws aimed directly at her neck. In a flash, Gu Yaoyao quickly raised her hand to cast a mental barrier, effectively blocking the attack. Then she turned her body nimbly to evade another mutated beast strike. In just a moment, dozens of mutated beasts climbed in their 4 claws, pushing against the ground as they crouched, baring their sharp fangs and glaring with their yellow eyes fixed on the trembling Kai Wenwen hiding nearby. Gu Yaoyao cautiously retreated. Everyone, let's settle our scores later. We won't disturb you now. Roar! The lead zombie beast roared, using its hind legs to push off the ground and lunging towards Gu Yaoyao at high speed. Gu Yaoyao's pupils constricted as she narrowly dodged a clear cracking sound echoing from her waist. Boom! After the sound of a heavy object hitting, a cacophony of clattering noise followed, and what lay on the ground was a deformed. Gu Yaoyao warily stared at the mutated beast that had been stunned by the frying pan, her face twisted in pain as she steadied herself with a hand on her waist. That twist had wrenched her old back. Qishu manipulated his vines to shield her behind him. Are you alright? Not really. I twisted my back from moving to. Gu Yaoyao raised a hand to cast a barrier, blocking the ceaselessly surging mutated beasts. She turned her head to glance at Kai Wenwen, who was trembling in the corner, and asked Qishu, this can't go on. Do you have any good ideas? This was Kai Wenwen's foolish doing. There was no need for them to clean up her mess. Qishu's voice was cold. Whoever caused it should solve it. Kai Wenwen panicked completely. She grabbed Qishu's arm, pleading desperately. I didn't mean to. I thought it was just an ordinary mutated animal, so I killed it. Don't cast me out. Gu Yaoyao's extended spiritual sense detected an extremely intense fluctuation. She suddenly recalled that the original novel mentioned that when mutated beasts gathered, they could easily trigger a zombie tide. She clenched her jaw, feeling a strange unease. Mutated beasts had a strong sense of territory. Though this village was remote, it wasn't deep in untamed mountains. Did you take something else? Killing just one juvenile beast wouldn't attract so many mutated creatures. Kai Wenwen was about to retort when someone forcibly pulled a delicate translucent crystal core from her pocket and handed it to Gu Yaoyao. She got this from killing the juvenile beast and said she'd take it back to the safe zone to make a necklace. Gu Yaoyao was speechless. Why were there so many brainless cannon fodder in this book? She couldn't comprehend it. Crystal cores held a fatal allure for mutated beasts. Kai Wenwen had not only cruelly killed the juvenile beast, but also carried the crystal core around. The mutated beasts could easily track her down by following the unique scent attached to the core. Moreover, if they were bitten, ability users had a certain immunity. As long as the wound wasn't severe, cutting away the infected flesh could prevent zombification. But ordinary people were different. Even a scratch, let alone a bite, would almost certainly lead to infection. The original novel hadn't mentioned whether Kai Wenwen had awakened any abilities. You've been scratched. Stay away from us. Gu Yaoyao pulled Qishu to keep a distance from Kai Wenwen, aiming her frying pan at her to prevent her from approaching. You menace, keep your distance. At these words, the people around Kai Wenwen recoiled, as if from a venomous snake swiftly creating space. Kai Wenwen frantically hid her hands behind her back, explaining anxiously, it's just a minor wound. Once we're back at the safe zone, Xingjia can heal me. Any ordinary person scratched will mutate. At that moment, the furious roars of mutated beasts echoed incessantly from outside the door. The mutated beast that had been stunned by the frying pan fixed its fierce gaze on Gu Yaoyao. Its sharp claws scraped viciously at the ground, each strike piercing through the floorboards and leaving gaping cracks. The sounds of pounding and scratching outside the door grew denser. Once the door was breached, the mutated beasts would swarm in all at once. In this cramped space, they would find it hard to maneuver. Nearby, several mutated beasts bared 2 rows of sharp, densely packed teeth, their murky yellow eyes gleaming with malice as they lunged forward in a rush. Qishu immediately activated his ability. Dozens of vines materialized in an instant, weaving into a net that entrapped the surging beasts, then rapidly constricting to shred them into pulp. Suddenly, a furious roar from upstairs echoed through the air. The next second, 4 or 5 mutated beasts were seized by an invisible force around their necks and slammed down violently. Gu Yaoyao's face flushed red from exertion. With only her and Qishu, they couldn't break free. Were they truly going to die here? If Qishu turned into a zombie, now what had she been struggling for all this time? No, she couldn't die here. Everyone get down. With a familiar roar, several fireballs shot forth from behind them. Gu Yaoyao instinctively pushed Qishu down. The fireballs exploded among the fallen mutated beasts, and scorching flames swept into the surging horde, sending them screeching in terror as they scattered wildly. Zhonglu! Gu Yaoyao exclaimed with joy. Zhonglu had actually turned back. They wouldn't die here. Just then a deafening crash rang out. The sturdy door crashed to the ground, and a dense tide of dark shadows surged in like a flood. Roars reverberated through the entire building, echoing endlessly, sending chills down everyone's spine. Gu Yaoyao gritted her teeth, manipulating the barrier to shove back, violently pushing away the beasts that were fiercely ramming it. We need to escape quickly. The noise will attract zombies. Zhang Lu swiftly shoved his gun barrel into the gaping maw of a lunging mutated beast. Got a plan. Bang. A gunshot rang out and the beast's head exploded instantly. Rotten blood mixed with brain matter splattered across the floor, and an orange bead rolled out. Gu Yaoyao's eyes darkened. Just run for our lives. At times like this, tactical methods were useless. Each person had to handle their own crisis, and getting away was the top priority. At her words, Kai Wenwen's face paled as she asked urgently, "What about me? These things are only after you. I can only wish you luck." Gu Yaoyao sneered. Kai Wenwen's legs trembled, and she pleaded tearfully, "Brother Qishu, don't abandon me. I really didn't mean to." Disgust flickered in Qishu's eyes. His vines lashed out at the oncoming mutated beasts, ignoring Kai Wenwen. At the same time, Zhang Liu's face turned grim. "We need to hurry. A massive number of zombies are converging here." The decision to abandon Kai Wenwen was unanimous. The three of them moved in formation, covering each other's backs as they began to break out. Gu Yaoyao probed her nearly depleted spiritual energy, a look of desperate ruthlessness in her eyes. She gritted her teeth, conjuring several visible silver needles, and swept her hand forward. The silver needles pierced through the heads of the mutated beasts, blocking their path. Qishu acted in sync, gathering his ability as countless vines erupted from the ground, sweeping away the beasts, clogging their rear. "Now let's go," Gu Yaoyao growled. Amid the chaotic dodging, Kai Wenwen, her hair disheveled, fixed a venomous glare on Gu Yaoyao. She would make Gu Yaoyao pay. With that thought, as Gu Yaoyao focused on clearing the way, Kai Wenwen pushed closer desperately and suddenly shoved her. "Die, you bitch." Gu Yaoyao's hand wavered, and her barrier vanished instantly. A mutated beast seized the moment, lunging with its hind legs and aiming straight for her throat. Her pupils contracted sharply. Gu Yaoyao quickly drew the dagger strapped to her arm and slashed fiercely at the beast before her. Rip! Rotten entrails spilled out like clothes tumbling from a wardrobe. Gu Yaoyao crashed to the ground, her mind going blank. She had almost died just now. Who the hell had ambushed her? In that instant, Gu Yaoyao felt a surge of hot blood rush from the depths of her heart straight to her head, her eyes blazing with fury. "You? What do you think you're doing?" The mutated beast seemed startled by Gu Yaoyao, who was covered in foul-smelling entrails, and as she stood up and walked toward Kai Wenwen, they actually began to retreat. As if to say the boss makes the first move. Faced with Kai Wenwen's panic, Gu Yaoyao raised her leg and kicked her flying. Uffed. Kai Wenwen slammed heavily into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The people around quickly distanced themselves from her. "If you want to die, don't drag us with you. You're foolish and you don't even know it," Gu Yaoyao sneered. "Since you're asking for death, I'll grant it." "You?" Kai Wenwen's face twisted in pain, and she hadn't expected Gu Yaoyao's strength to be so immense. Pale and unable to even stand, she trembled. "Why would I kill you?" The girl in the living room took a few steps back, her smile appearing eerie to Kai Wenwen. Then Kai Wenwen understood what Gu Yaoyao meant. The cloying metallic scent of blood incited the mutated beasts into a frenzy. They surged forward, surrounding her in a dense pack, their sharp claws scraping against the tiles with a grating sound. Driven by survival instinct, she seemed to forget the pain in that instant. Kai Wenwen scrambled in panic, expending all her strength to smash away the lunging beasts, and screamed in despair at Gu Yaoyao, "No, you can't. I don't want to die." She frantically tried to crawl toward Gu Yaoyao, but was repelled by the barrier, sobbing in desperation. "I was wrong, give me one more chance." Gu Yaoyao never even glanced at her. Her companions, who had long wished for her death, wouldn't bother to care about her fate. A sticky, icy touch latched onto her arm. Before Kai Wenwen could react, she was yanked violently by a tremendous force, her body lifting into the air. "Oh!" Kai Wenwen turned in terror to see a rotting, ferocious mouth lunging toward her neck. A heart-wrenching scream erupted. Seizing the moment when the beasts converged on Kai Wenwen, Gu Yaoyao ran with all her might. "They'll blow you blind beasts to hell." The sudden roar made Gu Yaoyao's heart sink. She whirled around to see a man whose arm had been torn off by a beast clutching a grenade with the pin pulled in his remaining hand. What kind of idiotic fool was this? "Don't drag us down with you." Gu Yaoyao sprinted with everything she had. Just as the door came into sight, a mutated beast suddenly charged at her. A massive psychic shockwave sent Gu Yaoyao staggering, and she tumbled to the ground. The fall was brutal, her body crashing heavily onto the floor. In an instant, she felt as if her internal organs had been dislodged, a pained groan escaping her lips as her face turned deathly pale. In that 1 or 2 seconds, Gu Yaoyao lost her best chance to escape. She watched the grenade roll to the ground as the man was swiftly devoured by the beasts. Gritting her teeth, Gu Yaoyao desperately channeled her psychic power, layering mental energy onto her barrier and curling her body to protect her head. A deafening explosion erupted, a colossal wave of scorching heat blasting forth, the searing high temperature blurring even consciousness. At that moment on the road hundreds of meters from the building, Qi Shu and Zhang Lu stood outside the car, warily observing their surroundings, waiting for Gu Yaoyao to join them. The massive blast stunned everyone. Qi Shu straightened up, staring in disbelief at the building's location. Flames shot into the sky, painting the twilight red, and the explosion's roar hadn't even reached them yet. Did Gu Yaoyao get out? Zhang Lu adjusted his glasses, his expression complex, as he looked at Qi Shu. With an explosion this big, the whole building must have collapsed. Strangely, Qi Shu felt as if his heart was being tightly squeezed, making it hard to breathe. Panic, anxiety, and fear flooded over him all at once. She'll be fine. After the massive explosion at the research institute, both he and Gu Yaoyao had survived. This time, she would emerge unscathed too. Qi Shu pressed his lips together, his clenched fists trembling slightly. Zhang Wu flung open the car door and rushed out, staring at the blaze in the distance, asking Qi Shu in alarm, "What happened? Where's Gu Yaoyao?" Gu Yaoyao has her psychic barrier to protect her. She'll be fine. Qi Shu grabbed Zhang Wu's arm. "You don't have powers. Going there will only cause trouble. So we just abandon her." Zhang Wu looked at Qi Shu in disbelief. "Aren't we comrades? I'm going to find them. Stay put and don't wander off." Qi Shu felt as if something was lodged in his throat, aching terribly. Zhang Lu blocked his path, speaking with grave seriousness, "Don't go. I can't sense any psychic fluctuations." Both Gu Yaoyao and he were psychics. If she were alive, even if buried, she would have sent out some signal. "I promised Qi Yao I would bring Gu Yaoyao back safely." Qi Shu pushed his hand away. "I can't break my word." Zhang Wu gritted his teeth. "I'm coming too. Nian Nian is with Dr. Chen. Will bring Gu Yaoyao back." Zhang Lu frowned, calling after Qi Shu's retreating figure. "Qi Shu, this isn't like you." Qi Shu paused briefly, then walked on without looking back. Quickening his pace, he continuously sensed the fluctuations of the surrounding vegetation. "Stay close. The beasts might not all be dead, some could be lurking nearby." His anxious heart felt utterly fragile against the roaring flames. They stood before a pile of rubble as the Qi Shu dealt with the stray beasts, then stared at the countless broken bricks, shattered tiles, and severed limbs. His heart sank, and he said hoarsely, "Let's go back. There's no energy fluctuation around here." Zhang Wu refused to give up. He tried to rush into the flames, but Qi Shu grabbed his wrist. "Let go of me. If she hadn't helped hold off those monsters for everyone else, how could she have failed to escape?" Zhang Wu ground his teeth, his still youthful face etched with grief. Gu Yaoyao had always been good to Jiang Nian, cherishing her from the heart, protecting her no less than her own brother. Time and again she had solved crises for everyone. He wasn't an ingrate, he couldn't stand by at a time like this. Suddenly the vegetation shook violently. Qi Shu's eyes sharpened as he quickly scanned the area. "Something's coming. We have to leave." Zhang Wu struggled to break free from Qi Shu's grip. "Isn't Gu Yaoyao your girlfriend? Don't you want to find her?" But in the next moment Qi Shu struck a sharp blow to Zhang Wu's neck. Zhang Wu's vision went dark and he collapsed. Hoisting Zhang Wu onto his shoulder, Qi Shu silently gazed at the rubble and scattered remains, then turned and sprinted toward the road. As soon as he reached the road, Qi Shu saw Zhang Lu waving at him, shouting, "Hurry up, a zombie horde is coming." Qi Shu stuffed Zhang Wu into the back seat, then settled into the passenger seat. He extended his hand out the window, swiftly activating his ability to weave vines into a net that rose behind the car, holding back the zombies and mutated beasts to buy them time to escape. The stench of decay assailed their nostrils, and spine-chilling roars echoed incessantly from behind. Qi Shu craned his neck to look back, and as far as his eyes could see, hundreds of zombies surged toward them. The overwhelming sight sent a cold sweat down the spines of everyone in the car, making their scalps tingle with dread. Zhou Jing's eyes widened, and her hands clenched involuntarily. How can there be so many zombies? The explosion was too loud. It's no surprise it drew them in, Zhang Lu said, flooring the accelerator as a faint smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. "Hold tight. It's time to show you my real skills. Stop blabbering and go." The surrounding vegetation urged him to flee. Qi Shu, while manipulating vines to restrain the mutated beasts, glanced up at the direction of the buildings, a flicker of pain in his eyes. A few mutated beasts had already broken free from the vine restraints, trailing closely behind the car and attempting to. Seeing this, Qi Shu turned to Jiang Nian. "Jiang Nian, ill-use the vines to entangle them. You need to unleash your ability with full force and build a wall of fire." "Got it." Jiang Nian's gaze was resolute, her hands clenched into fists poised and ready. As the mutated beasts gathered in greater numbers, closing the distance and lunging at them, the veins on Qi Shu's hands bulged. Several vines burst from the ground, weaving into a net to trap the oncoming beasts. Qi Shu shouted, "Jiang Nian now." Jiang Nian's small hand reached out the window, and sparks of fire clung to the vines. Qi Shu seized the moment, directing the fire-tipped vines to coil around the mutated beasts. In an instant, flames shot into the sky, illuminating the dim heavens with a brilliant glow. Dozens of mutated beasts were swallowed by tongues of fire, turning into blazing orbs that darted about, howling and writhing in the inferno before crashing to the ground. A breeze swept through, carrying the acrid stench of scorched flesh and hide. The car sped away, vanishing in the blink of. As the sky gradually brightened, a strikingly beautiful girl appeared out of thin air beside a pile of rubble. She swiftly collected the crystals scattered on the ground, releasing her spiritual sense to scan the surroundings. Only after confirming there was no danger did she let out a sigh of relief. A second before the explosion, she had hidden in her spatial realm to survive. Glancing at the wreckage and debris, Gu Yaoyao set up a small barrier to block her aura, preventing any mutated creatures from being drawn to her. She retrieved food and spiritual spring water from her space, took a gulp to soothe her burning throat, then turned away from the ruins and headed toward the road. She wondered how Qi Shu and the others were doing. She needed to hurry and meet up with them. After eating, Gu Yaoyao didn't linger. She quickly left the dangerous area and rushed non-stop toward the rendezvous point she had agreed upon with Qi Shu and the others. But when she arrived, she saw only the corpses of several zombies lying on the ground with no sign of Qi Shu or the others. Did I miss them? Unaware that the zombie tide had forced Qi Shu and the others to leave, Gu Yaoyao ran her hand through her hair in frustration. She retraced her steps along the road back to the rubble, releasing her spiritual power to scan, but detected no fluctuations. She dared not wander recklessly, fearing she might miss them again. Looking up at the thick branches of a banyan tree, she jumped, hooked her hands over a branch, swung her body, and with a steady foot hoisted herself up to sit on it. Sitting in the tree, Gu Yaoyao gave a smug little shake of her head. The tree climbing skills she had honed as a child stealing bird eggs hadn't gone to waste. Seizing the moment of calm, Gu Yaoyao left a strand of her spiritual sense as a beacon and flashed back into her space. After gulping down more spiritual spring water, she rummaged for a spiritual crystal and began absorbing its energy to enhance her abilities. A surge of potent energy drilled from her palm into her organs. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Gu Yaoyao calmly guided the energy through her body, steadily consuming every bit of it. This time the pain was nothing compared to the last. Yet even so, as she channeled the energy, fine beads of sweat glistened. After fully converting and absorbing the energy, Gu Yaoyao could clearly feel that the power within her was far more abundant than before, and her spiritual sense had grown considerably stronger. It seemed that drinking a few mouthfuls of the well-spring water before absorbing the crystal made the effect much more pronounced. Resting her chin on her hand, Gu Yaoyao began to recall the story. She remembered that in the original novel, the trigger for the mutated beasts was a torrential rain. After the rain, the temperature would plummet sharply, ushering in a harsh winter for humanity. The rain had passed, and the mutated beasts had appeared. The harsh winter must be close at hand. She needed to find Qi Yao before it arrived. But before that, she had to strengthen herself, so she wouldn't hold Qi Yao back. Focusing on the spiritual sense she had left outside, she confirmed there was no disturbance. Then, after drinking the last of the spiritual spring water, she gripped the crystal tightly and entered a meditative state. She repeated the process over and over. Absorbing energy was slow and tedious, but Gu Yaoyao remained relentless. Only when her legs grew numb did she stop, rising on trembling limbs. Feeling the unprecedented power flowing through her body, Gu Yaoyao curved her lips in satisfaction. After washing up and changing clothes, she left the space and returned to the outside world. By then, day had turned to night. Gu Yaoyao sat on the tree branch, swinging her legs as she ate and gazed into the distance, waiting for Qi Shu and the others to arrive. Time slipped away, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Realizing no one would come for her, Gu Yaoyao finally said she had wanted to go to the safety shelter to find Qi Yao, but that was the only place she knew of, and the original novel never mentioned how to get there. So she gave up on the idea. Besides, she probably didn't have long to live. She might die on the road anyway, so she decided to use her limited time to explore, and if she encountered any villains who would later threaten Qi Yao, take them out along the way. Gu Yaoyao found the idea quite feasible. Before leaving, she ransacked a small village, taking any preserved, unspoiled food she could find, even the gas canisters. She pulled a travel bag from her space, packed some food and water, grabbed an iron rod, and began walking slowly along the road. Along the way, aside from a few scattered zombies, she encountered nothing else. She smoothly exited the highway and, following a signpost, turned into a small town, planning to find a vehicle to continue her journey. After a few steps, a bright red banner caught her eye. "Welcome to Chongfeng Town. Follow the signs to exchange for various." Gu Yaoyao followed the directions. As she drew closer, she saw a waist-high wall made of earth and metal with 4 large characters painted in oil on it: Chongfeng Base. Chongfeng Base. Gu Yaoyao stared at the 4 large characters, lost in thought. She vaguely recalled from the original story that the base commander of Chongfeng Base was a formidable wind-type ability user, not only powerful and intelligent, but also extremely honorable. Moreover, in the 3rd year of the apocalypse, an unprecedentedly powerful tide of zombies swept through, destroying many major bases, yet Chongfeng Base remained unscathed. However, later on, Ji Lingchen was betrayed by those he trusted most and met an absurdly tragic end, sparking a storm of criticism in the comment section. The reason she remembered this character was a line from the book: "If Ji Lingchen had survived, Qi Shu would not have been bitten by a zombie, and the siblings would never have turned against each other." Tilting her head back, Gu Yaoyao drained the water bottle and followed the signs inside. The original road was blocked by a towering wall. Glancing at the tightly sealed iron gate, she released her spiritual sense to probe the situation before looking up at the watchtower above. Seeing figures moving up there, she squinted and shouted loudly, "Brother, I want to go in and trade for some supplies. Could you—" Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of a bell rang out, followed by a gruff male voice from behind the closed gate. "Pay the toll, and you can enter." "What toll, eh?" Gu Yaoyao asked in confusion. The man behind the door patiently explained, "If you're trading supplies, you need to pay 2 jin of grain to pass. If you set up a stall, it's 5 jin. Quite the business sense." Gu Yaoyao took out food from her bag. "How do I give it to you?" As she spoke, a small iron hatch appeared above the gate, cut out from the inside. He first lifted it a crack, his eyes scrutinizing Gu Yaoyao up and down. Only after confirming she had enough food, a man carrying a gun stepped out from behind the gate. He appeared to be about 24 or 25 with a crew-cut, thick eyebrows and large eyes. Dressed in a military green short-sleeve shirt, his bronze-toned muscles rippled smoothly, exuding an imposing presence. The man's gaze swept over Gu Yaoyao, glanced into the distance, and finally settled on the iron rod in her hand. He raised an eyebrow. "You're alone." Gu Yaoyao shot back. "Can't a person enter the base alone?" The man paused for a moment, then flashed a grin, showing a row of white teeth, not hiding his interest in her. "That's not it, but times are different now. A young lady like you all by yourself? You've got some guts." With that, he raised his hand and gave an okay sign to the people above. Gu Yaoyao looked up at the watchtower and saw someone wave a red flag a few times. The man lowered his hand and said to her, "You can go in now. After the inspection, hand over the food to the registration officer." Uncomfortable with the man's blatant stare, Gu Yaoyao frowned, deliberately avoided his gaze, and quickened her pace to him. After completing the registration and inspection as required, she handed over 2 jean of grain and received a pass. The attendant nearby opened another door to let her in. Once inside, she saw numerous stalls lining both sides of the street, displaying all kinds of items. People came and went, making it feel as lively as a night market before the apocalypse. Gu Yaoyao wandered casually, letting her eyes flit across the stalls, searching for anything that caught her interest. The goods were a mixed assortment, diverse and varied. But she saw no disinfectants or cold medicines at all, which left her somewhat disappointed. Then again, she thought in the apocalypse such items were in high demand. All kinds of trauma medications were hot commodities, since no one could guarantee they wouldn't get injured or fall ill. No medicine. Maybe she could find weapons instead. Gu Yaoyao rallied her spirits and continued her treasure hunt. Though there were many weapons on display, they were crudely made. Scythes and axes were rare, and the remaining blades had their edges curled, far inferior to the iron rod in her hand. Just as Gu Yaoyao was about to leave in disappointment, a weak, hoarse voice nearby caught her attention. Beside a stall stood a small, thin girl with pigtails. She looked a year or two older than Zhang Yan. The girl was desperately trying to attract customers, but few stopped by her stall. "What's this?" Gu Yaoyao crouched beside the stall, pointing at an object tightly wrapped in black gauze. Hearing the voice, the girl quickly turned around. Seeing Gu Yaoyao's empty hands, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes, but she still managed a gentle smile. Her childish voice carried a hint of weakness. "It's a meteor hammer." "A meteor hammer?" Gu Yaoyao grew intrigued. "Can I take a look?" "Sure." The girl nodded, then lifted the gauze. "But big sister, you probably can't lift it. It's too heavy for you." "No worries, I'm really strong." Gu Yaoyao patted her slender arm. The girl smiled, clearly unconvinced. Gu Yaoyao didn't argue, lowering her head to examine the meteor hammer closely. It was clearly well maintained. The sharp edges and the 3-4-meter-long iron chain gleamed with cold light. One swing of this hammer would leave a person either dead or half-crippled. Gu Yaoyao rubbed her hands together excitedly and looked up at the girl. "Can I try it out to feel the weight?" The girl frowned, a complex expression on her face, but nodded. Gu Yaoyao grabbed the chain and easily lifted the meteor hammer. Under the girl's astonished gaze, she swung it around a few times, then, with a sharp glare, slammed the hammer fiercely into the ground. A large crater appeared instantly on the ground. Satisfied, Gu Yaoyao asked, "How much for this?" The girl's mouth hung slightly open in shock. Hearing the question, her eyes lit up and her sallow face beamed with joy. "Just a loaf of bread and a bottle of water. Do you have anything else?" Yes. I have a lot of these at home. If you need, I can take you to pick some out." As she spoke, the girl eagerly grabbed Gu Yaoyao's hand, as if clutching a lifeline. "Let's go now." Gu Yaoyao patted her hand reassuringly. "Don't rush. I said I'll buy it, and I want back out." At those words, the girl's eyes welled up, and she said in a tearful voice, "But it's urgent. My brother hasn't eaten in so long. He's injured. Nurse Lee said he needs food to fight the virus or he'll die." Seeing the girl trembling as she wept, Gu Yaoyao felt a pang of sympathy. She crouched down, wiped her tears, and said softly, "Let's go to your place and take a look. If they're suitable, I'll take them all." She pulled a few pieces of bread from her backpack and handed them to the girl. "This is a deposit. If they're suitable, I'll pay the rest later." The girl hugged the bread, her eyes sparkling with starlight. "Big sister, are you an angel?" Gu Yaoyao burst into laughter. "No, I'm just a beautiful woman." After walking straight along the street for several hundred meters, the girl led Gu Yaoyao into a narrow alley. After about 10 minutes, she stopped and pointed at one of the houses, saying, "That's my home." She pushed open the door with the bread in her arms and headed straight for the room on the right. Gu Yaoyao followed behind her, stepping inside and locking the door behind them. The girl helped the pale-faced boy sit up, handing him a somewhat dirty thermos flask. "After you eat, Big Brother will have the strength to fight off the virus and get better." The boy had a gentle, water-like demeanor with clear eyes that looked over with curiosity. He seemed young, only about 18 or 19, still carrying the youthful naivety of a student. "Xingxing, who is this?" The boy's voice was warm and pleasant, the kind Gu Yaoyao had liked in her past life. She couldn't help but steal a few more glances. "This big sister bought the meteor hammer and wanted to see if there's anything suitable at home." Xingxing handed the water bottle back to the boy, her childish voice filled with worry. "Big Brother, drink some more water, your lips are dry." "I'm not thirsty." "You drink it all, Xingxing." Noticing Gu Yaoyao's gaze, the boy struggled to push the bottle away and turned to her. "Thank you. When I get better, I'll repay you." He knew how precious food was in the apocalypse. A meteor hammer wasn't worth this much. Gu Yaoyao shook her head. No need for repayment. This is a deposit for what I'm buying. It's what you deserve. Hearing this, the boy's eyes dimmed as he looked toward another room. He sighed and gave a weak smile. And there are the cold weapons I've collected over the years. All kinds. I hope you find something you like. Gu Yaoyao glanced at the cast on his leg and asked casually, your leg. Big brother heard it protecting everyone during a retreat. They said they'd give him compensation, but they never did. The girl choked up, wiping her tears with her hand, her voice full of grievance. That's why I'm selling my brother's treasures. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Yaoyao probed. What's the name of your base leader? The girl glanced at her brother, and after he nodded, she closed the door and whispered Song Qingyan. After a pause, she shrank her neck and added quietly, but you can't call him by his name in front of him or you'll be punished. Song Qingyan. Gu Yaoyao quickly recalled the original novel's description of the Changfeng base. There was indeed no trace of anyone named Song Qingyan in the text. Could this person have appeared because of the butterfly effect she caused? Gu Yaoyao felt a headache coming on. Is he very big brother? The girl leaned against the bed seeking help. The boy tore off a piece of bread and handed it to his sister. Watching her nibble it, he answered Gu Yaoyao's question. Base leader Song awakened a metal-type ability and has reportedly reached the 3rd tier. Glancing at his suspended leg, he gave a bitter smile. I broke this leg for him. Enough of that. Xingxing, take the big sister to see the weapons. Xingxing nodded and led Gu Yaoyao out, opening a door and stepping aside to let her in to see the weapons. Looking at the neatly arranged weapons in the room, Gu Yaoyao's eyes were immediately drawn to a pitch-black longsword in front of her. Even from a distance, it exuded a murderous chill, perfect for Qi Shu. His dagger would be useless later. Gu Yaoyao shifted her gaze to an iron rod beside it, designed somewhat like the Monkey King's staff, but with sharp spikes at the end, likely modified by someone. Noticing Gu Yaoyao's gaze, Xingxing pursed her lips and smiled, her childish voice full of pride. This is my brother's favorite staff. He modified it himself and says it's very lethal. Modified. Gu Yaoyao's interest peaked. Your brother can modify weapons. This skill was highly sought after. Xingxing nodded vigorously, a bright smile on her small face. Big brother is amazing. The staff can also conduct electricity and release lightning. He's a talent. I need to find a way to get him into Qi Yao's team. A sly glint flashed in Gu Yaoyao's eyes. She stepped forward, picked up the staff, and gave it a few simple swings. The sharp whistling sound was exhilarating. After testing a few more weapons, Gu Yaoyao pointed at an inconspicuous iron furnace in the corner. Except for this, I'll take everything else. How much food do you want in exchange? Xingxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. 15 weapons. Do you want them all, big sister? Yes, all of them. Xingxing rushed over and hugged Gu Yaoyao's leg tightly. Looking up, her eyes were moist, but full of stars. Big sister, you're 100 times more beautiful than an angel. Afraid Gu Yaoyao might change her mind, she let go and ran out with a clatter. He'll go ask my brother about the price. Soon Xingxing returned to the room, still beaming with excitement. My brother said it's buy one get one free, so you just need to give us 2 boxes of bread and 1 case of water. 1 box of bread is a loan from you. When my brother's leg heals, and he can take on missions, we'll pay you back. These weapons, whether before or during the apocalypse, were hot commodities. This price was a loss. Gu Yaoyao noted the favor, took off her backpack, and handed all the food inside to Xingxing. This is all I have in my bag. They'll bring the rest tomorrow and pick up the weapons then. Is that okay? Xingxing nodded in agreement. Gu Yaoyao thought for a moment. By the way, Xingxing, do you know how to take on missions? Estimating the supplies in her space, she knew that only going out without coming in wouldn't last long. She still needed to stock up on winter supplies for Qi Yao. You can go to the mission hall. Xingxing put down the things. If you want to go, I can take you there now. After putting the food in her brother's room, she led Gu Yaoyao out to the mission center. Along the way, Xingxing briefly introduced the mission center. My brother told me that missions are generally divided into 3 types marked by red, yellow, and green colors, indicating the level of danger. The mission center was like a ticket office from before the apocalypse. Upon entering, there was a spacious hall with a huge electronic screen hanging above, constantly scrolling various missions. Gu Yaoyao looked up at the scrolling missions. Do you need to pay a deposit to take on a mission? Yes. My brother said it's to prevent people from taking items from the mission privately. Xingxing pulled Gu Yaoyao toward a counter and pointed at a young man behind it. Register here, and you can get a mission. The young man glanced at Gu Yaoyao, and Xingxing sneered disdainfully and said, registration time is over for today. Come back tomorrow. Xingxing frowned, standing on tiptoes to look at him. Doesn't it end at 5? Shoo, go play somewhere else. The young man glared at Xingxing rudely. That cripple brother of yours dares to take on missions. Can you even afford the fee? Gu Yaoyao immediately flared up. She cast a cold, sidelong glance at the man who looked down on others, a hint of grimness creeping onto her delicate and exquisite face. Does this have anything to do with us accepting the mission? The young man waved his hand impatiently. None of your business, just leave. A flicker of chill passed through Gu Yaoyao's eyes. She raised her hand and tapped the window. Let me repeat, I want to take on a mission. As a service staff, you are refusing my request, and I have the right to file a complaint against you. By now, quite a crowd had gathered around. The young man felt embarrassed, but also grew irate. The danger level of the mission is not something a woman like you can foresee. I was just kindly trying to dissuade you. Whether you listen or not is your business. He looked at the petite and delicate girl before him, plus that boy with a broken leg. This ragtag team wanted to take on a mission. Were they tired of living? Gu Yaoyao raised her voice. What? Is there a rule in the base that women can't register for missions? The young man didn't expect her to be so hard to fool. His expression shifted instantly. He was about to lose his temper but saw the crowd growing larger, so he quickly defended himself. What nonsense are you talking about? How can you take on a mission without paying the deposit? As he spoke, he feigned grievance with a sigh, then reluctantly tossed out a few forms. Forget it, I won't argue with a woman. Fill these in quickly and don't accuse me of anything when the time runs out. In all her life, this was the first time she had seen such a petty man. Gu Yaoyao was so stunned, she nearly laughed in anger. What are you all gathered here for? Just then a stern shout came from outside the crowd, and the onlookers immediately dispersed. Gu Yaoyao found the voice somewhat familiar. Turning around, she saw several people approaching them with guns led by the man she had seen outside the gate earlier. When he saw Gu Yaoyao, he raised an eyebrow, broke into a smile, and walked straight up to her. What a coincidence. Before Gu Yaoyao could speak, the young man jumped in. Captain Zhou, you're just in time. This woman is looking for trouble. Please, Captain Zhou, kick her out. Captain Zhou shot a sharp glance at the young man. Was I talking to you? The previously arrogant young man shuddered, instantly deflated, and shrank back. Sorry, my fault. Gu Yaoyao didn't hesitate and quickly recounted the whole incident. Captain Zhou's smile faded, and he looked at the young man expressionlessly. Song Xiang, I remember telling you to leave your old bad habits out of this place. Song Xiang kept his head down, his expression unreadable, but his slumped and dejected posture was enough to show his state. Seeing that time was running out, Gu Yaoyao picked up the form and glanced at it. The information required on the form was simple. Besides some basic details, the only requirement was that the team must have no fewer than 5 members. Let alone 5, she couldn't even find a single person right now. You want to form a team for a mission? He was asking the obvious. Gu Yaoyao forced a fake smile. In this mission hall, what else can one do besides forming a team to take on missions? Captain Zhou didn't mind and extended his hand to Gu Yaoyao. My name is Zhou Zhan. Gu Yaoyao shook his hand politely. Zhou Zhan glanced at the form in her hand, slung his gun behind his back, and hinted, if you want to take on a mission, you don't necessarily have to form your own team. You can join an existing one. Like yours, Zhou Zhan grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. Exactly. We happen to have a mission tomorrow with very generous rewards. Gu Yaoyao grew a bit interested. What rewards? Besides the corresponding points, you can choose medicine and food as you wish. Just that, eh? Gu Yaoyao was a little disappointed. She had expected some kind of crystal core reward. You're a quite greedy girl. Zhou Zhan was both amused and exasperated, then took the gun off his back and showed it to Gu Yaoyao. How about I throw in an extra gun for you? Why was this person being so kind? Gu Yaoyao looked at him suspiciously. The tall man beside her smiled with an honest and hearty look. What's the mission? Zhou Zhan didn't hide it. To go to the police station to rescue someone and collect some weapons. Gu Yaoyao pondered carefully. How dangerous is it? Even though she didn't have long to live, she couldn't just risk her life recklessly. Base missions are categorized into 3 types: red, yellow, and green. Red font indicates special missions, yellow are private missions, and green are ordinary missions issued by the base, divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. Zhou Zhan paused, then added reassuringly, tomorrow's mission is Class D, which means the lowest danger level. Understood. Gu Yaoyao nodded, but she was still a bit puzzled. Aren't you afraid it'll hold you back? Zhou Zhan gave her a knowing smile. So far, you're the first woman to make it to the base all alone. I believe your abilities. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm a second-tier metal-type esper. As he spoke, Zhou Zhan turned and pointed to a boy in a black hat behind him. Yuan Lei, second-tier lightning-type esper. Zhou Zhan then patted the boy chewing gum on his right. As for how we'll carry the weapons, this guy Gu Zixing has awakened a space-type ability. With a wave of his hand, he can easily pack up and leave. Hearing this, Gu Yaoyao was deeply astonished. She had been following the protagonist group to gain experience for so long and was only at the 3rd tier now. How did these people manage it? After introducing the team members, Zhou Zhan gestured, your turn. Gu Yaoyao, an ordinary person. My only advantage is innate brute strength. I can snap an iron bar with my bare hands. Gu Yaoyao was cautious and didn't reveal her awakened ability for now. A barely noticeable flicker of interest passed through Zhou Zhan's eyes. As long as you can defend yourself, that's enough. Suddenly, a crackling sound came from above, followed by a mechanical voice. Attention, everyone. The mission hall is about to close. Please leave promptly. Zhou Zhan looked up at the time on the big screen. It's getting late. We'll meet at the base gate at 6 tomorrow. All right, see you tomorrow. Seeing Gu Yaoyao turn to leave without hesitation, Zhou Zhan chuckled. The base has now banned travel. Where do you plan to? Xingxing, who had remained silent all along, tugged at Gu Yaoyao's clothes, her voice childish but firm. Sister, stay at my place. Xingxing, what are you doing here? Zhou Zhan belatedly noticed Xingxing, and his eyes softened considerably. Xingxing looked down at her own toes. I brought my sister to take on the mission. After that, Zhou Zhan exchanged a few casual pleasantries, asked about Xingxing's brother's injuries, stuffed some food into Xingxing's hands, and left with his team. Sister, can you spare some medicine for me? Xingxing kept her head down, not daring to look at Gu Yaoyao. My brother's injury can't wait any longer. Gu Yaoyao nodded in agreement and followed Xingxing back. However, for safety's sake, she obtained the siblings' consent to bring the golden cudgel along. Before leaving, the young man reminded her, I've modified this golden cudgel. It can be retracted and folded. Hurrying to the designated assembly point, they found a crowd already gathered before the gate. Zhou Zhan was chatting and laughing with the group. As soon as he spotted Gu Yaoyao approaching, he immediately walked over and handed her a form. Fill this out, and well set off. Gu Yaoyao glanced at it, briefly confirmed there were no issues, quickly filled it out, and handed it to Zhou Zheng. Without even looking, Zhou Zheng stuffed it to the man beside him. We're all here. We'll take our leave first. What are you all standing around for? Get in the car and move out. Zhou Zheng pulled out the keys, tossed them to Yuan Lei, and strode directly toward the large truck, not far away. You know the way, so you drive. The rest follow behind the vehicle. With that, Zhou Zheng turned back to look at Gu Yaoyao. Gu Yaoyao, you ride with me. Gu Yaoyao naturally had no objection. She firmly believed that anyone capable of being a team leader possessed strength not to be underestimated. Once aboard, the vehicle quickly departed from Changfeng base and headed straight for the city center. Inside the car, Zhou Zheng briefly outlined the mission target's situation and requirements. According to reports, the person is already injured and trapped in the interrogation room. Our task is to snatch them from the jaws of death. Gu Zixing scratched his head. Chief, what's this person's identity? The higher-ups didn't disclose that either, they only ordered us to rescue him. After hearing this, Gu Yaoyao felt some doubts. She raised her hand and asked, how do we identify the target? After all, they couldn't risk their lives only to rescue the wrong person. This is our mission target. Zhou Zheng pulled a photo from his pocket and handed it to Gu Yaoyao, giving her a faint, knowing smile. You don't need to raise your hand. Next time, we're not in elementary school. Gu Yaoyao offered a polite smile, took the photo from Zhou Zheng's hand, and examined it closely. The picture showed a man in a police uniform, tall and upright, holding a sniper rifle, with an extremely faint smile directed at the camera. According to intel from above, the police station was attacked by a small horde of zombies 2 days ago, including some monkey-like monsters. The survivors in the station are now hiding in the interrogation room. What if he gets infected and turns into a zombie? Gu Zixing asked. Zhou Zheng shot him a glance. Knock him out and carry him back. What's his name? Gu Yaoyao wanted to know if this person was a key character in the story or perhaps a new figure. Zhou Zheng glanced at the notes on the back of the photo. Gu Jia, that's all I know for now. Anyone else have questions? Seeing the others shake their heads, Zhou Zheng put the photo away and called out to Yuan Lei. Time is critical. Since there are no issues, let's move out. Although Changfeng base was located in Jiangzhou City, it was still a considerable distance from the urban area. Driving at full speed, it would take an estimated 2 to 3 hours. Along the way, aside from Zhou Zheng occasionally using the walkie-talkie to communicate with those behind, everyone else rested with their eyes closed. Pressing on the vehicle finally made it into Jiangzhou City, just before 10 o'clock. To avoid alerting the surrounding zombies, Zhou Zheng had Yuan Lei stop the car in a block farther from the police station, and everyone switched to traveling on foot. Although the police station wasn't in a bustling area, the scent of humans still attracted many ragged, disfigured zombies. Fortunately, these were low-level zombies. Although the team only had 8 members, they were highly skilled in combat. The group swiftly cleared the zombies while advancing toward the station. When they were less than 500 meters from the police station, Zhou Zheng signaled a halt. Gu Zixing used the drone to scout the situation. Everyone else stand by. Gu Zixing deployed the drone, put on his glasses, and began reporting the situation. There are about 20 zombies gathered at the police station entrance. Inside there are more, roughly 50 or so. Additionally, there are 5 police dogs and 2 that appear to be second-stage zombies. No sign of the target yet. After hearing the reconnaissance results, everyone's expressions turned grim. Chief, when we took the mission, we weren't told there would be second-stage zombies. Yuan Lei frowned. 5 mutated police dogs alone are tough to handle. 2 second-stage zombies are too much for us. The number of ordinary zombies wasn't the main issue, the mutated police dogs were the real threat. Police dogs were already far more formidable than other dogs, and after mutation their aggression had doubled, rivaling that of second-stage zombies. At that point, rescuing the target would be impossible. If they made a single misstep, the entire team could be wiped out. I think we should find a way to lure the mutated police dogs out, Gu Zixing suggested. Yuan Lei nodded. But the question is who will do the luring. You know the speed of police dogs after mutation, it's likely even more insane. There's no guarantee they won't come back once lured away. Gu Yaoyao nodded in agreement with Yuan Lei's view. Once they entered the police station, they would inevitably clash with the zombies. If the lured mutated police dogs sensed something amiss and turned back, they would be caught in a dilemma. The thought of being surrounded by mutated police dogs and a zombie horde like dumplings in a pot sent a shiver down Gu Yaoyao's spine. Zhou Zheng had been observing the surrounding buildings. His gaze fell on an office building not far from the police station. He reached out and patted the man beside him. Suku, can you grow some vines between this office building and the police station? Suku estimated the distance. Yes, but I can't guarantee how long they'll hold. Zhou Zheng left 2 people behind as backup, and the group hurried toward that office building. While Suku was growing vines extending toward the police station, Gu Yaoyao stood by another window, looking down to survey. One thing puzzled her. Although the number of zombies inside the station wasn't large, the mutated police dogs were extremely aggressive. Why were they only milling about in the lobby, not going inside? She quietly released her mental energy, spreading it out, and swiftly infiltrating the police station, but she couldn't detect anything. It seemed empty inside. What's wrong? Zhou Zheng noticed her unusual behavior. Nothing, Gu Yaoyao shook her head. It just feels a bit odd. I think it's all going too smoothly. Can't you talk? Does something have to go wrong for it to be normal? Gu Zixing muttered discontentedly, but fell silent under Zhou Zheng's glare. This is just a level mission, there's no difficulty. Zhou Zheng signaled Gu Yaoyao to follow him. He'll go first. You follow behind me, and Yuan Lei goes third. With that, Zhou Zheng reached out, grabbed the ring attached to the vine, then pushed off with his foot, and his entire body dropped from the window. Gu Yaoyao followed closely behind. When they were less than 3 meters from the police station, the thick, sturdy vine suddenly emitted a faint tearing sound. Before anyone could react, the vine snapped instantly, sending them crashing straight into the outer wall of the police station. With a dull thud, her body slammed against the wall. Gu Yaoyao clung tightly to the vine, feeling as though her internal organs had been jolted out of place. Her hands ached as if torn apart, nearly losing all sensation. Zhou Zhen broke out in a cold sweat. What's going on? A furious roar answered him. A mutant beast as large as an ox clung to the outer wall of the office building, baring its fangs and glaring at them with murky yellow eyes. A viscous liquid dripped onto Gu Yaoyao's face, and the air was thick with the faint scent of blood. Looking up, she saw Zhou Zhen's arm pierced by a vine, blood trickling down his hand drop by drop. The scent of humans and blood like a potent stimulant drove the zombies gathered at the police station into a frenzy, rapidly converging on them. Yuan Lei's hands trembled with urgency. Captain Zhou, get up there first. As he spoke, the mutant beast revealed its ferocious fangs, then leaped into the air with a powerful push of its hind legs, charging at them. Zhou Zhen gripped the vine, wrapping it around his hand twice, while golden light coalesced into a thin metallic shard in his free hand. Yuan Lei. Before Gu Yaoyao could react, a sharp whoosh cut through the air as several silvery projectiles shot straight at the leaping mutant beast, pinning it viciously to the wall. No sooner had Zhou Zhen's metal shards been launched than Yuan Lei's lightning followed close behind, striking the mutant beast with fury. Thunder crackled and a foul burnt stench mingled with rot instantly filled the air. The mutant beast let out several agonized howls, its limbs scraping helplessly against the wall in a desperate attempt to steady itself. However, Zhou Zhen manipulated his ability to form multiple metal shards, targeting the beast's limbs to sever them and send it plummeting. Freshly electrocuted and still paralyzed, the mutant beast's limbs were relentlessly attacked by Zhou Zhen and Yuan Lei. Overcome with pain, it lost its grip and fell crashing directly into the horde of zombies. With a resounding crash, several zombies were flattened beneath the mutant beast. Seeing it no longer move, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. The commotion had already drawn the attention of the mutant police dogs, which barked furiously as they raced toward them. Zhou Zhen dared not delay. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he climbed the vine with a frantic combination of hands and feet. Clutching an irregular lump of metal he had formed, he struck the 4 corners of the glass window. With a shove of his elbow, he tumbled through the shattered fragments. Gu Yaoyao pulled on the vine and climbed with all her might. Suddenly, the vine shook violently, and she let out a startled cry, gripping it even tighter. Su Ke's panicked voice came from the end of the vine. The mutant police dogs are closing in. Move faster. 3 mutant police dogs had appeared beneath the vine. One leaped up and bit into the vine, using its body as a support for the other 2 to climb. Seeing this, Su Ke wrapped the vine around his waist. As a mutant dog lunged, he manipulated the vine to entangle its limbs, smashing it to the ground, and swiftly severed the vine's end. Gu Yaoyao, give me your hand. Zhou Zhen squinted, one eye, blood from his eye socket trailing down his chin as he reached out from the... With Zhou Zhen's help, she climbed through the window. No sooner had she steadied herself than Zhou Zhen's legs gave way, and he collapsed backward. He was completely drained. The screams outside continued. Gu Yaoyao clenched her teeth. This was it. She grabbed the vine, coiled it around her hands, and summoned every ounce of strength she had. With a strained cry, the doll-like girl's face flushed red as she inch by inch hauled the vine from outside the window. The group panted heavily, struggling to catch their breath. Zhou Zhen was so exhausted, he collapsed to the floor. Thanks for that, muscle-bound doll. Gu Zixing gave a thumbs up. Gu Yaoyao was panting harder than anyone. She twitched her fingers, but gave up. Once she recovered, she was going to beat Gu Zixing to a pulp. He was the muscle-bound doll. His whole family were muscle-bound dolls. The brief respite after their narrow escape was cut short as Gu Yaoyao winced, clutching her head. Everyone immediately turned to her. What's wrong? Did you overexert yourself? You're too stubborn, little girl. We'll find a way to clear a path, and you fall. In an instant, the men unconsciously rallied around Gu Yaoyao. Having shared a life and death ordeal, their bond had deepened rapidly. We do need to fight our way out, but it won't be easy from here on. Her mental energy forcefully repelled the malevolent intent she had sensed. Gu Yaoyao gave a bitter smile. That surge of malice was intensely aggressive. It wouldn't be easy to deal with. Fortunately, the malevolent presence had left the police station, so they were safe for now. She had also memorized its approximate direction and would avoid it as much as possible. Looking around, she saw overturned filing cabinets, broken desks, and chairs, papers strewn everywhere. The walls and floor were a chaotic mess with dried, blackened bloodstains visible in every corner. From all this, Gu Yaoyao could imagine the fierce battle that had once taken place here. It certainly won't be easy. Zhou Zhen stopped the bleeding with his ability and hastily bandaged his wound. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. The danger level of this mission is likely far above great. We've been set up. A leopard never changes its spots. In his fury, Su Ke forced himself to sit up, gritting his teeth. I knew that bastard Song Changyan couldn't be so kind. He sent us here as cannon fodder. If I make it back alive, he'll make sure that Song has hell to pay. Exactly. Even if we have to leave this wretched base, we'll expose Song Changyan's disgusting true face. The other team members chimed in. Seeing the zombies multiplying downstairs, Zhou Zhan expressionlessly smacked Gu Zixing on the head. What's all this noise? Get the drone out and check the situation. No, the drone's too loud. It's not suitable now. Gu Yaoyao took a deep breath, steadying herself against the wall. Yaoyao, what are you planning? Zhou Zhan's mouth twitched. Gu Yaoyao's superhuman strength wasn't much used for reconnaissance. Was she going to brute force a way out? I'm a third-tier mental ability user. Gu Yaoyao gave a modest smile. Through gradual improvement, she had unknowingly survived this long, and her ability had risen to the 3rd tier. Usually just counting down the days to her death, this was the first time Gu Yaoyao truly acknowledged her own strength. Her talent wasn't too bad after all. Holy crap. A 3rd-tier mental ability user. Heaven never seals off all exits. Yuan Lei jumped up in shock. Boss, you've struck gold. Zhou Zhan stunned threw his head back with a hearty laugh, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Gu Yaoyao. Gu Yaoyao, how many more surprises do you have in store for us? We'll talk about that later. Something feels off. I just used my mental power to re-examine the police station. There's nothing alive here except us. As she spoke, Gu Yaoyao extended her mental energy invisibly, confirming only the presence of zombies. You mean the mission target isn't here? Zhou Zhan asked. Exactly. Gu Yaoyao nodded. So we came all this way for nothing. Also, the number of zombies downstairs has more than doubled from the original 40 or 50, and it's still growing. Gu Yaoyao continuously processed the feedback from her mental tendrils. This meant that if they didn't leave now, they would all die. By now, fine beads of sweat covered Gu Yaoyao's forehead. The extensive search had exhausted her. If we want to complete the mission, I sensed a highly aggressive mental force heading in that direction. The target might be there. Let's all go together. Yuan Lei didn't hesitate. Idiot. Do you want us all to get wiped out if there's real trouble? Gu Zixing chided in frustration. As his words fell, a dog's bark rang out, and a vicious claw suddenly tore through the metal door, lunging straight at Zhou Zhan, who was near the entrance. In a flash of lightning, Gu Yaoyao raised her hand to establish a mental barrier blocking that strike. Zhou Zhan, still shaken, rolled away. Just as Gu Yaoyao turned her head to avoid the sharp claws, she drew the golden rod from her waist and swung it forcefully, the sharp spikes emerging and stabbing fiercely at the claw that was constantly waving at the cave entrance. A whoa! A piercing howl erupted as the monster in pain retracted its bloody claws and lunged madly toward the door, knocking it down. At the moment the door fell, dust obscured the vision. Relying on her mental strength, Gu Yaoyao directly threw out with precision, letting out a terrible scream as she impaled the monster's head into the floor. Zhou Zhan, who had narrowly escaped death, wore a shocked expression. In just a few minutes, Gu Yaoyao had deftly dealt with a mutated police dog, once again reshaping his impression of her and instilling a sense of awe within him. Confirming the mutated police dog was dead, Gu Yaoyao sighed wearily, leaned against the wall, and sat down. She opened her backpack and took out a thermos filled with spiritual spring water, drinking several mouthfuls to replenish her consumed stamina and energy. The few people standing nearby stared at Gu Yaoyao's flowing movements in shock, their eyes wide as saucers. What? Such a troublesome mutated police dog was dealt with so easily. Yuan Lei took a couple of steps to the corpse of the mutated police dog and incredulously asked, "You're so amazing. How did you do that, Yaojia?" Gu Yaoyao paused. Talent. As she spoke, Gu Yaoyao manipulated her mental tendrils to scout the surroundings. The remaining mutated police dogs are running this way. If we want to save Gu Ji, we need to jump to the building on the other side from the rooftop. There are 10 ordinary zombies on the rooftop. We must leave the police station before the mutated police dogs arrive. After a brief discussion, everyone unanimously decided to adopt the diversion tactic. Zhou Zhan was injured, and the mutated police dogs had keen senses. He and Yuan Lei would work together to draw the mutated police dogs away, while the combination of metal and lightning would enhance their lethality beyond that of ordinary ability users. Gu Zixing and Fan Shi will collect firearms and ammunition. Shen Yin, you have fire abilities, so coordinate with Su Ku to assist Gu Yaoyao in rescuing Gu Jihe. Zhou Zhan instructed Su Ku, next both of you follow Yao Jie's arrangements. After giving the orders, everyone gathered by the emergency exit. Gu Yaoyao took a deep breath, gripped the doorknob tightly, and forcefully pulled the door open. Several zombies on the stairs outside were immediately drawn to the sound, turning towards the door with gaping mouths. Without waiting for the zombies to get close, Gu Yaoyao powerfully kicked off with her back leg, dodging the sharp claws that swung at her, and raised the rod to strike down. With a crack, the decayed and hideous head of the zombie was smashed, with putrid blood and brain matter gushing from the broken area, causing the zombie to collapse instantly. Gu Yaoyao wielded her rod with fluidity, taking down one zombie after another, decisively slaying those that lunged at her, creating a stark contrast between her fierce actions and delicate appearance. The team continued forward, soon reaching the corner of the stairway on the 7th floor. Just as they were about to move forward, the information transmitted by the extending mental tendrils made Gu Yaoyao's heart race. The mutated police dogs are already on the 6th floor. Everyone be careful and act according to the plan. As her words fell, chaotic barking echoed from the hallway, the sharp and unpleasant howls reverberating through the corridor, causing pain to the eardrums. Zhou Zhan immediately activated his abilities, rapidly erecting a heavy metal barrier on both sides of the narrow hallway. Yuan Lei followed closely behind, placing a hand on the metal wall as several bolts of lightning surged onto it. The furious roars were chaotic. From behind the metal wall, Zhou Zhan anxiously turned to Gu Yaoyao, shouting, You all go ahead, we'll handle this. See you at the assembly point. With that, Gu Yaoyao led the other two, rushing towards the rooftop without looking back. The vast rooftop was whistling with the wind piercing into their chests and making it hard to breathe. There was no time to catch their breath. Gu Yaoyao stumbled to the edge of the rooftop, gauging the distance between the two buildings. There was a narrow alley barely wide enough for one person between the two buildings. Jumping across wouldn't be difficult. They'll go first. Gu Yaoyao stretched her limbs and after a short rune-up, leaped over. Su Ku and Gu Zixing followed closely behind. Once her mental power permeated the building, Gu Yaoyao found no trace of the previous malevolent presence apart from ordinary zombies. Had it left? What should we do next? Suka gasped, asking. There are about 30 or 40 zombies inside, including one second-tier zombie. Hearing this, Suka let out a sigh of relief. These are nothing serious. Leave the second-tier zombie to me. You all handle the rest. Gu Yaoyao frowned slightly, feeling an ominous premonition. The target is in the conference room on the 4th floor, so everyone be careful during the operation. Suku understood and summoned glowing green light from his palm, which transformed into tangible vines extending towards the door gap. He suddenly turned the doorknob, startling several zombies that sprang out. After swiftly resolving the situation, an unspoken understanding arose among the three. Gu Yaoyao gestured and Su Ku and Gu Zixing quickly crouched at the hallway entrance, easily dispatching the zombies that Gu Yaoyao had attracted with their seamless cooperation. As they continued forward, the group paused outside a tightly shut conference room door. However, just as Gu Yaoyao grasped the doorknob, an extremely ominous premonition suddenly surged in her heart. Instinctively, she looked up and a blood-red tongue shot down from the ceiling, curling towards her head. There was no time to dodge. Without hesitation, Gu Yaoyao swung her rod to smash it, allowing the monster to coil around the rod. At the moment when the tongue tightened, she pressed the switch and turned on the power. A powerful current surged through, causing the monster on the ceiling to convulse, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. Although this strike didn't kill the monster, it temporarily controlled its movements. Gu Yaoyao raised her hand to condense a stream of mental energy to ensnare the monster, pulling it down with great force. The monster, caught off guard, was yanked down, its massive body crashing onto the floor, shaking the corridor and stirring up dust. This was a bizarre creature with an extremely strange appearance, its body elongated like a cat. However, it was several times larger than an average cat, its bulbous head bigger than a basketball, and its gaping maw split open to the roots of its ears, with its limbs twisted grotesquely across its chest. What the hell? A freak of nature. After living so many years and watching so many horror films, it was Gu Yaoyao's first time seeing such a disgusting monster. The monster was thoroughly enraged, using its powerful hind legs to lunge directly at Gu Yaoyao. Gu Yaoyao reacted quickly, bending her knees and leaning back to skillfully dodge the monster's attack. The monster seemed to anticipate Gu Yaoyao's movement, violently swinging its tail, a long and powerful bony tail. Gu Yaoyao rolled to evade the thick bone tail, narrowly grazing her face before plunging deep into the floor with a loud thud. The bone tail missed its target, and the monster let out an enraged roar, swiftly retracting the tail before lashing it toward Gu Yaoyao once more. Gu Yaoyao pushed off the ground with force, darting forward with explosive speed. She tightened her core and leaped high, swinging the golden cudgel with lightning-fast precision, smashing it heavily onto the monster's back. The monster, caught off guard, was struck down by her blow, its massive body crashing into the floor, causing the entire... Amidst the swirling dust, the monster let out a furious roar, clawing at the ground with all four limbs as it struggled. But at that moment, a slender figure suddenly appeared behind the monster, raising her club and striking its back with all her might while pressing the power button. A massive surge of electricity crackled and spread quickly, enveloping the monster's entire body, eliciting piercing screams as its huge frame convulsed violently. Ignoring the monster's frantic writhing, Gu Yaoyao firmly gripped the golden cudgel, aligning its sharp spikes with the creature's massive head. Gritting her teeth, she thrust it straight in. The monster howled in agony, descending into complete frenzy as its long, thick bone tail lashed wildly. Sweat beaded on Gu Yaoyao's forehead as she gritted her teeth, raising a barrier with a wave of her hand to block the chaotic attacks of the bone tail. However, her dwindling psychic energy was being consumed at an alarming rate. She threw her entire weight onto the golden cudgel, piercing straight through the monster's head. She twisted and tore viciously until the creature ceased to move, then collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Concealing its aura within a range she could easily kill, it meant her strength was on par with this monster. This thing had definitely awakened an extremely rare dark-type ability, which was why she hadn't detected its presence during her initial scan. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Gu Yaoyao pulled a thermos from her bag and downed several gulps of spirit spring water. Plopped. It was the sound of a droplet hitting the ground. Gu Yaoyao instantly tightened her grip on the golden cudgel, releasing her spiritual sense to sweep the surroundings, yet it was empty, without a single ripple. Could she have misheard? This place was damned eerie. Just as Gu Yaoyao was about to get up, an inexplicable warmth surged upward, and her head felt as if struck by a heavy object, the sharp pain fleeting in an instant. Without needing to examine the newfound connection in her mind, Gu Yaoyao could sense a vast space with a single thought. At its center floated a droplet no larger than a fingernail. Though it was her first time seeing it in person, Gu Yaoyao recognized the place immediately. This was the mental sea of a psychic-type ability user. The mental sea was a unique space formed by the condensation of psychic power only possible for ability users at the late 3rd rank or above. At that moment, Gu Yaoyao finally realized the true extent of her psychic power. So from now on I can control zombies and mutated beasts. Realizing this, Gu Yaoyao was overjoyed. After hopping in place a few times, she reigned in her excitement, strode to the monster, and used the golden cudgel to stir and retrieve a dark-colored crystal core. This must be a dark-type crystal core. They'll save this for Zhu Si. Gu Yaoyao pocketed the core, turned, and pushed the door, but it wouldn't budge. With a flick of her wrist, she easily removed the lock, yet still couldn't push it open. Something was blocking the door. A strange feeling welled up in Gu Yaoyao's heart. This behavior, was it to avoid them? But they had clearly come on a base mission to rescue someone. After a moment's thought, Gu Yaoyao knocked on the door. Gu Yaoyao from the base rescue team. It's safe outside. 2 or 3 minutes passed, but there was still no sound from inside. Could he be dead in there? Gu Yaoyao quickly extended her psychic energy to check inside. Only after sensing a mental fluctuation did she breathe a sigh of relief. Brother, if you keep stalling, none of us will get out of here. With that, a scraping sound of heavy objects being dragged came from the meeting room. Soon the door cracked open, revealing half a face with sharp eyes fixed on Gu Yaoyao. Whose people are you? Hearing this, Gu Yaoyao raised an eyebrow, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Shouldn't ordinary people be overjoyed at being rescued? Why was this man so wary? Could someone really be trying to harm him in this apocalypse? Gu Yaoyao replied earnestly, I just arrived at the base and haven't joined any organization. The man behind the door remained cautious, but after scrutinizing Gu Yaoyao, his gaze gradually softened. The girl before him had clearly just endured a fierce battle with strands of hair sticking messily to her cheeks and neck. Her beauty was the kind that stood out in any crowd. If someone like her had been at Changfeng base before, she would have been famous. Gu Yaoyao opened the door fully. What's your name? Though she had come only for the mission, Gu Yaoyao knew better than anyone the dangers lurking nearby. The people behind him never intended for him to leave alive. Anyone who could make it this far was no ordinary person. Just call me Gu Yaoyao. Coincidentally, we share the same surname. Maybe we were family 100 years ago. Gu Yaoyao joked lightly to ease the tension. Gu Yaoyao looked much thinner than in his photo, with a pale face, cracked lips, and his police uniform torn in several places, making him appear utterly disheveled. Gu Yaoyao's expression shifted, subtly staring at Gu Yaoyao with growing astonishment. Cousin, Gu Yaoyao, in an apocalypse where everyone wanted to fend for themselves, someone was actually claiming kinship. You don't remember me? Gu Yaoyao frowned. Gu Yaoyao fell silent. Who are you, buddy? She knew she'd meet familiar faces from the story. But the author had only written about Gu Zhengyuan, no one else. Wait, Gu Yaoyao only had one uncle, Gu Zhengyuan. If Gu Yaoyao was calling her cousin, that meant he was Gu Zhengyuan. The sudden appearance of a cousin left Gu Yaoyao flustered, and she asked cautiously, Are you Uncle Gus' son? Though Gu Yaoyao was covered in injuries, his spirit remained relatively good. Genetically speaking, yes. Forget it, don't strain your memory. I left home when you were only 4 or 5, so it's normal you don't remember me. Gu Yaoyao gave a sheepish laugh, feeling guilty as a transmigrator, and quickly changed the subject. Let's get out of here. The moment the door opened, Gu Yaoyao caught a faint metallic scent of blood on Gu Yaoyao. She frowned slightly, her gaze fixed on the arm he kept behind his back. Seeing this, Gu Yaoyao raised his arm for Gu Yaoyao to see. 3 bloody gashes on his muscular arm were strikingly visible, one of them deep enough to reveal the bone. Not a claw wound, but a knife cut. Gu Yaoyao frowned. In the apocalypse, even a small scratch could lead to zombification. Wait, let me bandage it. Fortunately, she had worn multi-pocket cargo pants this time and brought 2 rolls of gauze and a portable bottle of alcohol. Without waiting for his response, Gu Yaoyao pulled his arm over and meticulously disinfected and bandaged it. Despite the alcohol's sting, Gu Yaoyao didn't utter a single cry of pain, though his face grew paler. Su Ke's urgent voice suddenly broke the silence. Yao Jie, did you get the person out? There are more and more zombies. We can't hold on much longer. Slap. A warm droplet landed on the tip of his nose, the thick stench of blood filling his entire nasal cavity. Suku subconsciously wiped his hand across it. His palm was stained with fresh crimson blood. Su Ke's hair stood on end, and without a second thought, he abruptly leaped backward. Almost the moment he dodged, a blood-stained claw viciously swiped down from above, the sharp talons instantly shearing off Su Ke's hair, revealing a patch of bare skin. Suku raised his hand to touch the top of his head. The smooth sensation drained the color from his face. He had deliberately gotten a crew cut before setting out for this mission. If he had been just a second slower, his head would have been smashed to a pulp, brains splattering everywhere. Suku looked up, shuddering, a chill creeping into his heart. Directly above where he had just stood, a zombie, nearly twice the size of an ordinary one, clung firmly to the ceiling. It extended its dark purple tongue to lick the scraps of flesh from its lips, its crimson eyes fixed on them with a deathly stare. Before Suku could activate his ability, the zombie kicked off the wall and lunged at him again. Suku swept his hands forward and 2 thick vines burst through the wall, shooting toward the zombie with deadly speed. But the next moment, the 2 vines were reduced to scattered fragments on the floor. The zombie paused for an instant before lunging back with terrifying speed. The corridor was too narrow, and Suku was quickly cornered against the wall. Just as the zombie's claws were about to reach Suku, in that critical moment, a slender petite figure flashed to the zombie's upper right. With lightning speed, she raised her foot and delivered a heavy kick to its side. The force of the kick was astonishing, sending the zombie crashing sideways into the wall, leaving a massive crater in it. Almost simultaneously, Zhu Si summoned every ounce of his power. His ability surged wildly as countless vines coiled around the zombie, binding its limbs in a death grip. Then a flash of silver light streaked through the air. A sharp spike cleaved off half the zombie's head, spilling yellow-white brains mixed with filthy blood. Huh. The zombie let out a louder, agonized roar as half its head was severed. Gu Yaoyao. Half its brains were spilling out, and it still wasn't dead. What the hell? Can't a person catch a break? The zombie snarled in pain, finally sensing the threat to its life. It began to struggle frantically, trying to retreat. But Zhu Si gave it no chance. He intensified his ability output, the vines growing denser and tighter, binding it so fiercely that no amount of struggling could break free. Gu Yaoyao raised her golden cudgel high and brought it down on the zombie's head with another brutal blow, shattering its skull. Rotten blood mixed with brains splattered across the floor, and a crystalline core rolled out. The zombie let out a few final agonized howls, its body convulsing before its claws went limp, and it lay still. Zhu Si, having narrowly escaped death, collapsed onto the floor in exhaustion, panting heavily. What happened? How? How was that zombie so powerful? It was a latest-stage second-tier zombie. It's normal that you couldn't beat it, Gu. This core was distinctly different from the ones they had dug up before. Inside, it seemed to shimmer with a hazy glow containing immense energy, and it was slightly larger than the previous ones. Zhu Si turned his head to look at Gu Yaoyao as she bent down to pick up the core covered in brains and blood. Suppressing his urge to vomit, he asked, "Yao Jia, aren't you disgusted?" "Not at all. It works as long as it's usable." Gu Yaoyao pocketed the core and reached out to pull Zhu Si up. "Let's head to the rooftop first, then we'll talk about the rest." She had already used her spiritual sense to reskin the office building. Most of the mutated zombies were currently roaming downstairs, but their numbers had increased from 2 or 3 to 7 or 8. The commotion from their fight had already drawn their attention, and they were now racing toward their location. The mutated zombies moved with incredible speed, climbing floors in the blink of an eye. Zhu Si's ability had only just reached the second tier, and he had expended a lot of energy along the way. He was now in no state to withstand an attack from the mutated zombies. Gu Yaoyao led Gu Zhihe toward the rooftop, while Zhu Si and the others brought up the rear, using vines to block and clear the ordinary zombies drawn by the noise. Everyone sprinted with all their might toward the top of the building. As they neared the final flight of stairs on the verge of escape, suddenly 2 massive ashen gray figures burst from the corner of the stairwell, lunging at Gu Yaoyao and Gu Zhihe like tigers pouncing on their prey. Their speed was terrifying. Gu Yaoyao grabbed Gu Zai's hand and tried to dodge, but the zombies attacked from both front and back. Behind her, claws gleaming with cold light were already closing in on her back. In that critical moment, a metallic barrier materialized out of thin air, blocking the fatal blow for Gu Yaoyao. "Boss, save!" A piercing scream rang out. Gu Yaoyao spun around swiftly to see a zombie dart down, its gaping bloody maw sinking into the shoulder of the man beside, Zhu Si lifting him entirely off the ground. In an instant, a living person was devoured by several zombies, torn to shreds. Crimson blood mixed with entrails and filth splattered all over the floor. "No!" Zhu Si roared in fury, unleashing his vines without restraint to entangle the zombies crawling on the ceiling. "All of you die." But the thick scent of blood acted like a stimulant, driving the zombies into a frenzy. They began to surround Gu Yaoyao and the others in a tightening circle. Just then, a bolt of lightning shot down from the rooftop, striking straight at the zombies charging toward them. Accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, the stench of burnt flesh filled the air. However, a second-tier lightning attack couldn't kill a second-tier zombie outright. After a few agonized shrieks, it swiftly twisted its body and climbed up to the ceiling, bearing its fangs and panting lowly, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Zhou Zhen's figure appeared before Gu Yaoyao. He manipulated metal to fend off the zombies trying to attack. "Take Gu Zhihe and go first." He was drenched as if soaked through with water, his prolonged battle having left him utterly exhausted. Seeing the second-tier zombies in the stairwell growing more frenzied and ordinary zombies surging from below, Gu Yaoyao decisively erected a spiritual barrier to block the fierce attacks. "Take them and leave. He'll handle this." "No." Zhou Zhen refused without a second thought. "He'll cover the rear with you. The others go first. Big bro, staying here would only make you a burden to me, okay?" Gu Yaoyao was exasperated. "I'm not a saint, nor am I some selfless hero. Don't waste time. Just go. I can." Gu Yaoyao didn't mince words. "Stop being so whiny and dramatic. If we don't go now, we'll all die here." If Zhou Zhen stayed, she wouldn't be able to retreat into the pearl space in an emergency. Zhou Zhen choked at the overly blunt remark. He was already at his last gasp, and the others were exhausted as well. Staying would indeed make them a burden. He decisively organized the remaining people to retreat with Gu Zhihe. Before leaving, he did not forget to solemnly promise Gu Yaoyao, "If we all survive this time, name your conditions. As long as I have it, I will give it to you." Gu Yaoyao did not stand on ceremony, either nodding in agreement. Gu Zhihe, supported by Gu Zixing, ran toward the rooftop. He turned back to glance at the petite figure standing before the zombies, an indescribable feeling stirring in his heart. Just as everyone stepped through the rooftop entrance, a second-tier zombie suddenly leaped up, clung to the ceiling, and rushed straight toward the rooftop. Gu Yaoyao's expression shifted dramatically. Without a second thought, her golden cudgel shot toward toward the first attacking, with a sharp whoosh followed by a clang. The golden cudgel pierced through the zombie's abdomen, pinning it to the ceiling. The zombie wailed and struggled violently. Gu Yaoyao kicked another lunging zombie away, swiftly retrieved her cudgel like a flash of thunder, and aimed a forceful chop at the neck of a leaping zombie. With a crack, the zombie's head was severed cleanly by the bladed edge, rolling to the ground with a thud. Rotten, foul blood gushed from the stump, splattering all over Gu Yaoyao. Meanwhile, as the zombie that fell from the ceiling struggled to rise, Gu Yaoyao turned and raised her golden cudgel, smashing it down onto its head. With a squelch, filthy blood sprayed out, and the zombie's flailing claws twitched a few times before going limp. Scanning the remaining 5 second-tier zombies, Gu Yaoyao gritted her teeth and forcefully activated her ability. Targeting one with its jaws wide open, she drove her psychic power deep into its brain. She was gambling that her current psychic power could control a second-tier zombie. As her psychic energy pierced the zombie's mind, it recoiled several steps, as if startled, snarling lowly at Gu Yaoyao with its blood-filled maw. Second-tier zombies instinctively avoided danger. A glimmer lit up in Gu Yaoyao's eyes. Ignoring the piercing pain from the psychic backlash, she intensified her output. The psychic shock shattered the zombie's resistance, entered its brain domain, and successfully seized control. Her body swayed, her face deathly pale. Leaning against the wall, she gasped heavily, her mouth filled with the taste. The second-tier zombies encircling her grew restless. One could not wait any longer and leaped, claws aimed straight. With a loud bang, the charging zombie was caught off guard, struck by a claw rushing from the side, and slammed into the wall. Then a shocking scene unfolded. A second-tier zombie stood in front of Gu Yaoyao, biting through the neck of another zombie too slow to dodge. It crunched loudly as it chewed, then climbed up, brandishing its claws and starting to slaughter its own kind. After issuing the kill order, Gu Yaoyao quickly retrieved spirit spring water from her space and gulped it down. The entire ordeal had left her utterly exhausted. The psychic backlash from controlling the second-tier zombie sent sharp pains throbbing through her head. The controlled zombie was now besieged by its kin. In no time, hardly a patch of intact flesh remained on its body. Its cyan gray skull was crushed, and both hands were gnawed down to the bone. Yet despite such severe injuries, it moved like a senseless puppet, mechanically swinging its claws and tearing off large chunks of flesh from another zombie with its sharp fangs. Gu Yaoyao took a deep breath, tightened her grip on the golden cudgel, and spun it to reveal the sharp blades. With a forceful push off the ground, she leaped into the air. With a swift strike, the blade plunged into the zombie's skull. Twisting the cudgel, a glistening crystal core rolled out. Kicking the corpse away, she rolled over, and following the principle of strike, while the iron is hot, pounced on a second-tier zombie on the right that had lost an arm. She pierced its forehead, sending it crashing down from midair. Ignoring the remaining 2 second-tier zombies, Gu Yaoyao turned and swiftly left, leaving the controlled zombie to frenziedly attack the endless horde of common zombies. As she closed the rooftop door, Gu Yaoyao retrieved gas canisters she had collected earlier. Holding her breath, she opened their valves one by one and tossed them into the stairwell. The instant she flashed into her space, she pulled out a lighter and threw it precisely at the canisters. Boom! A massive explosion roared, shaking the entire building violently. It collapsed in an instant, sending countless bricks and debris blazing, with hot sparks flying in all directions like a rain of fire. At the rendezvous point, those waiting for Gu Yaoyao were startled by the deafening blast. "Boss, it sounds like an explosion over there," Suku exclaimed. Zhou Jin quickly looked toward the office building, seeing flames lighting up the sky, turning the dim horizon red, with occasional violent explosions echoing. With such a commotion, all the zombies in the city will be drawn there. Yuan Lei turned to ask, "Zhou Jin, should we go back?" Zhou Jin frowned slightly. This explosion was likely no accident, probably a contingency left by Gu Yaoyao. Recalling the resolute look in Gu Yaoyao's eyes when she told them to leave first, Zhou Jin shook his head. "Let's get out of here first. If the zombies smell blood and swarm us, we'll be in trouble." The massive explosion would soon attract more zombies. Given their current state, they couldn't afford any more trouble. For a moment, anger and grief filled the entire team. This is no drank mission. Yuan Lei couldn't hold back, slamming his fist into the wall and growling, "Damn it, when I get back, I'll skin that bastard song alive." Suke's fists cracked as he clenched them, fury blazing in his eyes. So many brothers died. We'll make him pay blood for blood. Yes, Song Qingyan must pay a price. Zhou Jin agreed with Suku. Our priority is to get back to base and settle the score with that song bastard. The group wasted no time, got into the vehicles, and quickly drove away. The sky was dim, the moon flickering in and out of clouds. In a pharmacy a few hundred meters from the police station, a petite figure appeared out of nowhere, darting between shelves and collecting all the remaining medicine into her space. She crouched low, carefully avoiding wandering zombies, releasing a thread of psychic energy to survey her surroundings. Confirming no threats, she swiftly left the pharmacy and headed straight for the outskirts. Leaving the city, Gu Yao scoured the streets for supplies. Most food stores had been completely looted, with shelves scattered in disarray and chaos everywhere. She picked through the remnants and quickly cleared the entire street. Exiting the commercial area, Gu Yao swiftly dispatched the few zombies that charged at her before slipping into her space to rest. Having been on high alert all day, she finally had a moment to breathe. Gu Yao decided to rest for the night and continue her. Besides, her body was caked with the putrid blood of zombies. Even though evolved humans were robust enough to ignore most germs, Gu Yao could no longer bear the sticky stench clinging to her. Yet the moment she entered her space she froze. A warm beam of light now pierced the once misty air, dispersing much of the haze while lush green grass swayed playfully in the gentle breeze. What was happening? This wasn't how it looked when she came in this afternoon. Wait, where was her spiritual spring? The thought had barely surfaced when the scene shifted and she found herself at the edge of the spring. The spring now resembled a small lake with lotus leaves framing delicate pink blossoms on the shore. Even a waist-high sapling swayed with the wind, making everything seem impossibly beautiful. Had the space evolved? Gu Yao gasped, and only after calming herself did she notice a strange new connection in her mind. Within the space, every blade of grass, every drop of water, even the direction of the breeze. If she willed it, she could perceive and control all of it. She was like the sovereign of this realm. Gu Yao couldn't think of any other change in herself besides her power advancement, which might have triggered the space's evolution. Eager to test her bond with the space, she raised her hand, willing the spring water to come to her. A sphere of clear liquid encased in a thin membrane floated steadily before her. She truly could manipulate objects in the space with her mind. After repeated attempts, she felt drained, as if her vitality had been sapped. Clearly such control consumed immense energy. A droplet sound echoed in her mind. Gu Yao focused, sensing that the tiny water bead floating in her sea of consciousness had doubled in size, signaling a rise in her spiritual power. Using her mind to control water actually tempered her spiritual sea. Overjoyed, Gu Yao spun in place, but didn't push further. She quickly washed up, gulped several mouthfuls of spiritual spring water, absorbed the energy from the crystal core, and sat cross-legged to enter a cultivation state. A warm current surged from her palm, flowing through every part of her body. Instead of the previous tearing pain, she felt a soothing ease, her spiritual energy brimming, and even her senses grew sharper. At this rate, her power would soon reach the 4th tier. When she exited the space, the world outside was already bright. She instantly extended her spiritual sense, avoiding the wandering zombies nearby, found an undamaged car, quickly started it, and sped toward the highway. The roar of the engine drew the surrounding zombies. Unflinching, Gu Yao floored the accelerator, sending the obstructing zombies flying with splatters of rotten blood. Soon the windshield was smeared with decaying flesh and writhing maggots. Along the way, she encountered small zombie hordes and a couple of second-tier zombies. Though alone, Gu Yao handled them with ease, even treating it as practice for controlling zombies. After exiting the highway, she parked outside a small supermarket to rest for the night. Several zombie corpses lay by the entrance, clearly cleared by someone. Pushing open the glass door, Gu Yao surveyed the chaotic store. Scattered items everywhere and half-eaten remains on them. Extending her spiritual sense, she followed the fluctuations upstairs and stopped before a locked door on the 2nd floor. Inside there seemed to be only a faint life pulse. A human, not a zombie. But the thick iron chain at the door, as wide as a baby's arm, puzzled her. Why lock someone so weak with such heavy chains? Am I stumbling into some hidden plot again? Gu Yao sighed deeply. She snapped the chain as easily as breaking a chopstick, and as the iron door creaked open, a thick stench of blood rushed out. The sight inside startled her. The room was covered in dark bloodstains and rotting bones, with a massive iron cowering inside was a long-haired woman, beside her a whip stained with flesh and blood. The woman was covered in wounds with a gash on her thigh, so deep the bone was visible. Her clothes bore clear strip-like tears, evidently from being lashed with a whip. Those beasts. No, not beasts. They were worse than animal scum. Gu Yao could hardly imagine the torment and humiliation this woman had endured. In the harsh struggle for survival during the apocalypse, ordinary women faced even greater hardships due to physical disparities. Gu Yao couldn't bring herself to ignore such a situation. If she were an ordinary person, she might have turned away cold and numb. But she was an evolved human, one who might die at any moment at heaven's whim. Gu Yao feared none of this. On the contrary, she almost wished to take down a few scumbags before her own end. Gazing at the unconscious figure in the cage, fury blazing in her eyes, Gu Yao gritted her teeth, checked her breath, and carefully carried her out, laying her on the bed. Examining her wounds closely, she saw that the gash on her leg had begun to blacken, an early sign of viral infection. The woman was covered in injuries, and even an evolved human would struggle to survive. Save me. Just as Gu Yao was about to give up, a faint voice sounded. She looked up and met the woman's hopeful eyes. The woman struggled to continue. I'm an evolved human. I don't. With that, the woman fell into a dead faint. By immediately stating her worth, the woman showed she was clever. Gu Yao hesitated for a moment, then decided to try everything she could to help. She set up a spiritual barrier to guard against the return of the captors, fed the woman a few sips of spiritual spring water, then sterilized a dagger with alcohol and began cutting away the rotten flesh from her wounds. Though unconscious, the woman's body convulsed and broke into a cold sweat from the excruciating pain. Her teeth unconsciously bit into her lips until blood flowed, yet she never let go. For some reason, Gu Yao was reminded of the first time she treated Qi Yao's wounds. Qi Yao had trembled in pain, but remained silent. Her hands paused for a moment before methodically continuing to clean the wound. After removing the decayed tissue, she applied spiritual spring water to the wound to halt further deterioration. Once done, Gu Yao took out a towel and water, cleaned the skin around the wound, and bandaged it with gauze. Finally, she fetched a bottle of spiritual spring water, pried open the woman's mouth, and forced it down. At that moment, Gu Yao's spiritual sense picked up feedback for men were approaching the supermarket, including 2 second-tier evolved humans. Perfect. She had been wondering where to find them. Damn it, didn't you say there was something in this town? I haven't seen a damn thing. A rough male voice came from outside the door. Next time he'll throw you into the iron cage. I don't know what happened, Brother Wong. Maybe someone got here before us and cleaned everything out. Another voice explained caution. Bang! The sound of something being kicked over echoed. Brother Wong cursed. All of you are useless. No one eats tonight. You're all just wasting food alive. Gu Yaoyao stood silently in the corner pressed against the wall. From her vantage point, she saw a burly man punch the hood of a car and roar. Who the hell brought this piece of junk? Use that energy to find some food instead. A scrawny man beside him cowered. Brother Wong, keep your voice down. You'll attract the zombies. Zombies are nothing. What are you pretending for? You dare to drain a living person's blood, but you're afraid of a brainless corpse. Brother Wong immediately barked. Next time I'll drink your blood first. Calm down, boss. At least no one got hurt today. How about we go find that female slave to blow off some steam? Do I need you to tell me? Brother Wong seemed swayed, his tone softening as he snorted and pushed the door to go inside. Gu Yaoyao had already swiftly returned the woman to the iron cage, creating the illusion that nothing had happened. The tall man approached the iron cage step by step like a beast eyeing its prey. Before his hand could touch the bars, a compressed burst of psychic energy struck his mind like an ice pick. Ugh! Brother Wong's pupils momentarily glazed over, caught off guard by the ambush. In just 2 or 3 seconds the outcome was decided. When he came to, the cold sensation on his neck warned him not to make a move. A petite girl appearing from nowhere stared at him with eyes like frost. Who are you? Brother Wong growled through gritted teeth. Someone who's come to take your miserable life. Gu Yaoyao pressed the dagger closer, the sharp blade cutting into his skin, drawing tiny beads of blood. Brother Wong panicked. Wait. Let's talk this out. Just tell me how I've wronged you, and I'll make it right. You drink human blood and still try to bargain with me. Gu Yaoyao found it utterly ridiculous. No, that's not it. It was a madman who willingly offered his flesh and blood. We had no choice because there was nothing to eat outside. After he died, we buried him. I swear, go dig under the big tree at the street corner if you don't believe me. Brother Wong was on the verge of tears. Gu Yaoyao was silent. She had heard of the Buddha sacrificing his flesh to feed the eagle, but in this day and age, was there really someone so noble as to willingly feed themselves to others? Are you messing with me? Gu Yaoyao's gaze was murderous. Faced with her unpredictable movements and the psychic attack that had stunned him for a few seconds, Brother Wong dared not play any tricks. No, miss. We're all just trying to survive. Please let me go. I'll give you anything you want. Brother Wong was so frantic he could barely speak, nearly kneeling to confess his sins, if not for the dagger at his throat. In the apocalypse age, engender meant nothing in the face of power. Since Gu Yaoyao could easily infiltrate and subdue him, Brother Wong felt no shame in his fear and submission. Brother Wong, something doesn't sound right in there. What's going on? Worried voices from outside drew closer. Brother Wong's heart skipped a beat. He quickly bowed to Gu Yaoyao, pleading, Miss, those are my men. We haven't done anything truly evil. Gu Yaoyao glanced at the woman lying unconscious in the iron cage, as if to say, do you think I'm blind? In the apocalypse, what was more terrifying than zombies were humans who had lost their conscience. But then Brother Wong finally broke down. The nearly 6-foot man was almost in tears. I saved this woman. I was just putting on a show. Was putting on a show now this costly? Someone actually came to kill him over it. A long heavy silence fell. Gu Yaoyao was stunned by the sight of Brother Wong weeping like a frightened child. Are you telling the truth? Brother Wong nodded vigorously. Of course. We've never done anything bad. We found this woman a few days ago behind the trash can at the street corner. We didn't have enough medicine and she was so agitated that she refused to eat or drink, which is how she ended up like this. Brother Wong felt deeply wronged. He had planned to let the woman starve for a few days until she was too weak to resist, then find someone to bandage her wounds. With his men, he had to act like a leader. He couldn't very well say he was just doing a good deed every day, could he? Gu Yaoyao believed him about 70% after noticing that the wounds were a mix of old and new and that not even a speck of dust had settled around the iron cage. Clearly the cage had been brought in recently. Brother Wong wasn't lying. Gu Yaoyao slowly withdrew the dagger. The psychic attack I used on you earlier was only at 2 or 3% of its full power. If any of you try anything, you'll all experience a sudden and painful death. Understood? Understood. Brother Wong answered without hesitation. At the same time, several men of varying heights and builds pushed open the door. One of them was the first to react. Brother Wong, are you hogging both girls for yourself? That's not fair. Brother Wong wished he could sew the man's mouth shut. His face darkened. Nonsense. This is my longtime boss who finally found me today. Watch your mouths. The men exchanged uneasy glances, but after sizing up Gu Yaoyao, they still felt little fear toward the girl who looked like the most expensive doll in a shop window. Boss, you must be joking. Her. The same man who had spoken first started to smirk, but before he could finish, he suddenly lost consciousness, his eyes vacant as he fell straight back. Monkey. What the hell? Monkey, what's wrong? The men were thrown into chaos. Brother Wong, who had first-hand experience, glanced cautiously at Gu Yaoyao and pretended to be angry, scolding his men. What's the panic? He offended the boss, so he got knocked out by a psychic attack. What else did you expect? The crowd was stunned into silence, now wary of the tall, thin man on the ground. Brother Wang wouldn't lie about something like this. This unervingly beautiful girl truly had the power to decide their fate. Boss, the men shouted in unison, submitting without hesitation. Following Gu Yaoyao's orders, half an hour later the woman was carried out of the iron cage. The group filed out and stood in the empty living room like thugs come to collect a debt. Gu Yaoyao sat on the sofa scanning the line of people before her. When did you rescue that woman? The Changfeng base isn't far from here. Teams on missions often come out to scavenge supplies. If she was abused for so long, she must have been hidden somewhere very secluded, right? Gu Yaoyao spoke with nonchalance, yet her words sent a chill down the spines of the listeners. Though she had not witnessed the events, her narration felt as vivid as if she had seen them with her own eyes. Brother Wang dared not conceal anything. He recounted in meticulous detail the rescue of the woman and his suspicions to Gu Yaoyao. You say you saw a man in a suit who came by car to a nearby factory. Gu Yaoyao frowned. Hearing this from Brother Wang, she inexplicably felt that there was more to the story than met the eye. She had a nagging sense that this would lead to a heap of trouble. That's right. The man in the suit was impeccably dressed with 4 or 5 bodyguards in tow. Brother Wang clenched his fists in anger, rolling his eyes in defiance. For those living at the bottom, nothing is more infuriating than witnessing the well-off flaunting their wealth, accentuating the chasm of inequality. Living well oneself is not a sin, but flaunting it before the less fortunate, knowing full well the moral decay of the apocalypse could ignite chaos, is the most heinous act of all. Gu Yaoyao was indifferent. She had no interest in the mastermind behind it all. The woman beaten to such a state could not have escaped on her own. Either she had accomplices, or there was a traitor among the abuser's ranks. Regardless of the possibility, Gu Yaoyao felt little curiosity about the woman. Having sorted this out, Gu Yaoyao went upstairs, entered the room, and stood by the bed for a long while before speaking softly. Your breathing rhythm is off. Since you're awake, there's no need to feign sleep. Let's talk about where you'll go from here. Had it not been for the woman's ambiguous words earlier, she would not have prejudged Brother Wang and his group. The woman had inflicted harm upon herself. She would not know that Brother Wang and his men had done her no actual harm. A flicker of displeasure arose in Gu Yaoyao's heart. It seemed she had been carelessly used. You know everything. After a long pause, the woman's hoarse voice sounded, turning her face to look at Gu Yaoyao. This place is closest to Changfeng base. Let me think. I've heard mixed reviews about that base's leader. Could your ordeal be connected to him? Gu Yaoyao sighed softly. Whether it was Xingxing she met at Changfeng base, Zhou Zhan and the others, or the woman before her, they all seemed tied to the base leader named Song Qingyan. These recurring signs, was fate urging her to act as an avenger? Ridiculous. Saving one life was already more than enough. If she got entangled in these schemes again, she would meet her end before even defeating the enemy. That would be the ultimate joke. Seeing the wariness in the woman's eyes, Gu Yaoyao did not press further. She took out bread and water from her bag and handed them over. Eat something first. The woman stared blankly as Gu Yaoyao placed the bread before her. Her gaze involuntarily fixed on it, and her throat bobbed unconsciously. Seeing this, Gu Yaoyao tore open the wrapper, unscrewed the bottle cap, and held it to the woman's lips. Eat. It's not poisoned. The woman hesitated for a moment, then took the bread with trembling hands. Whether from fear or weakness, it was unclear. She took a small bite, and the soft, sweet taste stunned her for a moment before she began devouring it ravenously. But as she ate, she started to sob, quietly, tears streaming down her face. Gu Yaoyao stood by, watching in silence. Such emotional turmoil was only natural given the inhuman atrocities she had endured. After finishing the food, the woman roughly wiped her face and looked up at Gu Yaoyao with hollow eyes. What else do you want to know? How did you escape? Gu Yaoyao was curious about that. The woman's eyes seemed distant, as if lost in memory. After a long while she spoke. Something seemed to have happened at Changfeng base. Song Qingyan left midway to deal with it. She seemed to recall something terrifying, her whole body trembling. It was sudden. No one would pay attention to a half-dead woman, so I seized the chance to escape. Her tone was eerily calm, as if recounting someone else's story, but Gu Yaoyao could still detect the resentment and fear in her words. You're safe now. There's no need to torment yourself over a scumbag. With that, Gu Yaoyao glanced back at the people hiding behind the door. They'll leave her in your care. She wanted no part in this. Not only was the mastermind's strength unknown, but she herself did not know how many days she had left. She needed to return to the base, gather supplies, and head to Nanfeng's safe house to find Qiyao. The woman's hope seemed shattered. Tears welled in her eyes, her expression resolute, and she slowly lowered her head. Brother Wang looked troubled. Boss, we're just a bunch of rough men. Gu Yaoyao frowned and cut him off. Shall leave. Oh, by the way, do you have a crutch or something? A wheelchair would do too. She remembered the boy's leg injury and wanted to get him something to aid his mobility. Brother Wang quickly nodded. Yes, we do. Monkey, go get it for the boss. Before leaving, Gu Yaoyao glanced at the woman, who exuded an aura of deathly stillness, and said pointedly, only when you are strong enough can you talk about revenge. After driving away from the small supermarket, Gu Yaoyao found a hidden spot, parked, and slipped into her space. She downed a few gulps of spiritual spring water before entering a meditative state. Time flew by. When she emerged from the space, the sky was a murky gray, nearing dawn. She returned to the base at noon. Using the key Xingxing had given her, she unlocked the door and was greeted by a living room piled high with supplies. Hearing the commotion, Xingxing rushed out, her eyes reddening. She ran over and grabbed Gu Yaoyao's arm. Sister, are you? Gu Yaoyao patted Xingxing's hair soothingly. I'm fine. just a little delayed due to an accident. She looked at the items in the living room and asked, "What's all this?" Brother Zhoujin said this is what you deserve. He wants you to go find him for the rest, Xingxing explained. When was it delivered? Xingxing thought carefully. Yesterday afternoon, when the market closed. A lot of people saw it. Gu Yaoyao said nothing but a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Such a public display was clearly meant to make everyone believe she was part of Zhoujin's team. As the only outsider in this operation, Zhoujin knew that her allegiance was crucial to them. Unfortunately, Zhoujin had miscalculated. She had no intention of meddling in Changfeng Base's affairs. After a brief word with Xingxing, Gu Yaoyao went to the boy's room and handed him the crutch. "A gift for you." The boy accepted it without ceremony and tried to stand with it. "In return, what weapon would you like me to forge for you?" Gu Yaoyao waved her hand in refusal. "This is a gift, consider it a token of thanks. They'll be leaving in a few days. The crutch will make things easier for you." "Where do you plan to go?" the young man asked. He had always wanted to leave. To leave this base where hearts were cold and schemes lurked at every corner. If not for Song Qingyan, how could he have fallen to such a state? Becoming a crippled superhuman who couldn't even protect his only family. No matter where, as long as you want to leave, will take. Gu Yaoyao glanced at him. A flicker of shame crossed the young man's face. "I'm a useless cripple. Saving me won't bring you any benefit. Besides, you know my leg injury is the doing of the base leader of Changfeng Base. Are you truly willing to take such a risk, especially with a little girl like Xingxing in tow?" Gu Yaoyao's expression turned peculiar. "Brother, you might not fully grasp the value of your own craftsmanship. Even that drank mission where she was set up the boys' weapons had been a great help. If just her using them could achieve such results, imagine if she could master more of these weapons. They would be a tremendous asset to Qi Yao and Qi Shu. Moreover, aside from using them for their own people with proper handling, they could even be sold for a fortune. The military had gunpowder, but most civilian firearms were seized or stolen. Not only were they scarce, but their loud noise also posed greater danger to the user. Besides, not everyone knew how to use a gun. Cold weapons were the most common tools in the apocalypse. Gu Yaoyao walked to the window, pulled aside the curtain, and gazed at the bustling street. Her eyes fixed on Yuan Lei, who was hurrying toward them with a worried expression. A hint of amusement crept into her gaze. "Has anything interesting happened in the base these past few days?" "No, but I heard this mission's danger level reached rank. Zhoujin lost a lot of men." "What about the person he rescued?" Gu Yaoyao was more curious about the suddenly appearing cheap cousin. "I'm not sure about," the young man answered honestly. Didu. Suddenly a sharp siren blared. Such a loud noise. Wasn't it practically inviting the zombies to find the base? Gu Yaoyao felt like cracking open Song Qingyan's skull to see if it was filled with mud and water. One little shake, and he'd lose all sense of direction. Before she could step out to investigate, a dark figure burst in like a hungry tiger. His darting eyes locked onto Gu Yaoyao, and with red-rimmed eyes he pounced. "Yao Jia, you're finally back." Seeing his state, Gu Yaoyao smiled faintly. "Brother, you're overacting." Yuan Lei stomped his feet in panic, his voice trembling as he stammered incoherently, "Something's wrong. The boss sent me to find you, told me to." Gu Yaoyao frowned, cutting him off. "Told you to do what?" Yuan Lei took a deep breath, his gaze falling on the young man leaning against the doorframe. "Ling Chun, did Xingxing go out to set up her stall this morning?" Ling Chen's tone turned noticeably distant. "No, Xingxing didn't go out today." Yuan Lei's expression was exceptionally grave. He stared at Ling Chun. "Xingxing might have been taken. Suku saw someone near your place grab a kid." The figure looked a lot like Xingxing. Ling Chen's face changed instantly. He was about to rush into Xingxing's room to check, but his body swayed, and he nearly collapsed. Yuan Lei was quick to catch him. "Brother, with your condition, don't go moving around." Gu Yaoyao quickly released her spiritual sense to sweep the entire house, but only caught a faint, unfamiliar mental fluctuation. There was no trace of Xingxing. "She's not home." She tried to extend her spiritual tentacles further to expand the search, but a violent tearing sensation suddenly struck, causing her to instinctively bite her lip until it was bloody and mangled. Seeing this, Yuan Lei quickly stopped her from using her superpower. "Oh, my dear sister. I know you're worried about Xingxing, but using superpowers inside the base is forbidden. It's an iron law. Anyone who disobeys will be blacklisted by all bases and never accepted again." Meanwhile, Ling Chun, expressionless, grabbed his crutches and headed outside. Yuan Lei blocked his path, looking at the terrifyingly fierce glint in Ling Chen's eyes. "Calm down. Suku has already followed them. How do you expect me to stay calm?" Ling Chen's eyes were bloodshot with desperation. He drove his elbow hard into Yuan Lei's abdomen, each word squeezed through gritted teeth. "Yuan Lei, let me go. If anything happens to Xingxing, I'll never forgive you, even in death." The blow was vicious. Yuan Lei shuddered in pain, but still held Ling Chun tightly. Ling Chun was in a blind rage, his mind clouded. If not stopped, disaster was certain. "We don't even know who took Xingxing yet. Where are you going to look?" "Zhou Dabiao." Ling Chun gnashed his teeth, wishing he could skin the man alive. Before the apocalypse, he was jailed for child molestation. After the end, he's only gotten worse. As he spoke, Ling Chen's eyes burned a terrifying scarlet, radiating a chilling malevolence. "After I was injured, he approached Xingxing in private, offering medicine in exchange for that. Xingxing was so scared she ran home. When I found out, I confronted him, and he laid low for a while." "Fuck." Yuan Lei couldn't help but curse. "That beastly bastard. Going after a kid." Gu Yaoyao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, murderous intent surging in her eyes. The siblings had shown her kindness. No matter what, she couldn't stand by. Who is Zhou Dabiao? Could he have taken Xingxing out of the base? Gu Yaoyao asked. Zhou Dabiao is not someone to mess with. Even Song Chengyan has to tread carefully around him. He was a notorious thug in Chanfeng town before the apocalypse, and after the end he founded the Green Dragon Gang. Yuan Lei said, knowing the gravity of the situation, Xingxing's life was at stake. His words tumbled out rapidly. Base entry and exit checks are extremely strict. Even taking a suitcase out requires 3 inspections. They can't get out. With the target clear, as long as she was still inside the base it was manageable. Gu Yaoyao took a few gulps of spiritual spring water from her bag, then glanced at Ling Chun, who was still being held back by Yuan Lei. Your leg is badly injured. Even if you find Xingxing, you won't be able to rescue her. I've only been in the base a few days. Zhou Dabiao doesn't know me. Gu Yaoyao analyzed calmly. In the best person, Ling Chun met Gu Yaoyao's gaze, his eyes re-drimmed, his voice hoarse. As long as you save Xingxing, my life is yours. Gu Yaoyao was silent for a moment. I really like Xingxing too. She did want Ling Chun to owe her his life. But if Xingxing was gone, having one less burden to carry would make things easier. Yet to abandon a girl so young who went out to trade just to support her brother to such a fate. Gu Yaoyao couldn't. Even if Ling Chun followed her after losing everything, she could never forgive herself for such a bestial act of indifference. She wasn't one to hand out charity freely, but she would not allow herself to lose the most basic human conscience. Turning to Yuan Lei, Gu Yaoyao simply held out her hand. Give me the walkie-talkie. Yuan Lei hesitated. Gu Yaoyao's superpower was formidable, but no matter how strong she was still a girl. Besides, with superpowers banned inside the base, her combat effectiveness would be severely limited. He was worried. Yao Jie, you haven't dealt with Zhou Dabiao before. You don't know what he's like. Let us handle this. Gu Yaoyao couldn't be bothered to argue. Are you carrying a gun? Yuan Lei nodded and obediently handed over his gun and walkie-talkie. After getting the location of Zhou Dabiao's residence, Gu Yaoyao packed up her things, turned, and walked out. Before leaving, she looked back at Yuan Lei. Go back now. Tell Zhou Zhen to find a way to blow this up. Force Song Chengyan to step in. Gu Yaoyao, what are you planning to do? Ling Chun gritted his teeth and called out tensely from the doorway. Gu Yaoyao pulled out the antenna of the walkie-talkie with a sharp snap, grinning even more arrogantly than a Green Dragon Gang thug. I'm going to fucking kill them. On the way, Gu Yaoyao used the walkie-talkie to contact Su Ku. After confirming the location, she instructed him to gather a few people to lure the men inside out, giving her a chance to slip in and find Xingxing. Su Ku patted his chest in assurance. Yao Jie, leave it to me. By the time Gu Yaoyao arrived, she saw Su Ku rolling on the ground faking a hit. My leg is broken. You're going to fucking pay for this. Gu Yaoyao. Her feelings were complicated. She didn't know how to describe it. Su Ku, can't you show some decency? The other party, perhaps never having witnessed such blatant shamelessness, stared at Su Ku with a look of utter contempt as he writhed on the ground, clutching his leg and howling in feigned agony. Su Ku caught a glimpse of Gu Yaoyao in the distance from the corner of his eye and exchanged a knowing glance with his companion. The man deliberately feigned indignation, stepping to the side to completely block Gu Yaoyao's view. Zhou Laosan, do you dare to break my leg in broad daylight today? Will you dare to commit murder tomorrow? Su Ku raised his voice, accusing the man. As the bystanders were drawn in by Su Ku's words, Zhou Laosan's face turned ashen with fury, wishing he could tear Su Ku apart. You bastard. What the hell are you spouting? I only poked your shoulder with my finger. How the hell did your leg break? The onlookers, ever eager for drama, began to murmur among themselves, their gazes towards Su Ku shifting. After all, in the pre-apocalyptic world, such staged accidents were a common occurrence. Have you no shame? In ancient times, Zhao Gao pointed at a deer and called it a horse. In this apocalypse, Zhou Laosan accused the innocent of theft. Su Ku, a burly man over 6 feet tall, grotesquely raised a delicate orchid finger, pointing it at Zhou Laosan. Gu Yaoyao averted her gaze with a complicated expression, resuming her observation of the isolated villa nearby. The villa occupied a vast area, its pitch-black iron gate firmly shut. The towering courtyard walls reaching 2 meters high made it impossible to discern the interior from outside. It had to be said, Zhou Dabiao might be a despicable man, but his judgment was sharp. This villa was an ideal choice for the apocalypse. Its thick towering walls alone were enough to withstand the assaults of ordinary zombies. What are you looking at? A sharp roar erupted from ahead. Several guards in security uniforms wielding electric batons strode over. Are you all so damned idle? As the guards dispersed the crowd, Gu Yaoyao slipped behind the wall and leaped onto a large tree. Gripping a sturdy branch, she swung her body with force, kicked off the trunk with precision, and landed steadily on a branch. Glancing down to ensure no one was around, she aimed for a dense patch of grass, crawled along the branch to the wall, and descended with the lithe grace of a leopard, vanishing into the thicket. Creeping forward, Gu Yaoyao was about to scale the 2nd floor when she heard lewd laughter nearby. She pressed herself tightly against the wall, gradually concealing her presence. 3 men emerged from behind a door. Among them, one with hair dyed in garish punk-style colors rubbed his hands together excitedly, letting out a grotesque chuckle. That kid's so tender, the boss is going to have a blast this time. He nudged the towering brute beside him. Don't you dare fight me for it after the boss is done. Beast. Gu Yaoyao's cold eyes blazed with murderous intent. Creatures like these didn't deserve to live. Get lost. Whoever grabs it first keeps it. The punk wasn't offended. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with lechery, his tone frivolous. Got to admit that stubborn little Ji Lingxing is oddly tempting when she refuses to yield. The man beside him let out a strange laugh. Imagine the look on Ji Lingxin's face when he finds out his precious sister has become our plaything. Damn it. The punk spat on the ground, sneering coldly. I can't wait to see Ji Lingxin's face crumble. How dare he? Ji Lingxin. Gu Yaoyao paused, stunned. Could it be the same name as the base leader of Changfeng Base in the original novel? It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? Odd. The punk suddenly clutched his crotch, squeezing his legs together. Can't hold it anymore. You two go ahead or I need to take a piss. Lazy bones with too many calls of nature. Well, go have a smoke. Hurry up and don't keep the boss waiting. The punk nodded and dashed into the bushes, frantically fumbling with his belt. Damn it, why is this so hard? Just then a faint rustling sound came from behind. The punk, not paying it any mind, cursed, hell. Even when I'm taking a piss, you bastards want to watch. Aren't you afraid of getting styes? Still grumbling, he continued struggling with his belt. But before he could react, a slender arm had already locked tightly around his neck, pinning him to the ground. Where is Ji Lingxing being held? Choked and struggling for breath, the punk's face turned crimson. He could barely speak, let alone call for help. On the second floor. Before he could beg for mercy, a hand clamped over his mouth. The arm around his neck tightened relentlessly. His eyes bulged, pupils contracting wildly as he tried to scream, but the hand muffled every sound. With a sickening crack, Gu Yaoyao scanned her surroundings before cautiously releasing her grip. The punk's head lolled to one side, lifeless. The two men smoking beneath the tree, growing impatient with the delay, called out, Lao Si, are you done yet? Hearing no response, they turned to see a hand waving at them from the bushes. Cigarettes in hand, they strolled over. Lao Si, you're really out of shape if you need our help just to take a piss. As they neared the corpse, a faint rustling sound surrounded them. Their hearts skipped a beat. Before they could turn, a shadow darted toward them like lightning. A flash of silver. They felt a chill at their throats, and warm blood sprayed in all directions. In disbelief, they clutched their necks, staring in terror at the girl who had suddenly appeared. Blood gushed through their fingers as they let out strangled gasps, stumbling backward. All of this happened in an instant. The two men collapsed stiffly. Having swiftly dispatched them, Gu Yaoyao picked up a few pebbles kept low to avoid passersby and crept swiftly toward the main hall. Along the way, she encountered several groups of men brandishing machetes and rushing out, their leaders shouting orders to kill Zhou Zhan. It seemed Zhou Zhan had already arrived. Gu Yaoyao let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was Zhou Dabiao's cowardice, but as she looked at the dozens of burly men on the stairs, she glanced at her watch. Half an hour had passed. Ample time for unspeakable horrors to unfold. Pressing her lips together, Gu Yaoyao tightened her grip on the blade, her gaze sharp as she fixed on the closed door on the second floor. She didn't have much time left anyway. Every scumbag she could take down was a victory. Taking a deep breath, she pulled out a pebble and hurled it with force. The shattering of glass drew the attention of those in the corridor. Gu Yaoyao charged forward with explosive speed. Before the man at the stairway could react, she plunged the blade into his temple and delivered a vicious kick to his abdomen, sending him flying into his comrades behind him. After a few agonized twitches, he lay still. By the time the others realized what was happening, Gu Yaoyao had already killed several men. Damn it! Kill this bitch! Dozens of men surged forward. Bang! A bloody flower bloomed on the forehead of the man in the lead. His pupils dilated sharply as his axe clattered to the ground, his body crumpling instantly. Bullets have no eyes. Gu Yaoyao turned around only to see a towering figure at the doorway, his silhouette backlit with a savior's radiance. Thank heavens! Reinforcements had finally arrived. In that instant, Gu Yaoyao felt Zhou Zhan had suddenly become handsome. What the hell? I actually missed. Zhou Zhan scratched his head with an awkward grin, bowing in apology to the unfortunate soul he had shot. Sorry, brother, I wasn't aiming at you. It was the guy next to you. At these words, everyone present paled instantly. It was him, the man who could never hit his intended target. Suko cautiously stepped back a few paces, whispering, Boss, your wound hasn't healed yet. How about giving me the gun? He was on the verge of tears. Everyone in Changfeng Base knew their boss had terrible aim. But the boss remained convinced it was the gun's calibration, not his skill. This little injury is nothing. Zhou Zhan brushed aside Suke's hand, raised his gun to aim at the opposing group, and flashed a confident smile. Yuan Lei said, my marksmanship has improved a lot. Everyone. Suke forced a bitter smile. He was going to kill that bastard Yuan Lei when he got back. The leader pushed aside his underlings and sneered at Zhou Zhan. Uncle, aren't you going to give me an explanation? Gu Yaoyao, who had slipped into the crowd, glanced at the man. He was short with a sallow and dull complexion, clearly signs of kidney deficiency. Oh, nephew Zhou, you seem to be having a good time lately, looking so listless. Zhou Dabiao feigned ignorance. Uncle, what are you saying? I've been incredibly busy day and night. Zhou Zhan pulled an elderly man from behind him and snorted. You've been playing too many games. This old man came to me with a complaint. You couldn't even spare his wife. Are you even human? Gu Yaoyao glanced at the white-haired old man and almost wanted to give Zhou Zhan a thumbs up. As expected of Suke's boss, his talent for fabricating stories was unmatched. The underlings behind Zhou Dabiao erupted in anger. What the hell are you talking about? Zhou Dabiao clenched his fists, suppressing his raging fury, and gritted out. Uncle, what do you mean by this? My nephew is such a fine young man. He could have any woman he wants. Stealing an elderly person's partner would sound terrible, Zhou Zhan said with feigned anguish. While everyone's attention was fixed on Zhou Zhan, Gu Yaoyao glanced at the closed door on the second floor, exchanged a look with Su Ku, and silently pressed against the wall, slipping into the small room under the stairs. The hall was too crowded and risky. Better to climb from this small room to the second floor and break in through the window. Su Ku immediately stepped forward, bumping into Zhou Laos and standing in front of him, and wailed, "Ow. Boss, he broke my ribs." "Su Ku, you bastard. Go to hell." Zhou Laosan was furious, lifting his foot to kick the shameless man to death. The two sides instantly clashed, hurling curses at each other's ancestors for 18 generations. Zhou Zhan quickly caught on to Su Ke's intent, raised his gun, aimed at Zhou Laosan, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out, and the crowd that had been shoving each other scattered instantly. "Damn it. Boss, why didn't you warn us before firing?" Zhou Zhan held the gun with confidence. "My aim is dead, and what are you afraid of? Everyone. Shameless as you are, go say that to those who've fallen to your bullets." Bang. Several men behind Zhou Laosan collapsed stiffly to the ground, the bloody holes in their heads starkly visible. Seeing this, Zhou Laosan exploded with rage. With everyone gathered around Zhou Dabiao, Gu Yaoyao slipped out, without much trouble scaling the pipe, with agile movements to leap onto the second-floor balcony. Landing lightly, Gu Yaoyao pressed herself against the wall and cautiously surveyed the room inside. The interior was designed in a sweet princess style. The walls, curtains, and even the carpet were pink. On the pink bed, a small figure lay motionless. It was Xingxing. Gu Yaoyao's eyes darkened. Raising her hand, a long, slender rod materialized, and she thrust it fiercely at the glass. The shattering sound of glass went unnoticed amidst the chaos outside. Stepping inside quickly, Gu Yaoyao finally saw the child's pitiful state. The frail little girl lay with her eyes tightly shut, her mouth sealed with tape, and her hands and feet bound with rope. Her clothes were torn in several places, revealing horrifying purple bruises. What infuriated her most was the mobile rack beside the bed, filled with various pleasure tools. A pack of beasts. Gu Yaoyao's blood rushed to her head, and her hands trembled as she began to check. In the end, aside from her swollen face and the bruises from pinching, the little girl had no deeper injuries. Without a word, Gu Yaoyao gently peeled off the tape, untied the ropes, and wrapped Xingxing's barely clothed body in a sheet, lifting her into her arms. The small body trembled in her embrace. Gu Yaoyao patted her back softly. "Don't be afraid. Sister is taken." After tying Xingxing securely to her back, Gu Yaoyao stepped to the balcony edge. From her elevated position, she saw several black-clad men escorting a figure in a suit striding quickly toward them. Who wears a suit at a time like this? No, wait. Song Yinqing. A flash of the intelligence from the thug called Brother Wang crossed her mind, and Gu Yaoyao's eyes flickered. She climbed down the pipe again, this time quickening her pace and running without concealment. In the midst of the brawling crowd, Zhou Dabiao, shouting orders from the back, caught sight of his prey being taken and erupted. "Bitch! How dare you steal my man?" Brandishing a hatchet, Zhou Dabiao's eyes burned red as he charged after Gu Yaoyao. Gu Yaoyao's gaze turned icy. Shielding Xingxing behind her, she swung her rod to block the attack, then kicked him flying with brutal, fluid precision. Everyone heard a crisp crack as Zhou Dabiao was sent crashing to the ground, clutching his groin and screaming in agony, unable to rise. All the men present instinctively covered their own vulnerable spots, staring at Gu Yaoyao with a newfound terror. "Kill! Kill her!" Zhou Dabiao's eyes were bloodshot, thirsting for her blood. "Kill this bitch for me." But his men were pinned down by Zhou Zhan. With murderous intent blazing in her eyes, Gu Yaoyao stepped forward, rod drenched in sweat from the pain. Zhou Dabiao still refused to show weakness, sneering a threat. "If you kill someone in the base, you'll wander like a stray dog outside. No base will take you in." Gu Yaoyao's expressionless face suddenly twisted into a sinister smile. "That's true. So I won't kill you." Before Zhou Dabiao could even rejoice at having narrowly escaped disaster, he saw Gu Yaoyao's expression shift. She collapsed to the ground, her cry ringing with despair and anguish. "Even if you torture us to death today, Xingxing and I will never become your captives. This is not a lawless place. The base commander is here, and no one can disrupt the base's discipline." Hearing the approaching footsteps, Gu Yaoyao timed her moment perfectly, her face etched with the unyielding resolve of a martyr, like an innocent maiden suffering under the tyranny of a bully. Everyone present was stunned. What was this woman doing? Why was she suddenly singing the base commander's praises? Indeed, a voice chimed in from the crowd. "With me here, no one can cause chaos in the base." The crowd quickly parted, revealing several figures. The man at the forefront was tall and lean, wearing metal-rimmed glasses. His impeccably tailored black suit accentuated an imposing aura that commanded attention. At the sight of the newcomer, Zhou Dabiao's face turned pale. When had Song Qingyan arrived? He struggled to get up, but Gu Yaoyao's kick had been vicious. The slightest movement sent agonizing tremors through his lower body, rendering him unable to rise. "Base commander, you must do me justice." Zhou Dabiao roared, his bloodshot eyes blazing with fury. "Zhou Zhan barged in with his men, shot dead several of my brothers, and let this woman slander me. I demand a satisfactory explanation for today's events. I, Zhou Dabiao, am not one to stir up trouble, but neither am I one to shy away from it," he bellowed. Gu Yaoyao's cries were filled with despair and anguish, yet they were nothing but dry sobs. Not a single tear could she muster. Her reddened eyes only made her appear more pitiful. "Base commander, if we weren't kidnapped, why would Xingxing be here?" Song Qingyan's gaze fell upon Gu Yaoyao. Before him was a frail, delicate young woman slumped on the ground, her face smeared with grime, her tattered clothes barely covering her body, and her exposed skin covered in wounds that looked like the aftermath of brutal abuse. Zhou Dabiao, drenched in sweat, was helped to his feet, but remained unable to move freely. He shouted from where he stood, "Base Commander, you know what kind of man I am. They came here to pick a fight. Who brings a child to pick a fight?" Gu Yaoyao grew more immersed in her act, and in an instant her eyes glistened with tears. Xingxing and I were forcibly dragged here by him. Looking at the disheveled, fragile girl, and then at Zhou Dabiao surrounded by his lackeys, Song Qingyan personally stepped forward to help Gu Yaoyao up. He removed his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders, his every move exuding chivalry. "Are you injured?" he asked softly. Gu Yaoyao looked up, her face filled with gratitude. "No, thankfully you arrived in time. Don't worry with me here, no one dares to harm you," Song Qingyan declared, his gaze fixed on Zhou Dabiao. "And no one can cause trouble in Changfeng base." His words made his stance unmistakably clear. Zhou Dabiao, who had crossed paths with Song Qingyan before, could not fail to grasp their meaning. "What do you mean by that, base commander?" Zhou Dabiao growled through gritted teeth. "Are you openly taking sides? Do my dead brothers mean nothing?" Song Qingyan helped Gu Yaoyao to her feet and signaled to someone behind him with a glance. One of the black-clad men following him opened a bag and reported with a stern face, "We have found several eyewitnesses who can confirm that Ji Lingxing was knocked unconscious and abducted by your men at the trading market." You're in cahoots with that woman." Zhou Dabiao denied it stubbornly. The black-clad man replied coldly, "If you have doubts, the witnesses are available for questioning at any time." Even with just the few black-clad men around Song Qingyan, Zhou Dabiao dared not offend them too deeply. Moreover, he knew better than anyone that producing those witnesses would only humiliate him. As the standoff dragged on, Gu Yaoyao felt the little girl on her back stir. She quickly untied the ropes and cradled Xingxing in her arms, her voice soft. "Xingxing." The little girl slowly opened her eyes, her tiny frame trembling like a fragile seedling in the wind. When she caught sight of Zhou Dabiao not far away, she shook even more violently, her already pallid face turning deathly white. "Xingxing, don't be afraid." At the sound of the gentle voice, Xingxing recognized Gu Yaoyao's face and threw herself onto her neck, sobbing uncontrollably. "Sister, save me." Seeing Xingxing awake, Zhou Dabiao knew he was truly finished. Gu Yaoyao quickly wrapped her arms around the frail little body, gently patting her back to soothe her terror. "Don't be afraid. With sister here, no one can hurt you." "Woo, that uncle is so scary." Xingxing whimpered, her words stumbling out. "He wanted to take off my clothes and whip me. It hurts so much. I'm so scared." Her account was disjointed, but everyone present understood what she had endured. "That bitch taught her to say that." Zhou Dabiao tried to twist the truth. At the sound of his voice, Xingxing screamed in terror, her entire body convulsing as she cried out for Gu Yaoyao to save her. In the process, the blanket wrapped around her slipped off, revealing a body covered in bruises. Gu Yaoyao's whole body trembled slightly, and her eyes instantly reddened. She struggled to suppress her rage. "Xingxing, don't be afraid. We're going home now. I will see to it that this matter is..." Song Qingyan gestured for two of the black-clad men to step forward. "Escort them back." Gu Yaoyao nodded, cradling Xingxing as she turned to leave. As she passed Zhou Dabiao, she lowered her head to conceal the murderous intent surging in her eyes. To onlookers, however, she appeared as nothing more than a fragile, pitiful girl consumed by fear. Along the way, Xingxing clung to Gu Yaoyao like a lifeline, refusing to let go. Gu Yaoyao soothed her gently, quickening her pace toward the Ji family home. When they were less than 50 meters away, the two black-clad men coldly took their leave. Gu Yaoyao did not insist. She watched the two dark figures disappear, her eyes dark and brooding. "Sister, are we home yet?" Xingxing sniffled, too afraid to lift her head from Gu Yaoyao's embrace. "Be good, we're almost there. Don't be afraid." Steeling herself, Gu Yaoyao patted the child's back and strode quickly toward the Ji family gate. The moment she pushed open the door, she saw Ji Lingxin sitting on the stairs. "Brother!" Xingxing cried out. At the sound, Ji Lingxin rushed over, ignoring his limp, and embraced his long-lost sister tightly. "Brother, it hurts." Xingxing winced, and the pressure around her instantly eased. Ji Lingxin laughed and cried at the same time, frantically checking his sister's injuries, his heart clenching with pain. "It's all brother's fault. I didn't protect you. I'm so useless." Ji Lingxin held his sister and wept for a long time. When he calmed down, he roughly wiped the tears from his face. "Miss Gu, I meant what I said. From now on, my life belongs to you." Gu Yaoyao recalled the full name the delinquent had called out at Zhou's residence. "Your name is Ji Lingxin, as in Lingxin, the early hours before dawn."